This audiobook contains 40 censored sentences and 17 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. The discomfort was still there. It's okay, Souta smiled. I don't mind. So why did you stop me? Are you really leaving? Miku asked anxiously. Yes. Souta nodded. Your voice is already back, so it's not convenient for me to stay here any longer. Besides, I have things to do. Is it urgent? No, Souta replied. In fact, it's something that requires a lot of patience. Collecting faith took time. It wouldn't all flow into his divine kingdom at once. Then, will you come visit me again? Miku asked nervously. Don't worry, I will. Souta thought for a moment and said, I'll stay with you until you receive your Sapphire Crystal. 154. Living off a sugar mommy is really delicious. Souta originally considered using time travel to gather a large amount of faith. After all, Hanja Nias manga had been popular in this world for 5 years. Faith had a time limit if not absorbed in time. It would dissipate soon after being generated. Right now, he was only absorbing the faith being produced in real time. Faith from the past had long since faded away and was not stored up. Normally, dissipated faith couldn't be absorbed, but time travel perfectly solved this problem. Souta had planned to use this method. Unfortunately, Mika's emotions were still unstable, and she hadn't fully recovered from her past trauma. She was prone to shutting herself off. He couldn't leave this fragile girl alone, so he chose to stay with her for now. On the other hand, after hearing Souta's promise, Mika looked visibly relieved. Luckily, Souta was willing to tolerate her slightly selfish request. With her parents busy with work, the only person she could rely on and talk to was Souta. If Souta stopped visiting her, she would probably feel incredibly lonely. Souta smiled at Miku and pointed at her hospital bed. Go back to bed quickly. Be careful not to catch a cold. Also, remember you can only speak when I'm around these days. Don't let the origin spirits see through your act. Otherwise, you'll lose a free supernatural power. They'll be careful, Miku said, her elegant, ladylike face showing a kitten-like obedient expression. The contrast was oddly adorable, making Souta's heart itch. He quickly averted his gaze after just one look. Considering her male phobia, he was being as cautious as possible to respect her emotions. They'll come see you again tomorrow. Leaving these words behind, Souta teleported out of the hospital room using divine power. Miku felt a little uneasy at this, but she quickly suppressed the feeling. Come on, Miku, pull yourself together. You can't always rely on him. After giving herself a silent pep talk, she returned to bed, holding a manga book in her hands. Looking at the handsome protagonist on the cover, she smiled slightly. Souta left the hospital and followed his memory to a high-end residential area. He wasn't some penniless drifter in this world. He had a place to stay. His residence was Kurumi's house. When Souta arrived at the somewhat familiar home, he took out the key Kurumi had given him and unlocked the door. Not only did he have the key, but he also had a bank card Kurumi's parents had prepared for him. The Tokisaki family was considered middle class in Tengu City, and Souta could enjoy the soft rice quite comfortably. T.N. Eating soft rice is a Chinese slang term referring to a man being financially supported by a woman. No one's home. After stepping inside, Souta glanced around. The house was empty. Kurumi's parents had probably gone traveling and hadn't returned yet. He had given the two elders a lifespan card, and Kurumi had restored their bodies to a younger, healthier state. This had ignited their passion for adventure, and they were now traveling the world together. Quite romantic. Since they had hired a housekeeper for regular cleaning, the house was spotless. Souta walked over to the sofa, sat down, and turned on the living room TV with the remote. He watched a movie unique to this world with great interest. But not long after, his system phone suddenly vibrated. Souta took it out and saw that someone had sent a message in the group chat. Tokisaki Kurumi, Souta, have you arrived in my world? Zuta, I'm here. I'm at your house right now. Tokisaki Kurumi, my house? Are my parents there? Souta, no, they're still traveling. They probably won't be back for a long time. Tokisaki Kurumi. Then you're free to do bad things, right? Suda. Huh? What bad things? Tokisaki Kurumi. There are a lot of my private clothes in my bedroom closet. Even delicate lingerie. Feeling tempted? Suda. Why are you telling me this? I'm not that kind of person. Although he said no, Suda had already started heading toward the second floor, toward Kurumi's bedroom. Tokisaki Kurumi. Oh my, not being honest again. Suda, you're at the prime age where you have needs, right? I permit you to take comfort however you like. Suda. Ahem Kurumi. Wouldn't it be better to discuss this in private? Saying this in the group chat isn't appropriate, is it? Rinto Saka. What exactly is your relationship? Altair. I'm curious what certain things is she referring to? Rinto Saka. Altair, you don't know? Rinto Saka. Wait, no, I don't know either. Suda. Come on, who would believe that? Ilya. Rin, your awkward dodging is too obvious. Ilya. Suda. Big brother, if you ever want to hang out, you can come find Ilya. My room is right next to Mommy's room. If you stop by at night, ITLL be so fun. He'll even try to be quiet so I don't wake Mommy up. Hee hee. Suda. Tokisaki Kurumi. Tokisaki Kurumi. Ilya, I have to admit you won this round. Next time, I'll get my revenge. Rin Tosaka. If Shinobu heard this, she'd probably die from anger. Suda, enough. What do you guys take this group for? If you want to tell dirty jokes, at least message me privately. Don't ruin the group's atmosphere. Shiroyasha. All? Looks like you're discussing something very interesting. Tokisaki Kurumi. Long time no see, Shiroyasha. Have you been busy lately? Shiroyasha. Kind of. I just finished dealing with the Canaria situation. Suda. Canaria? Shiroyasha. You've already been to the outer universe of Little Garden? Shiroyasha. Yes. I used a teleportation card to locate it. That card is truly amazing. It let me pinpoint Canaria's exact location among countless outer universes. Even the Queen couldn't do that. Next time I see her, I'll make sure to rub it in her face. Suda, you two are really rivals. But seriously, is everything fine in that version of Earth? You didn't break it, right? Shiroyasha, how rude. Do you take me for a world-destroying Demon King? Suda, well yeah. Weren't you the White Knight Demon King? Shiroyasha, that was the past. Look at my nickname, I'm a benevolent god now. Suda mentally sighed. If I were stronger than you, I'd change your group nickname back to White Knight Demon King. Shiroyasha, besides, my divine status is only at the 4-digit level, now barely at the level of the weakest natural-born gods. I can safely visit outer universe Earths without affecting their environments. Suda, so, you've already brought Canaria back to Little Garden? 155. Doing strange things to the eye patch, Chinibu Suda had assumed that Shiroyasha had already brought Canaria back to Little Garden, but to his surprise, she denied it. Shiroyasha, no, Canaria isn't willing to return just yet. I couldn't do anything about it, so I split off a portion of my spiritual power and gave it to her, allowing her to reincarnate with her memories intact. This way, she can resolve the issue of her spiritual power. Shiroyasha's response left Suda momentarily stunned. Canaria had reincarnated? He recalled that in the original story, Queen Halloween had once sacrificed part of her spirit grid to let Faceless reincarnate with her memories as Kudu Ayato, who became the heroine of the second series. Could Canaria's situation be something similar? Suda, why doesn't she want to return to Little Garden? Shiroyasha, she said that as a defeated player in the gift game, her challenge has already ended. She'd rather leave hope to the younger generation she nurtured. Besides, if she returned, people like Izaoi wouldn't have an environment where they could temper themselves. After thinking it over, I agreed with her proposal. As long as she's still alive, she'll come back eventually, so I've made peace with it. Suda, so, are you still planning to interfere with Arcadia's development? Shiroyasha, nope. Let's just follow the original plot for now. I'm way too busy to meddle in all that. Besides, I still have to dig out Ouroboros. Shiroyasha, also, the gods and Buddhas of the upper realm are actually plotting to abandon Little Garden and create a new one. Those bastards. I'm going to make them regret it. Hee hee. Suda, Souta observed a brief moment of silence for the divine factions of Little Garden. Very few people were aware of Ouroboros and the plans of the various divine groups. It was an extremely well-guarded secret. But none of that mattered when Shiroyasha had a god's-eye view of everything. If his estimation was correct, the upper echelons of Little Garden were in for some serious turmoil. Just then, a message notification popped up. Tokusaki Kurumi, Souta. Souta, since you're in my world, can I ask you for a favor? Souta. Kurumi, no need to be so formal. Tokusaki Kurumi, all right. Then he'll get straight to the point. The 12th bullet Yudbet item card I gave you there should still be plenty left, right? Souta, do you need something that requires time travel? Tokusaki Kurumi, pretty much. Souta, I want you to go back 5 years and check whether Tabichi Origami's parents' deaths have changed. Souta, Tabichi Origami? Souta was taken aback by the message. Now that Kurumi mentioned it, he suddenly remembered there was a time loop involving Origami in the Data Live world. 5 years ago, Origami's parents had been killed by a spirit's power. At just 11 years old, she had witnessed the horrific scene with her own eyes. Fueled by hatred, she devoted her life to eradicating spirits. 5 years later, she was granted spirit powers by Mio Takamiya. Determined to change history, she sought out Kurumi and convinced her to send her back 5 years into the past. However, in an ironic twist, her own stray attack during the battle ended up killing her parents, leaving no trace of their remains. She had unknowingly become the very executioner she sought to destroy. Herein lay the paradox. Origami's desire to time travel stemmed from her parents' deaths. Without that catalyst, she would never have gone back in time, and thus would never have killed them. But if she hadn't killed them, what would have led her to seek time travel in the first place? It was an endless loop. Tokusaki Kurumi. Now that I know the full story, I definitely want to agree to send Origami back in time again. Without that event, she wouldn't have been the one to kill her parents. So which timeline does the current Origami belong to? Shiroyasha? This sounds like an interesting topic. Tell me more. Souta. He'll give a brief explanation. Souta quickly recounted the entire time loop involving Origami in the group chat. Rin Tosaka. This is so complicated. There's a causality issue here. Feels like the grandfather paradox. Shiroyasha. The logic of cause and effect is indeed problematic. But if you introduce an external factor, it all makes sense. Tokusaki Kurumi. What do you mean? Shiroyasha. For example, let's assume that originally Origami's parents were killed in a fire caused by Efreet. This tragedy led her to want to go back and save them. When she grew up and traveled back in time, she accidentally ended up killing them herself, thus altering the cause of their deaths. That way, the timeline flows logically. Souta, that does seem to make sense. Souta, hold on. I'll use my divine power to check when Origami's parents actually died in this timeline. Putting down his phone, Souta's eyes gleamed with golden light. A small portion of his divine power was quietly consumed. At the same time, information about Tabichi Origami's parents appeared in his mind. Since he was directly accessing records from the present timeline, it didn't require much energy. Died 4.5 years ago? That's strange. Souta was surprised. If Kurumi had refused to send Origami back in time, then her parents should have died in the original Manare car accident. Based on the current timeline, that should have placed their deaths at 3.5 years ago. Why hadn't the timeline changed? Could Shiroyasha have been right? Had Origami's parents originally died in a fire caused by Efreet? Souta shared his findings in the group chat. Tokusaki Kurumi. So it wasn't a car accident? That means Shiroyasha's theory was right. It really was an external factor. Souta, I should go back 5 years and take a look myself. Besides, I have something to do there anyway. Tokusaki Kurumi. Something to do? Don't tell me you're planning to do something to the 5 years younger me? Tokusaki Kurumi. Era Souta. How bold of you. Souta. He had to admit, Kurumi's suggestion was quite interesting. Of course, he wasn't referring to forcing his past self and Kurumi into anything lewd. He simply thought it'd be fun to tease the eye-patch-wearing Chinibu version of Kurumi. But there was no way he was going to say that out loud. Souta, where's your mind even going? I'm planning to leave a fragment of my divine realm in that era to collect faith over the next 5 years. That way, I can avoid wasting potential power. After all, Nia Hanjo's manga has been a massive hit since 5 years ago. Tokisaki Kurumi. Tokisaki Kurumi. I can't believe you actually thought of that. Tokisaki Kurumi. But wait, doesn't your divine power have an upper limit? How are you going to deal with that? Souta, I'm only collecting faith, not converting it into divine power. That raises the storage limit significantly. Later, I'll expand the separated divine realm using my current energy. That should be enough to store 5 years' worth of faith. 156. Shinobu, come devour me now. Divine power is often referred to as a universal panacea, but it is not omnipotent. For example, using divine power to wish for an upgrade in godhood levels is impossible. Or rather, it might just be impossible with the level of divine power currently available. However, using it to expand and solidify a divine kingdom is feasible. Souta had discovered this a long time ago, but due to his extravagant nature, his divine power never accumulated. Every time he replenished it, he would use it up quickly, leaving him unable to expand his divine kingdom. Tokisaki Kurumi. Souta, if you successfully collect faith from 5 years, shouldn't that be enough to cultivate a divine authority? Souta, no, far from enough. Thousands of years of faith. Why does it require so much? Souta, because divine authority is something that typically emerges within specific worldviews, like Dungeons & Dragons. Now, I have to manually achieve what an entire worldview naturally enables, so the consumption is outrageous. Tokisaki Kurumi. In that case, the only way to accelerate the process is by expanding the scale of believers. If we consider the current era of the Akame GA kill world, there should still be tens of millions of people within the empire. If they all become believers, the time required should shorten by over 100-fold. Altair, converting tens of millions of believers? That itself would take a long time, wouldn't it? Tokisaki Kurumi. If we conquer the empire and make Anning Dao the state religion, it should be possible, right? Chelsea, I don't think it's that simple. Even if Path of Peace becomes the state religion, forcing people to believe is meaningless. If faith isn't born naturally, it won't generate divine power. This process needs believers to join voluntarily, so it definitely won't be quick. Tokisaki Kurumi. All right, I was oversimplifying it. Souta. Actually, there's a shortcut. Tokisaki Kurumi. A shortcut? Souta. I asked the system before. It told me that when a number of members in our friend group reaches 10, the system will unlock an ability to help members deepen their comprehension. With this, I can continuously push my understanding of rules, which will drastically reduce the divine power needed to cultivate divine authority. Rinto Saka. Wait, there's such a benefit. Souta, huh? Why are you so excited? You can't afford a divine spark anyway. Rinto Saka. Rinto Saka. I'm not talking about divine sparks and divine authority. Think about it, our world's magic is essentially about understanding and mastering rules, right? This auxiliary function should apply to us too. That means I might be able to master a form of true magic. Souta, your development path should be the second magic, right? By the way, in your world, can 2 people possess the same type of magic simultaneously? Tokisaki Kurumi. This auxiliary function, it must be a welfare feature provided by the system to help members of our group grow stronger. Tokisaki Kurumi. Souta. How about this? I'll transfer my points to you. If we combine them with yours, we should be able to scrape together 10,000 points and buy an invitation letter. Then you can invite someone into the group and unlock the auxiliary function. Souta was a little touched when he saw this message. Kurumi was really kind. However, he couldn't rely on others to this extent. Souta, Kurumi, I appreciate the thought, but I suspect that this auxiliary function will be a major points drain. You should keep your points for yourself. Don't you still need to deal with Mio Takamiya? This is your chance to get stronger. Souta, also, if we buy an invitation letter and unlock the auxiliary function, but don't have points left to use it, That would be putting the cart before the horse. Let's wait a little longer. Sooner or later, the system will invite people on its own. Tokusaki Kurumi. All right, I didn't think that far. If you're not in a hurry, then it's fine. Shiroyasha. Suda. Hey, kid. Are you giving up on faith development in Low Garden? Suda. Low Garden? Pretty much. After all, Arcadia's community only has a handful of people. Developing believers there wouldn't be very effective. Shiroyasha. Oh, you might want to rethink that. Suda. What do you mean? Shiroyasha. I don't fully understand your divine system, but for what I can tell, believers should also have tiers. Have you ever considered that different species or souls and spiritual strengths might provide faith of varying quantity and quality? Suda didn't respond immediately. He was lost in thought. Faith quality, it did exist. Faith in the date-alive world was relatively weak since it wasn't born from true worship of a god. It was diluted significantly compared to the Akame Ga Kill world. However, he had never been worshipped by powerful beings before, so he couldn't determine if faith differed based on the strength of the believer. Suda. All right, Shiroyasha. After I finish what I'm working on, they'll go to your world and test it. Shiroyasha. It's a deal then. I'll tire. Suda. Don't forget about my birdcage plan. Suda. Got it. Playing the villain role, I'm looking forward to it. Rin Tosaka. Suda. You can also try the Holy Church in my world. If you impersonate their god and steal their identity, you should gain a huge number of believers. Suda. No, they'll pass on the Fate world. The existence of the Holy Church's god is questionable, and the counterforce probably wouldn't allow a petition-based divine system to exist. There's no way Aleya would share human souls. Shinobu. Suda. I have a hypothesis that might help you. Suda. Oh? You're here too, Kishat? Shinobu. Fine, I want to argue about how you address me. They'll just share my idea the supernatural beings in my world are essentially manifestations of faith. If you consume them, you might be able to absorb large amounts of faith directly. Suda. Suda. I'm not going to eat you. Shinobu. I wasn't talking about myself. I'm no longer a supernatural being. Hey, race an example. Take Hitagi Senjigahara, for instance. She's bound by a supernatural crab. If you consume that crab, you might be able to collect faith. Suda's eye twitched. That suggestion sounded weird. So, eating crabs makes you stronger? 157. Making a Higo face, now eating a crab to gain power. Suda suddenly thought of One Punch Man, where Saitama's first battle was against a crab monster. That monster had a human lower body, but its upper body was a genuine giant crab. And Saitama had a habit of taking parts of defeated monsters home for food. But did he ever actually eat that crab? Shaking his head, Suda cleared his wandering thoughts. Shinobu's suggestion was indeed feasible. Faith wouldn't accumulate naturally, it would dissipate if not absorbed. But this rule didn't apply in the Monogatari world. In that world, oddities were born from human belief and sustained by it, similar to a weaker version of D&D deities. They were essentially creatures made of condensed faith. Suda believed that even if these entities had no causal relationship with him, devouring them might allow him to obtain a significant amount of faith. It was worth testing. However, Suta, Shinobu, isn't your mission to help Hitagi Senjigahara a solo quest? If I go to help, you won't get any points. Let's just forget it. Shinobu, I'm already the strongest in my world. Whether I earn mission points or not makes no difference to me. I don't mind giving you this opportunity. Shinobu, hesitation is not a good trait. Just consider this an excuse to come see me. Sort of felt a bit complicated reading that. First, Kurumi. Now Shinobu both were willing to take a loss just to help him. He wasn't sure how to repay this kindness. Suda, all right, I get it, but I'm busy right now. Once I finish my current tasks, they'll come over. Shinobu, then let me know when you do. Suda, no problem. With that, the chat fell silent. It seemed everyone had gone back to their own business. Suda recorded every method they had discussed for gathering faith. This was the result of brainstorming, and he didn't want to forget any of it. Once he finished dealing with things in the date alive and Akame Ga Kill worlds, he would test each method one by one. For now, go get some sleep. Stretching and yawning, Suta turned off the TV with a remote and headed upstairs to Kurumi's bedroom. A busy night passed. The next morning, Suta left to visit Izaoi Miku at the hospital. Since he had promised to accompany her, he couldn't go back on his word. Otherwise, not only would she not recover, but she might suffer even worse psychological trauma. For now, his plans to return 5 years into the past could wait. This time, Suta didn't use divine power to teleport. He had decided to start practicing energy conservation. 10 minutes later, he reached the subway station, took one look, and immediately teleported straight to Mika's hospital room. Japan's subway was terrifying, especially in a busy city like Tengu. During rush hour, trying to squeeze into the train was pure madness. Mika was in the middle of breakfast when Suta appeared out of nowhere, startling her so much that she spat out her milk, drenching herself. Suta, saw thee. Did I scare you? Suta snapped his fingers, using divine power to instantly clean Mika's clothes. Welp, so much for saving energy. He really couldn't resist using it. This power was just too convenient. It completely indulged his laziness. What a convenient ability. Miku looked at him curiously before checking her now-clean outfit. Suta glanced at the milk she had been drinking. Wait, does Miku drink this every morning? No wonder those two things were so big. Miku, question, do your shoulders often feel sore? Miku widened her eyes in surprise and nodded. Yeah, they do. It happens all the time. Suta, you really know everything. Huh? No, you're just slow. Suta silently thought. If Kurumi were in her place, she would have understood instantly. But Miku, he remembered her intelligence stat was only 70. Her grades were terrible, and she practically cheated through exams. If she didn't understand something, she just gave up on it, and since she had her idle career, the school teachers just let her be. Suta, can you continue the story from yesterday? Miku suddenly spoke, pulling him from his thoughts. Sure, but why are you so interested in my and Kurumi's stories? Because I admire that kind of relationship. Miku simply smiled, not voicing the thought. She had started to understand Suta's personality. If she acted a little spoiled occasionally, he wouldn't mind. Then let's pick up where we left off. Suta didn't press for an answer and quickly fell into storytelling mode. The day passed as they shared stories and conversations. Over the next few days, Suta visited Miku regularly. Their bond grew stronger, and they gradually became more comfortable with each other. Mika's emotions stabilized, and when the topic of men came up, she no longer showed outright disgust. The darkness in her eyes slowly faded. Then, on the 5th day, something unexpected happened. At around 5 p.m., while sitting in Mika's hospital room, Suta suddenly furrowed his brows. He sensed a reaction from one of his detection spells. The Data Live world had a unique energy called Ryuryoku, spirit power. Since Suta spent so much time around Kurumi, he had memorized its characteristics. To avoid being caught off guard by Mio Takamiya, he had set up divine detection spells around the hospital to sense spirit power fluctuations. Now, those spells had just reacted. What's wrong? Miku asked, confused by his silence. The gloom in her eyes had completely disappeared, and a beautiful, gentle smile remained on her lips. Suta looked at her and quickly instructed, the original spirit is coming. Your current expression won't work. Quick, put on a really miserable face. Miku, I can use my divine power to fake your despair aura, but your expression has to be convincing. Suta sensed the approaching spirit power rapidly closing in from the sky outside. He had no time to waste. I have to leave, or she'll detect me. If that happens, a fight might break out. So from here on, it's up to you, Miku. Miku swallowed her anxiety and nodded with determination. Go ahead, Suta. Suta gave her a nod before teleporting away. Not even 3 seconds after he left, a distorted, mosaic-like figure appeared inside the hospital room. 158. Such great evil. Suta instantly teleported 5 kilometers away, standing atop a high-rise building. With the aid of divine power, his vision surpassed human limits as he observed the situation at the hospital. Since he wasn't sure if Mio could detect him, He didn't look directly into the ward, but instead monitored the spiritual energy fluctuations around the hospital. In the world of day-to-day life, there should be something like fate, right? Suda suddenly felt a bit sentimental. Throwing more than 100 million people from the past into this world in batches would create an unimaginable butterfly effect. And yet, the fate of Miku remained unchanged. Or perhaps, those destined to become spirits wouldn't undergo much change at all. Speaking of which, just how strong is Mio now? After splitting her power, Suda suddenly felt a little curious and wanted to test her. However, after some careful thought, he decided not to court death needlessly. Once Mio unfolded her angel, she could probably break through his defenses in a single move. Moreover, the sheer amount of spirit energy within her was absurd. To stop time against someone of her level, Suda estimated that he still wasn't capable enough. Why do I keep thinking about fighting? Suda scratched his cheek, feeling that he was becoming increasingly violent lately. As his thoughts wandered, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the hospital. However, no spacequake occurred. A spirit would only trigger a spacequake through their own will, or when transitioning from the neighboring realm to the present world. Of course, even if a spacequake did occur, Mio Takamiya would likely prevent it. After all, she only wanted to resurrect Shinji Takamiya. She wasn't heartless enough to let innocent people in the hospital die unnecessarily. Did it succeed? Suda focused his attention, sensing Mio Takamiya's presence. The overwhelming spiritual energy she emitted had already disappeared from the hospital. In its place, a new source of spiritual energy was disturbing the detection techniques he had set up. Realizing this, Suda concluded that Mio Takamiya had already left. Without hesitation, he teleported straight to the hospital room using his divine power. As he arrived at the ward, he felt the surge of spiritual energy. Looking toward the eye of the storm, he saw Miku standing there, eyes closed, as if feeling the power within her. She was now dressed in her spirit attire, her upper body adorned with detached sleeves and ribbon-like bands of light, while her lower body featured a skirt with radiant frilled edges resembling a dress of pure light. The part of the spirit attire covering her legs and hips looked like smooth, white tights, exuding an aura of innocence and drawing the imagination. On her head, the crescent moon-shaped ornament added an inexplicable charm. It was an outfit identical to the one she wore during her idol performances. Miku? Suda called out. Hearing his voice, Miku's delicate brows twitched slightly before she opened her eyes. You're back, Suda. Her eyes gleamed with unmistakable joy. I really became a spirit. With a snap of her fingers, a giant pipe organ with a glowing keyboard appeared before her angel, Gabriel. As her angel manifested, the spiritual energy around her danced in excitement. Unable to hold back, she spun around, stepping into an elegant yet light-hearted dance. Confidence radiated from her. After a while, she finally calmed down from the exhilaration of gaining extraordinary power. Thank you. I truly appreciate it, Suda. Still in her spirit attire, Miku's face showed a hint of emotion as she approached Suda and bowed sincerely. No need to be so formal, we're friends now. After all, Suda smiled, happy for her. Friends should be more natural with each other. Just friends? Miku mumbled softly, seeming a little dissatisfied with that description. However, before Suda could react, she quickly regained her excited expression and asked, My voice, does it really have the power to control people's hearts? Yes, Suda recalled and explained, if you infuse your voice with spirit energy, any request you make will be impossible for humans to refuse. Then let me try. Miku gazed at Suda, anticipation flashing in her eyes. Then she spoke. Suda, please? Hug me. Suda, resting his chin on one hand, he coughed lightly and said, abusing familiarity isn't good, right? Why? I'm not an ordinary person. Suda shook his head. I have protective power that constantly shields me, nullifying any interference that isn't strong enough. Hearing this, Miku felt another wave of disappointment, but she hid it from Suda. That had been the perfect excuse and opportunity. But since it didn't work, it was wasted. If she tried again, Suda would definitely realize she was doing it on purpose. You have androphobia, don't you? Suda sighed helplessly. Why would you give that kind of command? I think I might have overcome it, Mika said. In truth, she hadn't overcome it at all. But somehow, she felt that if she touched Suda now, she wouldn't experience the usual disgust. Unfortunately, Suda didn't give her the chance. Now that you've gained the power of spirit, it's time for us to part ways. Suda checked his system phone. It had already been nearly 6 days since he arrived. You're leaving? Miku was startled. Where are you going? There are things I need to take care of in the past. Another time travel mission? Yeah, Suda nodded with a smile. Don't worry, you're really strong now. Even without me around, you'll be fine on your own. Mika bit her lip, her face filled with reluctance. But she had already taken up so much of Suda's time. She didn't have the heart to ask him to stay any longer. Then, can you go shopping with me? Just for an afternoon. Mika's eyes were filled with expectation. Of course, that's no problem at all, Suda agreed warmly. Time travel isn't urgent. Let's go now, but you should change first. Wait a moment. Following her instincts, Mika dismissed her spirit attire. In an instant, as the glowing fragments of energy dispersed, she stood completely naked before Suda's eyes. Suda's eyes widened. Everything else in his vision faded, leaving only two overwhelming, vision-blurring rabbits. They swayed slightly, and his heartbeat trembled in response. So big. AHHH. Mika screamed. Suda quickly averted his gaze and snapped his fingers. At the snap, a refined and elegant school uniform appeared on Mika's body, covering her delicate figure. Did you see? Cough. Sorry, unavoidable circumstance. Suda felt a little guilty and asked curiously, by the way, where did your clothes go before you transformed? I don't know either. Mika blushed slightly, looking embarrassed. But considering her usual personality, Suda had a feeling she did it on purpose. This uniform, Mika soon realized it looked quite nice. It's the one your future self wears. Suda explained before quickly changing the topic to avoid awkwardness. Didn't want to go shopping? Let's head out now. Suda, Mika suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. Going out with a girl wearing nothing underneath. You're quite the villain. She playfully lifted her skirt slightly, revealing a glimpse of her fair thighs. Suda sighed helplessly. Why did the girls around him always love teasing him? Wanting to conjure up some underwear too? He offered. No need. Miku quickly shook her head, smiling. Let's go buy some. I wanted to help me pick. 159. Plenty of ways to play with a bunny the entire afternoon. Suda accompanied Izayoi Miku as they strolled around Tengu City. They bought a lot of clothes and even found time to watch a movie. Under Mika's persistent persuasion, Suda even followed her into a lingerie store. The stares from the female customers were a bit piercing. Suda endured the awkwardness and picked out a few sets of pure and elegant lingerie for Miku. He then firmly refused her suggestion to try them on for him. At the checkout, the female cashier glanced at the oversized items and gave Suda a sly wink, as if to say, "You're one lucky guy, aren't you?" Or perhaps it wasn't just luck with his hands landing a good catch like her, but also his silver tongue and, well, maybe even his charm and confidence. Who knows? The cashier might meant all that and more. This made Suda feel a little helpless. By the time evening arrived, Suda teleported Mika back to her hospital room. Since the discharge paperwork wasn't completed yet, they couldn't just leave outright. Miku put away her purchases, then lay on the hospital bed, stretching her body comfortably like a cat. So comfy. I feel alive again. The soft mattress instantly relieved her exhaustion. Today is the happiest day I've had in over a year. Lying on her back, Miku looked at Suda, her face adorned with a gentle smile. From Suda's angle, he couldn't help but feel that the rise and fall of her chest was nearly obstructing her face. Are you leaving now? Miku asked. Suda nodded. Yeah, Kurumi asked me for a favor. I've delayed it long enough. Kurumi-san. Mika blinked. Where is she now? She's somewhere far away. She won't be back for a while. Souta casually brushed off the question. After all, explaining otherworldly matters would be a hassle. Mika took a deep breath, her expression turning guilty. Sorry, I kept you for too long. No, there's plenty of time. Don't think that way. Souta shook his head slightly and smiled. With time travel, there's no such thing as missing out. I can go anytime. Will you really come back to see me? A flicker of unease flashed through Mika's eyes. The betrayal of her fans had made her instinctively distrust promises and agreements. I will. Souta, noticing her concern, added 2 more words, I promise. Then, will you be able to find me later? Should I write down my address for you? Mika reached for a piece of paper to jot down her home address. But Souta stopped her. No need for that. Time travel doesn't affect the present. When I come back, you probably won't even have finished your discharge procedures yet. I see. Miku let out a soft breath, her smile returning. Then I'll wait for you here. If you get bored, you can take this chance to settle some personal scores. Souta reminded her, the 2 people who wronged you are still out there, enjoying their freedom. Oh, I almost forgot about them. A hint of disgust suddenly appeared on Mika's face. The time spent with Souta had been so enjoyable that she had temporarily set aside her bad experiences. Now that she remembered, she felt irritated all over again. Well, we'll be waiting to see their public apologies in the news. Souta chuckled. Of course, he was mostly joking since traveling back to the present wouldn't take much time. Miku would hardly have the opportunity to enact her revenge in such a short period. See you. With a simple farewell, Souta left the hospital room and headed to Kurumi's house. He needed to drop off the things he bought while shopping. What? Why not just store them in the system's inventory? Well, because any uploaded items would send a notification to all group members. If Kurumi saw it, she would definitely start asking questions. Wait, why does this feel like sneaking around in an affair? Gone, huh? Miku stared blankly at Souta's departing figure. In the end, they hadn't even touched each other. She felt a bit regretful. Would she still feel fear when touching Souta in the future? That was now a mystery. But since Souta promised to return after time traveling, she felt much better. There would be plenty of opportunities later. Next time, she would find a better excuse, one that Souta couldn't refuse to get a hug. After returning to Kurumi's house and putting everything away, a thought suddenly occurred to Souta. Wait, if I use the 11th bullet to push time forward by a few months when I return, wouldn't that give the split-off divine kingdom extra time to absorb faith? But then another question arose. If he traveled to the future using the 11th bullet, would there be a time limit on how long he could stay there? This led to another issue. There was already a precedent of time limits with the 12th bullet. When Itsuka Shido traveled 5 years into the past to save someone, he was forcibly returned to the present after his allotted time ran out. However, this wasn't necessarily an unsolvable problem. For example, the more time energy loaded into the 12th bullet, the longer one could stay in the past. Rinto Saka had been able to live in the past for a full year because she stacked multiple 12th bullet item cards. That's right, the 12th bullet item cards weren't just for traveling through time. They could also extend one's stay in the past. Rin and Ilya had used the 11th bullet to return to the future only because their 12th bullet effects hadn't expired yet. If they didn't want to wait, their only option was to force their return. But returning to one's original timeline was different from traveling to the future. In your original timeline, there was no time limit on how long you could stay. For the future, though, Souta wasn't sure. After all, Kurumi had never used the 11th bullet to jump forward in time before. Thinking about this, Souta pulled out his system phone and sent Kurumi a private message to ask. Before long, Kurumi replied, Tokusaki Kurumi, I'm not sure if the 11th bullet has a time limit either. Would have to test it. Souta, if there is a limit, your plan to send Mayoko and the others to the future might not work. You wouldn't be able to keep using the 11th bullet indefinitely to maintain their stay in the future. Tokusaki Kurumi, good point. I overlooked that issue. I'll test it first. If it doesn't work, we'll have to take them far from the Empire and wait for the right time to resurface, or just time stop them until the future to avoid disrupting history too much. Tokusaki Kurumi, Also, Souta, we can't travel to the future ourselves. And not just that, we're even restricted from revisiting certain parts of the past. For example, we can't go back to a past that the system has already occupied. 160. Please give me more embarrassing memories. Seeing Kurumi's message, Souta was a little surprised. Souta, wait, there are restrictions like this? Souta, and when you say the past occupied by the system, do you mean the past after we obtained the system phone? Tokisaki Kurumi, yes. I once tried to go back to the 2 months we lived together in my world, but I failed. Then I asked the system, and its answer was that it maintains uniqueness. It only exists in one instance at a time. So if I try to return to a past where it already exists, I get rejected. Souta, why were you trying to go back to those 2 months? Tokisaki Kurumi, please don't mind it. Souta, was there something you needed to do in the past? Tokisaki Kurumi, please don't mind it. Souta, you weren't trying to find the past version of me, were you? Tokisaki Kurumi, please don't mind it. Souta, what exactly did Kurumi want to do back then? Souta remembered that during those 2 months, he had just obtained the cure-all elixir. Other than that, he was just an ordinary person. Did Kurumi have some unfinished business with the past version of him? Could it be that she regretted living together for over 2 months without anything happening? So, she wanted to go back and make something happen? Souta, then what about the future? Why can't we go there either? Tokisaki Kurumi. The system's answer is that for beings who haven't transcended time, the future has infinite possibilities. This could easily cause conflicts with the system's uniqueness, so time travel to the future is blocked. Souta hadn't expected the system to be so strict. Before, he was able to time travel, but now that he had the system phone, he couldn't anymore. He quickly put on his finding loopholes mindset. Souta, I remember last time, during the mission in the Data Live world, you, me, and Shiroyasha traveled to 5 years in the past. If I travel to a point slightly earlier than that, and just wait for time to naturally pass, wouldn't I still end up meeting my past self? Tokisaki Kurumi. At this moment, Kurumi got a taste of what the system must go through all the time. Souta's question really stumped her. Not because it was difficult, but because it was just annoying. Good thing the system had no emotions. Otherwise, if it had to deal with Souta poking at loopholes like this all the time, it might one day just snap and erase him. Tokisaki Kurumi. Wait a sec, I'll ask the system again. Souta, no need, I'll ask myself. If you ask, then you'd have to relay the answer to me anyway. It's a hassle. After sending the message, Souta directly posed his question to the system. Soon, he received a response. No. The host will be expelled from that timeline and forcibly returned to their original timeline. All right, looks like the system had already patched this loophole. Souta, I just asked. The system said no. Looks like meeting a different version of myself is impossible after all. Tokisaki Kurumi, not entirely impossible. You can't go to the future, but you can still meet your past self from before you had the system phone. For example, Souta, you're about to meet the me from 5 years ago. Are you excited? The me from 5 years ago might have a lot of training potential, you know? Souta, Tokisaki Kurumi. The me from 5 years ago was very innocent. If you tricked her just a little, she might throw herself into your arms. Thinking about it like that, I'm actually kind of looking forward to seeing what kind of memories I'll gain when I return to my own timeline. Souta, after teasing him for a while, Kurumi finally lets Souta go. Souta sighed. He'd definitely get back at her for this someday. Hopefully, when that time came, Kurumi wouldn't complain about weak knees. Now that everything was ready, Souta wasted no more time. He took out the bullet of 12th and prepared to travel through time. To be honest, he was quite curious about what exactly happened 5 years ago. How should he put it? The fate of Tabichi Origami had already changed the moment Kurumi received the system's invitation. But there was a logical contradiction here. By the time Kurumi received the invitation, the event where Origami killed her own parents 5 years ago had already happened. Otherwise, the Origami of the present wouldn't even exist. In this scenario, if Kurumi simply refused to intervene and didn't help future Origami complete the time loop, then the logical chain would break. To put it simply, Origami's time travel is the cause. The past events from 5 years ago are the effect. But now, the effect had appeared before the cause. If Kurumi refused to help Origami time travel, then the cause wouldn't exist. So what would happen to the effect? Censored. Suta's eyes gleamed with curiosity. He pressed the bullet of 12th against himself. In an instant, he traveled 3 years into the past. Since one bullet of 12th didn't store enough time, he had to travel twice. For his second jump, Suta, driven by scientific curiosity, deliberately aimed for the period 5 years ago when he, Kurumi, and Shiroyasha had all existed. As a result, he felt a powerful repelling force push him back to his original time. Suta took out his system phone, checked it, and sighed. As expected, it doesn't work. And instead of sending me back 3 years, it forcibly returned me to my normal time. What a waste of item cards. Looks like the system's authority really couldn't be challenged. Suta set aside his disappointment, recalled the date when Origami's parents died, and prepared to time travel again. Fortunately, that date wasn't within the time period he had just been expelled from. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to go at all. Soon, after 2 successful jumps, he arrived in Tengu City 5 years ago. Night instantly turned into day. The season also changed. It was now the peak of summer. Suta looked up into the distance. The sun hung low in the western sky, about to set. The city's layout was slightly different from what he remembered 5 years later. The summer heat didn't bother him. He quickly observed his surroundings and confirmed his location. I remember the fire happened in Nankou District. It was about the same level as the energy surge when Miku became a spirit. Well, I guess I don't need to ask for directions anymore. Suta looked toward the center of the energy outburst. There, among the neatly arranged buildings, a massive pillar of fire shot up into the sky. Shortly after, it exploded, scattering flames everywhere. A sea of fire engulfed the city. Suta guessed that Kotori Itsuka had just transformed into the spirit of flames. Without hesitation, he used divine power to teleport directly to the scene. 161, the tall and fashionable girl, when Suta arrived at the scene. The fire had already spread completely. The entire Nankou street was engulfed in flames, with buildings and trees burning one after another. All around, cries of distress and screams echoed as the residents on the streets fled in terror. Suta activated his quirk, half cold, half hot, and sent out waves of freezing energy with a flick of his hand. Wherever he passed, a thick layer of ice formed on the ground. The spreading fire was quickly extinguished, preventing further casualties. Suta didn't know if the fire from 5 years ago had resulted in any deaths, but since he was here now, he wasn't going to ignore it. As he continued to move forward, freezing everything in his path, he soon reached the source of the spirit energy disturbance. It was a park. Suta stopped at the outskirts of the park and didn't go any closer. Based on the storyline, the 5 years younger versions of Shido Itsuka, Kotori Itsuka, and Mio Takamiya's phantom clone should all be inside. If he got too close and was noticed by Mio Takamiya, that would be a problem. Suta used his divine power to enhance his vision to the absolute limit, allowing him to see through everything with near-miraculous clarity as he observed the situation in the park. Little Kotori was wearing her spirit battle outfit and was crying loudly, while the young Shido Itsuka lay unconscious on the ground. Upon seeing Shido Itsuka's face, Suta was a bit surprised. Why? Does he look kind of too delicate? Although he found it a bit odd, his attention was quickly drawn elsewhere. A silhouetted figure stood not far from the Itsuka siblings, or rather, calling it a silhouette might not be accurate, as its real form resembled a pixelated blur, like a mosaic. Mio Takamiya. Suta whispered her name. At the same time, he concealed his entire divine aura inside his divine realm to avoid detection. Back then, Shiroyasha and Kurumi had teamed up to brutally beat Mio Takamiya down. If she still held a grudge over that event and decided to take it out on him, that would be bad news. Her angel abilities could bypass his divine shield, so if a fight broke out, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. I don't see future Shido Itsuka or Tabichi Origami either. So how exactly did Origami's parents die? Suda couldn't figure it out. So he decided to leave the area and search for Origami and her parents from this timeline to see for himself. However, just as he was about to move, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Since he was deep in thought and the surrounding chaos was too loud, Suda didn't notice someone approaching him. So, when he felt the pressure on his shoulder, he was startled. Turning around, he saw a tall and beautiful girl, about 1.7 meters 57 in height. She had a delicate and stunning face, with long, silky blue hair flowing down her back, and lively brown eyes that shone with intelligence. Her smooth, flawless skin looked soft and dewy, as if it could melt under the touch. She wore sakura-colored lip gloss and had cute hair accessories. Her long eyelashes, likely false ones, made her expressive eyes seem even larger. A faint perfume scent lingered in the air around her. She seemed to really enjoy dressing up. This place is too dangerous. You need to evacuate now. The blue-haired girl spoke urgently, her face filled with concern. However, contrary to her serious tone, her voice was incredibly cute. After saying this, the girl rushed past Suda and ran straight toward the park. Suda watched her back, recalling her exquisite features, and slightly furrowed his brows. Then he looked over at the 11-year-old Shido Itsuka lying on the ground inside the park. He compared their faces, and they looked shockingly similar. No way. Suda's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open, revealing a look of utter disbelief. Wait, no. This has to be a coincidence. Yes, just a coincidence. Refusing to believe it, he immediately took out his system phone and privately messaged Kurumi. Suda, Kurumi, you've seen Shido Itsuka before, right? I remember you even tried to test the Itsuka siblings by threatening them, only to get beaten up by Kotori, right? Kurumi. At that moment, far away in the Akame GA kill world, Kurumi rubbed her temples, feeling both frustrated and confused. What is Suda doing? Why is he bringing up such an embarrassing memory out of nowhere? Sure, he could be annoying sometimes, but he usually wasn't this blunt. Kurumi, what's wrong with Shido Itsuka? Suda, I want to know more about him. Kurumi, huh? But back then, you were the one who gave me all the intel. Shouldn't you know more about him than I do? Suda, fine, let me ask this another way. The Shido Itsuka you saw, what did he look like? Was he dressed as a girl? Kurumi, dressed as a girl? He was just wearing a regular shirt and jeans. It wasn't very gender-specific. Oh, but he did have pretty long hair. He tied it up in a ponytail, which is rare for a guy. Suda, wait, he already had long hair back then? Suda, but in the anime, Shido Itsuka didn't have long hair. Didn't you find that weird? Kurumi, the anime and reality are different. That's nothing unusual. After all, the system already said that each story world is independent and has nothing to do with reality. Some details being different should be normal, right? Kurumi, Suda, what exactly are you trying to say? Suda exhaled lightly. Although he couldn't believe it, his guess was probably correct. Suda, Shido Itsuka might actually be a girl. Kurumi, huh? Suda, no, more accurately, she should be called Shido Shirori. Maybe we've been mistaken from the start. Kurumi, wait a second. Isn't Shido Shirori just a fake name Shido used when cross-dressing? And why would Shido Itsuka be a girl? Suda, I have no idea. Maybe my world and the anime adaptation are just different. The story worlds are independent, and we don't even know which one existed first. Kurumi, this is truly shocking. Kurumi, but that's not the main issue right now. Shido no, Shiori showing up in the past doesn't make sense. I already decided not to let her and Tabichi Origami interfere with the timeline. So why is she still here? Other than me, no one else in the Data Live world should have the ability to time travel. Suda, because this past event existed before you even got your system phone. It's already recorded in history. It can't just disappear, right? I think the world's self-correction ability is bringing Shirori back to the past to maintain history. Before Suda could send his next message, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed through the air. Looking up, he saw a blinding energy beam descending from the sky. 162, following a beam of intense heat, struck Souta directly. The impact melted a large crater into the road, and the acrid smell of burning filled the air. Souta expressionlessly jumped out of the crater. What kind of luck was this? Standing still and doing nothing, yet still getting hit by a stray shot? A new surge of spirit energy appeared in the sky. Souta looked around and quickly locked onto the source. Right above him, a silver-haired girl wrapped in a pure white, fantasy-like dress floated, commanding multiple wing-like constructs. Thanks to his divine power-enhanced vision, Souta surpassed human visual limits and could see far beyond what any human eye could manage. However, his attention was drawn to the girl's expression in contrast to her elegant appearance. Her face was filled with hatred and anger as she glared at her enemy. She was confronting a humanoid, mosaic-like figure. The two clashed like meteors streaking through the sky, unleashing countless bursts of light and heat in the high-altitude battlefield. Thunderous roars shook the ears of those on the ground. Tabichi origami. Souta memorized the directions the two figures were moving in. Then, he quickly typed on his system phone. Souta, I just saw Tabichi origami. Tokisaki Kurumi. Looks like your guess was right. She really did return to the past. Souta, no time to chat. I need to hurry and save them. Tokisaki Kurumi, be careful, Souta. Using your power under Mio Takamiya's watch is risky. If things turn south, leave the date a live world immediately. Souta, got it. He'll be careful. Souta put away his phone and glanced at the park. Shido Itsuka no. Shirori Itsuka was already attempting to seal Kotori Itsuka's spirit energy. Scanning the surroundings, he quickly spotted the future version of Shirori Itsuka running at full speed. The girl ran desperately while shouting Origami's name toward the sky. Unfortunately, the distance was too great and Origami couldn't hear her. Souta bent his knees slightly and leaped into the air, tailing Shirori Itsuka from behind. He still had no idea where 11-year-old Origami and her parents were, so to conserve his divine power, he had to resort to this method. After all, based on the storyline, Shirori Itsuka was bound to encounter Origami's parents. Why does this feel like him some kind of stalker? Souta followed behind while mentally mocking himself. Something felt off according to the original story. Shirori Itsuka should have used Natsumi's ability to transform into her 11-year-old self. Yet, she looked exactly like her 16-year-old version. Butterfly effect. Perhaps? Shirori Itsuka stopped in front of a residential house after running for a short while. Her eyes locked onto something near the house's outer wall, revealing a look of shock. Souta arrived soon after, following her gaze, and saw a couple who appeared to be husband and wife. Their clothes were tattered and burned, likely from escaping a fire, and their bodies bore multiple injuries. Standing ahead of them was a young girl, likely an elementary school student. Her white, shoulder-length hair and delicate features left no doubt this was the younger version of Tabichi origami. A concentrated beam of light and heat built up at the forefront. With a thunderous roar, a beam of light descended from above heading straight for Origami's parents. Seeing this, Souta disregarded his cover and instantly teleported beside the middle-aged couple. Golden radiance shimmered at his fingertips as he pointed at the air immediately. Time stop activated. A domain enveloped him and Origami's parents, blocking the scorching beam. No matter how fiercely the light and shock waves raged, they couldn't barado the time stop field. This was a defensive technique Souta had developed after being inspired by a certain anime, No Game, No Life. In that story, the elves had created a spell called Ku Li Aunts, Eternal Fourth Protection, which could halt time to block any attack. Now Souta's time stop formed an absolute defense, keeping the devastation at bay. The stray attack wasn't powerful enough to break through. When the chaos subsided, Souta deactivated time stop and looked toward the sky. Thankfully, Mio Takamiya had disappeared, likely unaware of his presence. His gaze met that of Spirit Origami, clad in her white wedding dress like spirit armor. She froze for a few seconds before realization struck her. She had almost killed her own parents. Souta pulled out a 12th bullet Yud Bet card from his inventory, infused it with divine power, and teleported it into the air beside Origami. A message accompanied it. Take this and recite Extend Time. It will let you stay in the past longer. I have some questions for you. At that moment, Shirori Itsuka approached with a shocked expression. You? The person outside the park earlier? Hey, Shirori. Souta greeted her with a smile. Shirori blinked, bewildered. Not only did he know her, but he also addressed her so familiarly. Who was this guy? Before she could process further, a collapsing building threatened to crush the 11-year-old Origami. Souta stomped the ground, ice burst forth, spreading rapidly and freezing the falling debris solid. The flames extinguished, and danger was averted. Origami, come over here. It's not safe there. Souta gestured to the young girl. Little Origami, still stunned from the earlier events, hesitated. But since this man had saved her parents, she instinctively followed his instructions and clung tightly to his waist. Thank you. Little Origami spoke softly. Thank you so much, Shirori Itsuka added, exhaling in relief. She patted her chest, as if to ease her nerves. By the way, who exactly are you? Shirori studied Souta from head to toe. Was it just her imagination? Though she had never seen him before, he seemed oddly familiar. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted. I'm curious about that as well. Souta turned to the side spirit Origami, clad in a wedding dress-like spirit armor, had landed without him noticing. 163, so. You two are a couple? The spirit-dressed Origami descended from the sky, landing about 3 meters away from Souta. A puzzled expression appeared on her usually cold face as she examined Souta from head to toe. The first to react to her arrival was the 11-year-old Origami. The little girl glared at the spirit Origami with a wary look. This person, judging by her outfit, she must be the one who attacked her parents from the sky earlier. That icy expression, there's no way she's a good person. The spirit Origami noticed the young girl's glare, and for the first time, her usually emotionless face wavered. At this moment, she fully understood the truth behind her parents' deaths. It was her. She had killed them with her own hands. She had traveled back in time to save them, yet she ended up being the one who caused their deaths. What an ironic twist of fate. Even though her parents were saved this time, the fact remained unchanged in her memories. She had killed them once. Origami's brows knitted together, her face twisted with pain, and she became visibly shaken. Souta grew tense at the sight. Although he had prevented her from witnessing the tragic scene firsthand, thus avoiding an immediate inverse transformation, there was no telling how her emotions would spiral now that the truth was out. Fortunately, at that moment, Shirori suddenly rushed toward Origami and embraced her tightly. I'm so glad. Origami, I kept calling you, but you didn't respond. You scare me to death. Tears welled in the blue-haired girl's eyes, as if she was overwhelmed with relief. As long as you're okay. As long as you're okay. Shirori, instead of her usual response, where shed revel in the embrace with a love-struck expression, Origami seemed dazed. Rather than feeling delighted that Shirori was hugging her, she found herself unsure of how to face her. Souta approached the two and gently placed a 12th bullet's item card on Shirori. Origami watched his actions closely, only relaxing when she confirmed he meant no harm to Shirori. Let's save our questions for later. You two should take a moment to collect yourselves. Souta gave them space, then walked toward young Origami and her parents. At this point, Origami's parents wore bewildered expressions, completely lost about what was happening. Meanwhile, little Origami eyed Souta with curiosity, seemingly wanting to know who he was. Are your injuries okay? Souta asked Origami's parents. We're fine. Thank you so much for saving us. Her father stepped forward and said, If it's all right, may we ask who you are? All three of them were curious about how Souta managed to block that devastating attack and freeze the collapsing wall. Me? Well, as you can see, I'm just a wandering metahuman who happened to pass by. Souta thought for a moment and decided to borrow an identity from a manga. If you've read Nia Hanjo's manga, you should be familiar with me. Her latest serialized manga is based on my real-life experiences. I often travel the world like this, helping those in distress along the way. You're Souta? Little Origami's eyes widened in disbelief. A manga character had come to life? Seeing her doubt, Souta chuckled and clarified, I'm not a character from manga. Rather, the manga is based on my story. Origami, do you know this man? Origami's father asked his daughter. Little Origami nodded and gave a brief introduction of Souta's background. A few minutes later, Origami's parents looked as if their entire worldview had been shattered. Superpowers really exist? Both were visibly shaken. Meanwhile, little Origami scooted closer to Souta, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration. Souta, did you really save over 100 million people? She had taken an instant liking to him, perhaps due to her familiarity with his manga counterpart. She even called him by name, skipping any honorifics. What a bold little girl. More or less. Souta nodded, then crouched down and said, but I didn't do it alone. The Time Emperor helped me travel through time. So, Origami, when you grow up, don't hate spirits, okay? Be a kind person. Although she didn't fully understand his words, Origami nodded obediently. Souta smiled. Teasing kids was kind of fun. Standing up, he glanced over at Spirit Origami. Seeing that she and Shirori had separated, he decided it was time for a conversation. Turning to Origami's parents, he said, by the way, could you keep today's event a secret? Let's pretend we never met. No way, little Origami objected. You saved my parents. We have to repay you. Souta gently patted her head and ruffled her hair. Save that thought for when you grow up. Then he looked over at Spirit Origami. She was already looking at him. Their gazes met. How about we find somewhere to talk? Souta suggested. I agree. Itsuka, Shirori chimed in enthusiastically. She looked at Souta with curiosity. I have a lot of questions for you. What a coincidence, I have plenty for you as well. Souta gestured toward an area beyond the fire zone. Let's find a cafe to sit and talk. The fire had only affected the South Nanko district, so the commotion hadn't spread to other areas. Led by Itsuka Shirori, the group arrived at a shopping district in the neighboring area and settled into a cafe. Souta, Shirori, and Spirit Origami sat together to discuss their matters. You're not from this era, are you? Origami stared at Souta, her tone firm. You're not in my memory. Souta nodded. Just like you two, I traveled from the future. He casually pointed toward little Origami, then continued. I spoke with the past version of you earlier. You seem to have read Nia Hanjo's manga. This makes things easier to explain. Nia Hanjo was the second spirit ever born. Her angel has the ability to record and search through information. The manga you read? She created it after reading about my experiences. It was you. Upon hearing this, even Origami, who usually maintained a cold and calm demeanor, looked completely shocked. 164. Suddenly gone. A cold and indifferent Origami suddenly showed a look of shock. It wasn't her fault after all. Having a manga character appear in reality was a bit too fantastical. She looked at Souta with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. If he wasn't lying, then the young man sitting across from her was actually someone who had saved the world. I've read that manga too. I never thought. Itsuka Shirori looked at Souta in amazement. I never thought it was real. And that I'd one day meet the protagonist in person. Ahem, let me correct something. The story in the manga has been exaggerated. Souta reminded her. For example, the love triangle is fake, and I have absolutely no interest in Shiroisha's lowly body. So please, don't misunderstand me. Itsuka Shirori gave Souta a subtle glance. If Souta hadn't brought it up, she wouldn't have even thought about it. But now that he did, she couldn't help but wonder, was the guy sitting across from her a Lullicon? Souta noticed the strange look in Shiori's eyes and quickly changed the subject as if nothing had happened. Let's put the manga aside for now. I want to ask, how exactly did you travel back to the past? First of all, thank you for saving my parents. Origami didn't answer immediately, but instead asked Souta a question. Before I respond to you, May I ask what your purpose is in coming to this era? I came at someone's request, Suta said honestly. You should know Tokisaki Kurumi, right? Tokisaki Kurumi. Itsuka Shirori was startled. That worst spirit? Suta was a little surprised. Worst spirit? That shouldn't be. The past has already been changed. So Kurumi shouldn't be collecting time by killing people anymore. No, not necessarily. Suta remembered that Kurumi didn't particularly mind getting rid of people who were scumbags to begin with. Let's put Kurumi aside for now. Suta brushed past that topic and got straight to the point. In short, Kurumi asked me to check on the history of origami tabichi in the past. According to the original timeline, you traveled back in time because Kurumi used the 12th bullet on you. But now, she has no intention of doing that. This could break the chain of causality, so she asked me to return and see if anything would go wrong 5 years ago. Suta slowly explained the concept of the historical time loop to the two of them. So that's how it is. After listening, Itsuka Shirori pondered for a moment, sorting out the logic. Origami, on the other hand, remained silent the entire time, her expression occasionally showing traces of deep sorrow. So it was true her parents had died by her own hands. Hearing the answer directly from Suta's mouth sent a stabbing pain through her heart. At that moment, her parents were sitting at a nearby table, but she didn't dare to glance in their direction. Whether it was guilt or regret, she wasn't sure. Seeing her like this, Suta could only try to comfort her. Everything has changed now. You could try to let it go, but I still remember everything. A shadow clouded Origami's eyes. Origami, don't think about that for now. Itsuka Shirori held her hand. Suta sans action, wherein va? How is it that you and Nightmare, Kurumi-san, know so much about us? Hearing this question, Suta hesitated about whether to tell the truth. He quickly realized that explaining it would be incredibly troublesome, so he decided to make up a more convenient answer. He simply said, I mentioned earlier that the manga artist Nia Hanjo is actually a spirit, right? Itsuka Shirori nodded. Does she have something to do with it? No, I just wanted to mention her. Ahem, don't get frustrated just yet. I haven't finished talking. Suta organized his thoughts and continued. As a spirit, Nia Hanjo's angel has the ability to search for information. She can investigate events from the past, present, and even the future. I, on the other hand, have a similar ability. Do you understand now? Information searching? Itsuka Shirori folded her arms and leaned back slightly. She spoke in a slightly wary tone. How detailed can this search get? Like, for example, can you find out a girl's 3 sizes? Beside her, Origami's gaze instantly sharpened. Suta completely ignored their weird reactions. Anyway, the reason I know about you guys is because of this ability. I see. Origami nodded. Regardless, thank you for your help. I'll tell you what you want to know. What I want to know is just what I asked earlier. How did you travel back to this era? Suta asked curiously. Was it because of Kurumi? It wasn't her. Origami shook her head. While I was searching for Tokisaki Kurumi, I suddenly ended up here. Suta was stunned. Wait, that's possible. He then turned to Itsuka Shirori. What about you? I was looking for Origami, and then I suddenly ended up here, Shirori answered honestly. Suta rubbed his temples. The more he thought about it, the more surreal it felt. Was the world's corrective force, let's just call it that for now, really this casual? If they traveled this way, how would they return to the future? Would it be a perfect loop just suddenly returning as well? Suta thought about the 2 12th bullet ability cards he had given them. Were they going to be wasted just like that? It wasn't that he regretted using them. He just felt like he had done something completely unnecessary. No, wait. Maybe not. Perhaps the 12th bullet allowed them to retain their memories even after the world line changed. It seems like this world really does have something like fate or corrective force that smooths out all logical contradictions. Origami and Shiori's experiences seem to confirm his theory. Fate. Origami suddenly frowned and stared into Suta's eyes. Could it be that my parents' deaths were part of fate all along? Was it fate that pulled me back into the past? I don't know if you can call it fate, but your parents do seem to be shrouded in misfortune, Suta revealed. Even though their deaths have been prevented now, a year later. they would still die in a car accident. Origami's expression turned serious. How could that be? Don't worry, Suta glanced toward the young Origami in the distance and said, one of my goals in coming to this era is to ensure your parents' safety. I will take care of it. Origami took a deep breath and bowed her head towards Suta. Thank you for your generosity. I apologize for doubting you earlier. You truly are just as admirable as in the manga. Yes, Suda-san truly deserves the title of World Savior. Thank you for everything you've done for Origami. Both Itsuka, Shirori, and Origami bowed their heads in gratitude. Their gestures were solemn and sincere. Suda sighed softly. You don't have to be so formal. I act purely based on my own interest honestly. It's just to give myself a sense of satisfaction. But regardless of your reasons, you've indeed helped us. I don't think you need to draw such a clear line between personal motivations and the impact you've made, Itsuka Shirori said with a gentle smile, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Compared to Origami, Suda felt that she had a bit more feminine charm. As expected, knowing how to dress up really does make a difference, huh? Right? All of a sudden, Itsuka Shiori's voice became a little more excited. Mr. Suda, since you can access information, do you know about the one who grants human spirit powers? Origami perked up, listening closely. Yeah, Ido, Souta replied, his expression turning nostalgic. Back in the past, we even gave her a good beating. Then can you tell, no? Shirori blinked, looking a little disappointed. Why not? It's not that I don't want to tell you. Suda shook his head helplessly. But, how should I put it? That individual is way too powerful. If you learn about her existence now, you'll have to be extremely cautious in the future. If you accidentally expose that knowledge, your fate. Suda trailed off, then sighed. In short, telling you now would only put you in danger. Being left hanging like that, Itsuka Shirori looked utterly dissatisfied, as if she had just been forced to stop reading a book halfway through because the author decided to quit writing. The author knew the ending, but refused to share. It's so frustrating. All right, just trust me on this, Suda said, smoothly changing the topic. He then gestured toward Origami's parents. This is a reunion after 5 years. Rather than talking to me about this stuff, Origami, you should go spend time with your parents. Origami hesitated, a troubled expression appearing on her face. Being sent back? Shirori and Origami quickly realized what was happening. In the final seconds before disappearing, Itsuka Shirori looked at Suda and shouted, Thank you, Suda. We'll see you in the future. And just like that, the two of them vanished before Suda's eyes. But Suda wasn't focused on them anymore, because just now, when his gaze casually drifted toward the window, he thought he had caught a glimpse of Kurumi's figure. 165. Good feelings should be cultivated from a young age. Come to think of it, Kurumi used to frequently send her clones everywhere to gather intelligence. Suda started recalling Kurumi's past habits in his mind. He remembered that in the original story, Origami Tabichi, after becoming a spirit, had once captured some of Kurumi's clones scattered throughout Tenga City. She then interrogated them to find Kurumi's main body and, after locating her, forced Kurumi to send her back to the past. And that wasn't all. Because Kurumi wanted to find Hanja Nia, she would send her clones to any place where a DM Corporation branch existed. Needless to say, many of these clones were killed. In fact, just the ones killed by Mio Takamiya alone were. No, stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about it. Suda suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart. At that moment, he made a firm decision if he ever became powerful enough, reaching the level of a Toru Majitsu no Index, magic god, he would resurrect all of Kurumi's clones that had ever perished. I shouldn't be mistaken, looks like the Kurumi of this era has noticed me. The fleeting shadow outside the floor-to-ceiling window was most likely Kurumi. Realizing this, Suda suddenly became vigilant. Not because he was wary of Kurumi, but if Kurumi could detect him, did that mean Mio Takamiya could as well? Suda wasn't sure how skilled Mio was at gathering intelligence, but staying cautious wouldn't hurt. With that thought, he immediately checked his remaining divine power. Thankfully, it was nearly full. Moreover, after 5 years of collecting faith for several days. The divine power converted from his divine spark had actually exceeded the capacity of his divinity. The excess power had been uploaded to his store as a backup, so for now, there was no need to worry about consumption. Souta, where did they go? As Souta checked his own status, a crisp, childlike voice reached his ears. It was young Origami's voice. The little girl still called his name without hesitation, which was rather unusual for a Japanese person. Japanese culture values hierarchical relationships, so could it be that her fondness for manga characters had lowered her guard and deepened her sense of closeness with him? Due to his heightened awareness, Souta had already sensed Origami approaching him, so he wasn't surprised when she suddenly spoke. The serious expression on his face softened into a gentle smile as he turned his head toward the elementary, school-aged Origami. They traveled back from the future, and they just returned to their own time. Time travel? Just like in a manga? Origami's bright eyes sparkled with admiration. That's right. Souta chuckled. Remember that blue-haired girl? Her name is Itsuka Shirori. She's a really nice person and lives in Nankou Town, just like you. You should befriend her in the future. Since it's your request, I will. Origami nodded seriously, her expression solemn. How long will you stay in this era? Souta? She now wore a hopeful look. Perhaps it was her childlike innocence. She really wanted someone with special powers like Souta to stay with her a little longer. After all, who didn't dream of superpowers when they were young? Everyone goes through a Chinibyu, middle school syndrome, phase. It's hard to say for sure, but he'll probably be here for a few days at least. Souta thought carefully before answering. Besides wanting to leave a portion of his divine kingdom in this era, he also wanted to meet Chinibyu Kurumi from this period. Getting a first-hand look at Kurumi's embarrassing past opportunities like this were rare. There's a saying, if you love her, you must accept everything about her, including her black history. Exactly. That's the logic. Kurumi had a different charm in every time period. Souta still vividly remembered the 4 heavenly kings among Kurumi's clones. 7 years ago, the gentle Kurumi dressed in a white Lolita outfit nicknamed Loli Kurumi. 6 years ago, Kurumi with bandages wrapped around her hands, legs, and head, probably her peak Chinibyu phase nicknamed Bandage Kurumi. 5 years ago, which was the present time period, Kurumi wore a medical eye patch nicknamed Eye Patch Kurumi. Later on, she even wore a slightly gothic-style kimono, adding yet another distinct flavor to her persona. It was simply irresistible. Back at the Akame GA Kill World, even though Kurumi had summoned many clones, she never summoned the 4 heavenly kings of Chinibyu. She was probably too ashamed of that phase of her past. That had been quite a disappointment for Souta. I just came up with a great way to tease Kurumi. A mischievous grin spread across Souta's face. Souta, you look so dumb when you laugh like that. Origami blurted out a brutally honest comment. Souta helplessly restrained his smile and looked at the young Origami. Origami, you should show me a little more respect. But I do respect you, Souta. Origami tilted her head in confusion. Forget it, just keep being yourself. Souta decided to let it go and change the subject. You should be in 6th grade now, right? He remembered that in Japan, children started elementary school at 6 years old. Yes, Origami nodded. I just got home from school today and saw our house on fire. If it weren't for you, my parents would have been hurt by that bad woman. Cough. You shouldn't call her a bad woman, Souta reminded her. Why? Origami tilted her head. You'll understand in the future. Souta answered ambiguously. After that, the two chatted about various topics. Origami, seemingly lacking friends her age, gradually opened up to Souta, sharing stories about her school life. Souta listened attentively, occasionally offering advice or playfully teasing her with jokes. A pure and joyful smile appeared on young Origami's face. After refilling their coffee several times, Origami's parents finally called for her. They both nodded at Souta as a gesture of appreciation. All right, that's enough talking for today. Souta pointed forward. Your parents are calling you. Go on now. Are you leaving too? Origami gazed at Souta anxiously, her face full of reluctance. She was terrible at hiding her emotions. Souta had treated her like an equal rather than a child, making conversations with him feel natural and comforting. Moreover, he had saved her parents and was an incredibly handsome manga-like figure. She really wanted to befriend him. Don't worry. I'm an adult. If I were leaving, I'd say goodbye properly. Souta gently ruffled Origami's hair and reassured her. He'll be around for a few more days, so you can always come find me here at this cafe. Then let's pinky promise. Origami held out her small, fair hand, amused by her innocence. Souta hooked his pinky with hers. 166. 5 years. 5 years. Do you know how I've spent these 5 years? For the next few days, Souta continued to gather faith while carefully selecting a location to place the divided sections of his divine kingdom. In the act came Ga Kill World. He could place his divine kingdom anywhere without concern because there were no beings like Mio Takamiya, nor were there any experts in soul research. So, even if he threw the divine kingdom directly onto the ground, no one would notice. But the Data Live world was different. Who knew if Mio might casually unfold her Einsof while passing by and accidentally cover his divine kingdom? If that field could detect the presence of the divine kingdom, all his efforts would be wasted. Thus, he had to be extremely careful in choosing its location. This wasn't something to be taken lightly. His first thought was to place it in space. The reasoning was simple. Mio probably wouldn't randomly decide to fly into space, right? However, he wasn't sure if which Natsumi existed in this era's sky, so to be safe, he abandoned that idea. With that option ruled out, he could only place it underground. Faith transmission ignored physical obstacles, so burying it underground wouldn't affect its collection. Souta, we moved to a new house. Souta, help me with my homework. Souta, do you want to come to my house? On the other side, Origami would come to the cafe alone every day after school, always arriving at the same time. In Japan, elementary schools generally don't allow parents to drive their children to school, nor do parents typically pick them up. Most families choose schools close to home, and walking to school is encouraged. Realizing this, Souta grew concerned that Origami, who took a detour every day to visit the cafe, might attract unwanted attention. After all, a young girl like her on her own was uncommon in this area, and it was natural to worry about her safety. Even though she was only 11 years old, her lively and adorable appearance already made people steal glances at her. The chances of attracting a predator were quite high. To prevent any incidents, Souta directly enhanced Origami's physical capabilities with divine power. He didn't go overboard just enough for her to take down 2 or 3 championship-level fighters with one hand. That same day, Origami went home and challenged her father to an arm wrestling match, leaving him groaning in defeat. When she realized her strength had actually increased, she was so excited that she had trouble sleeping that night. Sigh, and you're this thrilled just because you got a little stronger? What'll happen when you become a spirit? Are you going to ascend to heaven? The next day, Souta looked at Origami, who had dark circles under her eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. She really was just a child. Remember, don't misuse your strength to bully others, Souta reminded her. Origami nodded obediently. Her interactions with Souta often left her smiling. Even though her original home had burned down, she was now much happier than before. This left her parents feeling rather conflicted over the past few days. The two of them spent the next 5 days together in this warm atmosphere. On the 6th day, Souta finally selected the location for his divine kingdom. It was a place far away from Tenga City. Of course, before setting up the divine kingdom, he decided to meet Kurumi from this timeline. But before leaving, he needed to resolve the issue with Origami's parents. He had already thought of a solution. He just needed to find someone who could stay by their side and protect them at all times. And without a doubt, Origami herself was the best candidate. So, that afternoon, when Origami arrived at the cafe, Souta brought up the topic. Mom and Dad will die in a car accident. Hearing Suta's words, Origami was so shocked she was on the verge of tears. She trusted Souta unconditionally, so she didn't doubt his words for even a second. Don't panique. If I'm telling you this, that means there's a way to prevent it. Like a magician, Suta suddenly pulled out a thick stack of item cards from his coat. Handing them to Origami, he introduced them one by one. This is a time reversal card. This is a spirit summoning card. And this is a short-term memory erasure card. Keep these safe. If anything happens to your parents, use the first 2 cards to bring them back. If someone sees them coming back to life, use the last one to erase their memory. Suta explained the usage of each card in detail until Origami said she had memorized everything. Yes, this was a solution he came up with. If Origami's parents died once, she would simply bring them back. Suta didn't believe that, after reviving them multiple times, they could still end up dead. After all, the original story never explicitly stated that her parents were fated to die no matter what. That car accident could have just been an unfortunate coincidence. Of course, if they still somehow died despite all this, then Suta would proceed with Plan B. Go to the Bacano world, steal a massive barrel of the immortality elixir, and have them each take a sip. If they still died after that, well, at that point, Suta wouldn't even be mad. Just drag them into his world. And if even that couldn't save them, alright, at that point, it would mean that they must have desecrated the heavens in their past lives, and there was no saving them. Too bad the divine power shield only works on me. Otherwise, I could just split a portion of my divine power and embed it in them. As Suta muttered to himself, he noticed Origami examining the cards intently. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure flickering across the street outside the cafe window. Suta immediately stood up. Having spent so much time with Kurumi, he could never mistake her for someone else. That was definitely Kurumi. What's wrong? Origami asked, puzzled by Suta's sudden reaction. Suta ruffled her hair. Origami, it's time for me to say goodbye. You're leaving? Yeah. I pretty much finished what I needed to do in this timeline. I have to return to my own era. Though reluctant, Suta still spoke the words of parting. Origami was silent for a moment before looking up at Suta with a slightly anxious expression. Will we see each other again? Of course we will. So don't look so sad, smile. Suta pinched her cheeks gently. I belong to the future 5 years from now. If you just wait 5 years, you'll see me again. As he said this, he suddenly recalled the famous 500 years meme from some Invincible clips, and he couldn't help but find it amusing. Origami grabbed Suta's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. But she still responded seriously, I understand. He'll wait 5 years. She took a deep breath as if making a firm resolution. See you in the future, Suta. Suta smiled. Yeah, see you in the future. Lowering his presence, Suta teleported away from the cafe. Following Kurumi's lingering spiritual energy, he continued teleporting through the city. 5 seconds later, he arrived at a rooftop. At the edge of the rooftop stood a black-haired girl dressed in a gothic Lolita outfit. Sensing his presence, the girl spoke. You finally arrived, my contractor. Suta? The girl, none other than Kurumi, turned her head and looked at Suta with a scrutinizing gaze. Her hair wasn't tied up. Instead, it was adorned with rose-like ornaments. On her left eye, she wore a medical eye patch. It was unclear whether she was hiding her time clock eye or if she simply thought it looked cool. 167. One of the 4 heavenly kings of Kurumi, Suta, figured Kurumi probably thought wearing an eye patch was cool. After all, one of the clones created by the future Kurumi had existed 5 years ago as part of the so-called 4 heavenly kings of Chinibi, nicknamed Eye Patch 3. He glanced at this version of Kurumi, her long black hair flowing smoothly. In terms of appearance, she was identical to her future self, but her overall demeanor was different. It was as if she were deliberately trying to project an air of nobility and uniqueness, which, honestly, was kind of cute. Contractor, making me wait 6 whole days before appearing, your manners are sorely lacking. I must criticize you for this. Kurumi spoke in a slightly displeased tone while sizing Suta up from head to toe, nodding repeatedly as if approving of something. This lofty, disdainful attitude that looks down upon everything. As expected of the man I've set my eyes on. Quite to my taste. In that case, he'll forgive your rudeness just this once. Souta lowered his head and examined himself, but couldn't see anything particularly special. Did he really look lofty and disdainful of everything? Well, maybe it was because he had just used divine power to teleport and hadn't yet suppressed his godly aura. That might explain why he was giving off an overwhelming, almost divine presence right now. And yet, that somehow aligned perfectly with this era's Kurumi's preferences. Do you know me? Souta looked at her in confusion. Kurumi had called him contractor right from the start, even for someone with Chinibu. That was a bit much. In the mind of a Chinibu, a contractor signified something special like the wielder of the wicked Lord Shingan's Tyrant's Eye, or the Dark Flame Master. A contract meant a bond. Of course, you are Souta, the partner of my future self, the one with whom I formed an eternal contract. Correct? Kurumi spread her arms wide in a dramatic pose. At the same time, her shadow expanded unnaturally beneath her, and a classic flintlock pistol emerged from it, flying straight into her hand. She spun the gun in an elaborate flourish before pointing it at Souta, not in an aggressive way, but as if she were striking a dramatic pose for a fated duel. I already know. You and my future self have forged a deep bond and are fighting together for this world. Watching Kurumi showing off like this gave Souta secondhand embarrassment. But after adjusting his mindset, he actually found it kind of amusing. His gaze toward Kurumi softened. Wait, did you read the manga drawn by the second spirit? Is that how you know me? Souta made a guess. Kurumi's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Contractor, are you saying that mangaka Hanjo Nia-sensei is actually the second spirit? Yeah, Souta nodded. She used her angel to view past records and turn them into a manga. It was her. Kurumi lowered her gun, frowning slightly, as if feeling somewhat conflicted. She had been investigating this for so long, and now she had obtained the information so easily, it left her feeling oddly unreal. Oh, right, Kurumi. Kurumi? Is that what my future self lets you call her? Kurumi found the name oddly fresh. This version of her had barely interacted with others. There were almost no people who knew her real name, let alone called her Kurumi so naturally. Being addressed like this by her future contractor, for some reason, it made her feel a bit happy. Can you say it again? Kurumi asked. Kurumi. She smiled. She liked the way it sounded. Souta found her reaction amusing, but he didn't forget to get back to the main topic. Judging by your reaction earlier, you're still investigating the second spirit's whereabouts, aren't you? That's right. Why? Souta frowned. Your wish should have already been fulfilled, shouldn't it? There's no need for you to continue chasing after this, right? About that wish. Kurumi suddenly leaned in close, her expression filled with genuine gratitude. Contractor, you were the one who fulfilled my wish, weren't you? For that, I sincerely thank you. It seems that my future self has found a truly wonderful partner. I'm a little jealous. You are Kurumi. What's the point of being jealous of yourself? Souta couldn't help but laugh. It's different. This is a separate matter. Kurumi didn't dwell on the thought and continued. As for why I'm still investigating the second spirit, I want to find the origin spirit and confirm her identity. She's a dangerous figure. If she continues to lurk in the shadows, it makes me uneasy. Oh, Kurumi suddenly looked at Souta with sparkling eyes. Contractor, since you've traveled back 25 years, you must already know who the origin spirit is, don't you? Yeah, Souta nodded. Then, would you share that information with me? Kurumi gazed into his eyes, her expression filled with anticipation, making him want to pat her head. No, Souta refused without hesitation. Kurumi was stunned for a moment before her face turned slightly disgruntled. Why not? Her voice carried a hint of grievance. Aren't we supposed to be lifelong partners? You won't even tell me something this small? She could feel the unfair treatment and wasn't happy about it. It's for your safety. Souta instinctively wanted to pat her head but stopped himself, remembering they weren't that close in this timeline. If I tell you who the origin spirit is, You'll definitely try to approach her in secret and gather intel. But she's too strong, we're no match for her. What if she captures you? Are you worried about me? Kurumi touched her cheek, feeling an unfamiliar emotion stir within her. She shook her head. You don't need to worry, contractor. I can protect myself. Even if I investigate, it'll just send my clones. Kurumi, Souta hesitated before speaking seriously. Actually, your future self and I made a promise. A promise? What kind of promise? You agreed to treat every clone with care to stop using them as mere expendable pawns. In return, I would provide the time needed to activate your angel. Souta met her gaze. Your clones, they have independent thoughts. I just can't bear to see them get torn apart in battle. Maybe this is just me being selfish. Clones, huh? Kurumi looked a little surprised. She never expected Souta to care so much about something she had always treated as mere tools. Just like in a manga, he truly cherished every part of her. That thought made her secretly happy, as expected of her future contractor. 168. Gather my cringy past. Seeing the sincere expression on Souta's face, Kurumi smiled and said, All right, since this was a decision made by my future self, I have no problem following through with it. In that case, I won't pry into the matter of the spirit of origin anymore. As for my relationship with my clones, I will handle it properly. Hearing Kurumi's words, Souta breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Kurumi was still Kurumi. The same tactic could move her twice. No, it was just proof that she had always been kind at heart. Even though her current persona was wrapped in a Chuyuni style, Souta still felt a sense of familiarity with her. He smiled and said, Let's follow our future agreement, Kurumi. Since you've compromised, I won't let you suffer when it comes to time. Saying this, he immediately removed the lifespan cards he had redeemed from the system store. In an instant, a thick stack of item cards appeared in his hands, all designed to extend one's lifespan. Kurumi curiously watched Souta's actions. The manga had provided limited information, so she only had a rough understanding of Souta. She wasn't aware of too many specific details. So now, Souta fascinated her even more. Souta smiled at her, handed over one of the item cards, and said, This is a card that extends time. Try using one just mentally activated. Increase time. Kurumi's gaze was filled with curiosity as she took the card. Because she had already come to trust Souta, she didn't suspect he was trying to trick her. The moment she received the card, she immediately activated it. A soft glow flashed, and the card transformed into light particles that entered her body. Instantly, the clock-like eye hidden beneath her medical eye patch started spinning at an incredible speed. A moment later, the long-haired girl looked up at Souta, her face full of surprise. 1,000 years. Yup, one card equals 1,000 years. Souta stuffed the entire thick stack of cards into Kurumi's hands, saying, These are all yours. From now on, you can use time however you like. Oh, Kurumi blankly stared at the cards in her hands, her fingers trembling slightly. This was way too extravagant. Her future self actually had the luxury to waste time like this? Damn, that's way too enviable. Contractor. Kurumi leaned in closer to Souta, nearly pressing against him. How long will you be staying in this era? Looking at Kurumi, who was now so close that he could feel her breath, Souta had an impulse. And then he acted on it. He wrapped his arms around Kurumi's back and pulled her tightly against him. Kurumi was caught off guard and let out a soft sound of surprise. Contractor? She quickly realized what had happened and felt a little flustered. Should she push him away? Seeing how naturally Souta embraced her, it was clear that her future self and him often had this kind of intimate interaction. Kurumi hesitated, refusing might feel a little awkward. Besides, she didn't dislike it. In fact, it felt warm. Saw thee. I hugged you instinctively. Souta let go of Kurumi, coughed lightly, and tried to play it off. Kurumi shook her head with a soft smile, her eyes indicating that she didn't mind. She said, It seems my future self is surrounded by happiness. Contractor, you still haven't answered my question. How long will you stay in this era? I don't have any strict time limit, Souta replied. I can leave any time after I've settled my divine kingdom. Divine kingdom? Yeah, it's a manifestation of my power. Suta explained without hiding anything. Oh, you're saying you're a god? Kurumi suddenly looked even more intrigued, murmuring to herself, a god and a nightmare. Oh, such a contradictory combination. But the contrast makes it even cooler. Suta felt speechless. What's so cool about that? Contractor, I want to go with you to establish your divine kingdom. Kurumi suddenly declared, her voice brimming with excitement. The power of a god. It's been a while since something got me this pumped up. I'm not going to fight, you know. Seeing how fired up she was, Suta reminded her. Oh, by the way, Suta suddenly remembered something. Kurumi, you lured me out of that cafe. Was there something you wanted? Not really. I just wanted to see what kind of person my lifelong contract partner is. Kurumi gazed at Suta's face, as if memorizing every little detail. And after seeing you, I'd say you're exactly like in a manga. Contractor, you're a very kind person. Also, you're just as much of a pervert as in the manga. Suta felt his brain short-circuit. Pervert? Yes, a huge pervert. Wait a minute. I'm not taking the fall for that. Suta protested. I've read the manga too. Where the hell does it say the protagonist is a pervert? Even if he was, that has nothing to do with me. Contractor, denying something you clearly did will make my impression of you drop. Kurumi very seriously reminded him. What did I do? Suta was completely baffled. You clearly like girls with Shiroyashi's body type. Otherwise, you wouldn't have tried to conquer that girl named Origami, right? Kurumi pointed at Suta and pouted. I've been watching for these past 6 days. Seriously, doing that right under my nose. I'm a little mad, you know? Suta, damn you. Hanjo Nia, you really messed me up. Kurumi, let me correct your misunderstanding. Suta explained his relationship with Shiroyasha in detail. After listening, Kurumi asked, but you really did try to conquer that little girl named Origami, didn't you? Well, I was just messing around with a kid in my free time. Suta reasoned. Kurumi looked doubtful, clearly not buying it. Seeing this, Suta sighed and decided to drop the argument. At this rate, even he was starting to doubt himself. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Kurumi abandoned the origami topic and instead looked at Suta with intense curiosity. Let's go set up your divine kingdom already. I must witness the power of God. Sure, but before that, Suta smiled at Kurumi and said, I have a request. Kurumi, can you summon your clone from 2 years ago, your clone from a year ago, and the one in the gothic kimono? Kurumi was surprised, but then she smiled. You like my other looks too, huh? As expected in my contract, you really understand me. Without hesitation, she summoned the 3 clones. Suta immediately pulled out his iPhone and began taking pictures from every angle. He vividly remembered how Kurumi had once teased him over the system phone, telling him to go back 5 years and create more embarrassing memories for her. Well, since she had asked so sincerely, how could he refuse? So today, he was going to take a lot of pictures. Oh, it's me. Oh my, this man, he's taking pictures of us. He looks like the contractor from the manga. But why is he here? Kurumi, main body, spoke up. He has something to take care of in this era. I just happened to run into him. Suta smiled and waved them over. All right, everyone look at the camera. Let's take a group photo. Using his divine power, he floated the phone in midair, then squeezed himself between the 4 Kurumis. Click. A 5-person group photo was taken. Suta grinned mischievously. Kurumi, oh Kurumi, you always tease me. This time when I go back, it's your turn to suffer. 169, what you fear most will come. The Chinibu Kurumi clones have strong action power. After taking a group photo of the 5 of them, Suta hadn't even had time to check the picture before his iPhone was snatched away by them. Then, the 4 of them each took turns pulling Suta aside to take 2-person selfies with him. The Lolita-dressed Kurumi, dressed in a white Lolita-style outfit, formed her hand into a cat paw shape and playfully scratched Suta's face while letting out an adorable meow. The phone captured this moment. You're really adorable, Kurumi. I don't think anyone could be cuter than you, Suta commented, looking at her fair, delicate cheeks. Suta, you really know how to talk. He. Lolita Kurumi showed a satisfied expression before sinking into eye patch Kurumi's shadow. What about me? What about me? Next up was the goth punk-styled Kurumi, who placed her hands on her hips and moved close to Souta. Her right hand, left leg, and left eye were all wrapped in bandages, making her look as if she had been injured. However, in reality, your will is admirable. Keep going. You'll become a legend. No. Contractor, you're amazing. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. Bandage Kurumi beamed with excitement before jumping into eye patch Kurumi's shadow. Souta then turned his gaze to the Kurumi wearing a luxurious black kimono, which blended with a Lolita aesthetic and was adorned with floral patterns. Unlike eye patch Kurumi, whose eye patch was a typical medical one, Kimono Kurumi's eye patch was designed like the hilt of Yagij-Bei's sword, giving it a stylish touch. At some point, Kurumi had developed a fascination with traditional Japanese clothing. She not only researched various Japanese sword names, but also started using archaic kanji just for the sake of aesthetics, fully immersing herself in a Taisho-era romantic fantasy. The kimono Kurumi was a product of this phase in her thoughts. At this moment, Kimono Kurumi looked at Souta with anticipation, seemingly waiting for him to shower her with praise as well. This outfit has both a cool and elegant style, Souta said, giving a thumbs up. You've done a great job combining Eastern and Western elements. But if I had a nitpick, I'd say you're missing a katana if you had one. The look would be perfect. Oh my. Contractor, you really understand me. Not many people do, you know. Kimono Kurumi suddenly rushed forward and gave Souta a big hug. After the hug, she, too, returned to eye patch Kurumi's shadow. Now, Souta's iPhone was filled with embarrassing blackmail-worthy moments that would surely make future Kurumi cringe. Souta couldn't help but look forward to that moment. After all, Kurumi was usually so composed and often teased him. He occasionally wanted to see her flustered reaction. Of course, he wouldn't go too far. He'd tease her once, then delete the evidence. If he truly angered Kurumi, that wouldn't be good. As for whether deleting the pictures would be a waste, well, with the 4 Heavenly Kings Kurumi clones, she could always summon them again. Reliving these blackmail moments wouldn't be hard at all. Souta smiled faintly. Kurumi's different versions from various phases of her life were really interesting. He wondered if there was a version of her going through puberty. Oh, I almost forgot to say this. Souta turned to eye patch Kurumi and smiled, complimenting her. I think your eye patch looks great on you. Kurumi froze for a moment, then smiled. Contractor, I thought you'd forgotten me. I'm honored by your praise. You're welcome. Souta took out his system phone, checked the time, and then said, I'm heading to another city to set up the Divine Kingdom. Kurumi, do you want to come along? Of course. We already agreed on that earlier. Kurumi stepped forward and grabbed Souta's sleeve. Originally, she had intended to hold his hand, but a sense of shyness held her back. They had only just met, after all. Even though she knew he was her future partner, she still felt a little embarrassed. Let's go. Souta took the initiative this time, gently holding Kurumi's soft hand. Kurumi's face turned slightly red, but she didn't pull her hand away. Souta teleported them from the rooftop to the street, and then began walking at a leisurely pace toward another city. Since there was no rush, he planned to take his time exploring with Kurumi. The Chinibu Kurumi seemed curious about everything. She was usually busy gathering information on Hanjaniya, and she didn't like shopping alone. So for her, this was a rare opportunity. She thoroughly enjoyed the moment. By the time they reached their destination, it was already deep into the night. This place was far from Tengu City, completely unrelated to it, and very remote. Takamiya Miyo's activities were centered in Tengu City, so Souta had no intention of playing to the most dangerous place is the safest place game. A secluded location was the best place to hide the Divine Kingdom. So, are we digging underground now? Kurumi looked at the ground, pondering what method to use to dig through. Souta chuckled and shook his head. No need to go through all that trouble. I can just teleport the Divine Kingdom underground using divine power. As he spoke, he split off a small portion of the Divine Kingdom and used his divine power to expand and stabilize it, ensuring it could hold more faith. Since it needed to store 5 years' worth of faith. It had to be stable otherwise. It could collapse under the strain. Once everything was ready, he expended his divine power to teleport the separated part of the divine kingdom several kilometers underground. The divine kingdom existed between reality and illusion, so it wouldn't displace the surrounding matter. Instead, it would anchor itself within the void beneath the earth. After securing the divine kingdom, Souta removed his divine power product from the system store and restored his divine power to full capacity. He was preparing for any unexpected encounters with Takamiya Mio. All right, let's go back. With that, he took Kurumi's hand, and they started their journey back to Tenga City. However, whether it was due to Murphy's Law or something else, just as they reached the outskirts of Tenga City, an overwhelming sense of oppression descended upon them. Floating in the air ahead of them was a barely human-shaped, pixelated figure looking down at them from above. Souta's pupils immediately contracted. His nerves tensed as he entered battle mode. What's wrong? Kurumi noticed his tension. Souta let go of her hand, exhaled, and said, "We're out of luck. We just ran into the big boss you've been looking for." Hearing this, Kurumi looked at the pixelated figure ahead, her eyes widening in shock as she instinctively grew wary. Souta was filled with questions. Why was Takamiya Mio here? Although puzzled, there was no time to dwell on it. Using his divine instincts, Souta transmitted his thoughts directly to Kurumi. "This is the spirit of origin you've been searching for. Listen, I'll hold her off. You use your shadow space to escape and hide completely." Seeing Kurumi about to protest, Souta quickly added, "I can leave safely, but I won't abandon you. You must escape first so I can go. Understand?" Kurumi clenched her teeth but gave a small nod. At that moment, the pixelated figure trembled slightly, emitting a faint, quivering voice. "Finally, I've found you. 170, Mio Mom. Don't hit the face if you dare. Finally found you, the hero who once saved the world." A voice, seemingly trembling, emerged from within the pixelated mosaic figure. The sound fragments converged, forming words that resembled a synthesized electronic voice devoid of emotion, yet exerting immense pressure on Souta. Maintaining his composure, Souta quickly analyzed the possible reasons for encountering Mio Takamiya, while simultaneously asking, "Who are you?" "Who am I? Don't you already know?" "Sorry, I really don't." Souta looked at the mosaic figure and righteously declared, "I like things uncensored. Anything censored, I don't recognize. Playing dumb at this point is useless in front of me." The voice from within the mosaic momentarily faltered as if thrown off by Souta's remark. "You are Souta, aren't you? I've already confirmed your identity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come looking for you." "Confirmed? How did you find out?" Seeing that the other party hadn't attacked immediately, Souta continued speaking, buying himself time to strategize. "I don't recall ever having direct contact with you. Your story has already spread far and wide. The truth has been published in a manga. Hasn't it? I should thank that child for revealing it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes." Mio Takamiya descended to the ground, still wrapped in her pixelated shell, floating slowly towards Souta and Kurumi. "It took me quite some effort to track you down." At that moment, Kurumi suddenly felt an intense gaze from within the mosaic fixate on her. Then, that eerie electronic voice resounded once more. "Time travel is truly a troublesome ability. Spirit of time, I must ask you to go back into slumber for a while. You think I'll just agree to that?" Souta stepped forward, shielding Kurumi behind him. By piecing together various clues, he had more or less deduced how Mio Takamiya had discovered him. It must have been 6 days ago when he used his power to rescue Origami's parents. Given their proximity at the time, even Spirit Origami had sensed him. It would be no surprise if Mio Takamiya had as well. As for why she had waited until now to confront him, one possibility was that she wasn't entirely sure of his identity and needed time to investigate. Another possibility was that she feared the presence of Shiroyasha. That brutal beatdown from before must have left quite a psychological scar. It had likely taken her 6 days to confirm that Shiroyasha wasn't around, giving her the confidence to show up. Suda sighed inwardly. He had been too high profile. I'm sorry, but to ensure my plan remains flawless, both of you need to step down here, whether you like it or not. Mio Takamiya stopped 5 meters away, her spirit energy surging. She was about to make a move. Before you act, I'd like to express my gratitude. Suda felt the hidden eyes within the mosaic lock onto him. Her voice carried a subtle shift in emotion. I truly appreciate what you've done. In a way, you've erased the sins I committed, alleviating my overwhelming guilt to the extreme. You've saved many lives. Mio Takamiya seemed to sigh, but her tone quickly shifted. However, I'm sorry. Your existence threatens my goal. But rest assured, I won't harm you. Once I revive that person, it'll release you. I see. So you're worried that I might interfere with your plan. Hearing this, Suda considered the possibility of negotiation. If that's the case, we can sit down and talk it over. You want to reincarnate Shinji Takamiya as a being as powerful as a spirit, right? I can actually help with that, saving you the hassle of your current process. Oh, you figured out that much about my plan? The voice from within the mosaic carried a hint of astonishment. Just as Suda thought Mio Takamiya might be interested in hearing him out, she immediately shattered that illusion. If that's the case, I definitely can't let you roam free. Her tone turned resolute. You must step down here. Suda, wait, what the hell? How did this negotiation collapse in just one sentence? This is way too ridiculous. Suda took a deep breath, realizing that words wouldn't solve the problem. Are you sure? That person was the one who originally sent me to the neighboring realm. She's not an easy opponent. Don't worry. Remember the things I told you about other worlds? I can traverse dimensions at will. When it comes to running away, you might not even be better than me. Fine, but don't you dare lie to me. If something happens to you, I won't forgive you. Why does that sound weird? Anyway, it'll buy you about 2 minutes. Once you escape, stay completely hidden. With the plan settled, Suda cut the mental link and focused his divine power. He turned to face the pixelated figure 5 meters ahead. The spiritual energy surrounding Mio Takamiya was stabilizing. That meant her attack was ready. Ein sophomore Suda heard a low murmur from within the mosaic. In an instant, everything in his vision became a monochrome world of black and white. Ein Soph had been activated the ability of Mio Takamiya's second angel, Paradise of Samsara. She had rewritten reality, turning the surrounding area into an alternate realm. Within this domain, she could freely alter the rules of the world. Physics concepts, almost any form of attack, could be materialized at her will. What's this? Yet soon, a surprised voice echoed from within the mosaic. Ein Soph had no effect on Suda. It was as if a chunk of the complete world had been missing. That missing part was Suda. Kurumi, Suda shouted before channeling his divine power. He forcefully projected a counter-domain, disrupting the Ein Soph and tearing a rift into the controlled space. As a result, Kurumi's shadow on the ground became active. The elongated shadow expanded, creating an inky black portal. Without hesitation, the dark-haired girl leaped into the abyssal void. To conserve his divine power for the battle, Suda hadn't directly teleported Kurumi away. Instead, he opted for this method to break Mio's control. I underestimated you. Mio Takamiya's voice rang out again. Suda detected a hint of urgency in her tone. Her spiritual energy surged even more intensely, flooding the space like a viscous liquid. Suda looked up, noticing that the boundaries of Ein Soph were expanding outward. Mio Takamiya was trying to use her domain to capture Kurumi before she escaped. That won't do. Realizing this, Suda unleashed a torrent of divine power from his godly domain. A mountain-like pressure descended upon Mio Takamiya's Ein Sophomore. A smirk tugged at Suda's lips as he taunted, "Your opponent is me, 171. I might not be able to beat you, but you can't outrun me." Suda wasn't going to give Mio Takamiya another chance to catch Kurumi. He drew a portion of his divine power and poured it into his half-cold, half-hot quirk. Mio's body was saturated with Riryoku, spiritual energy, so dense and potent it bordered on absurdity. Whether a time stop could even affect her was uncertain, but the sheer energy cost alone made it an unwise gamble. So, Souta abandoned the high-risk tactic of manipulating time in favor of a direct assault. "Freeze!" he whispered, and ice surged across his body. The power of frost began to creep through the space, aimed squarely at the mosaic that concealed her form. Like issuing a divine command, the power of his quirk surged mercilessly into the space, freezing even her arbitrary domain. Ice thickened beneath Mio's feet, rising swiftly to her waist. The temperature dove further into the negatives. Mio felt her spiritual energy begin to slow, her thoughts of pursuing Kurumi fading. She redirected her focus toward countering Souta's attack. "This freezing power reminds me of a spirit I once created." As she spoke, she shifted her intent. The rules within her domain rewrote themselves. Molecular thermal motion accelerated exponentially. Water would no longer exist in solid form. Instantly, before Souta's cold reached its peak, the ice encasing Mio dissolved entirely. The frigid air vanished. "Seems like your attacks are far weaker than your petite companions." A soft laugh echoed from within the mosaic. She was likely referring to the child form of Shiroyasha. "My goal isn't to attack, just to delay you." Souta wasn't fazed by her mockery. He estimated the time had bought Kurumi at least a dozen seconds. Still, to be safe, he needed to stretch it longer. With that in mind, Souta bent his knees and, with divine power, launched himself skyward. Like an arrow, he tore through the pressure of Mio's domain, streaking into the sky. While ascending, he wrapped himself in time acceleration. In less than a second, he broke through 10 kilometers in altitude and continued climbing. He didn't teleport after all. His goal was to stall, not escape. He had to make sure Mio followed him. "Oh, and where do you think you're going?" Mio's voice, laced with spiritual energy, reached him, instantly ignoring the normal rules of sound. Souta glanced back to see the mosaic trailing him, jumping through space. Locked on like a hound, her ability to teleport wasn't surprising. He had expected this much. "I've already let the Time Emperor escape. I can't let you go too. Try me." Souta accelerated again, vanishing from her sight and climbing into the thermosphere. The 1,000-degree heat of the upper atmosphere didn't faze him. His divine shield absorbed all harm. Their high-speed chase left clouds torn apart behind them. Like two meteor trails racing across the sky, they split the heavens and surged toward the stars. During the pursuit, Mio grew increasingly astonished by Souta's stamina. Every time she increased speed, he matched it as though no limit existed. She had to extend her teleportation range again and again. Soon, they burst through Earth's atmosphere, plunging into endless space. "This ends now." Mio's voice, amplified by spiritual resonance, rang out against all physical laws. She dispelled the mosaic and revealed her true form. A surge of vast spiritual power followed. She appeared in a flowing white goddess gown. A plush bear hung from her waist. Barefoot, she stepped through the void, bands of light curling gently around her. An angel's face, a god's presence. Souta's vision was filled with her radiance. There was a flicker of irritation on her face now. If she let Souta keep running, he might just make it to the moon. Ein Sof. With a low cry, Mio unleashed her second angel. A budding flower appeared, its petals parting to reveal a dryad-like spirit within. Roots extended outward, piercing space, each unfurling a territory. She was ready to finish this. Yes, this is the end. Souta suddenly stopped, smiling at her. There was no sound in the vacuum, so he projected thoughts directly God to God. "My only goal was to delay you for 2 minutes. For these last few seconds, why don't you let me set off some fireworks for you?" He raised a finger toward the sun. That star, burning for billions of years, was spilling endless light and heat. Do you know what's even more complete than nuclear fusion in terms of matter-to-energy conversion? Mio's pupils contracted. Her knowledge of human science didn't fail her, and it immediately led her to one terrifying possibility. But before she could act, Souta already had. He spread both hands, activating matter creation. In his left, he conjured matter. In his right, antimatter, wrapped in divine force. The two were temporarily prevented from touching. Souta glanced at Mio and then instantaneously teleported the volatile pair right next to her. Then, he willed the divine barrier away. Under time acceleration, his thoughts moved faster than light. Matter and antimatter collided. In that moment, a brilliant light flared, bright enough to rival a second sun. The annihilation released 100% of the energy contained in the mass. It was as if a beast had broken free, bearing its fangs of the universe a blast of pure light and heat. Mio activated her domain, trying to rewrite the rules within it to erase the annihilation. But the energy was too vast, possibly 20 times stronger than a Tsar-level weapon. Her incomplete territory was instantly torn apart. A flash of fear crossed her eyes. She shrank her domain to a 1-meter radius, compressing its density to the maximum in a desperate defense. Meanwhile, Souta had already teleported far away after launching the antimatter bomb. Even so, the shockwave rattled his divine shield. The explosion lit up his vision, making him think for a second that a second sun had been born. The aftermath lingered for a while before finally subsiding. When it was over, Souta used divine power to enhance his sight and looked toward the center of the blast. There, wrapped in a glowing domain, stood Mio. She shimmered faintly, her face twisted in anger. But nothing else, no cuts, no bruises, not even a hair out of place. Souta gave a respectful sigh. You really are the spirit of origin. If I'd known, I'd have made it even bigger just to test your limits. As he spoke, space distorted before him. Mio appeared in a flash. Her crushing domain slammed into him like steel. His divine shield shook on the verge of collapse. It was clear Mio had fully unleashed her second angel. Souta realized he stood no chance anymore. But the time-buying mission? It was complete. He looked in her furious face and smiled, sending her one final thought. Mio, see you in the future. With that, he silently invoked a return to his world. Even though her fully manifested domain had almost frozen him in place, the system still pulled him through. In a blink, the cosmos vanished, replaced by the sight of a cramped apartment. The stars were gone. 172, Kurumi. His first journey beyond Earth left him awestruck, and made him realize just how small he was. And also, as expected, she's not that easy to deal with. Souta recalled how Takamiya Mio came out of the energy blast completely unscathed and couldn't help but marvel. If he had dropped an antimatter bomb on Fuyuki City, the Holy Grail War would have ended instantly. And yet, Mio didn't even lose a strand of hair. But then again, considering that in her prime, she could extend her territory to cover the entire planet, it wasn't all that surprising. Even in her weakened state, once Mio fully deployed her angel form, her defense was still far beyond his reach. Knowing she can't catch me, she'll probably stop targeting me. Souta concluded in his mind. That would be for the best otherwise. If Mio started hunting him across worlds, it'd be a massive headache. He couldn't tiptoe around every time he entered the data live world, right? Souta pulled out his system phone and began sharing his battle results in the chat group. Souta just had a fight with Takamiya Mio and got away smoothly. Kurumi, Altair, wait, Souta, you're already that strong? Rinto Sak, wait, isn't Takamiya Mio the one you guys said could destroy a planet? Souta, not sure about a whole planet, but destroying the surface in her prime? Totally possible. Rinto Saka, seriously? You fought someone like that and lived to tell the tale? Souta, Rin, what's that supposed to mean? I'm not weak. Okay, I could solo all 7 servants in your Fuyuki City Holy Grail War. Altair, I'm also a bit curious how you managed to survive. Souta, Shiroyasha, Takamiya Mio? Wasn't she that brat we taught a lesson last time? Kid, she could crush you with one hand. You're lucky to still be alive. Kurumi, Souta, don't tell me. She fell for you? Is that why she let you go? Souta, do you guys seriously underestimate my strength? What the heck? He shared his battle log to show off, and instead of compliments, they were all roasting him. He started to suspect they had coordinated this behind his back. Kurumi, forget strength for now. Souta, you really ran into Mio? Souta, yeah. When I went back in time to save someone, she noticed me. I think she tailed me for 6 days and only acted once she confirmed Shiroyasha wasn't around. Shiroyasha, oh, even when I'm not there, my presence is still that intimidating. Seems my reputation hasn't declined over the years. Souta, Shiroyasha, I think you should come back and beat Mio up a few more times. That way she might behave. Shiroyasha, nah. As a floor master, I'm too busy to even touch the ground these days. I don't have time to help you with your grudges. Souta was skeptical. Too busy, yet still active in the chat? Probably just didn't want to bother unless there was something in it for her. Altair, by the way, has anyone noticed Tanjiro hasn't said a word since joining? I'm a little concerned did something happen to him? Rin Tosaka. Maybe he's in danger? Souta, unlikely. If a group member is in danger, the system would issue a rescue mission. That's how I got to know Shinobu. Rin Tosaka. Maybe he got captured and lost his freedom? Altair. Even then, it wouldn't stop him. The system phone can be voice-controlled. Unless he's captured and mute, he should be able to chat. Souta. Ahem, I do have a theory about that. But he'll confirm it after I return from the Data Live world. I plan to use a travel card to go to his world and check it out. No rush for now. Kurumi. HM, you're going to my world again? Souta. Mio forced me out just now, and I didn't get to retrieve the faith energy I stored 5 years ago. That faith could level me up to max demigod tier. Souta. That's it for now. I'm heading to the Date Alive world. He sent the message and put down his phone. But just as he set it down, it buzzed again. HM. He checked and saw a private message from Kurumi. Kurumi. Souta. What you did just now was reckless. Kurumi. Did you forget what I told you? If you're in danger, just return to your world. Why did you fight Takamiya Mio? Souta. Sorry, are you mad? Kurumi. Of course I am. I want you to take your safety more seriously. Souta. I had no choice. I was with the past version of you. I had to stall Mio so you could escape. I couldn't just abandon you. Kurumi. Kurumi, I was with you. Meanwhile, in the Akame GA kill world, Kurumi, currently staying in an inn with Chelsea, rubbed her temples and sighed. But the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. What's wrong, Kurumi? Chelsea asked, confused. Why was she smiling like an idiot all of a sudden? How long until Akame and the others start fighting? Kurumi asked. According to the manga, just a few days, Chelsea replied. Let's just treat this like a vacation. A few days, huh? Kurumi sounded slightly disappointed. You got something going on? Chelsea asked. Yeah. Kurumi looked out the window with a gentle smile. I want to return to Souta's world soon and eat him up. Chelsea. Kurumi ignored Chelsea's confused look, turned away from the window, and stared at her system phone, a sense of urgency bubbling up inside. Her body even felt a bit feverish. She quickly suppressed the impulse and sent another message to Souta. Kurumi, all right, they'll let it slide this time. Just be quick and come back soon. Souta, got it. You stay safe, too. If anything happens, just call me. After replying, Souta put his phone away. He was ready to return to the Date Alive world. Besides retrieving faith, I have promises to keep. He hadn't forgotten that he promised to visit Izeoi Miku and Tabichi Origami again. Origami could wait. Date Alive's main plot hadn't started yet, but Miku was likely still waiting for him in the hospital. Better check on her first. With that thought, Souta opened the system store and began restocking the divine power he spent in his fight with Mio. He needed to be at full power before heading back. Otherwise, if Mio ambushed him, things could go south fast. System, if Kurumi isn't in the Date Alive world, then random transport will send me to the main timeline. Not 5 years ago, right? Yes, based on Tokisaki Kurumi's main timeline. In that case, with the 5-year cooldown, Mio shouldn't cause me trouble again. After confirming, Souta said, transport me to the Date Alive world. A flash of white light. He vanished from the apartment. Moments later, his feet hit solid ground again. He opened his eyes and saw he was standing on a pedestrian overpass, cars rushing beneath him, engines blending into the urban noise. A place dans recognize, Suta mumbled but wasn't too bothered. He had a clear memory of Mika's hospital room. He simply cloaked his presence with divine power and teleported there directly. 173 survival ability rises again. Miku, coming. When Suta arrived at the hospital room and saw a strange woman lying in the bed, he stopped mid-greeting. The woman looked at Suta, who suddenly appeared, stunned at first, and then fell into a panic. Before she could scream, Suta quickly approached her and concentrated divine power between his fingers, muttering softly, "Look at my hand. It's swaying. It's swaying. You're very tired right now. You want to sleep? You're dreaming of a handsome man appearing in your room. He smiled at you. He's really handsome, but he's a man you can never have." Under divine hypnosis, the woman quickly fell into a deep sleep. Suta let out a sigh of relief, then pulled out his system phone to check the time. Over 2 months have passed. No wonder. The phone showed that it had been about 2.5 months since he left the hospital. Mika must have been discharged during that time. After all, no one would wait in a hospital room for over 2 months. Hospital stays cost money. Hopefully she didn't overthink it. Suta was a bit worried that Miku might think he tricked her, feel betrayed, and spiral emotionally again. In the original story, her attitude toward humanity was extreme. Men were worse than cockroaches in her eyes. Girls were adorable toys. She would interfere with others' wills using her voice without caring about the consequences. She even caused space quakes just to sing, driving people out of the city to make a stage for herself. You could say she acted completely unrestrained. If she's not here, they'll collect Faith first, then go find her. Suta made up his mind. He glanced at the woman on the bed, gently pulled the blanket over her, and teleported away. Because he had enough divine power stored in the system shop for 2 or 3 uses, Suta didn't hold back during travel. Relying on memory, he teleported to his destination in under a second. Standing on the ground, Suta took a deep breath, savoring the rich scent of faith. Such dense faith. With a smile on his face, he made sure no one was around, then raised his hand. Immediately, like rivers flowing, streams of faith power surged from underground toward his divine kingdom. Planning to take it slow, he didn't retrieve the separated part of his divine kingdom, but only drew on the accumulated faith within. Closing his eyes, Suta immersed his consciousness into his divine kingdom and saw everything glowing gold. At the same time, the influx of faith washed over his divinity, raising its level. Once all the faith was absorbed, Suta let out a satisfied hum. Just as he expected, his divine rank rose to level 5, the highest level of a demigod. My divine power capacity increased a lot. He used divine fire to burn away impurities and convert the faith into pure divine power. To his surprise, even after exceeding his former capacity, the divine power didn't cap out. It kept rising up to 5 times the previous capacity before the transformation started slowing. Not sure if the strength also increased. Looking at the soil and weeds around, Suta had an idea. He drew a bit of divine power from the shop and concentrated it on his left index finger. Then he drew an equal amount from his divine kingdom and placed it on his right finger. Using both to wish the weeds away, he observed the result. To break his divine shield now, an attack would need to destroy about 1/6 of the Japanese archipelago in one blow. Realizing this, Suta smiled. Takamiya Mio would have an even harder time dealing with him now. Seeing the unused faith in his divine kingdom, he made a decision. The divine power needed to nurture authority could be stockpiled in advance and stored in the system shop. This portion of divine power couldn't be used. He had to save up enough to invest it all at once and successfully unlock a new authority. Why do I feel like a squirrel storing up for winter? After returning to Tengu City, Suta found a cafe, sat down, and used a laptop he created to connect to the shop's Wi-Fi and search online information. The idol Yamachi Tsukino, who had committed suicide, had completely disappeared from the public eye. Replacing her was a revolutionary idol who had burst onto the scene like a Kamadazoi Miku. This idol never revealed her true appearance. Her performances included only scheduled CD releases and exclusive secret concerts attended by select female fans. Even though she was now Japan's most famous celebrity, very few had actually seen her in person, leading some to doubt if she was even real. She was like an idol who lived in a dream. To achieve this in just over 2 months, she must have been recklessly using her spirit powers. Souta sighed inwardly. What he feared had happened. Miku was heading down a path toward the same extreme personality as in the original story. As her friend, Souta didn't want to see her become like that, isolated, trapped in her own world. With that in mind, he used some divine power to obtain Miku's private contact info. Then, with divine power, he created a phone card, connected it to this world communication system, and called her. After 5 rings, the call was picked up. Hello? I don't know how you got my private number. Let me be clear, I don't want to be harassed. This is both advice and a warning. Got it? Goodbye. Souta smiled wryly and quickly spoke before she hung up. It's me, Souta. There was a 10-second silence before she responded. Wait. Souta? You're back? Sorry for making you wait. I ran into something that delayed me. After a brief explanation, Souta added, Do you still remember our promise? If you still want to meet, I'm at a cafe waiting. He gave her the address. Wait for me. It'll be right there. Miku's voice was hurried and didn't hesitate at all. Since the call was still on, Souta heard other voices on her end. Wait, the autograph event is about to start. Where are you going, Miku? The fans are outside waiting. Hey, stop. Don't run. Souta hung up. That must have been Miku's manager. Hopefully she doesn't hate him for this. Souta set the phone down and continued browsing. On the screen were news articles about the 2 scumbags who had framed Miku, now publicly streaking to apologize. Souta read them one by one, passing time leisurely. But gradually, his expression darkened as he kept reading. 174. Swallow your anger the more you think about it. The angrier you get, the TV producer who framed Miku and the boss of her former agency both received the punishment they deserved. They donated all their assets, resigned from their positions, and publicly apologized to Yomachi Tsukino, revealing the truth along with exposing all of their own dirty secrets. Afterward, they even streaked through the streets of Tengu City as an act of apology, and in the end, they were arrested by the police. A complete social death, to say the least. Everything had gone just as Souta had proposed in his original punishment plan. Without the power of a spirit, pulling something like this off would have been next to impossible. No doubt, it was Miku who took matters into her own hands. Souta frowned slightly as he read. Not because he thought Miku had gone too far. If anything, based on the filth they'd revealed about themselves, they got off easy. 10 public apologies like this still wouldn't be enough. It was something else. What left Souta feeling helpless was that everything just ended like that. Yes, the whole thing only stayed in the spotlight for less than 5 days before being drowned out by a wave of new headlines. Forgotten by the public. Sure, it caused a bit of a stir. Plenty of people condemned the 2 as scumbags and monsters. Online, there were fierce posts like, so angry I'm shaking my hands, or cold in the middle of summer, sweating all over. Hell is empty, the devils walk among us. But in terms of attention, it didn't even come close to the scandal involving Yomachi Tsukino. Back then, over a year ago, Yomachi Tsukino was practically a national punching bag. Crowds lined up to criticize her. Outrage flooded every corner of the internet. Compared to that level of attention, the streaking incident was barely a blip. Many of the same people who had vilified Yomachi Tsukino turned around and hurled insults at the streakers. And then, that was it. Done and over with. In fact, people were more fascinated by the streaking itself than the fact that Yomachi Tsukino had been wronged. Souta shook his head. Some things just make you furious the more you think about them. The worse it gets. But that's reality. Even if you're mad, what can you do? You can't exactly hypnotize the entire internet and force them to apologize to you, right? In the end, it's all just a facade. People only want to see what interests them. They just want to know if something's entertaining, if it can make them laugh. Suddenly, a sweet, melodic voice echoed in Suta's ears. He looked up from his computer and turned his head toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Standing outside, in her elegant school uniform, was Miku, gazing straight at him with a gentle smile. Her bluish-purple hair flowed down her back. Her tall, curvy figure was impossible to ignore. A stunning mix of elegance and allure, she exuded both sophistication and a quiet fire that captivated him completely. Her calm surface, even through the glass, her voice reached him clearly. And as for the truth, when it's not wrapped in something amusing, who really cares? Don't you think so, Suta? Suta glanced at her, guessing she must have noticed what he was looking at. Before he could respond, Miko walked to the entrance of the cafe. She entered and sat down right across from Suta. "Waiter, one latte, please." She called out to a nearby waitress, who was taking someone else's order. Upon hearing Mika's voice, the waitress immediately dropped what she was doing and followed her instructions. Clearly, Miko had infused her voice with solo. What's wrong? Mika noticed Suta looking at her like he was about to speak, hesitating. The expression on his face was more complex than the joy of reuniting after a long time. "Miku, if you do that, she might get complaints from the customers and lose her job." Suta offered a helpless reminder. "All right, I get it." Miku turned toward the table the waitress had just been serving, and with her power-laced voice, said, "Could I ask you to pretend you didn't see anything?" The two men at the table immediately nodded with flattering smiles, like they'd just been acknowledged by their goddess. Miku turned back with a smile. "There, that's settled, right?" Suta, "Ahem, that's not what I meant." Suta rubbed his head in frustration. "I just want you to limit how much you use your angel. It's fine in emergencies, but casually bending other people's will like that, it's not right." In urgent situations, Suta had no problem using such powers himself, like the time at the hospital when he hypnotized a woman about to scream in panic. But doing it for personal convenience? It felt wrong, like something out of villain's playbook. Even if Suta wasn't perfect himself, he still had the right to speak up about it. "You're still the same as always, Suta. I don't hate that about you." But Miku brushed her hair back and spoke in a carefree tone. "Isn't power meant to be used? Then put yourself in their shoes. If someone used their power to force you to do something you didn't want to, how would you feel? Of course I'd hate it. But that's not going to happen to me, is it? Why wouldn't it?" Suta raised a finger, a golden glow flickering at the tip. "I could hypnotize you right now, twist your thoughts, and make you fall in love with me. Would that be okay?" "Sure," Mika replied with a sweet smile. "If it's you, Suta, I wouldn't mind at all." "You've changed," Suta sighed. "If you're mad that I didn't come back to see you sooner, I apologize." "No." Mika shook her head. "You had things to deal with, didn't you?" "I'm not mad. Actually, I was more worried." As she said that, a look of relief washed over her face. "I'm glad you're back. I'm just happy you're okay." "Then why?" Suta asked, puzzled. "Why do you seem so different now?" The Miku I knew wouldn't have done something like this. Miku fell silent for a moment. During the pause, the waitress returned with her coffee. Aside from a polite smile, her expression was neutral, no flattery. Clearly, Miku had released her from the mental influence. She took a sip from her cup, then finally spoke. "Suta, do you think humans are worth taking seriously?" Suta immediately understood what she meant. He didn't reply with something tone-deaf like, "Aren't you human too?" Instead, he thought for a moment and asked, "You're upset about how people on the internet responded to the public nudity apology, aren't you?" 175. "You have to play with me all day, sort of." Mika nodded at Suta. A somewhat dark expression crossed her face. In the end, whether it's the general public or the fans, none of them really care about the poisonous words they once said. So what if the truth is revealed? How many people even care? She shook her head and continued. "I can already predict that if I appear again as your Machi Tsukino, even if the misunderstandings are cleared, the past stains that never existed will still be remembered forever. Very few will genuinely believe me. In their eyes, there'll always be that ugly BTCH. Miku," Suta interrupted her. "At the very least, I know the truth and believe in you, don't I? But you're not human, you're a god, right?" Miku retorted sharply. Suta froze. Wait, when was he stripped of his human identity? Though Mika's words left him feeling a bit awkward, he had to admit she was right. Not about him not being human, but about public opinion. Once you're labeled, whether it's true or not, it sticks. Suta thought of a movie he once watched, The Hunt. The protagonist was accused of molesting a young girl based on a lie. As a result, he was shunned and oppressed by the entire town. Angry friends, a distrustful ex-wife, his beloved dog's death, and the hatred of strangers pushed him to the edge. Eventually, the girl confessed the truth, clearing his name. A year passed, and life seemingly returned to normal. But when the protagonist went hunting alone in the forest, a bullet whizzed past his face. He looked up to see someone with a rifle pointing at him, who fled when caught. He couldn't see the attacker. Clearly, they stood at a high point, bathed in sunlight. Clearly, no matter how much he explained or proved his innocence, someone still chose to believe he was guilty. Prejudice is a mountain that can't be moved, no matter how hard you try. That's exactly what Miku is going through. A piece of white paper, once smudged, will never return to its original purity. Miku must realize that too, which is why she chose to re-debut under a new identity. She even used her songs to hypnotize her fans, making them believe Yomachi Tsukino was dead and that the current Iseoi Miku had no connection to her. She was utterly disillusioned with everyone. They only want to see what interests them, only care if something is entertaining. The truth means nothing, and they won't ever repent for the wrongs they've done. Miku stared into Suta's eyes. No matter how much I trusted them, in the end, they'd still betray me over a few baseless rumors. Umans. Aren't they all like that? Suta was speechless. He could only sigh. You're not wrong. What your fans did was truly infuriating. But let me ask you, have you ever seen any other disgraced idols clear their names online? Sure, Miku answered, confused. Why? Well, when you saw their statements. What was your reaction? Reaction? Miku frowned, thinking, was it no reaction at all? Suta met her eyes. Did you just scroll past and move on to the next trending story? Miku was silent. Suta took a sip of coffee and said, with a mix of reflection and regret, that's just how people are. If someone is criticized to their face, they might feel guilt and want to change. But behind a screen, most people only have one response. What response? Oh, Miku was taken aback by his bluntness. But when she thought carefully, she realized she was the same. Drawing from his years as a seasoned keyboard warrior, Suta continued. In the internet era, this is inevitable. It costs too much to fact-check everything. Even if someone truly likes an idol, how many people are willing to spend the time and money to verify a single news story? Most people just treat it as entertainment. But he shifted his tone, trying to comfort her. If the same thing happened right in front of them, it might be a completely different story. At that moment, you coming to see me makes me really happy. That happiness is only temporary. Once I leave, you'll then stay with me all the time. Miku suddenly blurted out. After saying it, she lowered her head, her cheeks faintly flushed, probably out of embarrassment. The confession-like words made Suta feel a bit awkward. He cleared his throat. Even though I wouldn't mind spending more time with you. Sorry, I have a lot of things to deal with and might not be able to visit often. Mika looked a little disappointed at that, but she didn't complain. In her eyes, I hope you won't live so closed off. Try opening up to others, okay? It's hard to be happy without friends. Friends? Mika's face showed obvious reluctance. If it were anyone else saying this, she might have thrown her coffee in their face. All right, looks like your prejudice is pretty deeply rooted. In that case, Suta suddenly stood up and raised his voice. Miku, come with me. He'll take you to meet someone, a true fan of Yomachi Tsukino. Yomachi Tsukino, or rather, Iseoi Miku does have real fans out there. And this fan was actually a popular idol. The original story mentioned this detail. Suta used his divine powers to recall the memory, and remembered that the fan was none other than Asakura Hayori, an idol as famous as Miku is now. She was a cute girl who had entered the idol world out of admiration for Yomachi Tsukino. Using his divine power to gather intel, Suta found out where this girl was now and teleported there with Miku. Backstage at a convention center in Tengu City, Suda and Miku saw Asakura Hayori just after she had finished a fan handshake event. The girl looked about 16 years old, with soft hair and a sweet-looking face. She wore a sun-shaped hair accessory with a trademark on it, oddly cute in its own way. Taking advantage of the emptiness, Suda and Miku entered Asakura Hayori's dressing room. Suda temporarily sealed the entrance, creating a chance for Miku to talk to her one-on-one. When Miku appeared, Asakura Hayori widened her eyes. "You? What are you doing here?" "I came to attend your handshake event." Miku smiled. "You did great today. You worked really hard." As top idols, the two had met several times before and knew each other. "Oomph. Even if you say that, Izayoi Miku, my opinion of you won't change." Asakura Hayori spoke irritably. She showed very clear annoyance toward Miku. Miku was taken aback. "What's going on? Didn't Suda say she was a fan?" "Hayori, could it be?" Miku asked, puzzled. "Did I do something to make you dislike me?" "Of course you did. You totally underestimate what it means to be an idol." Asakura Hayori suddenly stood up, clearly agitated. "You replaced all the staff in your music store with women. You only let a handful of female fans attend your concerts. You never reveal your true face, and you even take advantage of your female fans behind the scenes. You're so selfish as an idol. Do you think this is all just a game?" Standing at the door, Suda gave Miku a strange look. Taking advantage of female fans? Wasn't that just like in the original story? Thanks to Suda hiding his presence, Asakura Hayori hadn't noticed him. Only Miku caught his gaze and looked a little embarrassed. That was the one thing she didn't want Suda to know about. And another thing, as if she had found a way to vent, Asakura Hayori kept going. "If the things I said earlier were just selfishness, then the fact that your performances are complete rip-offs is just unacceptable. Where's your pride as an idol? Your shame? You seriously lack any awareness." Asakura Hayori held her head and murmured, "Ugh, why can't my CDs outsell someone like her? Completely copied performances?" Mika was surprised. "What do you mean? Don't be dumb. Just because you slightly changed the performance style doesn't mean I can't recognize who you're copying." Asakura Hayori glared at Miku, showing no kindness. "There was an idol I really liked. She was new, had a beautiful voice that tugged at your heartstrings just by listening. She was my inspiration, the reason I became an idol." But a visible sadness appeared on her face. She got caught up in scandals, was abandoned by her fans, and committed suicide. Looking back now, I'm not sure if the magazines were telling the truth, but even a single uncertain rumor can ruin a promising new idol. "Wait, Hayori," Miku interrupted. "Are you talking about Yomachi Tsukino?" Stop pretending. You copied her, and now you're acting like you don't know who she is?" Asakura Hayori pointed at Miku, her tone scornful. "You, Izayoi Miku, your performances are nearly identical to Yomachi Tsukino's. You just took someone else's achievements and used them for yourself. As an idol and as her fan, I can't forgive such disgraceful behavior." Mika looked shocked. After a while, she let out a string of laughs. "So that's it? That's what's going on?" She laughed so hard that tears appeared at the corners of her eyes. She wiped them, then suddenly hugged Asakura Hayori. What are you doing?" Asakura Hayori struggled, but Mika's strength as a spirit made it impossible to break free. Thank you, Hayori." Miku held her for a while, then let go and looked into her eyes. "Take a closer look. Who do you see?" As she spoke, she removed the hypnotic suggestion she had once placed on Asakura Hayori through her singing. The moment it lifted, Hayori looked at Miku and gradually overlaid her with the idol from her memory, revealing a look of deep surprise. You're... Hayori couldn't process it all at once. "Wait, you're Yomachi Tsukino? But you committed suicide." "I didn't succeed. So, I just kept on living." Miku smiled gently. "Thanks for remembering me. Not even magic could make you forget me. Hayori, you're really something." Seeing this, Suda quietly left the room and found a quiet corner to wait. Those two needed time alone. He wasn't clueless. That should just about do it. Suda let out a breath, happy for Miku and hoping this would help her move on. Otherwise, Living in your own obsessive world for too long could only bring more pain. Hopefully, Miku could open her heart and step out of that world now. About half an hour later, Miku and Asakura Hayori exchanged contact information and said a brief goodbye. Miku left the room. She scanned the event hall and quickly spotted Suda in a corner, walking quickly toward him. Hearing footsteps, Suda turned to see Miku. He wasn't sure if it was a trick of the light, but her eyes seemed brighter than before, like she was glowing with joy. Half an hour. As Miku approached, Suda asked suspiciously, "He didn't do anything to that girl, right? Since he brought Miku there, he would feel guilty if Asakura Hayori got mistreated. Really? Do I have zero credibility in your eyes?" Miku replied with a helpless tone. "It's just, Asakura Hayori said you've done shady things with your female fans before." Suda asked seriously, "Is that true?" That. We just had tea together. Nothing more." Miku looked a bit stiff, quickly changing the subject. "Anyway, Suda, I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" Suda asked. "You know, I have a fear of men. Lately, I've been trying different ways to overcome it." Miku looked troubled. "But since I've had no contact with men, I don't know how well I've improved. If possible." She looked at Suda with hopeful eyes. "Could you help me test it out? Just a hug will do. Not a handshake." Suda asked skeptically. "A handshake's not intense enough to test it," Miku said firmly. "All right then." Suda opened his arms, "If you don't mind." "Go ahead." Miku took a deep breath, gave herself a mental pep talk, and hugged Suda tightly, arms wrapped around his back, chin resting on his shoulder. She was tall and in heels, so the pose wasn't difficult. Suda felt two soft sensations press against his chest, and he started to feel a bit hot inside. 2 minutes passed, and Miku still hadn't let go. "Did you get the results?" Suda asked. "Not yet. Almost. Hang on." 2 more minutes passed. "Still not done?" Almost. Soon, 10 minutes had gone by. People inside the venue had started looking their way. Suda felt the burning stares of jealous men and looked slightly awkward. "Miku." "Yes." "Still not done?" Suda had been suppressing his inner heat with divine power. Honestly, it was getting tough. "Okay." Miku suddenly looked up, gazing slightly upward at Suda. "Thank you, dear." Her eyes shimmered like summer dew, soft and tender. Suda, locking eyes with her, felt as if he was drowning in honeyed warmth. "Did you just call me dear?" Miku smiled, then hugged him even tighter. She rubbed her cheek against his chest like a kitten. "You're going shopping with me today all day long." No diffusing. 176. Don't use my divine power for weird things. 3 days had passed since Suda returned to his world from the world of Day-Day Live. During those 3 days, he had been accompanying Miku on outings around Renduji City. Ever since Miku met Asakura Hayori, she had become much more cheerful and bright. At the same time, her reliance on Suda also deepened. They enjoyed food, watched movies, shopped for clothes, played games, sang karaoke. Miku dragged Suda along to try pretty much every activity typical of friendly dates. For convenience, she even changed how she addressed him, switching from dear to darling, which made Suda feel like he was being treated as Itsuka Shido. Miku even tried to persuade Suda to wear a school uniform and sneak into her all-girls high school to attend class with her, which he firmly refused. In short, Mika's enthusiasm for having fun was off the charts, like she was letting out all the gloom from the past year. She only stopped after her manager caught her at the school gate and forcibly took her to an idol event. "Darling, make sure to come visit me often, okay?" Before Suda left, Miku looked at him reluctantly. On the verge of tears, her expression filled Suda with guilt, as if he were abandoning her. Honestly, Miku was getting really good at acting spoiled. "It'll come by when I have time," was all Suda could promise. So half-hearted, Miku pouted. Then, as if she thought of something amusing, she suddenly brightened up and giggled. "Darling, if you come early next time, it'll serve you with that part." "What are you talking about?" Suda instinctively glanced at Mika's voluptuous chest. "I seriously don't understand a word. Being dishonest is one of your bad habits, darling." Mika giggled behind her hand. "Back at the convention center, when we were pressed close together, I could feel a reaction, you know. Even though you pulled back quickly, there was definitely something there. And girls are very perceptive about that. Suda coughed awkwardly, embarrassed. Miku, this kind of thing, you're not supposed to say it out loud. Why hold back, darling? Miku asked. Because of what you went through, Suda sighed. I was afraid you might feel uncomfortable. Not at all. Miku shook her head and smiled gently. You don't have to tiptoe around me, darling. I may dislike men, but I don't dislike you. Suda's expression turned odd. That kind of sounded like she was saying he wasn't a man. Miku continued, if you're a little pervy toward me, it's okay too. She leaned in, grabbed Suda's hand, and pressed it to her collarbone, letting him feel her soft skin, then whispered temptingly, if you come early next time, I'll give you a special surprise. A light blush spread across Mika's cheeks, and she added softly, you'll just have to wait and see. After saying that, she darted off, probably too embarrassed herself. Though she ran off, she left Suda filled with steamy thoughts that took quite a while to calm down. He looked in the direction she left and sighed. He could tell Miku was trying to win his heart, which made his feelings complicated. He felt more and more like a sinner. He couldn't bring himself to give her up, but he hadn't made up his mind to start a harem either. For now, he decided to go with the flow. Thinking that, he stopped overthinking and returned to his world. Back in his rented apartment, Suda suddenly remembered something and felt a twinge of regret. Mika's affection was probably high enough, but unfortunately, she wasn't a member of the group, so he couldn't extract any powers from her. When I have more points later, I can buy an invitation for her. He made a mental note. The system had told him before that abilities to be cultivated into authority or even law-class powers had to either be drawn from group members or won from the store's lottery. Other powers were useless empty shells, not practical. So, sending Miku an invitation was like spending 10,000 points to get a potential law-class ability. No, he couldn't think that way. He slapped his cheeks. Friendship is priceless. It shouldn't be measured with money. He corrected his thinking. Inviting Miku was about bringing her into this circle of friendship, not about exploiting her powers. But seriously, if I could get the Gabriel, army-breaking songstress power and develop it, could it evolve beyond influencing human thoughts into a language-based universal influence like a great prophecy skill? He started entertaining a wild idea. If that came true, he'd basically be able to shape reality with his words. Just as he was lost in this beautiful fantasy, his system phone buzzed. He pulled it out and saw a message in the group chat. Altair, gotta say, Suda's divine power is amazing. Im adistit, when Meteora and the others came to mess with me. I was about to be rejected by the world due to insufficient recognition power. I tried using divine power to stabilize myself, thinking I might have to retreat. But to my surprise, it converted into recognition power, stabilized me, and let me beat them up. Respect. Kurumi Tokisaki, I agree. Especially for daily life, divine power is insanely convenient. The food in Akame GA Kills World is weird, but thanks to divine power, I can make all kinds of dishes. Otherwise, I wouldn't even want to stay here. Shiroyasha, I just used divine power to make a few outfits. I only specified sexy, suggestive, and teasing as criteria, and wished for random creation and bam. The divine power made clothes that perfectly fit my taste. It's amazing. I declare it the most versatile power. Shinobu, I manifested blood that tastes like black tea using divine power. It's absolutely delicious. Gotta praise it too, so handy. Rinto Saka, damn it, why don't I have any points? Why hasn't the system given me a task? I want to buy divine power too. Suda, wait a sec. Where did you all get divine power? Altair, from a store using points, of course. What's the issue? Suda, I've been stockpiling that divine power to nurture authority-level abilities. Please don't use it for weird stuff. He felt both amused and frustrated. These people, what were they treating his divine power as? Such a waste. Suda, seriously, stop buying it. I need it for something important. Altair, I want to buy it. Even more fufufu. Suda, don't say I didn't warn you, points are super important. The system's going to unlock support for understanding laws soon. That definitely won't be free. ITLL burn through points fast. If you run out, you'll just be stuck staring at a golden opportunity. Souta, we've got 8 members in the group now. Once we get one more, the support system will activate. Watch your spending. That new member might show up any second. 9th invitation has been sent. 10th invitation has been sent, Souta. Kurumi Tokisaki. Oh my, seems like you've got more than just negotiation bias as a talent. Souta, you got the jinx skill too. I'm getting more and more interested in you 177. So which Athena is it? Souta ignored Kurumi's teasing for now, because right after the invitation was sent, the system issued another notification. Friend group now has over 10 members. System has unlocked the Law Assist feature. Please check the shop. The moment Souta heard the word shop, he knew had guessed right. Of course, the assist feature wasn't going to be free. There was no such thing as a freebie in the shop. Souta, the assist feature's been unlocked. I'm going to check it out and break it down for you guys later. He'll leave, welcoming the newbies to you. After sending that message, he entered the system shop. With a quick glance across the screen, he didn't see the assist feature in the product list. So he turned his attention to the lottery section. Come to think of it, had only used the lottery once. After that, had been too busy with quests and gathering faith to try it again. Soon, he spotted a new icon next to the lottery wheel. It had a label introducing the Law Assist feature. Below the icon, the price was clearly marked 1 minute 100 points. 100 points for 1 minute. Is that cheap or expensive? With no reference point, Souta had no idea. This kind of feature, you'd only know it's worth after trying it out. He asked the system, what exactly does the Law Assist feature do? Allows the user to enter a special state akin to Epiphany. In this state, whether it's understanding rules, gaining laws, or developing spells and techniques, the user will receive substantial support. Things that were previously difficult to grasp will become crystal clear. Oh, it can even help develop spells. That part actually got Souta a bit excited. After all, his current combat style was pretty chaotic. He was basically just bulldozing through with brute force. Take his material creation ability, it sounded high tier, and if developed properly, it could be an incredibly powerful offensive tool. But in his hands, attack just meant summoning a steamroller to smash people. He had no distinct personal style, no signature move or trump card. Now that the assist feature was available, he figured it was time to work on that. A god without a preferred attack method? That just didn't feel right. Souta continued. So the stuff I comprehend through the assist feature, does that count as experience? Yep. Souta was instinctively looking for loopholes. If what he learned could be counted as experience, there was potential to abuse the system. After all, experience-type items could be repurchased. He could upload the experience to the shop, then use his points to repeatedly draw the item card and gift it to others, saving his friends a ton of points. Important detail: extracting your own uploaded item with points keeps it in card form, but taking it down directly from the shop just restores it to its original state and can't be shared. Soon, the system responded. Some things comprehended through the assist feature count as experience. Some don't. Some don't count as pure experience. Souta paused, baffled. What was that even supposed to mean? Was the system spitting rhymes now? He rephrased the question. So, say, I use the assist feature to grasp a certain law. Then I upload what I've understood as a product. Does that count as an experience-type item? Laws gained from understanding rules do not count as standard experience items. They are abstract, ineffable, and non-replicable. Thus, once the host uploads it and it's purchased, the host permanently loses that insight. Well, guess that loophole's sealed. Souta was a little disappointed, but only a little. Honestly, having access to something that helps with epiphanies was already a gift. Complaining would just be greedy. At the very least, it wasn't something he could do with divine power alone. Or rather, not at this stage of his power. Divine power was nearly omnipotent, but not quite actually omnipotent. For example, using divine power to wish for a higher god rank? Totally useless. Souta didn't immediately spend his points to try the assist feature. Instead, he returned to the group chat to share the info. After all, this wasn't just useful for him, his friends could also grow stronger with it. In his eyes, Deeper rule comprehension meant a higher damage ceiling and stronger, more complex attacks. Huh, the new recruits this time. They look kind of familiar. Suda scrolled through the chat history, surprise on his face. Kurumi Tokisaki, Athena, Luo Hao. Welcome newbies. Check the pinned messages after joining. The info there should answer most of your questions. Shiroyasha, Athena? Wait a sec. Don't tell me it's our Athena. Rinto Saka, doubt it. Our world has an Athena too. Could be that one. Chelch. Who's Athena? Rinto Saka. Huh? You don't know that name? She's one of the most famous deities in mythology. Kurumi Tokisaki, Rinto Saka. Chelsea's world that came GA, Kill has a very different history and culture. The traditional myths we know don't exist there. Rinto Saka, got it. Altair. I think it's also possible the newbie just chose that name as a nickname. Doesn't have to be the god we're all thinking of. Shiroyasha, Athena. Do you know the Little Garden? White Knight Demon couldn't hold back her curiosity and tagged the newbie. Unfortunately, the new member didn't respond. Most people stay quiet for a bit when they first join. Seems this one's no different. Kurumi Tokisaki. White Knight Demon. Let's ask Suda once he's back. He might be able to guess. Kurumi Tokisaki. Honestly, I'm more curious about the other newbie. Luo Hao, same last name as Suda. Maybe they're both from Huagua. Could they be from Suda's world? Rinto Saka. Doubt it. With so many worlds out there, the odds of picking the same type of person as Suda are slim. And somehow, I've always felt like there'd only be one person from the Suda's world from beginning to the end. Just a gut feeling. Altairo, that's funny. I feel the same way. And also that Suda might be the only male in the group. Chelsea, one guy and a whole bunch of girls? I'm sensing some shady vibes here. What if Suda is the system, pretending to be a newbie, sneaking into our group to win us over one by one? Suda, Souta, Chelsea. Is your head still attached? Careful, it might fall off. Need me to pick it up for you? Chelsea. I've got stuff to do. Bye. Kurumi Tokisaki, Suda. Wow. Done studying that new feature already? Suda. More or less. I've figured out how it works, but haven't tried it yet. Let me give you guys the rundown. He organized the info he got from the system and shared it in the group. P.S. I went out with my family for New Year's movie, dinner, the works. Got home after midnight, so today's update is a bit late. Pulling an all-nighter to write tonight. 178. As the White Knight Demon, I acknowledge you as the strongest. After Suda finished sending the information, he stared at the newcomer's nickname, deep in thought. Luo Hao. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be that martial king from Campione, who lives in seclusion in southern China and is a god-slaying devil king on par with Marquis Vauban. A troublesome personality has joined. Suda felt a headache coming on, because the task of mediating everyone's relationships will inevitably fall on him as the group admin. As for Athena, Suda wasn't sure who that was yet. The one from Saint Seiya? The one from Honor of Kings? Or maybe one of the many Athenas from universes like Little Garden, Type Moon, or Danmaki. Or perhaps simply the stockings wearing goddess Athena from Campione? While Suda was pondering, activity stirred in the group. Kurumi Tokisaki. I read the material on the new function. It seems like a feature to save time for group members. If you enter an enlightenment state, you can finish any research quickly, right? Suda, Kurumi. Saving time is just the surface-level use. Think about it. Some people are not smart. If you ask them to grasp a concept, they might not make any progress for years. In those cases, this feature becomes incredibly important. Ilya, big brother, who are you calling not smart? Suda, I was just making a point to highlight how powerful the feature is. Don't overthink it. Ilya, you're very smart. Suda, really? Shiroyasha. Feels like this function doesn't do much for me. In Little Garden, gifts are based on spiritual rank, which depends on achievements. This feature can't help me accumulate spiritual rank, and I'm not looking to develop new techniques either. Rinto Saka. This feature is probably meant for members like me who aren't that powerful. For example, I could use it to fully comprehend the second magic. With deeper understanding, I might even be able to use it myself. Suda, huh? Doesn't your world require you to reach the root before using magic? Rinto Saka. Nope. Magic is a means to reach the root. The first magic is the one you can only use after reaching the root. Suda. Hold on. Let me look it up. Suda quickly pulled out his iPhone and searched for the definition of magic in the Type Moon universe. Soon he understood. Suda. All right, I was mistaken. Only the first and fifth magic are innate and originate from the root. The second, third, and fourth are methods researched to reach the root. Ilya. So that means I could achieve the third magic too? Suda. With the auxiliary function, it should be possible. If you accomplish the third magic, Ilya, you could summon a whole bunch of servants as your bodyguards. No more fighting yourself, just send in the servants to brawl with noble phantasms flying everywhere. Rinto Saka. In that case, maybe I should switch to the third magic. Seems more practical. Suda. Do you have points? Rinto Saka. Rinto Saka. Suda, just you wait. Once I earn enough points, I won't even use the auxiliary function. I'll use them all to buy your divine power and waste it. Suda, I am. Don't be mad. No need to waste it like that. Rinto Saka. Not necessarily a waste. Your divine power can boost my strength. Remember Saber? Suda. Artoria? Rinto Saka. Exactly. Saber has the dragon factor. Her heart is that of a red dragon. She doesn't need magical circuits. Just circulating her blood and breathing generates mana. It's like a completely different level of magical core. I could use your divine power to create that kind of core for myself. No more worries about power growth. Rin's message made Suda thoughtful. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he used his divine power to strengthen the group members? With enough imagination, everyone's power could level up dramatically. As for the cost, just give him points. He needed those points to use the system's auxiliary function to comprehend the divine office rules and reduce the divine power needed to nurture it. A virtuous cycle, essentially. So, Suda shared his idea in the group. Kurumi Tokisaki. Suda, if you need points, you could have just asked. I've been hoarding mine with no use for them. This new function doesn't really help me anyway. Suda, that works. I'll trade divine power for your points. I just thought of a way to boost your strength. Didn't you want to teach Mio Takamiya a lesson personally? This might be your chance. Kurumi Tokisaki. Boost my strength? How? I am curious too. From what I know, Kurumi's spirit power is fixed. How do you plan to enhance it? Suda. Remember that spirit formula Isaac and the others used to create Mio Takamiya? It gathers spirit energy from ley lines to form ultra-powerful Sapphira crystal. Mio was born purely from such crystals. Kurumi Tokisaki. And? Suda. I can use divine power to embed that formula into your Sapphira crystal and modify it, so that it can evolve by absorbing spirit energy continuously. You could drain the ley line energy of 10 Earths and easily defeat Mio. Kurumi Tokisaki. Wouldn't that require a ton of divine power? Suda. Not necessarily, since we're just improving an existing formula. Altair. Wait. No one's going to question drain 10 Earths worth of ley line energy? How would that even work? Kumi Tokisaki. Altair, don't forget I'm the Time Emperor. Easy'll just keep going back to the past. Kurumi Tokisaki. And depleted ley lines recover after a few hundred years. So we'll just go back to ancient times, absorb the ley line power, and it won't affect Mio's existence at all. Suda, each time you drain the ley line, go back one day, then drain again. Repeat, and you'll grow endlessly stronger. Shiroyasha. Oh, sounds like exploiting the timeline to power up. Shiroyasha. Kid, I have to say, when it comes to wild ideas, I, White Knight, acknowledge you as the strongest. Suda. White Knight, do you know Madara Uchiha or something? White Yaksha, what do you mean? Suda. Nothing. Just feels like you're stealing his lines. Altair. This plan seems viable. But if you're using divine power to tamper directly with a Sapphira crystal, won't that endanger Kurumi? Suda. Wishing with divine power will eliminate the risks. Even if something does go wrong and the crystal breaks, I can preserve Kurumi's body and soul. Worst case, she switches to another power system. Suda, Kurumi, are you willing to try? Kurumi Tokisaki, yes. I trust you. Kurumi Tokisaki, but it'll need some time to prepare. Loading enough time into the 12th bullet to go back centuries won't be easy. Just crafting the bullets will take effort. Souta, no ruse. I need to grab the spirit formula from the date A Live World anyway. Suda, by the way, Kurumi, are you done on your end? Kurumi, all wrapped up. I saved Akame and the others. Suda, planning to send them to the future? Kurumi Tokisaki, can't. I tested the 11th bullet. It has a time limit in the future. When time's up, they get sent back. Kurumi Tokisaki. So, it'll freeze their time. Once Chelsea and I return to the future, it'll bring them to a peaceful place. For them, ITLL feel like just a blink. Suda. All right then. They'll head today to live for the spirit formula and meet up with you after. Kurumi Tokisaki. Okay. Shiroyasha. Suda, hey kid. Do you know who the new group member Athena is? Especially her identity? 179. Pandora, don't come any closer. Suda, I know a lot of Athenas, so I can't be sure yet. But the other one, Luo, how I know her identity. Kurumi Tokisaki. Her? Luo, how is a girl's name? Suda, her surname is Luo, given name how. Her real name is actually quite feminine, but let's not go into that. Real name Luo, Tsulian, gives Suda vibes of something like Suehua, can get your pickles. Kurumi Tokisaki. So Luo Hao is also from an anime world, like us? Suda, yes. She's from a series called Campione. Let me explain the setting a bit. And so, Suda gave everyone a crash course on the world of Campione, the gods who disobey fate, and the God Slayers. Shiroyasha, God Slayer? Humanity's final trial? Suda, not that exaggerated. It's not the same as the God Slayer from Little Garden, it just shares the same name. Their strength is not even close to mine. Shiroyasha, not even as strong as you? TSK, I was surprised for nothing. Suda, this little lowly is getting cocky. He just casually used himself as a comparison, and this lowly took the chance to stomp on him. What's the meaning of this? Do I not deserve any dignity? Rin Tosaka, wait. Killing a heretic god allows you to steal their authority and gain magical power hundreds of times stronger than a top mage? Rin Tosaka, Suda, let go kill a god. Suda, Rin, you haven't even run into any urgent situations where you need to get stronger. Why do you want magic one moment and god killing the next? Rin Tosaka, because you're getting stronger way too fast. At this rate, you'll be left in the dust and won't even see your shadow anymore. Suda, what's so bad about being left behind by me? It's not like I'll bully you. Rin Tosaka, you're such an idiot, Suda. Tokisaki Kurumi. Seeing Kurumi's ellipsis, Suda paused and quickly realized Rin's hidden meaning. All right, he was definitely a bit slow earlier, not picking up on it right away. That damned son of Rin. Seeing the topic veering off into weird territory, Suda quickly messaged the group. Suda, let's drop the god-slaying idea. The divine tool that allows people to reincarnate as god slayers is in the hands of the goddess Pandora from that world. If your performance during the god slaying isn't up to her standards, she won't pay attention to you, let alone help you reincarnate. That said, making Pandora satisfied is actually pretty simple. In the Campione world, gods naturally emit a fear-inducing aura. Ordinary people wouldn't even think of resisting when facing them. Just picking up a weapon takes immense courage. But those who become god slayers are different. They dare to face gods directly and swing weapons under their gaze. They're born warriors. In short, god slayers succeed thanks to two things: luck and fearlessness of gods. Neither can be trained. They're innate. That's why people say it's because they're god slayers that they can slay gods, not that they become god slayers by slaying gods. But there's actually a loophole to exploit. Yup, Suda instinctively started thinking of loopholes again. For example, he could use divine power to grant Rin Tosaka a special mental buff that makes her fearless toward gods. Then have her wield a god-slaying weapon, say, asking Shiroyasha to borrow Black Rabbit's mock divinity, Vudra, in Little Garden. With those two, If she hits a heretic god while it's ranting dramatically, she could pull off a legit god slay. That mirrors the normal god-slaying process perfectly, since Campiones also rely on divine tools to succeed. Pandora wouldn't be able to tell that Rin is from another world, so in her eyes, Rin would be her new child. Then Rin gets the powers of Godslayer. And if she didn't, well, then that's just Pandora being biased. Why can everyone else use divine tools to kill gods, but not Rin? Tokusaki Kurumi. So what does it take to satisfy Pandora? Souta. You have to face a god head-on and show courage. Basically, you can't sneak in and kill a weakened god. No letting someone else beat them near death for you either. Tokusaki Kurumi. So many conditions. How do regular people even kill gods? Souta. Luck. God slayers come with a strong luck aura. Their luck creates the perfect opportunity for slaying gods. All they have to do is seize that chance. Rin Tosaka. Doesn't that shut down any chance of outsiders becoming god slayers? Luck is too abstract. Souta, it's not impossible. You could just use brute strength to kill a god. Like me, for example. Rin Tosaka. If you're stronger than a god, why even bother killing one? Altair, exactly. According to what you said, even if someone kills a god, Pandora might not grant them rebirth as a god slayer. And if you're already stronger than gods, becoming one serves no purpose. Tokusaki Kurumi. So it's a paradox: if you're weak, you can't do it. If you're strong, there's no point. Souta, buy a travel card, teleport directly to Pandora, and steal her divine artifact that allows God Slayer rebirth. Then use your power to kill some heretic gods. Those powers will be stored in the artifact. With that, you can mass-produce God Slayers and give the powers to whoever you want. Sure, becoming one yourself is pointless, but you can help newbies rise up fast. Tokusaki Kurumi. Shiroyasha. Kid, only you could come up with something so bizarre. Altair, but I have to say, it sounds very feasible. Souta, hold on. I was just theoretically speaking in calculative scenarios. Don't take it seriously. Also, we really shouldn't be talking about god killing. Altair, why not? Souta, because I suspect that Athena might be from the Campione world to the heretic god version that appears in the series. It's not very friendly for a newcomer to walk into us, casually planning to slay gods. Souta, of course, I can't be sure it's that Athena until she actually speaks up. But better to play it safe for now. In fact, had already tried asking the system, but it ignored him. Not just about newcomer identities, he also asked how group members could grow stronger, and again, the system didn't answer. Seems like he's on his own with these problems. Kurumi's power-up plan was something he came up with while lying in her bed in the Data Live world, thinking it over all night. Altair, speaking of newcomers, Souta, last time you said you had some theories about Kamadu Tanjiro. Do you know why he hasn't said anything yet? Souta, sort of. I think the one using Tanjiro's nickname isn't him, it's his sister. 180. Training Kurumi. Souta briefly introduced the information about Kamadu Tanjiro and his sister Nezuko in the group, mainly explaining Nezuko's physical and mental state after becoming a demon. Souta, when a newcomer first receives the invitation, the system asks them to input a nickname. If Nezuko had already turned into a demon and couldn't speak, the system would use the name she subconsciously thought of. If she wasn't thinking of anything, her real name would be used. Tokusaki Kurumi. I see. After turning into a demon, her thoughts were muddled, because she deeply missed her brother. His name was subconsciously used as the nickname? Tosaka Rin. If her intellect and behavior regressed to a childlike level, that also explains why she hasn't spoken this whole time. I think Souta's guess is spot on. Altair, I also think it's highly likely, and it confirms one of my own guesses. Souta, guess. What guess? Altair, didn't I say I had a feeling you were going to be the only male member of this group? Altair, the name Kamadu Tanjiro sounds male, and I thought we'd finally get another male member. But turns out it's a girl again. Seems I was overthinking it. Souta, that's not certain. I only said it was a guess. Maybe Tanjiro ran into trouble or simply doesn't trust the system, so he hasn't spoken. Altair, didn't you say he was cheerful and kind? His wariness shouldn't be that strong. ID say there's a 50 chance the newcomer is his sister. Souta, 50 is still pretty high. Altair, I wasn't done. I meant 50 out of 100. Souta, nice one. Altair, learning how to tease people now. You look so serious usually. Didn't expect you to betray the revolution. Tokisaki Kurumi. Anyway, we can't just leave the newbie alone. Souta, didn't you say you were going to investigate? Souta, I plan to buy a travel card and go check it out. Tokisaki Kurumi. That costs 500 points. You shouldn't pay for it alone. They'll split it with you. Altair, I don't mind helping either. Let's split it 3 ways. Shiroyasha, hold on. Since I've taken on the title of a benevolent god, I can't just ignore this. Count me in. Shinobu, I also have some points. Souta, Shinobu better not. I remember you only earned 700 points from the last rescue mission and paid me back 500, leaving just 200. You were also going to let me take the solo missions. ID feel bad asking for more. Souta, they'll cover your share. Shinobu, all right, since you insist, I want to argue. Tokisaki Kurumi, all right then. Souta, they'll transfer the points to you now. Souta, no problem. After I help you with the rank up, they'll head to the newbie's world. Soon after, Souta received the transfers from Kurumi, Altair, and Shiroyasha. The members were all generous and supportive, which warmed Souta's heart. But then he remembered the new members and got a headache. Athena's situation was still unclear. As for Luo Hao, hopefully she wouldn't clash with anyone in the group. If she angered Shiroyasha, Souta couldn't guarantee she wouldn't get smacked around via crossing card. Although group members couldn't kill each other, a good beating wasn't prohibited. Whatever, they'll mediate if needed. ITLL be fine. Shaking his head, Souta stopped worrying. Souta, system, take me to the date, a live world. A flash of light later, he vanished from the rental apartment. This time, Souta didn't visit Miku, but instead went straight to find the former antagonist, Isaac. Even though Isaac was protected by Ellen, she was just a human, unlike Mio Takamiya with her overwhelming spiritual power. Souta found them at DM's HQ, froze them with a time-stopping skill, and quickly copied the spirit formula from their memories. After confirming everything matched, he left that world. Visiting friends could wait. For now, strengthening Kurumi was the top priority. The spirit formula is truly amazing. A single formula can affect the spiritual veins of the entire earth. As Souta reviewed the formula in his mind, he was impressed. It seemed to be a method capable of directly interfering with how spiritual power operated, like the fundamental forces of the universe that govern everything. While his divine power couldn't threaten Earth directly, if he altered basic forces like the Coulomb force in a planet's core, who knows what might happen? That idea alone was terrifying. The formula gathers spirit energy to create powerful sapphire crystals like Mio's. So, with divine power enhancements, it should be possible to modify the formula to help weaker crystals evolve by drawing on Earth's spirit veins. This aligned with the formula's original function, so it wouldn't require much divine power to tweak. Just how strong can you get with this method? His eyes gleamed with anticipation. The original series never specified a limit for sapphire crystal power. The reason only one Earth vein was used was simply because only one existed in the story. But now, with time travel available, that limitation was gone. Kurumi's potential for growth was now immeasurable. Could he just lie back and enjoy being her freeloader? Excited by the idea, he tagged Kurumi in the chat. Souta, Kurumi, are you and Chelsea done with your business? Tokisaki Kurumi. Yes, we just got back to the future. Souta, then I'm coming over now. I've got the spirit formula. Tokisaki Kurumi, all right. They'll wait for you at Path of Peace. 181. We're doing something serious here, right? As soon as Souta arrived in the Akame GA Kill world, before he even opened his eyes, he could already feel the intense power of faith. He vaguely sensed it seemed the number of believers had increased again. Opening his eyes, he saw an ornate private palace. He was standing in a spacious hall with stained glass windows on the dome, depicting religious motifs, and massive pillars supporting the wide chamber. Suta looked down. The floor beneath his feet seemed to be made of polished granite, so shiny it reflected his own image. Suta, over here, a familiar voice called out. He looked over and saw Kurumi waving at him. She and Chelsea were sitting at a carved stone table near a massive floor-to-ceiling window that nearly spanned the whole wall. The afternoon sunlight streamed in, bathing their faces and the entire hall in a golden glow. They appeared to be enjoying afternoon tea. Suta walked over, glancing around in admiration. You two are living better than emperors now. It's all thanks to you, our divine patron, Chelsea said with a smile, her eyes half closed in comfort under the sun. Besides, I'm the holy maiden of the organization now. I have to live in luxury befitting my status. I try to keep it low-key, but the followers won't allow it. Suta, Kurumi patted the stone bench beside her. Come sit here. He didn't hesitate and sat down. Kurumi gazed at his profile for over 10 seconds before nodding in satisfaction, like she was recharging on his energy. Your aura is getting stronger, Kurumi said with a smile. Your fashion sense improved too. Looks like a girl helped you pick your clothes? Suta immediately pictured Miku. She had indeed helped him pick out his outfit, but saying that now would definitely be low EQ. So he smoothly changed the topic. I feel the power of faith has grown much stronger. Have a number of followers increased recently? We couldn't help it more and more people are coming, Chelsea said, glancing out the window. The land of Jarek has become a holy pilgrimage site. Many who come end up settling down. I imagine crop yields will keep increasing. But, moving plants have caused a lot of trouble. Chelsea scratched her head, clearly annoyed. Though they don't hurt people, they chase away anyone trying to gather fruit, which caused public unrest. Now, the city of Jarek has even developed a new profession: adventurers. Suta couldn't help feeling a bit impressed while silently cursing Shiroyasha. She had promised the seeds were from ordinary plants. Ordinary plants that move? Clearly, she had a very different definition of ordinary. Looks like this place is really thriving now, Suta said with emotion. A flourishing religious headquarters meant more and more followers and a steady supply of faith. But it's also getting too well known, Chelsea said with concern. Eventually, the news will reach the Empire's ministers, and when that happens, things may no longer be peaceful here. Don't worry, Suta said reassuringly. It's bound to turn into a conflict, eventually worrying, now want help. Chelsea. Kurumi pinched Suta's leg and shot him a look to behave. What I meant was, Suta coughed, the Empire is nothing to worry about. Once I finish my current work, they'll take out the destabilizing elements there and then slowly infiltrate it with religious influence. So, you plan to support the Empire? Kurumi asked curiously. Sort of. After eliminating the rod, it'll reshape the country with religion and build a system based on divine right. He continued, as for the Revolutionary Army, they'll just absorb them. If the Empire reforms, any rebels unwilling to surrender probably want to be nobles or emperors themselves. Those ill just eliminate. Chelsea looked conflicted hearing that. She had served the Revolutionary Army for many years, so hearing talk of eliminating them felt a bit traitorous. But only a little. She was now the holy maiden of Path of Peace. Her allegiance had shifted. Compared to the Revolutionary Army, she believed Suta was the one who could truly make the world better. Oh, right, where's the person you rescued? Suta looked around. Not here. Haven't picked them up yet, Kurumi replied. Chelsea and I just returned from the future. We were planning to rest and go tomorrow. I forgot to tell you, Chelsea suddenly said. We released Path of Peace's former head priest. After seeing the miracle forest and the scale of our sect, he joined us and is now helping with conversions. Path of Peace's former leader, Suta remembered the man and responded indifferently. Let him out is fine. He's a skilled politician. Having him around will help with managing things. He wasn't worried about betrayal. Suta was no longer the powerless man he used to be. If that priest rebelled, Suta could crush him instantly and just replace him. Enough of that. Suta turned to Kurumi seriously. Kurumi, I have the spirit formula in my head. Do you want to begin upgrading your sapphire crystal now? Or prepare first? Let's begin now. I trust you. Kurumi looked at him with anticipation. She wasn't one to reject power if she could grow stronger. She'd welcome it. She had wanted to deal with Mio Takamiya for a long time now. Having Shiroyasha do the work was one thing, but crushing Mio with her own strength would be far more satisfying. Across from them, Chelsea also watched wide-eyed, clearly interested in the process. All right, Suda touched his finger to Kurumi's forehead. A golden light began to glow where they connected. Don't worry, they'll protect you. He closed his eyes and began channeling divine power to modify the spirit formula. First, no need for the original's violent influx of energy. Flooding a sapphire crystal with the planet's ley line energy in one shot was more likely to make it explode than evolve. The process had to be gentler, stable, and gradual to avoid overloading the crystal. Also, no creating a new crystal. The energy must go toward upgrading Kurumi's current one. With that in mind, Suda made a divine wish and began modifying the formula. In that instant, he drained all his divine power. But he didn't panic. He immediately started withdrawing more from the store, steadily refilling. He didn't mind spending heavily to cultivate Kurumi's strength. After using 5 to 6 times his divine capacity, the modified spirit formula was complete. I'm going to implant the formula now, Kurumi, Suda said. MHM. Kurumi murmured softly. Go ahead. No matter how big your formula is, I can take it all. Suda was flustered by her teasing tone. Chelsea's right here, Kurumi. Quit saying weird stuff. I'm just talking normally. You're the one thinking dirty thoughts. TSK, getting more impure by the day. Kurumi smirked, clearly enjoying messing with him. Let's begin. Suda kept a serious face. Once the formula enters the crystal, I'm not sure if it'll hurt. If it's too much, tell me and I'll stop. No need to stop. As long as you're enjoying it, I can handle any pain. Kurumi's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered back. 182. Kurumi is really cheeky. Faced with Kurumi's teasing, Suda felt an urge to push her down, flip her over, and spank her hard. It was supposed to be a serious matter, but the way she talked made it sound so indecent that even he was starting to hesitate. Suda took a deep breath, hoping it would calm his mind. Instead, the scent of Kurumi's hair entered his nose, making it even harder to stay composed. I'm starting now. Suda decided to stop worrying about his mental state. After all, making a divine wish had nothing to do with mindset. It wouldn't affect the outcome. The golden glow at his fingertips instantly intensified. Kurumi instinctively closed her eyes. The next moment, she felt a warm power enter her body and surge in her most private place, her sapphire crystal. A sensation of being filled overwhelmed her. Kurumi's entire body began to tingle, as if an electric current were running through her. She instinctively closed her legs. Sensors registered a slight spike in her pulse, and her cheeks turned pink. Is the interface bothering you? Suda ignored Chelsea's stern look and asked Kurumi. It was just a routine calibration, nothing more. I am okay, Kurumi replied quietly. Then he'll continue. Suda simply closed his eyes and slowly embedded the modified spell into Kurumi's sapphire crystal. Without any distractions, the process finished quickly. Embedding the spell nearly drained all his divine power again. According to his destructive power calculations, the divine power consumed could have erased Tokyo about 20 times. But Suda didn't mind because the results were remarkable. Kurumi now had the potential to continually grow stronger. As long as she traveled back in time and absorbed spiritual vein power, her sapphire crystal would continuously evolve. It wasn't clear how far it could go, but at the very least, she would reach Mio Takamiya's level. Given that the current Mio had been weakened, if Kurumi reached her former level, she should have no trouble defeating her. Moreover, as her sapphire crystal evolved, her angel Zafkiel would also evolve, gaining stronger abilities. Even her shadow manipulation ability might evolve, potentially allowing her to break free from the confines of shadows and directly control spatial power. So, Kurumi, how do you feel? Suda withdrew his finger and looked at her with concern. Kurumi had opened her eyes. She raised her hand, clenched her fist slightly, and said uncertainly, I feel like I can plunder something but I can't use it yet. It's probably Ryuryoku, Suta thought and replied. There's no Ryuryoku in this world, so you can't see the effect. You'll need to return to the date, a live world, to test it. Go back, huh? I guess I should make a trip. Kurumi glanced out the window. She was starting to miss her world. Of course, the main reason was the anticipation of becoming stronger. Once she truly became powerful, she would confront Mio, Takamiya. At that time, she'd make that arrogant woman pay. By the way, Kurumi smiled and leaned in to adjust Suta's collar affectionately. She whispered, if you ever need points, just ask me. What's mine is yours. That's it. Chelsea approached, scrutinizing Kurumi and frowning. She doesn't feel that much stronger. A person's aura might be vague, but as a veteran assassin, Chelsea had developed sharp intuition. It's normal. Her strength hasn't increased, only her growth potential. Suta explained, it's like breaking her growth limit. Spirits have fixed Ryuryoku. After inversion, it can increase a bit, but still just slightly. That just unlocks the Sapphira Crystal's power. What I gave Kurumi is the ability for her Sapphira Crystal to absorb Ryuryoku and evolve continuously. You can't see the effects now, but once she returns to the Data Live world, they'll become evident. We need Ryuryoku to see the effect, Chelsea suggested. Then how about converting divine power into Ryuryoku for a test? Forget it. Before Suta could respond, Kurumi shook her head and said, it's not worth wasting divine power on something he'll gain soon anyway. Besides, Kurumi smiled at Chelsea. Chelsea, you should worry about yourself. Me? What about me? Chelsea blinked in confusion. Kurumi pointed out the window. After I leave, can you really handle such a huge religious group on your own? She then made a playful, neck-slicing gesture. Chelsea. Wait. Chelsea turned to Suta. You're staying, right? These are your followers. You're not expecting me to manage them, are you? Honestly, she didn't mind managing. It was a life she actually enjoyed. But she didn't have the strength. It was fine during peaceful times, but if she faced an assassination attempt, she might not last a night. Suta is probably heading to the newcomer's world to investigate, Kurumi teased. So, Chelsea, you'll be staying here alone. Chelsea panicked. You guys, you're not really going to leave me like this, right? Don't worry. Kurumi dropped the teasing and spoke seriously. Since Suta came here, he's definitely thought about this. He must have a plan. Suta started to panic. If he admitted he hadn't thought of anything, would Chelsea choke him? Kurumi knew him well. She must know he didn't have a plan. Was she teasing him again? Suta gave Kurumi a look. Did she enjoy bullying the people she liked? Would she be furious if he pulled out an iPhone now and played her blackmail material? Suta, what's with that expression? Chelsea eyed him suspiciously. Don't tell me you haven't thought about it? Of course, I have, Suta said confidently. You're managing the church for me. How could I mistreat you? So what's your plan? Chelsea asked curiously. We're not at war with the Empire, yet we're still in a peaceful development phase. So instead of increasing strength, you should focus on survival skills. Suta said bluntly, I plan to give you immortality. 184. Chelsea, just wait, I'll steal your man. After gifting the transformation ability to Chelsea, Suta then used divine power to grant her immortality. Just like the immortality gained from drinking the immortal wine in Baccano. Chelsea's cells could now instinctively regenerate and reassemble. This regeneration could be controlled by her conscious mind, meaning it wouldn't interfere with future intimate activities, no strange reset effects. With this, Chelsea was essentially safe in the Akame GA kill world. Even if someone cut her head off, she wouldn't die. Her dismembered cells would reassemble into a complete body. Even being drowned in cement wouldn't help. The transformation ability would let her escape with ease. At this point, she had top-tier healing factor. Even if his death showed up, she wouldn't be able to kill her. Not even imprison her. Sure, his death could freeze mist particles, but if Chelsea transformed into darkness to escape, his death couldn't stop her. Unless someone attacked her soul directly or vaporized her into base particles, no one in this world could kill her. After realizing this, Chelsea couldn't stop grinning. No more worrying about losing her head. Thanks, Souta. Chelsea took the lollipop out of her mouth and offered it to him. Here, have some candy. Don't be shy, it's got the saliva of a beautiful girl on it. Being the big sister type, she had always teased the protagonists in the original story. Clearly, that habit hadn't gone away. Kurumi took the lollipop for Souta and threw it on the floor. Ah, if you didn't want it, you could have given it back. Chelsea looked genuinely disappointed. Kurumi gave her a glance and asked, Chelsea, how does the immortal body feel? I tried it with a knife. The wound healed instantly, and even the blood flew back into place. Chelsea looked proud and impressed. It's amazing. Is that so? Just like Souta used to be. But Kurumi spoke meaningfully. This kind of externally granted immortality has a big weakness. You should be careful. Weakness? Chelsea was surprised. What weakness? It can't defend against time-based powers. At some point, Kurumi had already pulled out her old-fashioned flintlock pistol. She twirled it in her hand, smiling slyly at Chelsea. For example, what if a certain spirit walked by and shot you with the fourth bullet? Reversing your bonus time? You'd have to start worrying about your head again. Chelsea. Was Kurumi threatening her? What a petty woman. Souta had already flirted with how many girls? Can you even threaten them all? Chelsea grumbled internally, but she wisely chose to back down. Oh, right. We still haven't brought Takeo and the others back. We'll go pick them up. With that, Chelsea made her exit. Kurumi followed. You can't go alone. I haven't undone the time stop on them yet. Let's go together. I'm fine with that, but can you put the gun away first? Era, that won't do. What if we run into danger and I don't have time to draw it? I need to protect you, you know? Kurumi's smiling face made Chelsea grit her teeth, but she could only swallow her frustration. Just wait. You'll have to leave eventually. And Souta's church is based here. Hell, I'll definitely come back often. Once you're gone, I'm totally going to flirt with him out of spite. Chelsea silently made a resolution. Meanwhile, Souta watched her leave and fell into thought. The transformation ability was way more advanced than the Gaia Foundation Taigu. If Chelsea's affection level toward him hit the threshold, would the system extract that transformation ability as a superpower for him? That was a loophole Souta had just thought of. Originally, transformation wasn't a divine office or governing principle. But if the system extracted it from a friend, maybe it would gain that potential? He posed this question to the system and got a cold reply, no. The system only extracts abilities based on the original world's worldview of the group member. Well, there went the loophole. Souta felt a bit disappointed. Wait, that means Chelsea can now transform into anyone, right? Akame, mine, Steph, even Beast Girls. She can tweak any body part titan things, enlarge or shrink herself, even become a real beast. Whoever marries her is going to be so lucky. He slapped himself across the cheeks. How did his mind drift there again? Must be Kurumi's influence. He immediately shifted the blame and then focused his thoughts, teleporting into the sky. He entered the portion of his divine kingdom hovering above and began burning faith to convert it into divine power. Considering Chelsea wasn't likely to run into danger, he didn't convert much. Just about enough to match his previous level, 1 god capacity. Enough divine power to wipe out Fuyuki City, which he once offered to Rin plenty for Chelsea to dominate this world. A group like the 4 Rakshasa demons? She could summon lightning with a thought and leave them half paralyzed. They were still human. How could they dodge lightning? That should be enough. Souta nodded at the stored divine power. With that done, he and Kurumi said a brief goodbye to Chelsea and temporarily left the Akame GA kill world. Flash of white light. Souta and Kurumi returned to Souta's world. Kurumi opened her eyes and looked at the familiar surroundings, a warm smile appearing on her face. She had lived here for more than 2 months. Coming back gave her a sense of comfort and belonging. Souta sat down on the couch and conjured some black tea using his matter creation ability. He looked at Kurumi. Want some tea? Kurumi shook her head, walked over, took the conjured tea, and dumped it out. Even threw the cup into the trash. Since Souta often conjured drinks for convenience, the apartment had accumulated over 10 different tea sets. She didn't feel bad tossing another one. Honestly, Life should have a sense of ritual. Don't do this anymore. Kurumi sighed and went into the kitchen to make tea herself. When the tea was ready, she brought it to the coffee table in front of Suta, then sat on his lap, snuggling into his arms. What's wrong? Suta looked at her. Nothing. I just felt like doing this. Kurumi smiled softly, resting her head on his chest, her body relaxed and content. I couldn't do this while Chelsea was around. She traced circles on his chest with her finger, teasingly. It's been a while. Let me lie here a little, okay? As long as you want, Suta replied gently, hugging her close. Can you pat my head? Kurumi asked quietly. Suta gently stroked her soft hair. Kurumi closed her eyes, looking as lazy and content as a Persian cat. After a while, she opened her eyes and said, when I go back, if I really become stronger, il confronto mio. 185. Suta. Fear nothing. You're going to confront Mio, Takamiya? Suta was stunned for a moment, then nodded in understanding. Yeah, it's probably time. Dragging it out won't help. But have you thought about how you want to deal with her? Originally, I just wanted to destroy her, Kurumi sighed softly. But now that her sins have been wiped away, if possible, I want everyone to have a happy ending. I can help with that. Suta pulled her a little closer. If we can extract Itsuka Shiori's consciousness from Mio and give him a new body, that should count as a happy ending. Mio's goal wasn't just to bring back Shinji. If it were only about resurrection, she could have done that 30 years ago. Back then, she held all the Sapphira crystals and could command every angel. Using Zafkiel, she could have simply traveled back to the moment before Shinji died and prevented it. It would have been easy, but she didn't. His death made her realize how fragile humans were. That's why she wanted to reincarnate him as a spirit, just like her granting him near-eternal life. That goal triggered a long chain of disasters. That's my thinking too, Kurumi said, leaning into him. They'll count on you to handle it when the time comes. No problem. Easy enough. Suta said casually. Since you don't want to destroy Mio, to keep her quiet, we could give Shinji a long lifespan. As long as she has someone by her side, she probably won't act up. Even if she does, it won't matter. Kurumi smiled mischievously. Once I become strong enough, she won't be able to do anything anyway. Extracting Shinji's consciousness and placing it into a new body would still leave him human, just longer lived. That was far from what Mio originally wanted. She probably wouldn't be satisfied. And Kurumi really wanted to see Mio unwilling, but helpless completely at Kurumi's mercy. That will be entertaining. When you do confront Mio, don't forget to let the group know, Suta said with a grin. A lot of people know who she is. They'd probably love to see her fall from grace. Oh, that actually sounds pretty fun. Kurumi's eyes lit up. She imagined all her friends watching as that arrogant woman got put in her place. It sounded like a great time. We could even make it a group meetup, she added. A group hangout, huh? Sure. Just let me know when. It'll help gather everyone. Suta nodded, then asked, by the way, is your 12th bullet ready? Took over 3 days to load, but it's done. Should be able to jump back a full 1,000 years. It's just, Kurumi sighed. I've nearly used up all the time you gave me. I got loads more, Suta smiled. I exchanged tons of lifespan card with points saved just for you. Thanks, Kurumi. That's way too formal. Saw the reflex. Kurumi adjusted her position, lying on his lap in a duck sit and cupping his cheeks in her hands. You're right. I shouldn't thank you anymore. After all, she squished his face into weird shapes. Looking at his silly expression, she let out a soft giggle. She was getting addicted to bullying Suta. Allicht am recharged. Kurumi placed her hands on his chest and pushed herself up, getting off the couch. As she moved, her legs in black stockings brushed against his, stirring up an inner fire. You still have to check out the newbie's world, right? I won't keep you. I should go too. Kurumi checked her phone. Suta let out a resigned sigh as he felt the heat pooling in his gut. Oh, Kurumi noticed his condition and gave him a knowing look. Suta, you're really full of energy, aren't you? Whose fault do you think that is? You want something, don't you? She teasingly pressed her nylon-covered foot against his leg, then quickly pulled it back with a giggle. Not now, we both have things to do. Be patient, okay? She patted his head gently. Next time, they'll make sure you're thoroughly satisfied. After all, I've been saving up a few clones. Souta, why are you saving so many clones? Are you trying to kill me with pleasure? Kurumi's smirking face left no doubt she was in control. A true queen mindset. After that, they said their goodbyes, and Kurumi returned to the date alive world. Before she left, Souta gave her a big stack of lifespan cards. She had considered leaving a clone to take care of him, but ultimately decided against it, afraid the clone might beat her to getting closer to Souta. That she couldn't accept. She was first. She had to be first. Even her past self didn't get a free pass. All right, time to check on a newbie's world. Souta opened the system phone and bought a world travel card. His plan was to jump to Kamadu Tanjiro's side and find out if he was the one who got the invitation. As for the time of arrival, that wasn't something he could specify. In worlds with existing group members, the timeline matched real time. The travel card couldn't be used to pick a past or future date. You could only go to the member's present. He had confirmed this with the system while helping Kurumi gather stored time. System traveled him? Just as he was about to initiate the travel, the system phone vibrated. He checked it was a private message from Kurumi. Tokusaki Kurumi. Souta, are you there? Souta, what's up? Kurumi. Where's your iPhone? I want it. Can you give it to me? Souta, sure. I can create a new one for you. Kurumi. No, I don't want a new one. I want your phone. Come to my world and bring it. I need it urgently. Souta blinked. That was a weird request. Why did she need his specific phone? There wasn't anything on it. Wait, right? The phone had all her blackmail material. So that's what this is about. Souta chuckled. It all made sense now. After Kurumi returned to her world, thanks to timeline alterations, she likely gained memories from 5 years ago involving him, meaning she now remembered everything about the 4 Heavenly Kings situation. Souta, that might be a problem. I already traveled to the newbie's world. Going back to yours now would waste a travel card. Kurumi, I just left. You couldn't have traveled that fast. Souta, time flows differently. It's already been an hour for me. Kurumi, you're lying, aren't you? Souta, nope, wouldn't dream of it. Kurumi, you're really not giving it to me? Souta, let me finish things here first. They'll come back later. Kurumi, Souta, if you suddenly gain some extremely embarrassing memories when you return to your world, don't blame me. She's even threatening him now. But Souta just smiled calmly. He didn't have any shameful memories for her to dig up. Even if Kurumi traveled back into his past, she couldn't hurt him, just tease him a bit. No big deal. He was fearless. Souta, I won't blame you. If I get more memories with you, they'll only be happier. Souta, anyway, I've got work to do. You should also go back to the past to evolve your Sapphire Crystal too. 186. Too bad it's not you, Tokusaki Kurumi. Since you won't give it to me, forget it. But Souta, you better think carefully. I don't go easy when I retaliate. Souta, Kurumi, what I'm doing is proving I like everything about you. Talking about revenge? That just hurts the relationship. Tokusaki Kurumi. No excuses. My clones have been feeling quite restless lately. If you don't delete that data yourself, you'd better watch your back. After that message, Kurumi went quiet. She had probably sensed Souta's intent to tease her and decided to back off for now. Souta also put away his phone, looking totally unbothered. After all, absorbing Riryoku from ley lines in the past would take a while. Unlike the original spirit formula, the version Souta modified was much gentler and gradual, no violent surges. So by the time he returned from the Demon Slayer world, Kurumi might still be in the early stages of her process. As for her threats, no need to stress. Teasing Kurumi once in a while was actually kind of fun. Souta chuckled softly. Then he focused and told the system. System traveled to the Demon Slayer world, specifically next to Kamadu Tanjiro. A flash of white light enveloped him, and his figure vanished from the rental room. When Souta's feet touched solid ground again, even before opening his eyes, he smelled the rotting leaves and the earthy tang of soil. He instantly judged he was in a forest. His sharp senses picked up faint traces of killing intent, resentment, and despair floating around him, emotions that birthed faith very familiar to him. This is... Souta opened his eyes and looked around. Tall trees blocked most of the view. Their thick canopies blotted out sunlight, casting a gloomy, overcast glow everywhere. Fog drifted in the distance, reducing visibility even more. An unmanaged forest eerily quiet, close to unsettling. Then came the unmistakable scent of blood. Before he could even follow the scent, a loud shout echoed through the forest. Something was clashing up ahead. Though faint, Souta felt a slight ripple in the air. "Sounds like a fight?" he muttered. Then followed the noise. No sign of Tanjiro, yet not surprising. Back when he used a travel card to go to Bakano, had aimed for a ship, and the system dumped him and Kurumi straight into the freezing sea. He was used to the system being off the mark. He moved quickly through the forest and soon arrived at the source of the commotion. In a clearing with sparse trees, a red-haired boy was locked in combat with a grotesque mass of fleshy monster. The boy's eyes were red, a scar marked his forehead, and he wore distinctive Hanafuda earrings. His uniform made it obvious: Kamado Tanjiro. Tanjiro was focused to the extreme, using a precise breathing technique as he leapt into the air and slashed his katana at the top of the monster. Souta felt the air tremble like water waves crashing. A ripping sound rang out. A grotesque head flew from the blob of flesh and landed on the ground. The monstrous body slowly turned to ashes, as if consumed by fire, disappearing from the world. "First form, water surface slash?" Souta whispered. That iconic moment told him exactly where he was in the timeline. Tanjiro's final selection on Mount Fujikase. In this world, demons exist. They prey on humans. The Demon Slayer Corps fights these monsters. Final selection required candidates to survive for 7 days on Mount Fujikase, which was filled with imprisoned demons. During this trial, Tanjiro encountered the Hand Demon, a creature defeated by his master Urokadaki decades ago and then sealed in the mountain. The Hand Demon hated Urokadaki and sought out his Foxmass students during every trial, killing them. He met Tanjiro and lost. Souta glanced at the dissolving corpse. That was definitely the Hand Demon. Now, Tanjiro had sheathed his sword and approached the disintegrating body. He gently held the demon's hand. Such a sorrowful scent. "What kind of life did you live?" There was no joy on Tanjiro's face after slaying a demon, only compassion. He had resonated with the demon's sadness. "Dear God, please, when he reincarnates, don't let him become a demon again." Tanjiro whispered a prayer. "Don't make things hard for God." Souta's voice rang out beside him. "Even gods have limits." Startled, Tanjiro jumped back and drew his sword. "Who's there?" His senses hadn't picked up the man's presence at all, but he sniffed the air and relaxed slightly. "You're not a demon. You're human?" "Yup, 100 human." Souta turned toward him with a friendly smile. "Hey, do you have one of these?" He pulled out his system phone and waved it. Tanjiro looked at it, puzzled. "What is that? Some kind of ornament? Looks fancy." "This is a system phone." Souta offered. "Try checking your pocket or robe. See if you have one too." Tanjiro shook his head. "Sorry, I've never seen anything like that before." "I see." Souta sighed softly. So it really wasn't Tanjiro who got the invite. It had to be his sister. Does the system even plan to invite any male members to the group? 187. I'm stubborn and reckless. Just as Souta was lost in thought, Tanjiro's voice brought him back to the present. Excuse me, who are you?" The black hair with red tips boy looked at Souta with confusion. How had he even survived this long, under constant demon attacks? Was he even part of the final selection? "Imzuta. I guess you could say a friend of your sister's." After thinking for a moment, Souta introduced himself. Tanjiro looked surprised. The name Souta wasn't one he heard often, but then he caught on to something more important. His expression changed drastically. "Wait, my sister, Nezuko's friend? That's not possible. Nezuko is..." Tanjiro quickly clapped a hand over his mouth. Close call, he had nearly let something slip. He squinted suspiciously at Souta, scanning him from head to toe. Could it be you were friends with Nezuko before? But that's not right either. I knew everyone she used to know. No need to guess. It's a long story, Suda interrupted. Don't worry. He'll explain everything in time. Glancing around at the messy, chaotic surroundings, Suda suggested. This place is too dirty, and it's crawling with demons, not exactly ideal for a conversation. Let's find somewhere more suitable to talk. A place to talk? Tanjiro looked completely bewildered. Who was this guy? Why'd he act like he was on a vacation? There's a town nearby, right? Suda asked. There's a small one at the base of the mountain. Tanjiro replied instinctively. Then let's head there. Wait, isn't this the final selection? We've only been here 5 days. We're not allowed to leave yet. We still need to stay 2 more days, or we'll be disqualified. Besides, Suda-san, you're not one of the candidates, are you? Nope, Suda shook his head. He'll tell you everything in due time. For now, let's just head to that town at the foot of the mountain. Before Tanjiro could argue, Suda activated his divine powers and instantly teleported them both down the mountain. He didn't know which direction the town was in, but his spiritual senses could detect areas with lots of human activity. After 2 quick teleports to adjust their course, they arrived at the town. Suda picked a local tavern and walked in. Tanjiro followed, still in complete shock, like he was struggling to process what had just happened. It wasn't until Suda ordered drinks and some food that Tanjiro finally started to come back to his senses. Do you have money? Suda asked. Igriga. Tanjiro instinctively reached for his coin pouch. Suda glanced at the money and nodded. He memorized the shape and details. No need to worry about financial problems in this world anymore. Wait a second. Tanjiro suddenly jumped up in alarm. This is a town? We were just on Mount Fujikase-san. How did we? You're really slow on the uptake. Suda was a little speechless. How was Tanjiro only now reacting? He explained simply, just think of it as me using teleportation to bring us here. You know what teleportation is, right? Teleportation. That's not something humans can do. Are you a human or a demon? Tanjiro suddenly recalled something his master Urokadaki had told him. Some powerful demons could use sorcery. He immediately went on high alert, nearly drawing his sword. But there was no trace of a demonic scent on Suda, and he had walked in the sun earlier. Tanjiro began to doubt his assumption. Wait, can humans become that strong? Strong enough to teleport? Tanjiro asked cautiously, with a hint of hope in his eyes. Suda looked at him and replied with 3 words. Keep dreaming, kid. Tanjiro scratched his head. Then, were you? All right, it'll be straightforward. If from another world. Suda placed the system phone on the table and said, this thing is called a system phone. It connects different worlds and acts as a platform to make friends. Anyone chosen by the platform receives one of these phones. Suda explained everything about the system in simple terms Tanjiro could understand. Given Tanjiro's level of knowledge, the explanation took some effort. By the time the food and drinks arrived, Suda had just finished the rundown. So what you're saying is, you suspect that Nezuko received one of these system phones, right? Tanjiro asked, rubbing his temples. He had just taken in way too much futuristic knowledge, and his brain was on the verge of overheating. It felt like his head was going to explode. That's right. At first, it was just a hunch. But now, I'm almost certain your sister is the one. Suda sipped from his cup and nodded. She used your name as her username. And ever since she joined the group, she hasn't said a word. I got worried about a newcomer being in danger, so I crossed worlds to check things out. Crossed? Worlds? Other worlds really exist? Tanjiro murmured, awestruck. Learning that demons existed had already been a shock to his worldview. But now, there were other worlds too. He didn't even know what kind of face he should make. By the way, Tanjiro suddenly asked, you said you're a god, right? Suda-san? More or less. But not the kind of god you're probably imagining, Suda replied after thinking a bit. It's more like, I just have access to extremely powerful abilities. Then, Tanjiro looked at him with a glimmer of hope. Can you turn Nezuko back into a human? Sure, Suda answered casually. It's not that hard for me. Really? Tanjiro almost burst into tears. You can really cure Nezuko? His dream. Could it really be that easy to fulfill? Honestly, he had prepared himself to endure countless hardships to achieve it. But now, he hadn't even joined the Demon Slayer Corps yet, and his wish might already come true. It didn't feel real at all. In your world, maybe it's hard, but in another world, it's actually pretty easy. Think about it. If gods exist in the other world, is anything really impossible? Suta's voice was calm and reassuring. Suddenly, Tanjiro stood up, bowed low, and slammed his forehead onto the table with a loud thud. Even Suta winced at the sound, but Tanjiro didn't flinch. Maintaining his 90-degree bow, he said, "Suta-san, please save Nezuko. If you're willing to help, I'll do anything you ask. I'll give everything I have." 188. How lazy can a person be? Tanjiro's sudden movement caught the attention of many patrons in the tavern, especially the tavern owner, who was delivering food at the time. He shot a deadly glare at them. Suta couldn't stay seated any longer. He quickly patted Tanjiro on the shoulder and said, all right, take it easy. The owner's staring at you. He's probably worried you'll break his table." Saw thee." Tanjiro toned down his excitement a bit. Realizing the owner's unfriendly gaze, he looked a little embarrassed. But the pleading in his eyes didn't fade. He anxiously awaited Suta's response. "No need to be so desperate. I came all this way, so of course I don't mind helping your sister. In fact, that's one of the main reasons I'm here." Suta's words were like a reassurance pill for Tanjiro. "Really?" Tanjiro's face lit up with joy. "Thank you so much, Suta-san. What do you want as a reward? I'll do anything I can to repay you." "Let's not talk about rewards yet." Suta waved him off and asked, "Are you sure you want your sister to turn back into a human?" "Yes." Tanjiro nodded without hesitation. He looked a little puzzled. "If not human, then what, stay a demon?" Suta caught his thoughts and, after organizing his words, said, "Being a demon isn't necessarily bad. Long lifespan, regeneration, sorcery, they're way stronger than humans. And in your world, which is swarming with demons, having power means having the ability to protect yourself. Are you sure you don't want your sister to stay a demon?" "But demons eat people." Tanjiro immediately shook his head, firm and unwavering. "Nezuko would never want to become a monster that eats humans. And as her brother, I won't let that happen to her. Besides," he paused, a sorrowful expression creeping onto his face, "she's been asleep all this time. It's been 2 years now, and we still don't know when she'll wake up. That won't be an issue. If I help, your sister will wake up for sure." Suta cut him off and said, "What I'm asking is, why not choose both?" Tanjiro blinked. "Both?" "Yeah." Suta smiled and proposed his idea. "I can let your sister keep her demon powers and also return to normal. She'll retain supernatural strength, won't crave human flesh, and won't fear the sun anymore. She'll be able to live just like any normal person. Well, except she'll live longer." "Wait, that's actually possible?" Tanjiro stared at Suta in disbelief. This guy could really do that? "Are you underestimating a god's power?" Suta replied with a confident grin. He took a bite of a dish, chewed a few times, then spat it out. It tasted terrible. Ignoring Tanjiro's awkward expression, Suta continued, "But the choice is yours. Turn her back into a human or let her keep her powers and become normal again. It's up to you, as her brother. If she can really keep her powers and be normal." Tanjiro answered without hesitation. "Then of course, I'll choose that." Ever since his family was slaughtered, had understood how dangerous this world was. If Nezuko had demon powers, she'd be much safer. When facing demons again, she wouldn't be helpless anymore. Whether to fight or to flee, she'd need strength. Still, Tanjiro furrowed his brow, thinking about her lifespan. If Nezuko lived that long, would she be lonely? But he quickly shook the thought away. Just being able to save her was a blessing. Worrying about her living too long? That was a luxury. Besides, Suta was a god. Immortality probably wasn't a big deal to him. And with friends like Suta around, even with a long life, Nezuko probably wouldn't feel alone or bored. "Well then, since you've decided, let's not waste any time. Let's head out." Suta set down his wine cup. "The food and drinks here are terrible anyway. No point in staying." Cough. Suda-san, don't be so blunt. Tanjiro glanced toward the tavern owner, a little guilty. When he saw the owner wasn't paying attention, he relaxed. All right, he suddenly remembered. Suda-san, is there a time limit to saving Nezuko? Norus, Sotari Plaif. We can do it any time. It'll work with your schedule. Tanjiro went quiet. Urokadaki-sensei's image popped into his mind. If he left now, wouldn't that waste all the training had received over the past 2 years? Since there was no time pressure, maybe he should wait until the selection was over. But even one more second felt too long right now. Tanjiro's inner conflict showed clearly on his face. You were thinking about the final selection, right? Suda asked suddenly. Yes, Tanjiro replied with a troubled look. If I go back now, I'm afraid it'll let Urokadaki-sensei down. Then just wait 2 more days. Suda suggested. Your sister's not in any danger right now. That is no ruse. So why not finish the selection first? You don't mind waiting 2 days, Suda-san? Suda shook his head. I've got nothing better to do right now. 2 days is no problem. Thank you. Tanjiro looked genuinely grateful. He'll head back to Mount Fujikase now and continue the selection. Wait. Suda stopped him. If you just waltz back in now and the examiners see you, that'll definitely count as cheating. Unless I teleport you straight into the forest. He thought for a second and said, how about this? Let's just wait here for 2 days. After that, they'll send you back into the forest. Then you can just walk out like nothing happened. No one will know. Isn't that still cheating? Tanjiro's honest nature came out. He clearly didn't feel good about it. Suda asked, you don't want to wait long, right? Right? Then come with me. I promise time will fly. Suda spoke with full confidence. We won't need to wait 2 days at all. Truth be told, he didn't want to wait around for 2 days either. There wasn't even an internet cafe in this dump. 2 days of idling sounded like torture, and going back to his world, that would be a waste of a world-hopping pass. So, he decided to slow his own perception of time and let the 2 days fly by in an instant. He had tested this when he first gained his time manipulation powers. It worked. Let's find a quiet spot. Using his material creation ability, Suda left some money on the table, then pulled Tanjiro out of the tavern. They slipped into a secluded alley, and Suda activated the time-slowing field for both of them. Instantly, everything around them sped up. Birds and insects zipped by like comets. The noise of the street accelerated dozens of times, turning into a bizarre mess of sounds. Tanjiro's eyes widened. He looked up at the sky and saw the sun racing westward. Night fell, then dawn broke again soon after. When the time was up, Suda deactivated the time slow. He smiled at Tanjiro. All right, 2 days have passed. Time to finish your selection. Ignoring Tanjiro's dumbfounded expression, Suda teleported him back to Mount Fujikase. He dropped him at the forest's edge and then went invisible, heading for the examiner's field filled with wisteria. By then, 5 people had already gathered there. The Ubuyashiki siblings stood on the front platform, counting time and waiting for survivors to return. The boys in the Ubuyashiki family were often frail, and until age 13, they were raised like girls. Had Suda not known this, he might have mistaken the 2 identically dressed figures as sisters. The younger, white-haired brother looked far too delicate for a boy. 189. I, Luo Hao. AM, not worth speaking to you. Suda didn't have to wait long before Tanjiro arrived at the clearing. Standing nearby while cloaked in invisibility, Suda remained unnoticed by everyone. Just then, the phone in his pocket vibrated. HM. He took it out and saw a message in the group chat. Altair, Suda. How's it going over there? What's the deal with the newcomer? Did you figure it out? Suda. It's confirmed that it's not Kamadu Tanjiro himself. Barring any surprises, it should definitely be his sister, Nezuko. Suda. I accepted Tanjiro's request for help, and am planning to assist his sister with the demon defect issue. Shinobu. Judging from the intel you sent about those siblings, the demon flaws seem pretty similar to vampires fearing sunlight, needing to eat people. Suda. Besides, we might not even need the evolution card. If I can fix it with divine power, using points would be a waste. Kurumi Tokisaki. Speaking of points, could the newcomer trigger a wish-type mission? Kurumi. From the intel you shared, the Kamadu siblings lost their entire family. It's likely they'd want to resurrect them. Maybe something like Altair's rescue mission could be triggered? Suda, Nezuko. Huh. There's a chance, yeah. Suda. By the way, Kurumi, did you already head back in time? Kurumi. I'm 1,000 years in the past now, heading to the plains of Outer Mongolia. There's the world's largest spiritual ley line there. I plan to ascend there. Suda. All right, just remember to take it step by step. If anything goes wrong, stop immediately and contact me. They'll come right away. Kurumi. Era, so worried about me? How sweet, Kurumi. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Suda. Suda. Don't jinx it by saying stuff like that. Chelsea. Souta. By the way, do you have any mythological data? Suda, what's up? Chelsea, the Lord of the Path of Peace, asked me about it. He said since real gods exist now, their doctrine and myth background need updating. He knows I can hear divine will. So he's pushing for material ASAP. But I don't know mythology, should I just refuse? Suda, no need to refuse. Doctrine and myth should evolve, especially if we're going to use religion to guide the empire. Suda, how about this once I'm back? They'll download some mythology like the Bible and bring it to you. Let that leader use those references to create updated doctrine. I'm in a newbie's world now. Came via a world jump card, so it's inconvenient to go back. Suda sighed. Had he known, he would have downloaded the materials earlier and uploaded them directly to the marketplace. Altair, if you can't go back, he'll do it for you. He'll upload various mythological texts to the shop. It won't cost much, about 1 point each. Just send 1 point to Chelsea. Chelsea, but I can't read your language. Altair, he'll upload language skills too. Should be about 1 point. Souta, Chelsea. Seriously? You're a god used divine power to decode languages. Gods can understand and speak any language, even those based on light or color. It's a god's instinct. So don't waste a point, just use divine power. Chelsea, TCH, you're just stingy. Can't even spare a single point. Suda, say what you want. They'll send you the point. After replying, he transferred 1 point to Chelsea. Until he fully understood the auxiliary functions of the system, Suda wasn't about to waste even a single point. Altair, all right, I'm off to gather the data. Souta, Altair, don't pro anything weird. If you create some cringeworthy mythology, that's going to be a problem. Altair, you don't trust me? I have taste. Altair's confidence was loud and clear, but Suda still had doubts. After all, she had a pretty intense case of Chiuni syndrome. Hopefully she'd stick to official mythology and not toss in something embarrassingly dramatic. If she did, Suda might just go over and give her a good smack, right in front of Setsuna Shimazaki. Athena, Suda, so you're a god from another world? How intriguing. Suda, HM, finally decided to speak up? Were you lurking this whole time? Athena, this one was verifying the authenticity of a system phone. It cannot be destroyed by any means. Not even banished to the underworld, it always returns to me. For now, I acknowledge its mystique surpasses even my own. Suda, this one? That tone. You wouldn't happen to be Athena, the heretic god, would you? Athena, oh? So the announcement was right, you, as the group admin, know everyone's details. So it was confirmed this was the Athena. Suda sighed in relief. Kurumi. So the two newcomers are from the same world? Suda, yep. But a god slayer and an heretic god in the same group? Not a good match. Suda, Luo how? Athena, don't start fighting, all right? Now that you're both in the group, you'll need to get along. Athena, are you saying that my eternal rival is in this group? Suda, yes. But it's not like you can kill each other. The system blocks lethal attacks between group members. So you two better work things out. Athena, my only goal is to retrieve the Gorgonian. Fighting my rival is secondary. Athena, Suda, I can't sense the Gorgonian's location right now. If the announcement was true, you should have intel on that. Correct? Suda, so, you want me to help find a divine artifact? Athena, the search I will conduct myself. What I need is the information, you know. Fellow god of another world. Rest assured I will offer proper compensation. Suta, I can give you the intel, but I'm not in my world right now. Once I wrap things up here and return, they'll look into it. That was a lie. He had watched Campione long ago and forgotten most details, but he could easily recall it all through divine memory. No need to return to the real world. The reason he didn't hand over the info immediately was because he wasn't sure what Athena would do with the Gorgonian. In the anime, she wasn't exactly shy about causing chaos. She even caused a divine split later, with Métis nearly dragging the world into the underworld. If it weren't for the Godslayer defeating her, humanity would have been doomed. The novel had some differences, but Suta wasn't sure which direction the current timeline leaned. So for the safety of the people in that world, he had to investigate first, then decide. Athena, very well. I await your news. And with that message, she went silent again. The heretic god is actually easier to talk to than Luo Hao, Suta muttered. Luo Hao still hadn't said a word, likely because she thought the rest of them weren't worth talking to. A demon queen too proud to bother. Suta sighed helplessly. Nothing he could do about it for now. He'd take it one step at a time. Suta-san, are you there? Tanjiro's voice broke his train of thought, and Suta looked up from his phone. Looking ahead, he saw that only Tanjiro remained in the clearing. Even the examiner siblings had left. Suta revealed himself and replied, I'm here. Seeing Suta appear, Tanjiro visibly relaxed. Sorry, I was lost in thought and didn't hear you calling. Suta gave a brief explanation, then asked, Everything taken care of on your end? Tanjiro nodded, yes. I'm officially a demon slayer now. They said my Nickerum blade will arrive in 10 to 15 days. Great. In that case, let's go back to your sister. Suta smiled at him. Point me in the right direction and give me an idea of a distance. Well, teleport straight there. 190. Trust me, I'm just checking for a phone. Nothing else in less than a second. Suta brought Tanjiro to Mount Sajiri. This was the mountain where the former water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Sakanji Urokodaki, lived in seclusion. After retiring from the front lines, this powerful Hashira took on the role of a trainer, dedicating himself to nurturing the next generation of demon slayers, a role in which he was deeply respected by his students. Unfortunately, due to the presence of the hand demon, every one of his trainees had been killed during the final selection. Tanjiro was the only one who had defeated the hand demon and survived the trial. Suta figured that once Urokodaki learned about this, a burden he had carried for years might finally be lifted. So this is Mount Sajiri. Suta looked out across the vast woodland, compared to Mount Fujikase. The atmosphere here felt much more pleasant, sunny, peaceful, and without the eerie, ghostly vibe. Yes, Master Urokodaki lives here in seclusion. Nezuko has been asleep here for 2 years as well, Tanjiro replied, glancing at Suta with hope and excitement glowing on his face. Suta's casual display of power felt like miracles to him. A being who could control time and space, it should be simple for someone like that to save a girl who had turned into a demon, right? Tanjiro was becoming more and more confident in Suta's abilities. Point me toward your house, Suta said. Also let me know how far it is. We're already here, so let's just walk there, Tanjiro said, shaking his head. It's not far. If we suddenly appear, it might scare Master Urokodaki. And if he attacks, that'd be bad. Relax, Suta patted Tanjiro's shoulder. He could punch me all day, and he still wouldn't be able to scratch me. Tanjiro gave a helpless smile. If he didn't already have a sense of Suta's personality, he might have thought Suta was insulting his master. Umanskan teleport. If Master Urokodaki mistakes you for a demon, that's not good, Tanjiro insisted a bit more firmly. So let's just walk. Suta shrugged. If you want to walk, I don't mind. Then he created a rope with his powers and tied one end to Tanjiro's arm and the other to himself. Using his divine powers, Suta cast a levitation spell and floated in the air like a balloon, letting Tanjiro pull him along. Lead the way, he said. Tanjiro. And so, the two of them started hiking up the mountain. As they walked, Tanjiro asked, By the way, I used to be able to smell you, Suta-san, but now I can't. Why is that? Suta instinctively raised his arm and sniffed. I have a smell? Doesn't seem like it. No. I mean, I can detect information through scent. Like how you're not a demon or that you mean no harm. Ah, I see. That sounds like a kind of sensory detection. Suda thought for a moment and said, I activated my divine shield back at the final selection site. That's why your ability didn't work. Could you disable your shield temporarily? Why? Master Kadaki is just like me. He can sense emotions and identify disguised demons through smell. Tanjiro explained in detail. If your shield is down, he'll likely sense you mean no harm. That'll make things a lot easier. He quickly added, of course, if you're not comfortable with that, I'll do my best to explain everything myself. You don't have to be so cautious when asking for something, Suda chuckled. It's no big deal. The shield activates automatically against strong attacks anyway. Suda retracted his aura, appearing like an ordinary person. Tanjiro sighed in relief. Though Suda was a god, he was easygoing and down-to-earth, just a bit lazy. Still, that was hardly a flaw worth mentioning. Tanjiro had come to respect him quite a bit. Soon, the two reached the wooden house halfway up the mountain. Suda glanced ahead, but didn't see Nezuko. In the original story, Shed awakened just in time to greet Tanjiro after he returned from the final selection. But this time, because Suda brought him back so quickly via teleportation, Nezuko was probably still asleep. Tanjiro, a low, slightly shaky voice called from behind them. Tanjiro turned and saw Kadaki Sakanji, carrying a bundle of firewood. Before Tanjiro could even reply, Kadaki dropped the wood and rushed forward, embracing him tightly like a child dear to him. You're back. That's all that matters. It was an emotional release so strong that he didn't even spare a wary glance at the unfamiliar Suda. He simply hugged Tanjiro in silence, showing his deep concern. Finally, one of his students had come back alive. Master Kadaki? Tanjiro called softly. I'm just glad you're safe. Kadaki let go of him, glanced at Suda, and said, let's talk inside. It'll make your favorite hot pot tonight. Really? Tanjiro's eyes sparkled with joy. Kadaki nodded. Behind the Tengu mask, a faint smile appeared. Tanjiro was still as expressive as ever. After the hot pot was ready, Tanjiro finished explaining who Suda was and why he had come. Though the Tengu mask hid Kadaki's facial expressions, Suda sensed his surprise through spiritual perception. You can't really verify anything just by words, Suda said. Let's go check on Nezuko. I suspect the phone is with her, but I'm not entirely sure. Let's confirm it. Kadaki sensed no malice from Suda, so he turned to Tanjiro. Tanjiro nodded to his master. And so, the three entered Nezuko's room. On the wooden floor lay a neatly arranged futon, where a long-haired girl slept peacefully. The blanket covered her body, leaving only her delicate, serene face visible. Her sleeping expression was adorable. Suda looked at the bamboo muzzle on her mouth, confirming it matched his memory perfectly. Tanjiro turned to him and asked, is the phone on her? We'll have to check her pockets, Suda said, looking a little too eager. They'll do it, Tanjiro quickly offered. Letting a strange man search his sleeping sister no matter how chill he was, he just couldn't allow that. Suda shook his head. System phones can't be seen or touched by anyone but their owner unless they want to show it to you. It's basically invisible. Let's try this. Suda grinned, took out his own phone, and said, he'll message her in the group and see if there's a reaction. He opened the friend group chat and typed, Suda, Kamadu Tanjiro. Quit sleeping time to party. Buzz, buzz. Immediately, a vibration came from the futon. No doubt about it. It's her. Suda said with certainty. PS book recommendation. Title. All my blind dates are from the anime dimension alternate title. Dimensional Canon Playboy new author on Hedgehog Cat. It's a crack FIC. Don't take it seriously. Me, being chilling, in the middle of a blind date, I'm panicking. Kodonoha Katsura. Nice to meet you. Let me start by killing a boyfriend for fun. Bing, chilling, Nijiru. Asuna Yuki. Nice to meet you. Bing, chilling. Kirito, make sure you wear a green hat. Gasai. Are you my yucky? Bing, chilling, am not. Sorry. Bye. Scat hack. Young man. Would you mind an older woman for a date? Bing chilling. You're old enough to. Tatsumaki. Nice to meet you. I Bing chilling out. Are you even legal? I can't take this anymore. A chaotic otaku's dimension-crossing blind date journey. Bing chilling. I'm losing my mind here. 191 Altair. I should V/slash you back then. BZZBZ. The phone vibrated again. This time, it wasn't from under the futon but from Suta's hand. He glanced at it and saw that someone had tagged him in the group chat. Altair, Suta. What's going on? Why do you ping the newbie? Wasn't Kamadu Tanjiro supposed to be mute or something? Suta didn't reply right away. Instead, he turned to Tanjiro and said, There's no doubt about it. Your sister is the one who received the phone. Nezuko? But I didn't see any phone, Tanjiro said, puzzled. All he saw was Suta tapping on his system phone for a bit, and that was it. How did that confirm anything? I said earlier if Nezuko doesn't want to show the phone, none of you will sense it at all. I sent her a message. Her phone vibrated, but none of you could hear it. Suta explained, then muttered to himself as he looked at the sleeping girl's peaceful face. No wonder she hasn't said a word this whole time she's been asleep. She's been asleep for 2 years, Tanjiro added, then asked with concern, but why has she been asleep for so long? He looked at his sister, eyes filled with worry. It had been 2 years, not a single sign of waking. He was almost at the end of his rope. Most likely, she's been using all her willpower to suppress her demonic hunger. That's why she's in a comatose state. A golden gleam flashed in Suta's eyes, as if he were peering into her very soul. Her consciousness and mind are still active. She's suppressing her instincts with sheer willpower. Once she gains full control, she'll probably wake up. That matches my own theory, Kadaki suddenly chimed in. If she manages to suppress it completely, she might be able to survive by eating things other than humans. But suppression is just a temporary fix. Suta shook his head. If the instinct to eat humans still exists, it's only a matter of time before it resurfaces. Tanjiro looked at Suta anxiously. Then, Suta-san, do you have a way to cure it for good? Of course I do. I told you to underestimate me. Suta stared intently at Nezuko's face, his vision piercing through to her very consciousness. Thanks to divine power, he could actually see the consciousness something even more abstract than the soul. And right now, Nezuko's consciousness was busy suppressing a red entity inside her. That red presence was the primal urge to consume humans deeply embedded in her blood by Muzan Kibutsuji. It'll start by erasing her hunger instinct, so she can wake up. Suta raised his hand, and a radiant golden light formed in his palm. He focused on the red essence and willed it away. Tanjiro and Kadaki both stared, tense. Suta clapped his hands lightly. Clap. All done, he said softly. What? Tanjiro blinked. She's fine now, Suta said casually. She won't crave human flesh anymore. That's it. Tanjiro looked at his sister, puzzled. But she hasn't woken up. She's been out for 2 years, probably just a little groggy. Give her a moment. Suta headed toward the door and said, Let's wait outside. Tanjiro and Kadaki looked at each other. Though they were still worried, they followed Suta out. Both wore expressions of uncertainty. That was it. They'd only seen a flash of golden light and a little clap. Nothing else. Was this really legit? But seeing how confident Suta looked, Tanjiro didn't push for more. Well, let's eat first, Kadaki said, calming himself quickly. He began setting out the bowls and chopsticks. The hot pot had been ready for a while. If they left it any longer, the ingredients would go bad. He invited Tanjiro and Suta to sit down and eat. As Suta sat cross-legged, he pulled out his phone and rejoined the group chat. Suta, Altair. Sorry, I was busy healing the newcomer, couldn't reply earlier. Altair. It's fine. No need to apologize. Altair. So why do you ping the newbie? Wasn't she mute or something? Suta. Just wanted to confirm the phone's location. She's still asleep, and I didn't want to frisk a sleeping girl. So I sent a message and waited for the vibration. That confirmed that she got the invitation. Altairo, I didn't realize you were the type to be so considerate toward girls. Suta, do I have that bad of a rep in your eyes? Altair, not really. You just seem a bit dense sometimes. Altair recalled their first meeting. Back then, Suda had his left arm around Shinobu and his right around Kurumi, swaggering toward her like it was a grand entrance. He even waved and told her, "Hey, there's a spot open, come sit with us." If she hadn't known that was just how the crossover rules worked, she might have whipped out her 48 swords and cut him down on the spot. She had known then this guy was bold. Suda, honestly, I was planning to check her pockets, but Tanjiro was right there, so I went with the less invasive option. Altair. I take back what I said. She was now almost sure he was messing with her on purpose. Altair. All right, I've uploaded the mythology data to the marketplace. Chelsea already bought it. I'm guessing your church will have a fresh doctrine and mythos in no time. Suda, you didn't upload any weird stuff, right? Altair, of course not. The aroma of food wafted toward him. He glanced to the side. Tanjiro sat eating, but his expression was still heavy with thought. 192. The foolish Amudo-yo, seeing Tanjiro looking worried, Suda spoke up to reassure him. Don't worry. She'll wake up soon. If you're really concerned, I can force her awake. But that might startle her consciousness. No need. Tanjiro shook his head. I trust you. Let's eat. Kadaki reminded them. Suda nodded, picked up a piece of mushroom from his bowl, and popped it into his mouth, chewing a few times. The flavor is, it's great, right? Tanjiro quickly patted him on the shoulder, cutting him off mid-sentence. In his mind, Tanjiro let out a relieved sigh that was close. He hadn't forgotten how blunt Suda was at the tavern, calling the food disgusting, chewing for a second, then spitting it out with zero tact. Clearly, Suda didn't think twice before speaking, regardless of the situation. If he dropped another blunt critique here, the whole mood would freeze, and Kadaki's pride as the cook might take a hit. Suda looked at him, puzzled by the sudden interruption. Suda-san, how's the hot pot? Tanjiro asked softly. It's fine. Way better than that tavern food, Suda nodded, giving a fair assessment. But honestly, it's just okay compared to right, Tanjiro suddenly raised his voice, now that I think about it. How come Nezuko's still not awake? I get it, Suda said, giving him a helpless look. Don't worry. I made sure your master didn't hear it. Back in the tavern, you think the owner didn't come at me with a knife because I was polite? Tanjiro. So, you do have some self-awareness. Suda glanced toward the bedroom and muttered. Timing-wise, she should have woken up by now. Why hasn't she? Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous crash came from the room. A wooden door came flying straight at him, rapidly growing in size in his view. Tanjiro and Kadaki instinctively dodged, while Suda casually ducked his head. The flying door soared over him and smashed in the iron pot cooking their meal, spilling soup and ingredients all over the floor. Suda looked toward the source of the noise. There, a black-haired girl stood with one leg raised, clearly having just kicked the door down. Because of the angle, he caught a glimpse under her kimono, smooth, pale thighs, and a bit of white cloth. So this is what underwear looked like in this era? Come to think of it, Suda recalled, in the original, when Nezuko woke up, she kicked down the front door. Guess the bedroom door gets the same treatment this time. He could already imagine Kadaki's expression turning dark. Sure enough, he glanced toward the former water Hashira. Despite the Tengu mask, Suda could sense the man's inner turmoil loud and clear. The spilled hot pot and destroyed door clearly left him a bit rattled. Suda thought for a second, then waved his hand. A flash of divine power later, everything was restored to how it was. Kadaki watched in surprise, increasingly convinced that Suda was a deep and mysterious being. Tanjiro wasn't fazed, had already seen enough miracles to be used to it. His gaze remained fixed on his sister. The black-haired girl walked over to the three of them, looking each one up and down. Then, without a word, she threw herself into Tanjiro's arms. Nezuko. Seeing the innocence in her eyes, Tanjiro's nose stung. He hugged her tightly and said, Seriously? Why did you fall asleep like that? And stay asleep for so long? I thought you were dead. How much more did you want me to worry? He practically yelled those words, like he was scolding her. But his expression full of joy and vulnerability made it clear he wasn't angry. No doubt, these past 2 years had built up an immense pressure in his heart. Thank you for fulfilling my disciple's wish, divine one from another world. Urokadaki approached Suta and bowed deeply. Despite Suta being nothing like the solemn image of a god, Urokadaki still addressed him with full reverence. Nezuko is Tanjiro's last remaining family. He's been holding himself together all this time, but now he can finally rest a little, all thanks to your grace. Suta waved a hand. Don't get so formal. I'm not great with serious vibes. Just call me Suta. Hearing that, Urokadaki smiled gently beneath his mask. You're truly a god worthy of respect. Oh, that reminds me, Suta suddenly said. Speaking of gods, Urokadaki-san, you're kind of big shot in this world, right? Ever heard of anything about the afterlife? Like hell? Hell? Urokadaki shook his head. Only in myth and stories. Why? Well, your world's got some issues, Suta said, glancing around. When people die, their souls don't disappear. They linger in the living world. It's weird. I saw a few wandering spirits on Mount Fujikase. He remembered how, in the original story, Tanjiro and Nezuko had been saved multiple times by the spirits of their deceased loved ones. Without that, they might not have made it through the hand demon, Rue, the train, or the entertainment district. Was it just some souls that stayed? Or all of them? Either way, if souls stuck around, reviving the dead became much easier. If Nezuko could trigger a resurrect family wish-type quest, completing it might be a breeze. Suta's words made Urokadaki fall into thought. Do souls really remain after death? If so, could his fallen students still be near him? Even now, while Urokadaki was lost in his memories, the Kamadu siblings finally calmed down after their emotional reunion. Tanjiro let go of Nezuko and walked over to Suta, thanking him over and over. Suta, long used to it, just smiled and accepted it quietly. The three of them sat around the steaming hot pot again. Nezuko walked over, patted Urokadaki's head like she was caring for a little brother. Behind the mask, Urokadaki's expression turned slightly awkward. A grown man being patted on the head by a young girl like a child, it definitely threw off the generational balance. Suta laughed at the sight. You're the one who suggested she should view humans as family, he thought. Now you've hoisted yourself with your own mess. But his laughter didn't last. Nezuko came over and started vigorously rubbing his head, messing up his carefully styled hair. Suta, being mistaken for a human by a former demon girl, should he feel honored? Nezuko, be polite. Polite, Tanjiro called out. But the black-haired girl ignored him and kept ruffling Suta's head. Suta tried to scoot away, but she chased him relentlessly. Sorry, Tanjiro said awkwardly. She's still under the spell, maybe so. He tried to pull her off, but Nezuko was way stronger. As the struggle continued, she let out a low growl, wrapped her arms around Suta's head, and started aggressively rubbing clearly dead, set on using him up completely. Tanjiro looked helpless. He couldn't even bring himself to meet Suta's eyes. Suta, hair now a wild mess, sighed. This suggestion is not great. If she runs into some pervert one day, she might get taken advantage of. I'm canceling it. Urokadaki nodded. Now that the hunger's gone, the suggestion is no longer necessary. He'll remove it though. ITLL take a bit of time. He'll handle it. Suta snapped his fingers, and golden light burst from his fingertips. Immediately, Nezuko's abnormal mental state vanished. She paused mid-head rub, then quietly let go of Suta, didn't even look at him, and shuffled over to stare at the hot pot. Suta pouted. Wow, that was brutally honest. 193. Your sister has my blood in her veins. After letting go of Suta's head, Nezuko squatted next to the hot pot, eyes fixed on the steaming food inside. Just as Urokadaki was about to ask if she wanted to eat, couldn't help but be reminded of Kanna. He found Nezuko's behavior oddly cute. Tanjiro, let it go. She hasn't eaten in 2 years, of course, she's starving. Urokadaki stopped Tanjiro and shook his head. Since Suta-san has cured her, I imagine she can eat this now. No sooner had he said that than Nezuko suddenly spit out everything Shed just chewed, her face twisted in disgust. She looked like she was about to kick the pot over. Urokadaki. Nezuko, please. Listen to your brother. Don't be reckless. Tanjiro scrambled to hold her back. She probably can't stomach human food, Suda said, watching her. I only removed her craving for flesh. Her body is still that of a demon, so probably finds normal food unpalatable. Also, the hot pot really wasn't that great, Suda thought privately. He kept that part to himself, not yet close enough to Urokadaki to speak too freely. But if she can't eat human food, how will she recover her energy? Urokadaki asked with concern. It's fine. He'll just expand her diet a bit. Besides, she should be able to recover some strength through sleep now. Suda conjured a cup, then used his divine power to slice open his wrist, letting his blood stream quickly into the cup. When it was full, he handed it over. Here, have a drink. Nezuko immediately broke free from Tanjiro's grasp, darted over, snatched the cup from Suda's hand, and downed it in one go. She held her cheeks and let out a pleased sigh. Is that really okay? Tanjiro asked nervously. Won't it accelerate her demon transformation? It doesn't matter if it does. ITLL, just increase her power. The urge to eat humans is already gone. As Suda spoke, he summoned a ball of divine energy and suspended it before him. Though it floated in the air, it was still tethered to his divine realm, not bound to any physical object. The glowing orb drew the attention of everyone in the room, 2 humans and 1 former demon. Nezuko poked it out of curiosity, but her finger went straight through. Irritated, she kept poking it repeatedly like it was a game. What is that? Tanjiro asked while trying to stop her. It's divine power. It can grant wishes. Suda looked at the orb. He'll use this one to adjust Nezuko's diet, so she can eat normal food again. Think about any other demon traits. She should lose well, fix them all. Divine power. Both Tanjiro and Urokadaki were clearly intrigued, but they knew this wasn't the time to get curious about gods and force themselves to stay focused. Tanjiro thought for a moment and said, Demons fear sunlight. Can you fix that? Sure. Suda summoned another orb of divine energy. This one will get rid of her sunlight weakness. If it's not enough, it'll add more when I make the wish. What else? Urokadaki spoke up. All demons are cursed by Muzan Kibutsuji. It's a risk. If we don't remove it, she could be controlled. Good point. Can't be that vulnerable. Suda created a third orb. This one will remove the curse. Oh, an intelligence. Tanjiro blurted. Nezuko's mind regressed when she turned into a demon. Can that be restored? It can, though it's probably not just intelligence. She's lost some memory too. Suda pulled out a fourth orb. This one will restore both her intellect and memory. While the 3 talked, Nezuko began to fidget, sensing something on her. She reached into her clothes and pulled out a phone. Apparently annoyed, she tossed it away, but instantly flew back and reattached itself to her. Frustrated, she threw it again, same result. Now fully engaged in a one-sided battle, she forgot all about poking divine energy and focused entirely on throwing the phone. Suda chuckled at the sight. This silly side of her, so endearing, probably wouldn't last much longer. Once the divine power restored her, her mind would return to that of a 12-year-old. By age, she was now 14, but since she had been asleep for 2 years, her mental age hadn't changed. With everything decided, Suda began channeling wishes into the 4 orbs. But before he began, Tanjiro suddenly said, Suda-san, I probably can't offer much, but please, at least let me know what kind of reward you expect. It feels wrong to accept all this help for free. Suda looked at him and thought about his personality. Tanjiro was the type who hated owing anyone, whether emotionally or financially. Had been waiting this whole time, clearly uneasy about the lack of a price. Suda remembered what Shinobu had warned him about and smiled, holding up 5 fingers. Don't worry, I never planned to do this for free. The price is 500 points. It's a fair deal. 500 points? Tanjiro blinked, confused. Once her sister's mind is back and she reads the group announcement, explain it to her. She'll get it. Suda added thoughtfully, I might also take a bit of her blood. Don't worry, it won't hurt her. With some demon blood, he could maybe develop a no-side-effect transformation serum A pathway to immortality. If it worked, he'd never need to risk going to the wine of eternal life world again. Her blood? That should be fine, Tanjiro nodded after some thought. All right, deal. Let's get started. The 4 divine orbs before Suta began to glow. Tanjiro and Urokodaki watched with wide, anxious eyes as the light radiated around the room. Suta glanced at Nezuko, still throwing her phone around, and silently made his 4 wishes. In that moment, Nezuko suddenly froze mid-throw. Golden light enveloped her. She stood bathed in the divine glow as 4 transformations took hold. The process lasted 10 full seconds. At the same time, nearly half of Suta's divine energy reserves vanished from his inner realm. The black-haired girl stood motionless at the doorway, silent. "Nezuko," Tanjiro called out, his voice trembling slightly. Ahead of him, the girl's body twitched. She slowly turned her head and looked at Tanjiro. 194. The girl no longer fears the sun. The black-haired girl turned her gaze toward Tanjiro. Her eyes, once innocent and naive, now shimmered with clarity and intelligence. Slowly, she raised her hand and removed the bamboo muzzle covering her mouth. "Big brother," a crisp voice echoed through the room, instantly invigorating everyone present. Tanjiro, standing at the front, couldn't hide the joy spreading across his face. Tears welled up in his eyes as he saw his sister speak again. "Nezuko, it's been 2 years. You're finally talking again." Rushing forward, Tanjiro embraced the last of his family, pulling her tightly into his arms. "This is amazing. You're back. You can speak again." His voice trembled with emotion, choked with tears. "I'm sorry, brother, for making you worry." Nezuko returned the hug, her voice slightly slurred. After not using her voice for 2 years, she had nearly forgotten how to speak properly. But still, she tried her best to express her feelings with words. "These 2 years, you've worked so hard. Big brother." Tears touched the corners of Nezuko's eyes as she felt the warmth of her brother's arms. Gently, she patted his back, comforting him. "Sorry for letting you endure so much, all on your own. You remember everything?" Tanjiro pulled back slightly, looking at her in surprise. Nezuko nodded softly. Her memories had returned, but her personality had never changed. She had always been herself, just lost in a daze these past 2 years. "I remember everything you did for me." A hint of guilt appeared on her delicate, beautiful face. "What happened to Mother and our siblings? I'm sorry for making you bear all that pain alone. It must have been unbearable." Tanjiro wiped his tears with his sleeve and shook his head. "None of that matters. What matters is that you're back." Both siblings were deeply emotional. Even though they had already cried once, the feelings came rushing back uncontrollably. And both of them were gentle souls, each one trying to comfort the other, sharing the pain they'd endured. Suta, sitting by the hot pot. The curse of being a demon had been lifted from Nezuko. She had retained the full strength of a demon, but now lived like a human. It could be considered a complete evolution of her life form. If Muzan ever found out, he'd probably go mad with jealousy. Once the flood of reunion emotions had settled, the siblings stepped inside and joined the others around the pot. Nezuko stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Urokodaki. "Thank you, Master Urokodaki, for taking care of me and my brother these past 2 years." Urokodaki said nothing, only nodded silently. He wasn't great at expressing emotions. Nezuko seemed to understand that and didn't mind the cold response. Her expression remained kind and full of gratitude. "How do you feel now?" Urokodaki asked in a low voice. "My mind is clear and the blood urges are gone," Nezuko replied, clenching her small fist. "But I still have the demon's power." As she said that, her gaze turned towards Suta. Not knowing how to address him, Nezuko lowered her head and said earnestly, "Thank you for your blessing, Divine One." "Just call me Suta," he replied casually. "As you can see, I don't really fit the image of a god." Being called that just feels awkward. I understand, Divine One. Nezuko looked up, her face glowing with reverence. Suda, did she even hear him? My brother told me about your request. Don't worry, he'll give you the blood, but what exactly is points? Suda took out his system phone and waved it in front of her. Take yours out. Check the announcements in the group chat. The system should have transmitted the usage instructions to you. Usage instruction. Nezuko recalled something, her eyes lighting up. So that's what it meant. She fumbled through her kimono, pulled out a phone, and tapped clumsily at the screen. It took a few tries, but she managed to open the announcement page. Then she was absorbed in reading. Suda was a bit surprised. Was literacy this common in the Taisho era? It seemed Nezuko struggled a bit with the content, so her reading was slow. Just then, Tanjiro walked over and glanced at her, smiling with joy. I had Nezuko try reaching her hand into the sunlight. Earlier, nothing happened. She's really not afraid of the sun anymore. The sun, huh? Suda looked out at the sunlight beyond the door, a doubt forming in his mind. Were demons really afraid of the sun? If they could survive in shadows during the day, was it really the sun they feared? What's wrong? Yuro Kadaki noticed Suda's expression. Nothing, I was just wondering about this whole sunlight weakness. He thought for a moment and asked, so, is it actual sunlight demons fear? Or just the conceptual idea of the sun as understood by humans? The conceptual idea. Yuro Kadaki frowned. Isn't the sun just the sun? Right. Your scientific understanding hasn't been updated yet, Suda sighed. You know where moonlight comes from, right? Of course, Tanjiro said. The moon emits light, doesn't it? Don't tell me you didn't know that, Suda. Suda didn't argue. Instead, he muttered, you're in the Taisho era, and the fact that the moon doesn't emit light wasn't confirmed until the moon landing. No wonder. He gave up trying to explain further. What's the point of chasing an answer they wouldn't understand? Could it be demons fear ultraviolet light? A theory sparked in his mind. In some fantasy worlds, creatures like vampires weren't afraid of light, but specifically UV rays. Otherwise, why could they move freely at night? What do you think moonlight reflects? But UV levels at night are low and harmless. Then again, Suda shook his head. If hiding in the shadows could protect them, UV theory didn't hold up. Even during the day, Tanjiro had carried Nezuko in broad daylight as long as she was shaded, which meant the danger came from direct, sunlight conceptual sunlight. Just like Kiss shot in Monogatari, demons feared the very idea of the sun. The resemblance was uncanny. These demons were just like the vampires of that world, human-eating and sun-fearing. But if that were true, why could Nichiren blades hurt them? If it was just a conceptual fear, how did a physical weapon work? Must be some kind of mystical or involved in the forging, Suda muttered. I figured it out. Nezuko suddenly exclaimed, still holding her phone. She leaned in excitedly. Divine One, I understand what you want. But halfway through, her expression fell. I can't give you points right now, only my blood. No rush, Suda said. Once the system gives you tasks and you earn some points, you can pay me back then. Bzz. Just as he finished speaking, his phone vibrated. 195. Kurumi. Do you know what it means to suffer first and reap sweetness later? Suda took out his system phone and glanced at the screen. It was Kurumi contacting him. Tokisaki Kurumi, Suda. I'm absorbing Ryuryoku, Leoline energy, right now. Its working eye can clearly feel the upper limit of my Ryuryoku increasing. Tokisaki Kurumi. Also, my angel is getting bigger. Suda, your angel is getting bigger? What do you mean? Tokisaki Kurumi. Exactly that when manifested. That's likely a result of the Sapphira crystal's enhancement, which is pushing your angel to evolve. If your output doesn't improve along with your Ryuryoku levels, your strength might not actually go up by much. In the world of Data Live, spirits mainly attacked through their angels. They didn't seem to have other spells or methods to channel Ryuryoku. If Ryuryoku was a reservoir, then the angel was the pipe that drew power from it. Even if you held an ocean of Ryuryoku inside, if your output pipe was the size of a toothpick, your attacks wouldn't get much stronger. Too much power might even cause your angel to overload and collapse. Altair. So even the angel is evolving? In that case, could Kurumi's time bullets evolve from affecting single targets to controlling time over a wide area? I recall you, Suda, once experienced something like that. Tokisaki Kurumi. I can't confirm it just yet. I've only absorbed a small portion of leyline energy so far. The change in influence isn't very obvious yet. Suda, I think it will happen. Eventually, a single bullet could control time across a whole zone. Whether it hits the enemy won't even matter as much anymore. The limitations would be drastically reduced. Suda. Oh, Kurumi, have you checked if your shadow space evolved? Tokisaki Kurumi, I've tested it. The space is much larger now, and the area where I can project shadow externally has also increased. Suda, is that all? Any new spatial manipulation abilities? Like reversing causality within a space, slicing dimensions, or even consuming space. Tokisaki Kurumi. Tokisaki Kurumi. Wait, Suda, why would you think ID developed those kind of powers? Suda, because those are the powers of your White Queen form your inverted self, which could manipulate space. Tokisaki Kurumi. Inverted self? I've had one of those. Suda, it's from a spin-off novel. I'm not even sure if that version of the world exists. But if it does, your Sapphira crystal should hold spatial manipulation abilities. Maybe as it evolves, those powers will surface. Altairo, if Kurumi can control both time and space, her strength will soar. She'll be much more prepared to face Mio Takamiya. Tokisaki Kurumi, hopefully. But whether it's true or not, it's still too early to say. Tokisaki Kurumi. Suda, when I get to the real world, don't forget to find me that spin-off novel. Suda, no problem. Shiroyasha, looks like this group's going to produce another powerhouse, besides me. Suda, hey now, I count as a powerhouse too, don't I? Shiroyasha, huh? You, who I could one-shot. Where do you get the nerve to say that? Suda, your world's ridiculous gods and Buddhas working together to create universes. Of course, I can't compare. But in any Earth-based world, I'm definitely a top-tier combatant now. Altair, Suda, didn't you get hooped by Mio Takamiya? Suda, the data live world is unique. The power gap is massive. You've got basic spirits, then you jump straight to Mio. Doesn't really count. Tokisaki Kurumi, oh? I remember you once said Dai's Ire and a certain magical index also take place on Earth, right? You're strong in those worlds too. Impressive. Suda. Kurumi, are you teasing me? Tokisaki Kurumi. Fufu, are you mad? Tokisaki Kurumi. Don't worry, once I finish absorbing the ley lines, you'll get stronger too. Suda, huh? You get stronger, and I benefit? Tokisaki Kurumi. What's mine is yours. Don't forget that. Okay. Rintosaka. Damn it. I want to power up too. Why haven't I gotten any missions yet? Rintosaka. Suda, how about lending me your divine power first? I'll pay you back with points later. Suda stared silently at his phone. Hearing the word loan from Rin triggered some unpleasant associations. Suda, Rin, maybe avoid tossing around words like loan so casually. Rintosaka, why? Suda, just trust me on this one. Tokisaki Kurumi. By the way, Suda, how's the newbie situation on your end? Suda, I've already awakened her and resolved her physical issues. I should be able to head back soon. Suda, Nezuko. Come say hi to everyone. Inside the cabin, Nezuko looked up from her phone, confused. She didn't understand why Suda didn't just speak to her directly. They were right next to each other. But confused or not, she wouldn't refuse his request. Nitsuko. Hello everyone, I'm Nitsuko Kamado. I've been asleep due to being a demon, so I didn't say anything before. Sorry for worrying you all. Altair, as long as you're okay. Shiroyasha. Newbie, I helped save you too. Don't forget to wear something cute, and let me take your picture next time. Nezuko, huh? Thank you. I will. Suda, alright. Shiroyasha, stop trying to take advantage of the situation. Don't you already have Black Rabbit? Shiroyasha, TCH. One Black Rabbit isn't enough. I'm curious about what the newbie looks like. Shiroyasha, actually, I want to meet all of you. Where are you guys visiting Little Garden? They'll give you the best welcome. Suda, yeah, Maybe skip inviting Shiroyasha to in-person meetups. Could be problematic. Tokisaki Kurumi, Nezuko. Do you want to bring your family back? If so, it might trigger a wish-related mission. Nezuko, bring them back? You mean resurrection is real? Altair, it is. One of my relatives was resurrected with help from the group. Nezuko slowly put away her phone and looked at Suda, her eyes filled with nervous hope. Her voice trembled. Nezuko, Divine One, is resurrection truly possible? Suda nodded. Suda, there are two key conditions. The body must be intact enough to live again, and the soul must return to it. In your world, considering how souls linger, resurrection might be relatively easy. He turned toward Tanjiro, who had been drawn into the conversation. Suda, Tanjiro, when you fought the hand demon, didn't you see your little brother's soul? Tanjiro thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, I did, but I'm not sure if I imagined it. Suda, what about Sabito and Mikomo? How did you know their names after they died? Tanjiro froze. That's right, he might have imagined seeing his brother. But Sabito and Mikomo, those were definitely real souls. There was no way he could have known their names otherwise. Tanjiro, souls, seeing her brother quietly acknowledge it. A surge of urgency rose in Nezuko's chest. At that moment, two phones buzzed in unison. Suda looked at his phone. The system had issued a group mission. 196, Rin, probably only you would be this greedy multiversal friendship group system, has detected the condition to trigger a wish-based mission. Posting mission, group mission, save the Kamadu family mission description. Your friend, Nezuko Kamadu, wishes to change the tragic fate of her family, but she lacks the power to do so alone. As friends, we should help one another. Show your love and support by helping her resurrect her family. Mission reward, 10,000 points. Suda and Nezuko both received the system's mission prompt. This is the mission? Nezuko held her phone in both hands, staring at the screen with curiosity. She even tapped at it with her finger. Looks like triggering the wishes of group members is a steady way to farm missions. But seems like not everyone has one. Suda thought of the newly joined Athena. She was searching for the Gorgony, and maybe that wish could lead to a mission too? What's going on with you two? Tanjiro looked at them, confused. The two of them had suddenly developed a form of interaction he couldn't access. As an older brother, it left him with a mix of emotions. Brother, we're discussing how to bring our family back. Nezuko reminded him gently. What? Tanjiro instinctively looked at Suda, face full of shock. He had heard them mention resurrection, but thought they were only speaking hypothetically. After all, bringing the dead back to life, it sounded like something from a fairy tale. Suda-san, you're not serious, are you? Even Yuro Kadaki, sitting nearby in meditation, couldn't stay calm. His breath quickened as he listened closely. If the dead could really return, could all the disciples he lost come back to him? Tanjiro, what do you define death? Instead of answering, Suda asked a question in return. Death. Tanjiro thought for a moment. For humans, it's probably when their breathing and heartbeat stop and they never wake up. For demons, it's when they're decapitated by a Nichiren blade and turn to ash. That's only physical death. In the eyes of a god, it doesn't mean much. A golden light flickered in Suda's eyes, a divine glint that seemed to pierce into the depths of the soul. The gaze placed immense pressure on Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Yuro Kadaki all at once. It was as if their legs were about to buckle, as though they might fall to their knees and bow. A stunned expression appeared on their faces. They finally realized the man standing before them truly was a god. Despite his casual demeanor, his jokes, and easygoing attitude, he was undeniably a higher being. If he didn't choose to treat you kindly, you'd be nothing but an ant in his eyes. Sorry, I scared you, didn't I? Suda quickly retracted all his divine presence. Ever since ascending to divine rank 5, his divine aura had become increasingly intense. If he didn't keep it in check, even a stray breath of power could put immense pressure on mortals. His power had grown so rapidly that mastering full control over it was still a work in progress. Anyway, what god value is the soul? As long as the soul isn't destroyed, it doesn't count as true death. He smiled, softening his tone. And if it's not true death, then resurrection is definitely possible. Resurrection, Tanjiro murmured, dazed. He wasn't the only one. Urokodaki had also lowered his head, memories of the past flooding his mind. Both of them were lost in thoughts of their lost loved ones. Nezuko, meanwhile, was watching the group chat on her phone, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Every now and then, she'd poke at the screen adorably. Suda looked at her and found her kind of cute. Even though her mind had reverted to that of a 12-year-old, some behaviors from her time as a demon had stuck around. Her habits were still a little beastly. Just earlier, she'd instinctively reached toward the hot pot with her hand. Halfway there, she realized what she was doing and quickly pulled back, glancing around guiltily. When no one noticed, she sighed in relief. Unbeknownst to her, Suda had seen everything but pretended not to notice when she looked around. Probably just lingering muscle memory, he guessed. Then he turned his focus back to his phone. Tokisaki Kurumi. Looks like I was right. A mission really was triggered. Altair. A group mission to resurrect someone important. Reminds me of the one I had. Rin Tosaka. Finally. Rin Tosaka. Suda, have you decided whole join? There are 5 slots. Can I be one of them? Altair. Technically, there are only 3 slots left. Suda and Nezuko are guaranteed to go. Rin Tosaka, wait. Nezuko counts as a participant in her own mission. Tokisaki Kurumi, of course. That was confirmed during Altair's mission. Altair, Kurumi-san, since you were the one who steered the group toward this mission, I think you deserve one of the slots. Tokisaki Kurumi, nah, I'm busy absorbing Ririoka right now. Then how do we pick the 3 from the remaining 7 of us? Shinobu, a fair competition won't be easy. Shinobu, Suda, you got a wild imagination. Any clever solutions? Suda, ahem. Actually, I could finish this mission by myself, so you guys don't have to come. Rin. Altair. Shinobu. Oh, going solo to hog the reward? I wouldn't mind. Zuta, I'm just joking. I may need points, but not that badly. Suda. Anyway, I've already thought of a way. Shiroisha. Let's hear it. I'm always entertained by your schemes. Suda. It's not a scheme, just bending the system a bit. Hey, race the plan. It'll make 7 slips of paper, write winner on 3, fold and shuffle them. Then upload all 7 to the system marketplace. Suda. Then I'll send 1 point to each of the 7 contestants. You'll each use it to buy 1 paper. Whoever gets a winner slip gets to join the mission and I get the points back. Shiroyasha. Shiroyasha. As expected of you. Altair, brilliant. This could work for future team missions too. Well done, Suda. Tokisaki Kurumi. Era the system's going to have a headache again. Ilya. Big bro is so smart. Rin. But what if someone doesn't buy the paper after you send them the point? You'd lose a point. Suda. Suda. Rin. I think you're probably the only one in the whole group who'd try to hoard that 1 point. Rin. Tokisaki Kurumi. Rin does raise a valid point. Points aren't guaranteed to return. Like that new member Luo Hao. She hasn't said a word yet. Might not buy anything at all. Kurumi's comment made Suda pause. He had forgotten about that. Luo Hao hadn't spoken once. Maybe she just didn't care to interact. If he gave her a point, would she even use it? Even if it was just 1 point, it was still a point. Suda tagged her. Suda, Luo Hao. Do you want to join the mission? Suda, Luo Hao. If you don't reply, they'll assume you're opting out. After a while with no response, he gave up. Suda. All right then. Only 6 people will draw. 197. Rin Tosaka. I finally didn't screw up this time. After removing those who weren't participating, Suda sent 1 point to each of the remaining 6 members. Then, using his matter creation ability, he manifested 6 slips of paper 3 marked with lucky draw and 3 with unlucky. He uploaded these slips to the marketplace. Since the system notifies everyone when new items are uploaded, he didn't need to say anything in the group chat the moment they went live. They were snatched up. 6 points instantly showed up in his system balance. Suda. Suda what? Are you all refugees? Why the mad dash? Rin Tosaka. Easy for you to say. If your slot hadn't been pre-assigned, you'd have race for it too. Suda. Fair enough, I won't deny that. Shinobu. I drew unlucky. What does that mean? Chelsea. Same here. I drew it too. Why does it feel kind of offensive? Am I imagining things? Rin Tosaka. Mine says lucky draw, so did I win or not? Suda. Rin Tosaka. HM? What's with that reaction? Zuta. I'm shocked. You didn't mess up at a crucial moment for once. Rin Tosaka. Ugh. What kind of impression do you even have of me? Rin Tosaka. So lucky draw means I won? Suda. Yep. Ilya knew. Rin beat me to it. Rin Tosaka. Oh my Ilya, did you draw unlucky? Poor thing Ilya. Don't get too cocky, Rin. Rin Tosaka. Ah, the barking of the defeated never gets old. Ilya. Oof. You're going on a mission, right? Well, be sure to tattle to your teachers and say you're skipping school just to mess around. Rin Tosaka. Rin Tosaka. Wait, what kind of petty nonsense is this? Can't win, so you start throwing rocks? You a kid or something? Ilya. Yeep, imakit Ilya. Big bro loves girls with petite builds, so he'll always stay a kid. Rin Tosaka. Suda. You pervert. Suda. Are these two conspiring to ruin me? What did I do? I'm catching strays out of nowhere. Altair. Sounds like I won too. Mine says lucky draw. Shinobu. Suda. What does unlucky mean? Explain yourself. Suda. It's just a game term like drawing the short straw. Means your luck's on vacation. Shinobu, why call it that? Sounds random. Suda. It's just a silly way to say you missed the mark. Think of it like rolling a 1 in a dice game. No big deal. Chelsea. Chelsea. Even though I wasn't planning to join, it still stings not to win. Suda. Chelsea. How's your myth writing project going? Chelsea. I've translated the materials into the Empire's language and handed them off to the leader of Path of Peace. He and some scribes have started drafting. Shouldn't take long to get a new mythos framework in place. Suda, great. Let me know when it's done. They'll come check it out. Altair. Right? We had 3 winners. Besides me and Rin. Who's the third? Athena. I drew the lucky draw slip. Suda, oh? Data surprise Athena. You're interested in this too? Athena. I am quite curious about foreign worlds. Athena. And I'm also intrigued by you as a fellow god. How do gods of other worlds differ from me? As the goddess of wisdom, my thirst for knowledge is quite intense. Suda. Send me an invite first. Otherwise, I'll have to spend points on a travel card to reach your world. Athena invites you to her world. Accept? That was fast. Suda blinked. No hositashin. Not worried about letting a wolf into the house. Then again, in her world, the heretic gods are top tier. Maybe she assumes no one in the group can surpass her. Made sense. She hadn't been humbled by the wider world yet. Suda. I'm heading out to pick someone up. Rin. Altair, hang tight a bit. Rin Tosaka. Got it. Altair. Perfect timing. He'll handle a few things with Setsuna. Seeing no objections, Suda put away his phone. Nezuko looked up at him. Nezuko, Divine One. Are you leaving? Suda, yeah. He'll be back soon. Just gonna retrieve someone. Don't forget to send me an invite, otherwise you'll need a travel card again. Nezuko. He'll remember. She nodded seriously, but her expression quickly shifted, haunted by thoughts of her family. Suda walked over and gently placed a hand on her head, softly ruffling her hair with a warm smile. Suda, it's okay. Leave everything to me. Nezuko. At 153 centimeters, Nezuko was a full 30 centimeters shorter than Suda. His hand fit perfectly on her head. It made him want to keep patting her. It wasn't until Tanjiro shot him a look that he awkwardly pulled his hand back. Suda, Tanjiro, about the resurrection, don't overthink it for now. Just let it happen naturally. Tanjiro, clearly torn but unsure what to ask, finally relaxed when Suda gave him a reassuring shoulder pat. Tanjiro, I understand. Sorry. The moment I heard the word resurrection, I panicked, but no matter what happens, I'll always be grateful. Suda, I'm heading off now. Remember, not a word about this to outsiders. It could cause major trouble. With that, he turned and glanced at Urokadaki. Through the Tengu mask, Suda could see the old man's conflicted expression, like he wanted to ask for something but couldn't find the words. He's probably thinking of asking for his disciples to be revived. But we're strangers, and he's too reserved to ask. Suda didn't bring it up either. If resurrection proved easy in this world, he wouldn't mind helping. But all of Urokadaki's disciples were eaten by the hand demon. Not even a trace of their bodies remains. Their original bodies were beyond recovery. To revive them, he'd have to create new ones from scratch. And he wasn't sure if a soul could just be inserted into a random vessel and function normally. That would need testing. So he promised nothing. Suda, mentally system, returned. A white light surrounded his body, and with that, he vanished from the cabin. 198. Nezuko Kamadu, will kill you, Muzin after Suda left. The three remaining inside the wooden cabin exchanged glances and fell into a long silence. When Suda had been there, his casual attitude had rubbed off on them. None of them had taken the time to deeply consider what his actions truly meant. But now that they did, all they could feel was awe and reverence. Urokadaki glanced at Nezuko and, after a moment, sighed softly. You two siblings have truly met someone extraordinary. Yeah, Nezuko was lucky to receive something as miraculous as the system phone. Without it, would never have met Suda. Tanjiro thought back on everything that had happened over the past few days. It all felt like a dream. Nezuko, meanwhile, stared down at her hands. Remembering the savage instincts from when she first became a demon, her delicate brows knitted in discomfort. If only the technique to remove a demon's flaws could be made widespread, it would save so many people from tragic fates. I feel the same, Tanjiro said with a gentle shake of his head, but I don't think that's possible. Judging by Suda's personality, we need to find a proper way to repay it. I understand, brother. Nezuko smiled and nodded. Don't worry. Suda may be kind-hearted, but he'll never take his help for granted. He'll remember it well. It's just... The black-haired girl looked troubled. He really doesn't lack anything. I don't even know how to repay him. In that case, I have an idea. Tanjiro thought back to Suda's behavior and said, well, Suda's a bit, lazy. Lazy? Nezuko blinked. Yeah. Tanjiro gave her a rundown of Suda's many lazy antics. Like when he didn't want to wait. So he slowed his subjective time and fast-forwarded 2 days in an instant. Or when he didn't want to walk. So he teleported everywhere and even turned Nezuko weightless so he could carry her with ease. Honestly, Tanjiro had never met anyone like him. Nezuko couldn't help but feel a giggle bubble up, but she held it back out of respect for her benefactor. Of course, it wasn't mockery. Rather, she found the contrast between his divine status and human-like laziness kind of endearing. For a god, laziness came off as charming. But for a regular person, that was just being lazy. So, Nezuko, maybe try to find an opportunity to take care of Suda in day-to-day life, Tanjiro suggested. He's probably too lazy to even clean his own place. That's actually a good idea, Nezuko agreed. Repaying a favor meant giving something the other person actually needed. And for someone who had everything but was lazy, tending to their daily life might be the perfect way to show gratitude. We'll keep an eye out for a chance in the group chat. She looked fired up with determination. Seeing that expression, Tanjiro felt a warmth in his heart. His sister felt just like she used to, and for a moment, it felt like home again. And then he remembered. By the way, Nezuko, what exactly happened that day, 2 years ago? 2 years ago, a shadow passed over Nezuko's eyes. The Demon Slayer Corps has concluded that your family was murdered by Muzin Kibutsuji. Urokadaki suddenly interjected. Muzin Kibutsuji. Tanjiro repeated the name. He's the progenitor of demons, right? You mentioned him before. Yes, Urokadaki said, his voice grim. All it takes is a trace of his blood on a wound and a human will turn into a demon. His tone grew colder as he added. The final goal of the Demon Slayer Corps is to completely annihilate Muzin Kibutsuji. I remember his scent. If I ever encounter him again, I'll recognize him instantly. Tanjiro's eyes hardened as the memory of that night came rushing back. The loss of his family was a wound that would never heal. If there was one person he could never forgive, it was Muzin. Sensing his disciples building fury, Urokadaki patted him gently on the head, then spoke in a stern voice. Don't let hatred cloud your mind, Tanjiro. Muzan is not someone you can face in your current state. If you ever do meet him and recognize him, do not act alone. Contact the court immediately. A Hashira-level swordsman will handle him. Understood, Master Urokadaki. We'll keep that in mind. The seriousness of Urokadaki's tone seemed to calm Tanjiro a bit, and he nodded solemnly. Nezuko had heard the whole exchange, but didn't care much for it. Rather than rely on the Demon Slayer Corps, she wanted to be the one to bring down the man who destroyed her family. She had the system. There was a post in the group pinned by Souta. It said she could use points as payment to ask him for strength enhancements. Nezuko thought this must be the real way to defeat Muzan Kibutsuji. To her, Souta seemed all-powerful. Muzan? Probably nothing in comparison. Maybe Souta could help her grow strong enough to surpass Muzan. And when that day came, revenge would be hers. With a new group mission, she'd be earning points soon. Once she paid back the 500 points she owed, whatever remained she'd use it all to grow stronger. Yes, to grow stronger. Not to ask Souta to avenge her. When it came to Muzan Kibutsuji, she would defeat him with her own hands. Mother, siblings, they'll make sure that monster suffers for everything he did to you. The black-haired girl made her vow silently. Meanwhile, in the Souta's world, Souta suddenly sneezed. Gods can catch colds. Is someone gossiping about me? It felt odd, but he didn't dwell on it. Looking around his apartment, he noticed dust covering the floor and furniture. Had been in the Demon Slayer world for over 2 days, but clearly more time had passed here. Too lazy to clean. He simply used divine power to will the entire apartment spotless. Then he plopped down on his freshly cleaned sofa, stretched out, and opened the group chat on his phone. Souta, Athena, I'm heading to your place now. The teleport will drop me right beside you. Shouldn't be a problem, right? A reply came swiftly. Athena, I am in my own domain. Gulme. 199. Goddesses these days are really keeping up with the times. Souta. Alright, 1 second. Altair. Souta, I'm ready too. Souta, got it. Souta, Rin Tosaka. Rin, how's it going on your end? Rin Tosaka. I just finished notifying school. He just said I kinda resemble that girl. I played dumb and naive easy enough to fool him. Altair. Altair. Why does this sound like a delinquent girl making excuses to her dad? Ilya. Not just like Rin is a bad woman. Rin Tosaka. Oh my, isn't that unlucky Ilya speaking? I'm off to do a mission with Souta. Wanna come see me off? Ilya. TCH. Acting proud for what? You're 17, and your bust is the same size as mine was at 12. What's there to brag about? Rin Tosaka. Ilya. Not even better than your little sister. That's just sad. Rin felt emotionally nuked by 10,000 points of damage. Because Ilya was right. Why? Oh, why was the universe so cruel to her? But even if she was salty, it wouldn't stop her from clapping back. Rin Tosaka. TCH, it's just some fat. Who even cares? Ilya, big bro cares. Based on my observations, he likes petite girls and girls with big boobs. You Rin? Not petite. No curves totalmente hopeless. Rin Tosaka. Rin Tosaka. Souta, judging women by chest size? You're trash. Souta? What the hell? Again? How many times do I have to get hit with friendly fire? Were they planning this together? Just to mess with him? Souta. Rin, if it really bothers you, try eating more papaya. Rin Tosaka. Who said I care? I'm not petty like that. Meanwhile, in the Type Moon world Fuyuki City, after sending her message, Rin glanced at her younger sister across the lunch table, mainly at her chest. The fabric stretched tight, and Rin could only feel more envious. She says she doesn't care. She's lying through her teeth. Sakura. Sis, how long will you be gone? Rin, I'm not sure. She figured Souta was way stronger, now being a rank 5 god, and also she thought for a moment and said, maybe a week at most. Might only take a day. Don't worry. Sakura was quiet for a few seconds. It wasn't Rin she was worried about, it was something else. After giving herself a mental pep talk, Sakura spoke up. Sis, can I go with you? Rin froze. Souta, you jerk? For some reason, she felt the urge to hit him. We're going someplace you can't go, Sakura. Don't worry, Souta will visit us someday. She fought back her guilt and turned down her sister's hopeful request. Okay. Sakura looked disappointed, but hid it well. Oh, right. Rin remembered something important and quickly told her, next time you buy fruit, get more papayas. Papayas? Got it. Though she was confused, Sakura still nodded obediently. Back in the Souta's world, Souta glanced at the system time on his phone and stopped dawdling. He was about to travel to another world, but it made him wonder if Lu Hao had never invited him, and he tried to jump to her world, who would he land near? Curious, he decided to try. He visualized Lu Hao in his mind and said, Souta, system, take me to the Campione world. A white light flashed and he vanished from his apartment. Naples, Italy, one of the country's great cities. From a high vantage point, one could see the Naples Bay gleaming under the soft sunlight, the port of Santa Lucia, and countless ancient buildings. A gorgeous city with an aura of history. Mesmerizing. A girl who looked to be about 13 stood on a seaside rock formation, scanning the cityscape from low to high. Despite her youthful features, her refined facial structure already hinted at stunning beauty in the making. Several owls flew overhead her, summoned messengers. She shared their vision as she watched over the land that once belonged to her divine domain. Few knew the truth. The Athena of myth was a trinity of deities, Athena, Medusa, and Metis worshipped as one across the Mediterranean. Naples was once land that honored Athena. Yes, this girl was Athena herself. Her silver hair shimmered softly, as if melted from moonlight. Though a heritage god, her style was surprisingly trendy. She wore a thin sweater, a mini-skirt that barely reached her thighs, and deep purple thigh-high stockings. Paired with her petite frame, she looked like a rebellious middle schooler. Athena, soft, cold voice times have changed. It seems this land no longer remembers me. The city twinkled with night lights. Looking east, the majestic Mount Vesuvius loomed 10 kilometers away, one of the 3 great nightscapes of the world. But Athena didn't like it. This artificial lighting was the fire of Prometheus' civilization. What she longed for was the return of the Gorgoninae, return to the ancient nights ruled by primal darkness and the underworld. The starless night foretold by the witches' prophecies. As Athena stared at the city, frowning, a white light burst in front of her. Athena, oh, he's arrived? She narrowed her eyes, intrigued. From the radiance, a young man appeared bathed in divine glow. He opened his eyes, scanned the surroundings, and locked eyes with her. Power rippled between their gazes, two gods, silently sizing each other up. Athena, oh, you can meet my gaze. So, you're not human. Souta had just opened his mouth to greet her, but was promptly shut down. In a blink, Athena teleported from her perch and appeared in front of him, floating in midair so their eyes met at the same level. Any fisherman who saw this would probably pass out. Athena, so you're Souta? Rather plain for a divine name. Souta, I ascended from humanity. My names from my human days were not from the same system. While he explained, Souta subtly observed her. Just as he remembered an exquisite little girl, wearing a knitted hat with cat ear patterns. Incredibly cute and unforgettable. His eyes drifted downward. The deep purple thigh-highs caught his attention. Seriously, a goddess in stockings? These goddesses really know how to stay modern. P.S. Side note from the author applied for an alt account, but apparently creating an author account now requires a phone number and ID. I totally forgot. Guess he'll borrow my sister's. Found a bunch of spicy selfies too. Kinda scared to post on a new account after that. 200. Truly a tragic chest while marveling at how a goddess could be wearing thigh-high stockings. Souta confirmed one thing in his mind. If you weren't explicitly invited, then even if you world-hopped, you wouldn't be teleported next to the person you were thinking of. Like just now, he had Lu Hao in mind, but ended up with Athena. Well, no big deal. Athena, you say you ascended to godhood from humanity? Souta's words surprised Athena. Athena, my wisdom tells me you're not lying. So, something like a Campione's rebirth? Souta, not quite. He shook his head. Becoming a Campione locks your strength. From there, all you can grow is authority and experience. It just adds to your arsenal. not her power. Athena looked intrigued. So you're saying you can keep getting stronger? Souta, yep, he smiled. My divinity level can level up. Athena, level up. She began circling around Souta, observing him closely. The more she saw, the more uneasy she felt. Her goddess intuition warned her. Souta was extremely dangerous, possibly her equal or even beyond her. And if he could still level up, the gods of his world might surpass those of her own. Realizing this, Athena immediately gave up on testing him further. Souta, you know the rules of travel, right? Athena stopped circling him and gave a small nod. Athena, I read the pinned message. I need to hug you, yes? Souta, right? If you're not comfortable, Athena, it's fine. She looked at him calmly and added, Athena, why would you assume I care about something so trivial? Fair enough, she might look like a little girl, but she's still a goddess. You can't judge her with human logic. Souta, good, then let's get going. We still have 2 more to pick up. He glanced at the time on his system phone. Athena, before that, she said, stepping closer, her gaze locking with his. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. Athena, I must retrieve the grimoire, the Gorgonian. That is my purpose for awakening. She looked at him expectantly. Athena, may I call you Souta? Since you've returned to the real world, I trust you brought me information I desire. Souta didn't answer right away. He started searching his divine memory for everything related to Athena. Memories, power by divinity, rushed in early myth, before Greek legends were finalized. Athena was a sovereign of the ancient world, a goddess who ruled over humanity with divine servitude. She was born in North Africa and worshipped as a great earth goddess across the Mediterranean. But myths evolved. She was stripped of her sovereignty, reduced to Zeus' daughter, sister, or wife. Her glory diminished. Métis was violated and robbed of her wisdom. Medusa was twisted into a monster. The myths may not have been true, but myth defined divinity. As her myth was degraded, so too was Athena's divine nature, leaving her incomplete, manifesting now as a young girl. That's why she refused to submit. Can I ask what you plan to do once you get your full divinity back? Athena, casually of course, extinguish the abhorrent lights of civilization and return my domain to the darkness of ancient times. Souta wasn't surprised. Is that really necessary? Athena, naturally. Darkness is my domain. I call to the underworld better that way. This world's lights displease me. I need to make it more to my liking. She stared at the city lights of Naples with disdain. Athena, in my land, Prometheus' fire is a blight. I do not need it. Hearing that, Souta actually felt relieved. So it wasn't some urgent world-ending agenda, just goddess-level pettiness. She was clearly a hybrid between her anime and novel versions. If that was the case, he figured he had a decent shot at talking her down. Though knowing he wasn't much of a negotiator, he shelved the idea for now. Instead, he'd take the long route, build a solid relationship first. If things went well, she might not resist a favor request later. Souta, by the way, have any other heretic gods appeared in Italy? Athena, none I've sensed. Why? Souta, then you'll have to wait a bit. He began recalling the original timeline. Souta, from what I remember, the Gorgonian will soon be discovered by a mage. Once that happens, you'll be able to sense it. Athena, soon? Huh, so I will reclaim it? Souta, not necessarily. In the original timeline, a Campione stopped you and defeated you. Athena, I lose? She froze, genuinely shocked. Souta, hard to say now. The moment you got the system phone, your future became fluid, full of endless possibilities. He smiled and added, Souta, in any case, no need to rush the Gorgonian. Let's finish our mission first. If a Campione blocks your path later, maybe I can lend a divine hand. Athena, then allow me to thank you in advance. Her opinion of him just skyrocketed. Head shared valuable intel openly, showing sincerity. She likes sincerity, especially in gods. Unlike those cunning, scheming Campiones, Souta felt far more pleasant. Comrades in divinity, not monsters who killed gods. Souta, also, once you earn more points, you can use them to ask me to remove your flaws as a heretic god. Athena, Flaws? She looked at her petite body instinctively. You think I'm flawed? Souta, heretic gods eventually go mad from the world's distortions. You do know that, right? The last king's brother Rama's shadow was proof. He took on all that distortion and lost himself. If Athena stayed too long on Earth, her myth, out of sync, she'd end up like that too. Athena, of course I know. Unless I return to the netherworld, it's an unavoidable curse. She was surprised Souta even knew that. But recalling the group chat announcements, she let it go. Athena, you can even remove that curse? Souta, confidently naturally. My divinity allows for omnipotent potential. Removing a curse? Easy. I could even help you break the limits of a rogue god and grow stronger. Wrapped her arms around Souta's head and whispered, Athena, let's go. You can teleport now. Souta wasn't used to being hugged like this. Why couldn't it have been kiss-shot instead? Feeling his face pressed against a very flat chest, Souta couldn't help but feel disappointed. Of course, that wasn't something he'd say out loud. Souta, system return. 201. Rinto Saka. I've been completely ripped off. After returning to his world, Souta didn't linger. He immediately sent Athena off to the Demon Slayer world. Since Nezuko had already sent him an invitation, the channel between Demon Slayer and his world was now connected, making back-and-forth travel easy. But as Souta returned to his world once more, a question crossed his mind. Could he send invitations to group members, letting them travel to his world on their own? That way, he wouldn't have to personally carry everyone all the time. Honestly, it was getting annoying. If he wasn't available, any group offline meetups would be impossible. Otherwise, the only option was to use a travel card. And hardly anyone in the group had enough points to buy those. It was a real issue. Souta, system, can I send group members an invitation to enter my world on their own? System, certain members may receive invitations. Souta, certain? Which ones? System, to prevent members from harming your world, only those with sufficient friendship points can receive your invitation. Currently eligible members: Tokusaki Kurumi, Kiss Shot, Rin Tosaka, Ilya. Only 4. So he couldn't shake the role of interdimensional delivery guy just yet. Souta, if I invite Kurumi and she travels to my world, can another member say, Chelsea invite her from there to another world? System, yes. However, group members cannot bring others through worlds, and all world travel must pass through your world as a hub. Got it. Souta now fully understood how group member travel worked. He opened private chats and gave those 4 members a heads up, then sent them invitations. Replies came quickly. Kurumi, why does that mean I can pop in on you whenever I like now? Kishato, quite convenient. Now I need you to fetch me, just come straight over. Ilya, hee, so I can sneak into Big Brother's room at night now? I'm looking forward to it, Rin. I'll head over myself in a bit then. Since it was all in private messages, Souta had to reply one by one. When he got to Ilya, he made sure to emphasize one thing. Souta, Ilya, am not home often. If you plan to come over, let me know in advance so I can tell you if I'm around. Because, well, while the idea of a surprise Ilya night visit was very tempting, if she weren't the only surprise visitor that night, things could get awkward. He imagined the chaos. Ilya dives into bed and hugs a half-asleep Kurumi instead of him. Would those two start fighting? Or maybe she accidentally snuggles up to a worn-out Rin. Given their dynamic, they'd probably start wrestling on the bed instantly. So yeah, scheduling would be essential. Souta, wait, why am I thinking this far ahead? He froze. When did I get this dirty-minded? It was starting to feel like he was assigning sleeping appointments. How far ahead are you thinking? A familiar voice sounded beside him. Souta turned and saw Rin Tosaka materializing in the living room, wrapped in a soft white light. Souta, you came already? Told your family? Rin, of course. It's been 2 hours over there. Rin smiled when she saw him, especially when she caught him sneaking a few glances at her legs. Rin, oh my Souta, your eyes seem rather disobedient. She stepped closer, her mischievous side showing. Then she boldly propped one leg on the coffee table. She was still in her school uniform, with a skirt so short it couldn't even cover her over-the-knee socks. Her long, slender legs were completely exposed, the creamy skin of her inner thighs catching the light. Perfect legs, the kind that stirred forbidden desires. In that moment, Souta felt a kindred connection with all lewd-minded men in history. Souta, Rin, maybe act a little more ladylike? Rin, your eyes are the unladylike ones. She didn't move her leg. In fact, she seemed to enjoy his restrained glances. It gave her a strange sense of satisfaction. After all, she had been losing ground to Ilya lately. Souta, you keep this up, and he'll have to do something. He raised his hand, pretending to reach for her leg. Rin flinched instinctively, but quickly steadied herself, forcing down her nervousness. When Souta's hand brushed her calf, she trembled slightly. Her voice trembled too, but she tried to keep her cool. Rin, you perv, getting off on someone's legs. She turned her head away, cheeks flushed. Souta found her reaction cute and funny. Souta, still acting tough, huh? His hand slid upward from her calf, over her dainty knee, and onto the soft, springy surface of her thigh. The smooth fabric of her stockings made it all the more enticing. Souta, Rin? Surprised she hadn't pushed him away, he looked at her face. Rin, flustered what? She avoided his gaze, speaking awkwardly. Souta, that pose must be tiring. Sit down already. He patted the spot beside him. Rin hesitated. She had only meant to tease him a little, but now the mood had shifted, becoming weirdly charged. She wasn't sure she could handle sitting next to him now. Before she could react, Souta flicked his fingers, using divine power to nudge her onto the couch. Rin, startled. What are you doing? Souta caught her mid-fall, holding her in his arms. Souta, relax. We've got a mission to do. He gently stroked her hair. Souta, even if I didn't want to do something to you, now wouldn't be the time. Rin, you do have thoughts like that. You perv. Too embarrassed to look him in the eye. She buried her face in his lap. Souta, calling me a perv is harsh. He played with her twin tails. Souta, don't tell me you've forgotten what you said at your door last time. I took that as a confession. Rin's hidden face turned crimson. She said nothing. Souta, softly Rin, I shouldn't keep you in suspense. He'll give you an answer. Her ears perked up. After a short silence, Souta said, Souta, I may not be able to give you the kind of happiness a normal girl dreams of. Rin, what do you mean? She tilted her head, peeking at him. Souta, normal girls get married, have kids, build families, grow old with someone they love. I might not be able to give you that. He stroked her head. Souta, you can still walk away now if you want. She understood, and she hated it, but she couldn't let go. Not now. In the future, they'd all likely become immortal, anyway long-lived beings far beyond ordinary humans. Maybe it was worth giving up some normal things to gain something deeper. Rin, I knew you weren't going to make it easy, you jerk. She buried her face again, muttering as she pinched his thigh in frustration. After a long moment, she said, Rin, don't forget to visit me in Fuyuki, okay? Or it'll make you regret it. Souta, yeah, got it. Rin, ugh, you got off easy, Souta. So unfair. I've been ripped off. She flopped her head around, messing up her own hair in frustration. Souta just silently fixed her hair for her. Eventually, the twin-tailed girl sat up with a clearer head. Rin, all right, go pick up Altair already. Her friendship score isn't high enough. She can't get your invitation like I can. Souta thought he heard a hint of smugness in her voice. Souta, got it. Wait here. He closed his eyes, and a white light whisked him away to Altair's world. Rin exhaled softly, now alone in the living room. She looked down at the spot Souta had touched her thigh. The stockings were a bit wrinkled. Rin, muttering with a faint smile, total perv. About 10 minutes later, Souta returned with Altair in tow. White light flashed, and the two appeared in the apartment. Altair, this place, it's been a while. She looked around the familiar scene with a touch of nostalgia. It reminded her of the time she traveled worlds with Kishshot and Kurumi. Altair, noticing someone you are. Rin Tosaka? Rin, that's me. Souta stepped in, saying, let's save intros for later. We're heading to Nezuko's world. Athena's already there, and if we wait too long, she might cause trouble. Altair, all right. Mission first. Suta turned to the twin-tailed girl on the couch and waved with a smile. Suta, come on, Rin. Let's go. 202. Altair is suffering inside. But Altair, doesn't he say when Suta and the others arrived in the Demon Slayer world, they were greeted by an unusually strange scene. Pitch black. They couldn't see their hands in front of their faces, no light, no visibility at all. Logically, they should have been transported directly into the wooden cabin where Nezuko was staying. Even if it was nighttime, between moonlight and lamps, it shouldn't be this dark. Just as Suta was wondering what was going on, he noticed a flicker of light beside him. Rin Tosaka had taken out a gem, its magical radiance forming a makeshift light source. Rin, what the heck is this? She looked around in confusion, then turned to Suta. Suta shook his head. I don't know either. Let me check. With divine assistance, his vision pierced through the darkness, stretching hundreds of meters, revealing a bright blue sky outside. Suta, it's daytime out there. This darkness must be Athena's doing. He looked at the gem in Rin's hand and said, Suta, as a goddess of darkness, Athena can repel light. Look at your gem. Rin glanced at her palm and saw the gem's glow rapidly dimming. Its magical energy was being drained fast. Altair frowned. Don't tell me. That goddess is up to something shady? The sound of blades slicing through air echoed. Her 48 swords have been summoned, ready for anything. Suta, let's just ask her directly. His golden eyes flashed as he raised his hand and drew a sweeping arc in the air. A blaze erupted from the arc, forming into a massive fireball midair. It hovered, radiating light and heat, illuminating their surroundings. This wasn't really for visibility. Suta just wanted to make some noise to draw Athena's attention. But surprisingly, the first one to respond wasn't Athena, it was Nezuko. Nezuko, Divine One. A girl in a kimono came running over from the left, followed by Tanjiro and Urokadaki, still wearing his Tengu mask. Suta, expanding underworld authority to summon souls. Huh? That eased his mind. If Athena wasn't causing trouble, then no worries. If she could handle the soul recall part, it'd save him a lot of divine energy. Suta, don't worry, everyone. It should clear up soon. Just as he finished speaking, a voice filled with stern, divine authority boomed from above. It wasn't heard so much as felt directly into the brain, like an echo of spiritual force. Athena's voice, by the true name of Athena, I command, descend, O night. Banish the sun's blessings. Open the gates to the underworld. Suta immediately understood Athena was unleashing her divine essence. She was summoning darkness, summoning the underworld. Athena, stars above, winds of night, show me the ancient dusk. Her divine speech completed, underworld authority activated. The massive fireball in the sky vanished instantly, devoured by darkness. Suta focused his senses and felt the darkness enveloping MT Sagiri expanding. Once it reached its limit, the darkness began to fade, becoming translucent, as if merging with the world itself. Eventually, it vanished completely, and sunlight returned to the forest. The warm light melted the tension on everyone's faces. Suta sensed a faint tremor in the air beside him. He turned, and there she was. The silver-haired girl in the cat-eared knit hat floated in midair before him. Athena. Apparently, the goddess didn't like being looked down on. Her feet rarely touched the ground, always floating to maintain eye level. Suta, what did you just do? Athena, I link the underworld I govern to this world. She took out her system phone and glanced at it, clearly impressed. Athena, this system is incredible. Its ability to merge different worldviews lets me connect with the underworld even in foreign realms. With it, summoning souls will be much easier. Suta chuckled. Looks like you came prepared. The underworld goddess is more reliable than I thought. Athena, it's a group mission, after all. Everyone plays a role. She clearly enjoyed the praise, especially coming from fellow god. Among heretic gods, it was rare to hear one praise another. They were all pretty self-centered. Unless it came from the heart, they wouldn't bother saying such things. So hearing Suta, a fellow divine, Speak that way clearly lifted her spirits. Of course, Athena didn't realize this was just Souta being his usual smooth-talking self. Athena, they'll handle the souls. But how do you plan to resurrect the bodies? Souta, they'll rewind time on their original bodies to restore them. Once the bodies are back, the souls will naturally return. I've got that part covered. He turned to Nezuko and Tanjiro. Souta, your family, they were buried, right? Tanjiro nodded. Yes, 2 years ago. Souta, cremated? Tanjiro, yeah. Why? Souta, serious, you'll need to dig up their urns. Tanjiro froze, stunned. Why? Souta, I need the ashes to reverse time and regenerate their bodies. You know what time reversal is, right? Basically, I'm restoring the object. He didn't know if creating a new body from scratch would allow the soul to return. So he wanted to play it safe and prepare both options. He patted Tanjiro's shoulder. Souta, think about it. We're talking resurrection. Here digging up ashes is a small price. Tanjiro looked conflicted, but didn't argue. Yeah, if they could come back, what did etiquette or tradition matter? Souta, glancing at Altair, you handle the digging. Had already decided this before arriving. Altair was basically a grave-digging pro shed, even dug up her own mother's grave. Everyone else's? Piece of cake. Altair, huh? Me? Why? To be honest, she wasn't thrilled about grave digging at all. Souta, out of all of us, you're the only one with experience. You'll do it faster than anyone. Altair. She looked at her summoned swords floating nearby and felt a sudden, deep weariness. She never expected Souta would slap such a label on her. Her proud weapons weren't made for digging graves. 203. Souta, thank you. Altair originally wanted to point out to Souta that her saber wasn't meant for grave digging. But then she suddenly realized something in this mission, aside from digging graves. It seemed she had no other role. Resurrecting people had nothing to do with her. After all, she couldn't even bring back Setsuna Shimazaki, who died half a year ago, and had to rely on help from the group. Let alone resurrecting Nezuko's family, who died 2 years ago. Souta probably considered this, so he let her handle what she could, allowing her to contribute more and earn more points. Thinking of this, Altair's expression changed. She no longer complained and looked at Souta gratefully. What a gentle person. Thank you, Souta. Altair smiled and said, I almost misunderstood you. Really, wouldn't it be better if you explained things clearly? There's no need to be shy about such matters. Souta? Seeing Altair in a grateful state, Souta was puzzled, letting her dig graves. And she's this happy? Could Altair have awakened some strange trait? Souta paid a bit more attention, but didn't delve deeper. He turned his gaze to Rin Tosaka, who was observing the group members. Souta walked over, patted Rin's shoulder to get her attention, and said, Rin, go with Altair. Restoring Nezuko's family's bodies will be your task. Me? Rin was stunned. Wait, Souta, magic isn't omnipotent. Restoring ashes to bodies, how could I possibly do that? I know. I've already thought of a way. Here, take this. Souta took out a large stack of 4th bullet item cards from his pocket and handed them to Rin, saying, This should increase your contribution. These were item cards Kurumi had given him long ago and used until now. Unexpectedly, they came in handy now. If he were to manipulate time, reversal himself, it would consume a significant amount of divine power. Souta, Rin didn't take the item cards, showing a helpless expression. I came here just to earn some points. You don't have to accommodate me like this. You must be short on points yourself, right? Oh, Souta was a bit surprised. You're not obsessed with money. Are you still the Rin Tosaka I know? Rin. Humph. The twin-tailed girl snorted softly, turning her head away, unwilling to engage with Souta. All right, I was just joking. Souta blocked everyone's view with his body, and out of sight, he reached out and pinched Rin's cheek. It felt like a secret affair, a bit thrilling. He smiled and said, Take the item cards. Once you earn points, won't you need me to use divine power to enhance your strength? Fine. Rin accepted the item cards. Her face was slightly flushed, evidently affected by Souta's affectionate gesture. Souta turned around to face the others, speaking to gather their attention. Let's split into two groups. Altair, Rin, Nezuko, and Tanjiro go retrieve the ashes. Restore the bodies in front of the graves. Being close to the graves makes material recall easier. After a pause, he looked at Altair and asked, Altair, you have spatial movement abilities, right? Yes. Altair nodded. I had Setsuna at it for me. Moving with others isn't a problem. Then I want to see you off. Suda said, after restoring the bodies from the ashes, remember to bring them back here. I will summon the corresponding souls during this time. Athena added, once the souls merge with the bodies, the resurrection will be complete. However, Athena looked at Nezuko and Tanjiro, saying, I need to extract a medium from you to summon the souls. Don't worry, it's just a wisp of soul essence and won't cause any harm. She raised her hand. I'll go summon the souls now. After speaking, Athena prepared to leave. But Suda called out to her, wait, Athena. Facing the silver-haired girl's puzzled gaze, Suda said, besides Nezuko's family souls, could you check if there are other souls in Mount Sadri? If there are, please gather them and bring them here. Upon hearing this, Athena remained calm, but Sakanji Urokadaki trembled slightly. His eyes beneath the mask looked at Suda, showing uncontrollable excitement. Mount Sadri, Athena asked, is it this nearby area? Yes. Suda nodded. No problem, it's a small matter. After responding, Athena vanished from everyone's sight. She was probably looking for the most suitable place to activate her underworld divine powers. The effectiveness of a god's abilities is somewhat influenced by the environment. I'm heading out too, Suda. At this moment, Altair spoke to Suda. She then turned to Rin and the Kamadu's siblings, beckoning, everyone, gather around me. Also, Altair looked at Nezuko. Where was your original home? Approximately how far is it? They'll answer that. Tanjiro stepped forward, pointed in a direction, and provided the approximate distance. He felt this scene was familiar and instinctively glanced at Suda. These people, do none of them like walking? After spending time with them, would he become lazy too? It's a bit far. I probably can't transfer there in one go. You'll need to make several trips. Altair murmured, then manifested a saber and held it. She placed the saber on the rifle that appeared on her left shoulder, drawing the saber like playing a violin. Immediately, the space cut by the blade distorted, and the four figures vanished into the rippling space. Only Suda and Sakanji Urokadaki remained, watching. Suda approached the latter, pointed to a nearby cabin, and suggested, Mr. Urokadaki, would you mind having a chat inside? Urokadaki nodded gently and led Suda to the wooden cabin. The iron pot used for hot pot earlier had been put away, and the two entered the guest room. After sitting down, Suda got straight to the point. As you saw, resurrecting people in this world where souls linger isn't difficult. So, I have a proposal. Raising a finger, Suda smiled and said, you can report my abilities to your Demon Slayer Corps leader, Kagaya Ubayashiki. Tell him I can help resurrect past pillars. As for my conditions, 204. Musen surrounded by pillars at the gate, as for my request. Seeing that Sakanji Urokadaki was now fully intrigued, Suda didn't keep him guessing and got straight to the point. Your Demon Slayer Corps leader, Kagaya Ubayashiki, is a highly skilled organizer with remarkable charisma. I want him to use all his resources to help me establish a religion one that worships a god. Establish religion? Sakanji was visibly taken aback. It was the first time he had ever heard such a request. But then, remembering Suda's divine nature, he began to understand a little. A religion, or rather, faith, was probably something essential to a god. Pushing aside his surprise, Sakanji began to quietly consider the feasibility of it all. Can the pillars of past generations truly be resurrected? Thinking of how the Demon Slayer Corps had existed for over 500 years, Sakanji couldn't help but be doubtful. He reminded Suda, some of the pillars have been dead for hundreds of years. As long as their souls still exist, it shouldn't be a problem. Suda gave it a little thought, but kept his words measured. Of course, I'm not entirely sure what state souls manifest in after death in your world. If they've already attained Buddhahood or reincarnated, then they're likely beyond saving. If someone had already reincarnated, it's not like he could kill their current form, extract their soul, and shove it back into their old body to restore them to what they were. Would that even be saving someone? Or just killing again? Thinking about it now, I may have overlooked something. Maybe only those who've recently died can be revived. For example, Shinobu's sister? In the manga, her soul did appear, which means she hadn't reincarnated yet. Souta began evaluating the feasibility of resurrecting former pillars. He quickly realized that if souls had already transcended or been reborn, bringing back those long gone was likely unviable. That dream scenario he had of dozens of pillars teaming up to beat Upper Moons and Muzan into submission, scaring Muzan out of his wits, might just stay a fantasy. Even if the past pillars could be brought back, they might not boost overall strength that much. Outside of the generation during the Sengoku era, most previous pillars weren't as strong as the current ones. Many would probably struggle even against a lower moon. But today's 9 pillars? Their individual strength was overwhelming, enough to obliterate lower moons with ease. After some thought, Souta came up with an alternative. Sakanji-san, reviving all the pillars might not be feasible, but what I can offer the Demon Slayer Corps is far more than resurrection alone. He paused to recall the plot in his mind, then asked a question. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps is always from the Ubuyashiki family, right? In every generation, the members of that family suffer from poor health, even though they marry girls descended from priestly bloodlines to extend their lives. None of them ever live past 30. Is that correct? That's right. Sakanji's face grew solemn. Everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps deeply respected their current leader, Kagaya Ubuyashiki. His fragile health left them both helpless and heartbroken. I can fix that, Souta said with confident calm. Healing someone born with a chronic condition is nothing to me. More than that, I can even eliminate the curse that has plagued the Ubuyashiki bloodline. This time, Sakanji wasn't even surprised. He kept reminding himself this man in front of him was a god. If resurrection was on the table, what was healing compared to that? And one more thing, Souta continued. Your Demon Slayer Corps has lost the sun-breathing technique, hasn't it? Sun-breathing. The original breathing style? Sakanji's eyes widened. Do you know where the legacy is? Sun-breathing had been used by swordsmen during the Sengoku era. All current breathing techniques had evolved from it. In terms of raw power, there was no dispute sun-breathing stood at the top. The strongest swordsman in Demon Slayer history, Yurichi Tsujikuni, had wielded it. He had pushed Muzan Kibutsuji to the brink of destruction and left him paralyzed with fear. If the demon progenitor hadn't been so adept at hiding, he would have been eradicated long ago. I don't know, but Souta smiled. I can use divine power to retrieve the lost legacy from the fabric of history and gift it to the Demon Slayer Corps. A golden light flickered in his eyes, as if he could peer into the past. Extracting sun breathing from the annals of time wasn't difficult. After all, it wasn't predicting the future, it was observing what had already been, much less taxing. So, not a bad deal, right? Souta's tone was light. If your core leader helps me set up this religion, it'll deliver everything I've just promised. Not a single benefit left out. Sakanji fell into silence. Calling these terms not bad was an understatement. If he were the leader of the Corps, he might have agreed on the spot. But he wasn't, so he had to think carefully. This wasn't just about him, affected the future direction of the entire Demon Slayer Corps. From demon slaying to spreading a religion? He visualized that shift for a moment and couldn't help feeling the whole tone of their world would change. Meanwhile, Souta patiently waited for Sakanji's reply, not showing the least bit of urgency. Truthfully, it had all been a spur-of-the-moment idea. Had simply realized how convenient resurrection was in this world and proposed a trade. He wasn't particularly serious about it. Otherwise, he could have just gone straight to persuading this country's government. But doing that would have been a hassle. The ideal proxy needs to be a skilled politician. The Lord of the Path of Peace in the Akame world fits the bill. And in this world, Kagaya Ubuyashiki is perfect. Souta thought of the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Charismatic and composed, he spoke gently and respectfully, his voice and demeanor naturally soothing others. That was a gift one only true leaders had. He met every single one of Souta's standards for a proxy. Maybe someone more suitable than Kaguya existed in this world, but Souta wasn't going to go looking. He already knew Kaguya, and he was confident in the man's character. That was enough. Still, resurrection can't be used recklessly. It could stir up all kinds of chaos if abused. Souta began carefully considering the finer details. 205. Muzan escaped the ambush. A false alarm if the power of resurrection were abused and news of it spread. People in this world would probably go mad, especially those in power. Souta wasn't particularly worried about troublemakers coming after him. He just didn't want the hassle. With that in mind, he gave a reminder to the thinker, Sakanji Urokadaki. By the way, Sakanji-san, regarding my information while I allow you to share it, it should only be with the head of the Demon Slayer Corps and a few top-ranking members. As for the others, it must remain confidential. You understand the chaos that could erupt if word got out about resurrecting the dead, right? Rest assured, Sakanji said solemnly. Even for Tanjiro's sake, I won't speak of it carelessly. So, have you made your decision? Souta asked. The conditions you've offered are extremely tempting. Sakanji carefully considered the feasibility of the deal. For the Corps Master, building a religion probably wouldn't be too difficult. The Demon Slayer Corps received no support from any nation, yet the Ubuyashiki family had kept the organization running for centuries. Just how powerful and wealthy must they be? It was hard to imagine. If Kaguya Ubuyashiki used the family's resources to build and promote a religious movement, it was just a matter of time and effort. With that thought, Sakanji finally nodded. He'll personally report this to the master. But something this big will likely call for a full pillar assembly. I doubt a decision will be made anytime soon. That's fine, Souta waved it off casually. Once you've all reached a decision, pass the word to Nezuko. She'll know how to contact me. In his mind, Souta thought anyone with half a brain wouldn't turn down a deal like this falling from the sky. And if they did, no big deal. His main focus for gathering faith was still in the Akame GA kill world. The Demon Slayer world had only caught his interest on a whim. He wasn't too invested. All right, Sakanji replied solemnly. Once Tanjiro's family is revived, they'll go to the master. Well, you might want to stay a little longer. Souta's smile turned mysterious. Seeing that he had piqued Sakanji's curiosity, he added, because it won't just be Tanjiro's family. I'm also going to try reviving those disciples of yours who died during the final selection for the Demon Slayer Corps just to test out a theory. Souta wasn't sure whether a soul could be fully revived using a body he created through material manipulation. If not, he might have to burn more divine power to help synchronize the soul and its new vessel. And he wasn't in the charity business. If the cost was too high, he'd probably abandon the idea of reviving unrelated people. Hearing that, Sakanji lowered his head deeply, his voice low and sincere. Whether it succeeds or not, he'll never forget your kindness. Just then, the air inside the room trembled slightly. It was a subtle shift, but Souta's senses caught it instantly. He turned his head to the right. Athena's form shimmered into view. You really are something else, Souta remarked with a sigh. Don't tell me your divinity includes spatial manipulation too? Not all heretic gods had spatial abilities. A prime example, Rama, king of the end, couldn't even fly without a tool. Imagine that, a god who couldn't fly. In the novel, when Athena yanked him down from the floating island, he had to beg the spirits of the earth just to slow his descent. Powerful, yes. All-powerful? Definitely not. I rule the underworld, the earth, and possess the wisdom of the heavens. A trinity. Space falls within my domain, Athena said casually, then got down to business. I've already summoned the necessary souls, including the ones that were lingering in this mountain forest. You mentioned them earlier. Her expression shifted to one of slight confusion. This world is peculiar. So many wandering souls still remain. Since she brought it up, Souta asked, by the way, Athena in this world, how long do souls remain after death? Do they linger indefinitely, or are they reborn? Athena pondered for a moment before replying. All the souls, I gathered, carried traces of lingering attachments. But that energy fades over time. I suspect that human souls don't stay in this world for too long. She tilted her head, looking at Souta curiously. Why ask? Oh, no particular reason. Just curious. Souta sighed inwardly. If souls truly lost their attachments with time, then his plan to revive generations of pillars was dead in the water. Those souls were long gone. At most, maybe he could still revive Shinobu's sister. Still, the rest of his offer was more than enough. There was no way the Demon Slayer Corps would refuse. They'd all come to enjoy the joy of spreading his faith soon enough. I'll hand the souls over to you now, Athena said suddenly. She raised her hand and sliced through the air. The temperature in the room instantly dropped. A cold wind from the underworld swept through. For normal humans, even brushing against that wind meant certain death saturated with the chill of the afterlife. Souta, of course, was unaffected. He looked around and saw a cluster of ghostly figures materialize beside him. Among them, only 2 appeared to be adults. The rest were clearly children. Those 2 adult spirits must have been Nezuko's parents. Souta raised a hand, releasing divine power to form a sanctuary, a barrier suited to house souls enveloping the entire wooden cabin. Bathed in its warmth, the spirits turned their gazes toward him. Souta stepped forward to the adult spirits, softened the natural divine pressure in his aura, and offered a gentle smile. You 2 needn't worry. I'm the one who summoned you here. I'm a friend of your daughter, Nezuko. She paid a price to request my help. I could bring you both back. As a god, conveying intent through language was second nature. Athena watched the scene with interest. Meanwhile, Sakanji, unable to see any of the spirits, stood there completely bewildered, unaware of what was happening. When Souta finished speaking, all the spirits visibly reacted with shock, but none of them could respond. Without physical bodies, they couldn't speak. Other than slightly influencing a person's mind under certain conditions, they were essentially non-existent in the world of the living. I'm curious. Athena drifted closer. How do you plan to resurrect outsiders unrelated to your mission? They don't have bodies, right? She remembered clearly Souta had only asked Altair and the others to bring back Nezuko's family's remains. The rest hadn't been mentioned. Correct. Apart from Nezuko's family, the others were devoured by demons. Nothing was left behind. But golden light danced at Souta's fingertips, and he smiled, eager to experiment. I can try creating bodies for them. 206. I am a god. I have no emotions. Souta didn't bother explaining anything further to Athena. He began channeling his divine power into energy for his material creation ability. As he scanned the gathered souls, he quickly spotted Sabito and Mikomo among them, the 2 who had once guided Tanjiro during his training. You'll do, he murmured. With a simple gesture, Mikomo's spirit drifted gently toward him, drawn like a feather on the wind. Don't be nervous, he said softly, carefully observing her spiritual form. As I said earlier, my goal is to bring you all back. Souta could feel Mikomo's thoughts, her spirit, trying to ask who he was, uncertain and wary. She was likely using the same kind of mental interference she had used when communicating with Tanjiro, like inducing a hallucination. But Souta didn't respond to the thoughts. Once he had etched a clear image of her into his mind, he activated his material creation. Of course, just an impression wasn't enough to recreate a complex human body. The visual memory only served as a base for creation. All the details, bone structure, genetic sequences, cellular states, those would be pulled directly from the world's records using energy. Just like how Shinobu could create a game console without understanding how it worked, Souta could do the same. But the human body was vastly more intricate, so much so that the data load bordered on overwhelming. It took a significant amount of energy for Souta to finally recreate Mikomo's body. Luckily, energy wasn't the same as divine power. One bit of divine power could generate a great deal of AP, energy, etc. So, overall, the cost was well within acceptable limits. Inside the wooden cabin, Athena curiously examined the body Souta had created. She drifted closer and reached out to touch it. Sakanji, on the other hand, turned his gaze away. Even though Makomo had been his disciple, she was still a young girl. Souta, being a god, and Athena, being a goddess, could admire beauty without concern for morality. But him? He still had a sense of propriety. After all, Makomo's soul was likely present. He had to maintain the dignity of a teacher. You can even do this? Athena was astonished by the texture and detail of the girl's body. She, too, was a god, but her power was limited to her own divine domain. Souta, by contrast, seemed capable of anything. Same title, different natures, Souta replied, glancing at the youthful form. With a flicker of golden light from his eyes, the girl's body was instantly clothed in a kimono. Then he looked to Makomo's spirit. Try merging into this body, he instructed. Makomo's spiritual energy was visibly unstable. Souta could feel the heavy waves of embarrassment rolling off her. "Oh, you're shy about this?" he said casually. "Relax. I've blocked all other spirit senses. No one but you can see this body." Makomo stared at him with a pointed look. "But you can see it, can't you?" Souta responded with a perfectly expressionless face, cold and distant. Truth was, had forgotten to create the clothes along with the body. If he showed even a trace of awkwardness now, it would only confirm her suspicions that he was some kind of pervert. Better to maintain the icy demeanor of a higher being, one who couldn't care less about the body of a girl who hadn't even fully matured. As if to say, "I'm a god. Do you think I care about your tiny, underdeveloped body?" Sure enough, as if sensing the indifference in his gaze and tone, Makomo's shame began to fade. She even felt a little foolish for being so worked up. In the end, she steadied herself and allowed her soul to flow into the waiting body. There was no resistance. Moments later, the girl slowly opened her eyes, blinking as she adjusted to the brightness of the room. She raised her hand and squeezed her fist, marveling at the sensation. She was alive again? Makomo looked at Souta, shocked beyond words. She had thought he was just some strange man who could see spirits. Talk of resurrection? She had assumed he was joking. But now the joke had become reality. "Makomo," as she stood there stunned. Sakanji rushed forward and pulled her into a tight embrace. "Master," she whispered, her voice raspy, not yet used to speaking with a real body again. Souta exhaled quietly, watching them embrace like father and daughter. The experiment had been a success. No need to waste extra divine power to merge soul and body. Must be because I pulled Makomo's original genetic information from the records while creating her body, he reasoned. That's why her soul fused so smoothly. Come to think of it, back in Fuyuki from the Type Moon world, reviving the King of Conquerors required way more divine power. Maybe that's because he was materializing directly from spirit to matter? Speculation continued to stir in Souta's mind. Around him, the other souls began to stir, eyes wide with awe. They were now gazing at him the way mortals looked at gods. And Souta could feel it, the connection of new belief forming. If he wanted to, he could even bring them into his divine realm now, turning them into his prayers, granting them eternal peace. Athena floated closer, speaking with interest. "Looks like you recreated the girl's body exactly as it was in life. Otherwise, her soul wouldn't have merged so smoothly." She praised his work, then tilted her head in puzzlement. "But if you can do this, why send others to dig up remains?" "This was a team mission," Souta said with a grin. "If I did everything myself, what would they be here for?" He didn't think Altair and the others had dug up those graves for nothing. In fact, it helped increase their contribution points. He could enjoy the main course, but had still leave some soup for the others. It wouldn't be right to invite them all here and then hog the whole meal. To Souta, friendship mattered more than a few extra points. Anyway, enough about that. Let me resurrect the rest. Souta turned his gaze to the souls, now looking at him in reverence. They were, for all intents and purposes, his followers now. Excluding Nezuko's parents and siblings, he began creating bodies for the others. Half an hour later, the cabin was filled with a dozen boys and girls. Sakanji stared at them, overwhelmed. Years of emotion welled up at once. He couldn't hold it in. Tears slid down beneath his mask. Souta stood silently, watching. He had raised these children, sent them to final selection, and waited in hope and dread for their return only to be met with silence. For years, he had suppressed his grief with his resolve to slay demons, repeating the cycle endlessly. What kind of despair must that build up over time? Seeing Sakanji now, Souta finally began to understand. This world carried too much sorrow because of demons. That's why coming here had value. At least, that's what Souta believed. At that moment, the air in the wooden cabin trembled again. Something new entered the space, displacing the air. This time it was much stronger. Souta turned toward the source and saw Altair returning with Rin Tosuka, Nezuko, and Tanjiro in tow. Souta stepped forward to greet them. Did it go well? Of course, Rin said, as if it was obvious. Everything's ready. We were just going through the motions. If we failed at that, I'd be too embarrassed to see you again. Souta gave her a slightly pointed look. Didn't you say the same thing back during the Fifth Holy Grail War? Everything ready. Just a formality, and then what happened? And the bodies? He asked. They're in my subspace, Altair answered, then sliced her saber through the air. A spatial rift opened, and 6 bodies floated out, as if sensing the pull of their long-lost vessels. Nezuko's family spirits drifted toward them, slowly merging into their new forms. Chapter 207. Modified multiplayer mission save Kamadu Nezuko's family completed. Distributing rewards now. Reward distribution. Souta, 3,000 points. Athena, 3,000 points. Rin Tosaka, 1,700 points. Altair, 1,300 points. Nezuko, 1,000 points as Nezuko's family fully merged with their resurrected bodies. The system notification rang out, marking the mission's completion. While Nezuko rushed to embrace her family, the others, including Souta, took out their phones to check the updates. Huh, Souta, you only got 3,000? Rin had been quietly pleased with her 1,700-point share until she noticed Souta's portion. Suddenly, guilt crept in. He had basically handed his points over to her. Throughout the mission to save Nezuko's family, Souta had done little more than offer a ride and provide a few tools. He could have easily claimed the lion's share. What are you thinking? Those points are coming back to me anyway. Souta grinned and flicked the twin-tailed girl's forehead. Unless you plan to stop using my divine power to level up. Ow, what was that for? Rin covered her forehead, scolding him, but her tone had a faint hint of affection. She might not have noticed it herself. So that's it? The mission's done? Athena looked at her phone, then to Souta. Yup, if the system says so, it's done. Souta nodded. Congrats, by the way. You got 3,000 points. Try the shop's lottery feature, or test out the new law assistance function. Just be careful with the lottery, it's pure luck. Don't go wasting all your points. Law assistance? Athena ignored the lottery and asked, that's the shortcut to comprehending divine rules you mentioned in the announcement, right? Exactly. Souta nodded. For you, it can help deepen your understanding of your divine authority. You might even go beyond the authorities of God-slayers and reach higher levels of divine power. Divine authority, huh? Not something I need right now. Athena lost interest in the feature and instead looked at Souta with excitement. What I want is to shield myself from the distortion and madness of the Earth's influence. I can use points to ask for your help with that, right? Of course. You've seen my power already, haven't you? Souta explained, I'm pretty versatile. As long as I have enough divine power, I could do pretty much anything basically, not absolutely. Besides removing flaws, I can also help you grow stronger. Power's not urgent for now. Athena hadn't forgotten her own goals. Once I recover the Gorgonian, my strength will return significantly. She paused, brow furrowing as she asked, by the way, didn't you mention that time flows differently across worlds? I did. In that case, I can't be sure how much time has passed in my world. Athena nodded decisively. I'm worried about the Gorgonian. I'm going back to my world immediately. All right, I'll send you to my world. From there, you can return on your own. Souta nodded and added, when you're ready to deal with your flaw, just notify me in the group chat. They'll come find you. As for the cost, we'll base it on how much divine power I use. No problem. They'll contact you once I retrieve the serpent. Athena was serious about eliminating her flaw. Unlike other heretic gods who wandered the earth before retreating into the netherworld, she still liked modern society aside from artificial light, which she found unpleasant. And you could tell by her fashion, cat-eared hoodie, miniskirt, thigh-highs, a goddess rocking modern trends. If that wasn't love for contemporary culture, what was? Oh, right, Souta suddenly said, looking at Athena. I have a favor to ask. Speak. If it's a request from a fellow god and not unreasonable, I'll grant it. Athena flicked her hand generously. She had a good impression of pseudo-gods like him were rare. Helping him was no trouble. After you retrieve the Gorgonian, Souta hesitated, then continued. Can you abandon the idea of banishing artificial light from modern civilization? Without it, humans would fall into chaos. Violence would erupt. Do you really want to see lands that once worshipped you plunged into turmoil? If this were the anime version of Athena, she might have refused outright. But this one seemed like a blend of anime and novel incarnations, less obsessed with dragging the world into the netherworld. Sort of figured she might just agree. Even in the anime, it was the divinity of Métis that pushed for full darkness. Athena herself mostly just disliked light. Oh. Athena raised an eyebrow. You're asking me not to drive away the light? I just want humanity to stay stable. You don't need to banish it, do you? Souta kept his tone light, more like a negotiation than a plea. Remember, I used to be human myself. Naturally, I don't want to see them suffer. But if you're not willing, just pretend I never brought it up. Abandoning the expulsion of light. Athena thought it over. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to give Souta the favor. Getting rid of light was more of a personal quirk. It didn't benefit her directly. Letting go of that in exchange for goodwill from Souta? Worth it. For someone to go this far for strangers. How amusing. I rather like humans with noble hearts. Had you remained mortal, I might made you my warrior. Athena smiled, her eyes gleaming with admiration. I don't mind benevolent gods. I'll honor your request. Thanks, Souta smiled back. Though inside, he was conflicted about being offered the role of her warrior. Why does this sound like she's recruiting Saint Seiya? Too bad this Athena had silver hair instead of purple and no Saori Kido alias. Otherwise, he might fired up his cosmos on the spot. Just then, Rin tugged at Souta's sleeve. HM, what is it? He asked. Rin pointed toward Tanjiro and Nezuko. Shouldn't we leave them alone? Their family just reunited. So did their teacher and students. They probably need some space to let it all out. Standing here feels awkward. You're right, Souta nodded. Since Athena's leaving, they'll send everyone back at once. Sound good? I was just about to suggest that. Altair added. I don't know how much time has passed in my world. If something happened to Setsuna while I was gone, I'd never forgive myself. I need to hurry back. Altair, aren't you overthinking a bit? Souta raised an eyebrow. She was acting like a clingy daughter towards Setsuna. Sometimes, people need personal space, even close ones. If you hover around her all the time, she might get annoyed. Altair froze. You really think so? Souta was surprised. Wait, don't tell me I hit the mark. Well, Altair hesitated. I don't know what happened. Lately, Setsuna's been distant. Last time she said she was going shopping, I followed her just in case, but she caught me. She got mad, said I always do this. And after that, she started pulling away. Her expression under the military cap looked puzzled. I was just worried about her. Is that wrong? Souta sighed. It's not wrong, but your roles feel reversed. What do you mean? Never mind. Just like I said, give each other some space. Even married couples need it sometimes. Think it over. All right. Oh, be careful, Altair replied quietly. Rin, what about you? Want to head back now? Souta asked. If you're all leaving, why would I stay here alone? Rin glanced at the teary-eyed family in the cabin. This atmosphere Definitely not the right place to hang out. Then let's all go. Suda glanced toward Nezuko. She was still deep in the joy of reuniting with her family. She hadn't heard any of their conversation. He chose not to interrupt the moment. If they wanted to meet again, it could happen anytime. No need for formal goodbyes. At that moment, Athena floated over and, as usual, wrapped her arms around Suda's head in a hug from the front. Suda was unfazed, but Rin immediately erupted. Chapter 208. Motherfucks, you guys, what are you doing? Rin Tosaka shouted when she saw Athena hugging Suda. Her tone was clearly disapproving. Isn't this just the rule for dimension travel? Athena looked at her, confused. You joined the group before me, didn't you know? I know, but don't you care at all? My divine wisdom tells me that being bothered by something so trivial is called petty. Athena replied bluntly. I am a goddess. I don't have that problem. Rin was left speechless, fuming quietly. Then Altair walked up and grabbed onto Suda's left arm. Seeing Rin standing motionless, she asked curiously, Miss Tosaka, aren't you coming? Rin glanced at Suda. She really wanted to hug him too, but doing so in front of everyone felt too embarrassing. And truthfully, she wanted to hug him alone. She turned her head away. I can go back on my own. Huh? Altair blinked, then glanced at Suda. Afraid of seeming like a sleazy playboy, Suda hurried to clarify. Ahem, right, any member who has built up enough favor with the group leader can return to their world on their own after receiving the leader's invitation. There's a rule like that. Athena looked a little surprised. Apparently realizing hugging from the front wasn't all that graceful, she circled behind Suda and wrapped her arms around his neck from behind like a koala. So there's such a rule. Altair glanced at Suda's still in Athena's arms and frowned slightly. Am I not friendly enough with you? You are. Just not quite at the share every secret level. Freed from the front hug, chokehold, Suda breathed a little easier, though a tiny part of him missed the close contact. Freshness aside, sometimes a bit of closeness stung sweetly. All right, let's drop the topic. Time to head back. Suda looked at Rin and smiled. Come on, Rin. I'll go back on my own. Rin hesitated, then stayed put. Sunder always self-imploding. Suda didn't force her. He returned to his world with Athena and Altair. Once they vanished, Rin stomped her foot and patted her cheeks. Why are you like this? She scolded herself internally. She should have walked up and snatched Athena's spot. If it were just the two of them, she'd have had the guts. But not under everyone's eyes. Next time, definitely next time. Resolving herself, Rin glanced toward the cabin. Nezuko and the others, lost in reunion joy, hadn't noticed Suda and the rest leaving. Wanting to avoid questions later, Rin quickly returned to Suda's world. Because Suda had already gone back, she was transported straight into his apartment. Blinking into the familiar room, Rin suddenly realized something. Why does the teleport always land here? She wondered if Suda, when traveling alone, was also sent to a fixed location or if it was randomized. Rin, I waited 10 minutes for you. Suda set a drink down on the coffee table and glanced over, looking slightly exasperated. You're not mad just because I didn't hug you, are you? Don't me. I wouldn't get mad over something like that. It's not like we haven't hugged before. Rin sat on the couch and glanced around. Where are the others? Gone already. Suda waved his phone. You think they'd wait 10 minutes for you? By the way, Suda, Rin asked curiously, will you come back alone? Do you get teleported here randomly? Or is it fixed? I asked the system before, Suda replied. We always return to the place where we left our original world. Anyway, he shifted the topic. You've got points now. Have you decided how you want to power up? Rin was stumped. She hadn't thought it through. Unlike Suda, she didn't have wild ideas. Besides the second magic or something like Artoria's Dragonic Core, she couldn't think of any method to boost her power. She couldn't exactly ask him to just buff her physical strength with divine power, right? He'll go back and think about it. He'll tell you once I've decided. All right, think it over. If you can't come up with anything, Suda's eyes gleamed. I can help. Why do I feel like your help sounds kind of sketchy? Rin suddenly looked wary. Suda rolled his eyes. Look at Kurumi. She's steadily growing stronger under my guidance. What's sketchy about that? Fine. If I can't think of anything, It'll ask for your help. Wait, why are you walking over here? Rin noticed Suta suddenly stand up and walk toward her. He was a head taller than her. With him so close, she had to look up slightly. His presence felt just a little overwhelming. What am I doing? Fulfilling your earlier wish, of course. Suta opened his arms and wrapped her in a tight hug. Wait. Rin flinched. She thought he was about to do something improper and instinctively started to struggle. Relax. Suta gently patted her back. You seemed hesitant earlier. Since you came all this way, I can't let you leave with regrets. Who said I wanted a hug? Rin turned her head away, looking annoyed like she'd been misunderstood. A perfect Sundara. Suta ran his fingers through her hair and teased. Didn't we already talk things out? If you keep acting like this, we're never going to move forward. Rin said nothing. Fine, then he'll take the lead. Suta slowly moved his hands downward, still behind her back. Rin's face turned beet red. Wait. Her breathing grew quick, completely unprepared. She backed away in a panic. Next time, I'm leaving now. With that shout, her figure was enveloped in white light and she vanished. Suta stood there, holding empty air. He blinked, then sighed. Guess it was time to use divine power to calm down his evil fire. Looks like Rin's bold when teasing, but totally inexperienced when things get real. She ran. Suta realized if she kept running every time things got intimate, their relationship might never progress. He suddenly regretted inviting her into the friend group. With the ability to jump worlds at will, she now had a maxed-out escape skill. No, there's one situation where she can't run. A mischievous grin crept onto Suta's face. If he caught her off guard at the Tosaka residence, she'd have no easy way to escape the situation. She wouldn't take that chance. Suta chuckled, then paused. Wait, am I turning into a perv? Is this exploiting a loophole? Just as he was criticizing himself, his system phone vibrated. Chapter 209. Now I can comfortably live off a woman. The vibrating system phone snapped Suta back to reality. Suppressing the lingering heat in his chest, he opened the chat interface and saw a message from Nezuko. Nezuko, Suta, God-sama, where'd you all go? You disappeared so suddenly. Suta felt a little amused. Isn't that a bit slow of a reaction? They've been gone for quite a while now. Still, despite the urge to tease, he didn't say anything blunt. Suta, the mission was complete, so we each returned to our own worlds. Nezuko, you went back? Nezuko, I was so caught up in the joy of reuniting with my family, I didn't even get to thank you properly. I'm really, really sorry. Suta, no need to be so formal. You're with your family again, of course you need time together. You can thank us anytime, no rush. Altair, Nezuko, I agree. Don't worry too much. We each got what we needed out of the mission. If you want to thank us, there will be plenty of chances during future meetups. Kurumi Tokisaki. Suta, your mission's done? Suta, yup, I'm back in my world now. Suta, Kurumi, how's your Sapphira Crystal advancement going? Kurumi, it's only been an hour here, but my Ryuryoku has already quintupled. It's growing steadily. Altair, 5 times already. Kurumi, actually that's pretty slow. I've been suppressing my absorption speed to avoid accidents. Only after the Sephiral Crystal's level rose did I start to ease that limit. Suta, have you awakened a new angel? Or rather, a demon king? Kurumi, why do you ask? Suta, you know how Mio originally created the Sephiral Crystals in their reverse state, right? When implanted into humans, they'd over-erode the body and cause berserking. She'd then kill the resulting spirit to refine the core. After multiple refinements, the core would stabilize, allowing the human to become a stable spirit. You're aware of that? Kurumi, yes, I am. Are you saying awakening new powers is related? Suta, exactly. It means the spirit's powers are inherently incomplete because the cores were weakened through refinement. Their reversed forms are stronger, which proves this. Suta, your Sephiral Crystal is evolving, likely returning to its original state and power. So I suspect you'll eventually awaken your reversed self's Demon King. Your reversed form could manipulate space, after all. Altair, wait, won't that be dangerous? The original cores corrode human bodies, right? Suta, Relax. I already used a ton of divine power when I installed the spirit formula into her. Kurumi's body and crystal are now completely fused like one entity. There's no more erosion risk. I mean, how could you corrode yourself? Altair, then it's fine. I'm curious, have you awakened a new power, Kurumi? Kurumi, I haven't gained a new angel or demon king yet. But my shadow space has mutated. Souta, what kind of mutation? Kurumi, it seems like my shadow can now devour space, causing damage similar to a spacequake. Souta, wait, that's Demon King. Lysifigus, Leo Bulletari, isn't it? Kurumi, Leo Bulletari? Souta, yeah, it's one of your reversed forms Demon King bullets. It chases enemies based on your will, leaves behind a white trail, and rips apart space on impact, basically weaponized spacequake energy. Souta, if your shadow space is showing those effects, then it might be the prototype of your reversed self's Demon King. Keep upgrading your crystal, and it might return to full form. At this moment, Souta finally understood why Kurumi had powers beyond her angel. Other spirits could only use their angels, but Kurumi also had her shadow space ability beyond Zafgil. Had always wondered why did she get an extra cheat. Now that the Sephiral crystal's evolution was affecting her shadow, the answer made sense. If her crystal originally included space-manipulating Demon King abilities, and the shadow space was a degraded version of that power, it all checked out. Though just a theory, Souta felt it was likely true. Kurumi, R.A., doesn't that mean you can comfortably live off women now, Souta? Souta, Rin Tosaka, scumbag. Souta suddenly didn't want to talk anymore. We were having a perfectly serious discussion. WHYD, it suddenly turned into teasing again. His back almost gave out from the whiplash. Fortunately, Nezuko came in with a save. Nezuko, God-sama, I've been informed of your talk with Master Urokodaki. He said he'll go to the Demon Slayer HQ in 2 days to report everything. Souta, tell him it's fine to spend more time with his students. There's no rush on my end. Souta, also Nezuko, have your family stay in Mount Sadri for now. Don't go anywhere. Once the core leader hears about me, he'll arrange official identities for your family. Until then, don't go out ITLL, just cause unnecessary trouble if people find out. Nezuko, understood. He'll make sure of it. Nezuko, also, God-sama, can I use my points to request your help in becoming stronger? Souta blinked at the message. Nezuko, wanting to get stronger? Didn't she want to live peacefully with her revived family? Souta, sure, but what's your goal? Souta, you're not planning to defeat Muzan Kabutsuji, are you? Nezuko, God-sama, so you already knew? Nezuko, yes. No matter what, I can't forgive that man. Souta fell into thought. Nezuko seeking revenge didn't surprise him. That's why he hadn't gone after Muzan himself. But still, in the Demon Slayer world, paths to power were few. Turning into a demon, mastering breathing techniques, reaching transparent world, awakening marks. None seemed especially scalable. He wasn't sure how to boost Nezuko's strength in a meaningful, original way. Just dumping divine power to enhance her physically felt crude and wasteful. Wait, doesn't her blood demon art suppress other demons' abilities? Suddenly, Souta had an idea. Chapter 210. Is it wrong to mooch for free? In Demon Slayer, Nezuko might just be the most overpowered character. As a demon, she didn't need to eat humans, didn't have to train, and didn't even rely on Muzan's blood. Her power grew while she slept. One nap, and she went from a normal demon to lower moon, rank, level. Another nap? Boom upper moon, rank, strength. No structured training, no intensive battles, just instinctual combat, and yet she posed a threat to nearly anyone. Eventually, she even overcame the demon weakness to sunlight, surpassing Muzan himself. And her blood demon art? Practically the nemesis of all other demons. It used her blood as a medium able to burn away other demons' arts, neutralize their effects, and inflict heavy damage that even halted regeneration. On top of that, it worked perfectly with Nichiren swords. During a battle, Tanjiro once used a Nichiren blade coated with her blood. The sword turned into the legendary red blade wielded by sun-breathing users. its power greatly enhanced. However, the art consumed a huge amount of her blood, her very life force, so it couldn't be used often. Otherwise, she could probably go full-on Demon Slayer herself. Suta's idea. What if they removed that blood consumption limitation? Could her blood demon art evolve into a massive AoE, area of effect, attack? Just blast away and incinerate any enemy blood art on the spot. And the solution was simple. Make it so Nezuko could generate that special blood endlessly. Bone marrow creates blood, but probably not the same type as Musen's demonic blood. I can use divine power to reconfigure Nezuko's marrow to produce that specific blood. And of course, the production speed has to be amped up. She should be able to generate dozens, maybe hundreds of kilos of blood in an instant, where the AoE plan won't work. Also, blood creation requires energy. It'll enhance her marrow with an ability to absorb and store massive amounts of energy. Charge for 5 minutes, fight for 2 hours. But a fighting style entirely based on blood loss? That's kind of creepy. As Suta let his imagination run wild, the group chat buzzed to life. Shiroya Sho? Another one's asking you for a power-up? What kind of crazy idea this time? Hee, I'm looking forward to it. Altair, Suta. Who is this Musen Kibutsuji that Nezuko wants to defeat? Suta, it's a long story. He'll just upload the plot memory of Demon Slayer as an experience product. Should only cost 1 point. He'll transfer the points to you guys, just use them to buy and watch it. Altair, no need to transfer points. I asked, I'll pay for it myself. Suta, Altair, come on. If you use the points I send you, they come right back to me. But the memory stays with you. That's what we call free real estate. Got it? Altair, Shiroya, classic Suta. Never change. Kurumi Tokisaki. Alright, the system's really complicated, huh? Suta, don't bully it too much, okay? Rin Tosaka. The system chose the wrong guy to be group leader. Ilya, big brother. You're so mean, but I like it, Suta, seriously? Wasn't he just using the system efficiently? How did it become some kind of criminal act in their eyes? Suta, alright, uploading the memory now. Suta has uploaded a product, Demon Slayer plot memory. Product type, experience. Description, watch to understand the full plot of Demon Slayer. He glanced at the store. Price, 1 point, just as expected. After all, these memories were just stories. They didn't offer direct combat power, so they were cheap. As for intel, anyone in the group could come to his world to investigate. No real barrier there. Price couldn't be higher if he tried. Divine power really is convenient. Even vague memories can be recalled in full clarity. Saves me from having to rewatch the whole show before uploading. After transferring points to those who needed them. Nearly everyone in the friend group except Luo Haonao knew the plot of Demon Slayer. Nezuko, Godsama, is that my future? Suta, not anymore. From the moment you got the invitation, your future became unpredictable. Suta, still, that information should be very useful to you. Chelsea, that Musen, Zeryu Usli deserves to die. So many tragedies, all because of him. Rin Tosaka, so he's the root of it all. Yeah, definitely gotta kill him. Kurumi, I agree with that sentiment. Altair, he's a threat to the newbie's world. Eliminating him seems logical. Suta, reading Altair's comment. Suta felt a strange sense of irony. One of the former world-ending villains calling Musen a threat felt weird. And Nezuko wasn't even new anymore. She had been in the group for a while now. Altair, what's wrong? Suta, you have something to say? Suta, nothing. I just think Kurumi should focus more. Suta, Kurumi Tokisaki. Kurumi, concentrate on absorbing power. Donsha wai livling. If something goes wrong, you might go berserk. Kurumi, got it. You worry too much. Rin Tosaka, Suta, why didn't you just go take Musen out yourself? Wouldn't it be easy for you? Suta, it would. But I figure Nezuko might want to take revenge herself. So I held back. Shiroya, he's a small fry anyway. Can take care of him anytime. But enough of that, what's your plan for powering up the newbie? I'm more curious about your new idea. Suta, you might be disappointed. My idea this time is simple enhance Nezuko's blood demon art. The Demon Slayer world isn't like Data Live. There's not much to build on. He explained the bone marrow rework and the whole bleed to fight concept. Shiroyasha, honestly, I think it's still creative. ID never have come up with such a bizarre solution. Suda, so he was bizarre now? Chelsea, I imagine the fight scenes in... Sorry I laughed. Suda, Chelsea, don't laugh your head off. Chelsea, your teasing doesn't work on me anymore. Even if I do lose my head, I can just grow it back. Kurumi, I just loaded a number 4 bullet into my gun. Chelsea, was Kurumi threatening her? Were they teaming up to pick on her now? A number 4 bullet couldn't hit her through worlds, could it? Altair, the bleed style is a bit weird, but against demons, it's brutally effective. I think this power-up plan is decent, though it has its flaws. Suda, like what? Altair, using blood attacks only disables other blood arts and slows regeneration. Offensively, it's limited. She might still struggle to take on Musen solo. Rin Tosaka agreed. Rin Tosaka. And didn't they say Musen can only be killed by sunlight? Nezuko's blood might not be enough. She probably needs a sunlight-based attack. Athena. Sunlight? How boring. Athena. I can simply imbue enemies with death itself. Since I just earned some points, it'll help this time for free. Altair. Athena-sama. You might have missed it earlier. Nezuko wants to take revenge herself. We're discussing how to empower her. Suda. Actually, Athena just gave me an idea on how to give Nezuko a way to strike at Musen directly. Chapter 211, Shiroyasha, week. Come bully me. Suda hadn't been thinking about turning Nezuko into a Saint Seiya or anything through Athena. Instead, his mind had gone to the world of Campione. Sun-based power. Campione Universe. Combining the two, Suda came up with a bold plan. Have Nezuko slay the god of war, Varathragna, and steal his authority of the White Stallion. The White Stallion can wield solar power to rain the sun's wrath upon great sinners. A recreation of solar flares as blazing bombardments. Of course, it's not on par with real solar flares. If it were, one attack would be enough to end Earth. But even as a toned-down version, it was said in the original story to be powerful enough to incinerate half of Japan's Kanto region. In Campionish Finale, one blast even destroyed the goddess of fate's divine realm. With firepower like that, Musen Kibutsuji wouldn't stand a chance. In fact, one hit would definitely kill him. The tricky part, Suda mused, is making sure Nezuko actually acquires the White Stallion authority. Campione powers aren't doled out at random. They're based on personality and context. But Nezuko's a demon who evolved to withstand sunlight. That might mean she has a natural affinity for sun-based powers. Maybe she'd take White Stallion instinctively? No, can't rely on luck. He'll have to use divine power to raise the odds. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed. Drawing strength from another world would also save him tons of divine energy. And if Nezuko stole just the White Stallion, rather than all 10 of Varathragna's authorities, it might be more adaptable, less like a massive ULT, and more like a flexible tool. Like the Marquis authorities of wind, rain, and thunder at scale could be freely controlled. It could level a port city or just rustle a single leaf, depending on a user's control. Of course, that demanded immense skill. Altair, Suda, you've thought of something? Shiroyasha, hey, we're curious too. Spill it already, kid. Nezuko, God-sama, do you have a plan? As Suda pondered, the group was getting antsy. He had teased a big reveal, then gone silent talk about suspense. Suda, calm down. This one isn't some crazy brainstorm. It's a legitimate plan using another world's power to get stronger. Suda, remember the Campione world I mentioned? Athena, that's my world. What about it? Suda, Athena, your world has Campiones, right? Humans who can slay heretic gods and steal their authorities. Nezuko could gain a powerful attack method that way. Athena, you plan to train her to be my enemy? Suda, technically yes, but she'll go back to her own world eventually, so it's not like you'll cross paths. And come on, if we're talking about your enemies, isn't there already one in the group? Athena, you don't need to convince me. I don't mind if she gets stronger this way. Athena, just be aware killing a being on my level is no small task. Shiroyasha, is it really that hard? Shinobu, I don't think so. Shiroyasha, could you kill one with a single slap? Shinobu, haven't tried, but I probably could. You? Shiroyasha, easy. I could blow one away with a breath. Athena, Athena, you dare mock me? You've provoked me. Shiroyasha, oh, want a duel? He'll set the stage. But the loser has to do what the winner says he. Shiroyasha, don't worry, you've got some pretest. Just wear a few cute outfits for me and pose for some photos. Fair deal, right? Athena, you sound awfully confident. Arrogant, even. Shiroyasha, I am arrogant. So, gonna come humble me? Am waiting in Little Garden anytime. Shiroyasha, unless you're scared? I've seen plenty of cowards before. Souta, Kurumi. Kurumi, that's too much, Shiroyasha. Don't pick on a newbie like that. Altair, yeah, that's crossing the line. Rinto Saka, seriously, that's classic baiting. Athena, picking on a newbie? Wait, this Shiroyasha, is she that strong? Souta, Athena, don't be fooled. Shiroyasha is the strongest member of our friend group. If she wanted to, she could wipe out your entire world. Kurumi, destroying planets is one thing. I think she can create them too. She has multiple game fields on a planetary scale. Souta, actually I think they're star-sized. Remember the sun that moves horizontally inside one of them? Athena, Shiroyasha, hey, stop spilling my secrets, you jerks. Shiroyasha, Athena, don't listen to them, rookie. Sure, I used to be strong, but right now, I'm super weak. Barely 1/10,000th of my former self. You totally have shot at beating me. Really? Athena. Meanwhile, in Naples of the Campione world, Athena stared at her phone, stunned. Souta doesn't lie needlessly. So that means such power really exists? Planetary destruction. Even for a god, that was terrifying. She glanced at Shiroyasha's username and etched the name into memory. A flicker of displeasure flashed in her eyes as she muttered, "No pride as a strong one, shameless." She quickly set aside the banter and messaged Souta again. Athena, Souta, you wouldn't suggest this if you didn't have a way to let her kill a god. So who's the target? Gods don't just show up randomly. Souta, didn't I say I know the story? In your world, soon there will be two heretic gods who show up. God of War, Varathragna, and King of the Gods, Melkart. Chapter 212. Let us go trick a goddess together, Souta. Varathragna possesses sun-based powers, including the White Stallion. If Nezuko kills him and seizes that authority, ITLL, give her a devastating weapon against demons. Nezuko, kill a god? Nezuko, isn't that disrespectful? Souta, Nezuko, don't worry. Rather than gods, think of them as powerful life forms. And they're nowhere near as nice as me. I don't care what kind of disaster they bring to humans. You don't need to feel guilty. Nezuko, understood. He'll follow your guidance, God-sama. Athena, Varathragna? Him? Athena, White Stallion does indeed carry sun power. But how do you plan to make sure she gets that specific authority? The one gained after slaying a god is uncertain. Souta, they'll use divine power to increase the odds. I'm confident Nezuko has high compatibility with White Stallion. Altair, Souta, didn't you say before that only those who personally kill a heretic god get recognized by the circle of usurpation and gain divine power? Altair, Nezuko probably can't slay a god on her own. Can she? Souta, usually, Campiones complete their first god-slaying with the help of a divine weapon. He'll find a proper god-slaying weapon for Nezuko to use. Altair, why not just use an attack card? Souta, because the card disappears after use. A god-slaying weapon remains behind for Pandora to see, and shall verify it as a legitimate kill. Best not to cut corners here. Kurumi, wait, didn't we discuss this before? The circle of usurpation is controlled by Pandora. If she realizes Nezuko isn't from her world, she might refuse the transfer. That would make the kill useless, right? Souta, Kurumi, don't forget the system's world travel feature. When we transfer, It embeds our existence into the target world's fabric. No one can tell we're outsiders. Kurumi, but demons aren't human. That might be noticeable. Souta, demon souls are the same as human ones. The physical form is the issue, but I can cover that with divine camouflage. Athena, fooling Pandora by mimicking god-slaying beasts. Sounds amusing. Athena, Souta, they'll help watch for Varathragna. When he appears, they'll notify you. Souta, thanks. He and Melkart will both appear on Sardinia in Italy. Athena, got it. Souta, Shiroyasha, they'll need your help with something about the divine weapon. Shiroyasha, want to borrow one? I don't have many divine tier weapons lying around. Souta, not from your collection. I want to borrow the Spear of Indra from Black Rabbit. But she doesn't know me, so he'll need you to vouch for me. Souta, given your relationship and your standing as a floor master, she'll probably agree. Shiroyasha, can't you make your own god-slaying weapon? For what you've told me, heretic gods aren't even that strong. Athena, Souta, they're still strong enough. And forging a divine weapon costs too much divine power. Why waste energy when I can mooch for free? Shiroyasha, that's the Souta I know. Shiroyasha, all right, since you've helped me before, I'll agree. Just let me know when you're heading to Little Garden. Souta, will do. With that, the group fell quiet. The plan to power up Nezuko was now in motion. Since Varathragna hadn't appeared yet, Souta didn't rush to retrieve the divine weapon. Instead, he turned his attention to the system store's support function. It's been out for a while. He clenched his fist. Time I level myself up too. Just then, the system phone vibrated. He thought someone pinged him in chat, but it was a point transfer. Nezuko has sent you 1,000 points. Souta blinked. Didn't Nezuko only have 1,000 points? She gave it all to him without hesitation. Nezuko, DM Godsama, don't worry. They'll earn more points for you in the future. Her private message brought him back to his senses. Souta, no need. You already paid your dues. Nezuko, Godsama forgot? I still owe you for saving me. Half of that 1,000 points was for that. The other half is for my power-up. Nezuko, oh, and I haven't given you my blood yet either. Souta, don't rush. They'll take you to the Campione world when it's time. Well, handle the blood then. After replying, Souta opened the system store. Looking at the support function's price, 100 points per minute, his eyes lit up. For missions involving Shinobu, Altair, Kurumi, Rin, Ilya, and Nezuko, he had racked up 11,000 points. Add Nezuko's 1,000, plus the 3,000 Kurumi gave him before returning to her world, he now had 15,000 total. That's enough for 1.5 invitations. He figured this would let him drastically reduce the divine power needed to baptize a new divinity. But I can't just think about myself. I also need to save for Mika's invitation. Souta asked the system. Souta, system, if I spend 5,000 points on the support function to comprehend a concept, how much divine power can I save on baptizing a new divinity? Comprehension outcomes vary. Cannot estimate. Souta sighed. Looks like he'd have to try it himself. But which concept should I focus on first? He hesitated. Acting cute from Ilya and Bajikwan from Rin were obviously out totally useless. That left 3 viable paths. Time matter personality, which to choose? Chapter 213, Become My Shape. All of you. An authority wasn't just a way to deepen one's control over laws of nature. It also provided a method to continuously obtain source power, which could be converted into divine power. In other words, it was a limitless energy tap. That made it essential for Souta. Right now, he had 3 choices in front of him. Time, matter, identity, personality. Souta didn't rush his decision. Before choosing, he needed to understand one thing. How exactly does an authority help him obtain source power? In the Dungeons & Dragons multiverse, Mystra is the goddess of magic and holds dominion over the weave, the fundamental fabric through which arcane magic flows in the Forgotten Realm setting. As the god responsible for maintaining and regulating the weave, Mystra gains divine power from its use by spellcasters. But time as a domain? That couldn't be so convenient. Could it really be that had only gained source power when someone else tampered with time? If that were the case, he might as well keep collecting faith the old-fashioned way. How many people even manipulate time? After thinking it over, he decided to ask the system. Souta, system, if I develop a time authority, how do I obtain source power? If you think of time as a great river, then the energy that pushes that river to flow is source power. To extract source power through the time authority, the host must interfere with the flow. Souta, interfere with time to extract it? He had a guess, but wanted to confirm. Souta, specifically how? If the host pauses time, that part of the river stops flowing. Its pushing force is idle and can be absorbed. Slowing time means less source power is needed, so the leftover energy can be claimed. Reversing time lets you extract the source power already spent. Souta was speechless. Why did this explanation sound so weird? Souta, what about accelerating time? That's helping time flow so the world pays you for doing its job. You get that energy. Souta, so basically, any manipulation of time lets me harvest source power? Yes. However, casual interference yields only a little. The host can also develop time-based divine techniques. When believers use them to interfere with time, you'll receive source power. Souta, so others can generate it for me, too. Now, that was a surprise. It combined the benefits of both old and new gods in the DD system. Souta, one more thing, interfering with time costs divine power, right? So the net gain is positive? Yes. That answer puts Souta at ease. If he had to spend 1 unit to get 1 unit back, it would have been pointless. But this was clearly profitable even during battle. He could replenish himself. Souta, if time is so efficient, then he'll choose matter first. He decided. Kurumi was on the fast track to becoming a powerhouse with her evolving Zafgil, so he didn't need time powers for combat. He could coast with her support. As for collecting source power, if time was that effective, matter should be just as good. And with matter control, he could help friends enhance their bodies, like altering Kurumi's Sephiral Crystal or modifying Nezuko's bone marrow to boost blood generation. More importantly, when fully developed, matter authority could offer even greater direct combat power. Kurumi could freeze time. Souta would handle the offense. Perfect synergy. Souta, they'll save time authority for next. Once I can generate divine power through matter and boost it further with points, it'll unlock time right after. He turned back to the system. Souta, if I evolve my matter creation into authority, is its source power efficiency on par with time? Even higher. Once the host possesses the matter authority, creating mass or energy substitutes the work of source power, allowing continuous gain. Interfering with the 4 fundamental forces of the universe also grants source power. Souta, wait. What? The 4 fundamental forces? What do they have to do with matter? Creating energy or mass made sense. They were interconvertible. So technically, matter authority covered both mass and energy. But how did fundamental forces like gravity and electromagnetism fit in? Because your created matter exists the way you perceive it thanks to those forces. Why doesn't your steamroller fall apart? Matter authority encompasses the application of the 4 forces. However, the host must develop this on their own. Souta, so I can gain source power by manipulating fundamental forces too. That sealed the deal. He immediately exchanged 1,000 points for 10 minutes of support function time. The moment it activated, his mind cleared like never before. His cognitive functions shot through the roof. He calculated long, complex equations instantly without even trying. He could visualize energy flow. He felt the conversion of food into energy within his own body. Information poured into his brain like a flood. His head throbbed as if it were about to explode. This is comprehension, more like torture. Still, he didn't complain. He had just 10 minutes, every second counted. He focused, searching through the data stream for everything related to matter. Sensing his intention, the system assisted, and he was plunged into the sea of fundamental laws. Time flew. Minutes felt like seconds. When Souta came back to his senses, 50 minutes had passed. He had capped himself at 5,000 points, since he still needed to save for Mika's invitation. Souta, this feature is insane. A golden glint shimmered in his eyes. His divine aura had taken on a new, heavier quality as though it were becoming tangible. He glanced at his coffee table and instantly knew its material makeup. By focusing a little more, he could vaguely perceive the microscopic structure within it. Souta, let's test the creation cost now. He moved from his apartment into the sky in a flash. After masking himself from satellites with divine force, he raised one hand and a steamroller appeared, floating effortlessly above him. Souta, consumption dropped by nearly 90. His eyes lit up. Souta, and now, he looked at a nearby cloud, gestured gently, and it floated toward him, shifting into shapes at his command. He felt himself becoming more godlike by the second. He could summon storms with ease, control nature with a glance. Chapter 214. Awkward small talk with Athena. The divine power cost is down a lot, but I still have no clue how to tap into the 4 fundamental forces. Souta recalled what the system said about the forces of nature. If the authority of matter really covered that, then his offensive capabilities would skyrocket. Whatever, I probably need to fully develop the authority first to start exploring that. No point thinking too far ahead. Clenching his fist, he cleared his mind and glanced down at the city. After a moment of thought, he decided not to throw the steamroller and instead uploaded it to the store. No one in the group questioned him this time. Guess they were used to his antics. Souta teleported back to his apartment. He was thrilled with how much head gained from the support function. Now he was curious how much divine power would it take to fully develop the authority of matter in his current state. He tossed the question to the system and quickly got a response. With your current comprehension, if the faith of the Akame world's cult spreads globally, and you gather belief for 2 years, you can complete the authority of matter. Oh, that much of a reduction? Souta was surprised. The support function really worked wonders. The cult in the Akame world will spread eventually anyway. Still, 2 years of build-up is a bit long. But if I add an Altair's birdcage plan, Shinobu's crab, and then make a sweep in the data live world, I could cut that time down drastically. Plus, once I fix Athena's flaw, she'll pay me in points. I can use those to strengthen myself more. And there's Rin. Souta mentally crunched the numbers. Thinking it through, his first authority was already within reach. He couldn't help getting excited. This might be the threshold for reaching godhood, level 6, the start of a true god's power. Once he broke through, his divine power would surge in both quality and quantity. And with the authority of matter increasing his divine power income, his next authority would be far easier. Matter times space. Maybe I really can create the world authority. The thought thrilled him. If he could gather the forces needed to construct a world and fuse them together, he might one day passively generate infinite divine power or even control all source power directly. A grin tugged at his lips as his imagination ran wild. Just then, the system phone buzzed, interrupting him. HM? He checked it. Was a group chat notification. Athena, Souta, I've sensed the presence of another heretic god. Souta, already? Is it Verithragna? Athena, I can't say for sure, but the presence is near Naples. I plan to investigate. Souta, if it's now, it's likely Verithragna or Melkart. Just be careful not to engage them. Athena, relax. Since you've claimed them as targets, I won't interfere. I'm not that rude. Souta, so if I hadn't said anything, you would have jumped in for the kill, huh? Then again, Athena is a war goddess. Maybe she's a battle junkie at heart? Souta, Shiroyasha, are you free now? I'm heading your way. Shiroyasha, hold up. I just finished work and haven't returned yet. Shiroyasha, give me a SE seal, go to the 7th floor and call Black Rabbit too. Souta, no problem. Just let me know. Souta, Nezuko, get ready. Once I've got the divine weapon, it'll pick you up. Nezuko, I'm at Master Urokadaki's place. You can come straight here. Altair, if only we had video chat ID, love to see a god-slaying in action. Chelsea, same here. That would be epic. Souta, it's not that exciting, honestly. You just whack them with a divine weapon. 1-hit KO usually. Altair, seriously? But aren't heretic gods super strong? What weapon could end a god in one hit? Souta, Spear of Indra. Once it hits, it calculates the exact amount of energy needed to defeat the target and releases that energy in divine lightning. Souta, if the target's just a person, it might fire a bolt or two. But if it targets a planet, it could unleash world-ending force. It's a one-shot victory weapon. If one hit isn't enough, the weapon's useless. Rin, wait, there's a weapon that busted. That's so broken. Are there no limits? Altair, yeah, can it just infinitely generate energy? Souta, not sure, but probably not. If it could, by the laws of mass energy conversion, it'd be on par with Shiroyasha's level. Shiroyasha, hey, watch it, kid. Spear of Indra is powerful, sure, but don't compare it to me. Even the another cosmology have limits. So how could a weapon below that even compare to me? Souta wasn't surprised. Even if the another cosmology were top tier in Little Garden, they weren't invincible. After all, the World Dragon Corps had once acknowledged that the fusion of the three sovereigns, heaven, earth, and man, possesses an essence that exceeds the capacity of another cosmology. From this perspective, Black Rabbit's spear definitely has its limits. But it was still more than enough to take down a heretic god. Souta, come on, Shiroyasha. Quit chatting and get back already. I'm waiting here. Shiroyasha, what's the rush? We got plenty of time. Souta, time flows differently between worlds. If we miss Verithragna's arrival, this whole plan goes down the drain. Souta, Athena. By the way, chat syncs our time flows. Mind staying in the chat so we stay aligned? Athena, you can do that? Interesting. Very well. It'll stay connected. From there, they descended into meaningless small talk. Eventually, when they had nothing left to say, they just kept pinging each other back and forth. The rest of the group chat went eerily silent, probably face-palming in disbelief. Souta thought, man, if only the system had emotes or memes. I'd just spam reaction pics right now. After about half an hour, Shiroyasha finally gave the green light. Souta breathed a sigh of relief. Souta, system, tape it to Little Garden. Without delay, he activated the transfer. 215 Shiroyasha, wait for it. I'll introduce a few rich ladies to you. Souta opened his eyes again and found himself in the guest room of Shiroyasha. Before him were tatama mats and a low round table. The environment looked somewhat familiar. The last time he visited the Little Garden, he was probably teleported into this very room. The Shiroyasha sat across from him, holding her phone and scrolling through it. Noticing the flash of white light, she put down her phone, squinting as she sized Souta up. HM, the Shiroyasha's eyes showed surprise. You brat, seems like you've gotten a lot stronger. Of course, when we first met, I was just an ordinary person. There's a huge difference from back then. Souta naturally sat down, looked around, and then asked, where's Black Rabbit? Why haven't I seen her? I've already had someone notify her. She should be here soon. The Shiroyasha estimated the time and said, all right, then well, wait. Souta looked at her curiously and asked, by the way, has the main trio arrived yet? They won't be here that soon. Based on our estimation, it will still take 2 to 3 months. The Shiroyasha closed her fan and said, and lately, I've been busy looking for the Ouroboros people, so I haven't paid much attention to no name. TCH, not being able to say the name of the community really pisses me off. How about we just chat on the phone? Souta was speechless. We're sitting face to face, and you still want to chat on the phone? That's a bit much. And he showed a slightly surprised expression. I thought after knowing the story, you would help bring back the no-name people and help them rebuild the organization. Do you have some misunderstanding about me? The Shiroyasha said, dissatisfied. I'm a god, not running a charity. I give humans trials, not hand out rewards on a silver platter. At this point, she paused for a few seconds, then sighed. After all, the ones who can be remembered by me are the main members. They'll come back on their own later. Seeking them out is their trial. It's not something I need to meddle in. As for the others, the Shiroyasha shook her head. The rest, I don't even remember their names. They're just dust in history. That sounds so cruel. What's so cruel about it? There's a lot more of that kind of thing in the Little Garden. Suddenly, the Shiroyasha spoke in a serious tone. Kid, now you're a god too. Though not part of our system, but the aspect of immortality and long sight is the same. You'll get used to this kind of thing sooner or later. This topic is too heavy, let's not talk about it. Souta shook his head, no longer dwelling on the Arcadia matters, and instead asked, Shiroyasha, what are you planning to do about the upper gods and deities in the Little Garden? What's your plan for moving to the new Little Garden? The establishment of the new Little Garden requires more than half of the Sun Authority in my hands. Want to abandon this place? No chance. When the upper gods and deities were mentioned, the Shiroyasha's attitude immediately turned hostile. However, we can't do anything about them for now. In the Little Garden, I'm not invincible. If a fight breaks out, the gods will come into action, and even I would be suppressed, so... The silver-haired, kimono-clad lowly sighed. We'll have to use the old methods from a story. Let Izayoi Sakamaki defeat the final trial of humanity. Once Azidahaka is defeated, the wind of decadence will disappear, and the upper gods will naturally give up on the idea of establishing the new Little Garden. Although she knew when Azidahaka would appear, she couldn't think of a solution. That demon lord couldn't be sealed away. Sooner or later, he would emerge. The Ouroboros had only sped up the process of the seal breaking. Fortunately, the human who can overcome the final test of humanity's Izayoi Sakamaki has finally appeared. Azidahaka cannot be defeated by humans alone, but must be defeated by a specific person. This person is none other than Izayoi Sakamaki. Only after being defeated by Izayoi would Azidahaka never be able to resurrect. So, she planned to take a gamble on Izayoi. You want Izayoi to defeat Azidahaka? Souta asked in surprise. Are you saying you're going to let the Ouroboros people break the seal of Azidahaka? The seal is useless. The Shiroyasha shook her head. That demon lord has been sealed too many times. And when was the seal ever truly effective? He'll come out sooner or later. Since that's the case, it's better to take a gamble with Izayoi and try to defeat him as in the original story. Of course, she changed her tone and added, I don't plan to let Ouroboros handle the sealing. This matter is something he'll take care of personally, ensuring that the casualties in defeating the demon lord is minimized. I see. That's why you're in such a hurry to find the Ouroboros people. Exactly. A helpless expression appeared on the Shiroyasha's face. It's just a pity that my strength hasn't fully recovered. Otherwise, finding them wouldn't be so troublesome. That Kulki, Highness, has the pseudo-star map creation, so divine clairvoyance gifts don't work on him. It's been bothering me. If you can't find them, why not wait for them to show up? Souta suggested. You can just wait at the rise of the fire dragon. According to the story, he will come there sooner or later, bringing his subordinates to find Sandora. Waiting for them is the last resort. The Shiroyasha sighed. If possible, I'd rather find him sooner and gain control over the situation. Shiroyasha, I think you're too passive right now. Souta thought for a moment and said, why not broaden your approach? What do you mean? The Shiroyasha became interested. Could it be, you have a way? Of course. Souta waved his system phone and said, if you can't solve it on your own, get some external help. Save up points, and when you have enough, buy an invitation letter, invite a powerful person into the group, offer them some benefits, and have them help out. The Shiroyasha was confused. Aren't we the big shot? You're too weak. You barely count as a mid-tier power. Not even close to being a big shot. Huh. The Shiroyasha clenched her fist, making it crackle, her expression extremely displeased. You brat really dares to say that. All right. Looks like you've gotten a bit full of yourself after your recent power boost. Let's see how deep your skills really go. Wait, I didn't mean to insult you. Souta coughed lightly and quickly said, don't get excited. I don't look down on you at all. I'm just speaking the truth. Shiroyasha, let's go. I'll show you around my game board. The Shiroyasha sneered. Souta didn't say anything else, directly pressing his finger to his temple. With the power of his divine energy, a sliver of memory was copied and extracted, turning into golden light floating in front of the Shiroyasha's eyes. 216 The rabbit's forced gratitude. This is the information I have in my mind about some big shots. You see, wait, I thought about it and decided never mind. Souta suddenly reached out and extinguished the memory he had replicated. Shiroyasha asked, confused, what does this mean? I suddenly thought of a problem. Souta's expression became serious, and his tone grew stern. No matter what big shot it is, when they cross over, they need me to accompany them. And those super powerful characters in my mind basically all have the setting of being too strong to enter the universe casually, or they would cause the universe to explode. What if I bring their real bodies into my world and blow up the world? That's too dangerous. Affected by Souta's seriousness, Shiroyasha began to doubt. Exploding the universe. Is that too exaggerated? Although after recovering her 2-digit power, she would have a huge impact on the lower layers of the Little Garden. In the end, it was still just the lower layers of the Little Garden. Also, gods of the 3-digit level would affect the outside world when descending, referring to Earth, not the universe. No matter how many descend, the universe can still accommodate them. So Shiroyasha instinctively found Souta's words a bit hard to believe. It's not an exaggeration. Those who are exaggerated are all playing with Tao-level nonsensical BS. Things like busting the universe. Figures like Mercurius from Dai's Irai, Azathoth from Demon Bane, the Choshin, Tsunami, Washu Tokimi from Tenshi Mayo, Ryo-Oki, and Hajuin from Dai's Irai, and others like them. They can all do it. Who are you talking about? Big shots. In any case, Souta said, it's definitely not feasible to find a big shot. We'll have to rely on ourselves. To ask a big shot for help, it would have to be an existence that is highly perfected in omniscience and omnipotence. For example, although my power is stronger than the multiverse, I can still descend into the universe and to Earth without any effect. Only such an existence can do that. If the real body can't do that, then even using a fake identity wouldn't solve the problem with Shiroyasha. Seems like Marvel or DC has a lot of such existences. Souta suddenly thought of Western comic books. But he quickly shook his head. He wasn't too familiar with these two, and he wasn't sure whether the Marvel world existed. After all, Omniverse doesn't seem like the kind of setting that can be nested in another layer of boxes. Souta looked at Shiroyasha and said, it will still be a long time before Azidakaha breaks free. By then, I might already be a powerful being, or even stronger. And with Kurumi almost becoming a planet-level powerhouse, we, as people from other worlds, don't have another cosmology, so we won't be copied by Avesta. Azidakaha can't do anything to us, and when the time comes, we'll go fight it together and give Azeoi the chance. That way, we should be able to defeat Azidakaha without injury. Are you also going to join in? Shiroyasha fell into deep thought. The more she thought, the more she felt this plan might work. Yes, Souta and the others are from other worlds, don't have another cosmology, they don't have the weakness of being restrained by Avesta. If they create an opportunity for Azeoi, perhaps they could really defeat Azidakaha without harm. It would depend on how much Souta could grow by then. Right now, he's not strong enough. He would be defeated by a 4-digit being in one move, not yet capable of stepping into such a battlefield. Well, keep this proposal in mind. Shiroyasha showed a faint smile. Kid, you better hurry up and get stronger. At that moment, the door to the guest room was pushed open, and a voice entered. Shiroyasha-sama, sorry, I'm late. Following the voice, a girl dressed in an extremely provocative outfit walked in quickly. Souta looked over, and the girl who entered had blue hair and a pair of upright rabbit ears on top of her head. Black Rabbit, her iconic feature, immediately made him recognize her identity. Who is this gentleman? After walking in, Black Rabbit immediately noticed Souta sitting across from Shiroyasha and froze in place. She didn't expect Shiroyasha was entertaining guests, and her behavior of barging in seemed too rude. Don't mind it. This kid is an acquaintance of ours. No need to be polite or formal with him. Shiroyasha spoke just in time, alleviating Black Rabbit's embarrassment, and reminded her, just call him Souta. Mr. Souta, hello. Black Rabbit greeted politely. Souta looked her over. The blue-haired girl had black thigh-high stockings wrapped around her legs, and the red skirt with white lace trim was very short. It seemed as though one could see underneath at a glance, but upon a closer look, no matter the angle, it was impossible to see exactly. It was the feeling of thinking you could see it, but actually couldn't. It really made one curious to get a closer look. "Hello, Black Rabbit." Souta smiled. Black Rabbit was stunned. "Mr. Souta knows me?" "Yes. I came specifically to ask you for help." Souta was not evasive and directly said, "I want to borrow something from you. So I came to find Shiroyasha as an intermediary." "Borrow something?" Upon hearing this, Black Rabbit showed a faint expression of doubt and subconsciously looked at Shiroyasha. "He'll explain it." Shiroyasha met Black Rabbit's gaze and slowly explained Souta's purpose. During this process, Souta occasionally tagged Athena in the group to maintain synchronization with the Campione world's time flow to avoid delaying the mission of slaying gods. A few minutes later, Black Rabbit understood. "So, Mr. Souta, I can't accept payment." She mustered up the courage and said, "As a noble of the Little Garden, I cannot forget a favor." Saying this, she took out a paper from her grace card with a trident written on it. This is a gift paper known as the Epic Mahabharata, which can summon many divine weapons from Indian mythology. After a flash of light as bright as the sun, Black Rabbit materialized a golden spear from the paper, exuding an indescribable aura of royalty. Souta's attention was immediately drawn to it, the trump card imbued with assured victory of piercing the intended target. Shiroyasha muttered, also casting a glance, and unable to resist looking at it a few more times. Though she knew of the spear's existence, opportunities to see it in person were rare. "It's just a replica, though. Shiroyasha-sama knows that the true weapon of victory is with Lord Brahma." Black Rabbit handed the golden spear to Souta. Souta was a little surprised, not expecting this rather regretful rabbit to be so straightforward. But he didn't hesitate and immediately took it. "Are you going to use it in the gift game, Mr. Souta?" Black Rabbit asked. "Gift game? Sort of. This spear has a limitation. It can only be used once in the gift game. So please remember that, Mr. Souta." Black Rabbit reminded him. "All right, now that you have the weapon, kid, hurry up and leave." Shiroyasha urged. "If you delay the important matter, it won't be good." Souta looked suspiciously at Shiroyasha. "Why do I feel like you don't want me to stay here?" "Misunderstanding," Shiroyasha denied. "I have no reason to push you away. Just remember to return the spear soon, kid." "Naturally." Souta looked at Black Rabbit and smiled. "Thanks, Black Rabbit. If you ever get into trouble, feel free to ask Shiroyasha to let me know. If she's unable to intervene, I can help." No, Mr. Souta, you don't need to be so polite," Black Rabbit smiled. "Since you're a good friend of Shiroyasha-sama, helping you is the right thing to do." "Black Rabbit, this kid's favor is very valuable," Shiroyasha reminded. "Don't refuse here." "Well, all right. He'll remember it." Black Rabbit nodded seriously. "Well then, I'm leaving. Goodbye." Souta waved to both of them, and then silently returned to the real world. As soon as he left, Shiroyasha's eyes gleamed as she stared at Black Rabbit. What's wrong?" Black Rabbit took 2 steps back. "Ha, Black Rabbit, do you remember when I introduced the job of being a host last time?" "Of course I remember. I haven't properly thanked Shiroyasha-sama yet." "No worries. Now's your chance to thank me." Shiroyasha suddenly pulled out a large bundle of provocative clothing. She approached Black Rabbit and said, "Here, these are today's clothes. Come on, quickly try them on and show me. Could it be that the reason you urged Mr. Souta to leave so quickly was for this?" Black Rabbit looked astonished. With that kid around, you definitely wouldn't be able to let go." Shiroyasha ordered, "Quick, try them on. We're taking photos." "Taking photos? Ugh, Shiroyasha-sama is such a baka." The room was filled with Black Rabbit's cries of humiliation. 217 Athena is foolishly called Yada Na after obtaining the spear from Black Rabbit. Souta returned to his world. He didn't immediately go to pick up Nezuko, but instead used his mental power to scan the surroundings, looking for signs of life from insects or rats. He was preparing to test the performance of the golden spear in his hand. Although the spear of Indra could only be used once in a Grant game. There were no such restrictions for normal combat. In the second volume of the Mondaji series, Izaoi used it to fight against axe-wielding Rama without encountering any usage restrictions. If there was one limitation, it was probably that it couldn't be used at the same time with the sun armor. I found it. Soon, Souta found a cockroach in someone else's house. He used divine power to move the cockroach into the air, then teleported himself and aimed the three-pronged golden spear at the cockroach. In that instant, he felt his consciousness connect with the spear's spiritual form and drew out its divine blessing. The spear tip emitted a golden arc of lightning that flickered and disappeared. A wave of heat immediately exploded. The divine thunder from the gods directly broke down the cockroach into atomic particles. The effect is as expected, but Souta looked at the exploded air and noticed what could be considered a flaw in the spear. That is, if used at close range, it would damage the enemy by 1,000 but harm the user by 800. Without Black Rabbit's perks, it's really hard to control. This divine spear wasn't simple enough to be wielded just by summoning it. Souta couldn't control its output. The power used to kill the cockroach earlier was entirely controlled by the spear itself. Moreover, most critically, the direction of the divine thunder energy's release was uncontrollable. In other words, it couldn't be used at close range. Without the heat resistance gift, using it close up would dissolve the user while killing the enemy. It seems outsiders can't truly use it. Souta remembered that in the second Mondaji volume, Black Rabbit had split her spiritual form into a lowly rabbit and imbued the spear with her spiritual power to give Izaoi control over the spear's output. Even then, Izaoi still couldn't precisely control the direction of the thunder energy. In the battle against axe-wielding Rama, he even burned himself. It looks like it can only be used as a thrown weapon. He'll need to let Nezuko know about this. Souta began thinking of a strategy to defeat Varathragna. That war god had the authority of raptor move at god speed, possibly due to raptors being seen as the swiftest animals on the planet. If the divine spear was thrown to prevent Varathragna from dodging it with his god speed, it would need a buff of throw it in such a way that it will hit to ensure it struck. With that thought, he immediately used divine power to give the spear a time acceleration buff. He himself had time manipulation ability, so it didn't take much energy to do this. After all, the divine spear wasn't powerful until it hit an enemy and released its energy. Manipulating its time took very little energy. Once he finished, Souta wore a confident expression. It's settled. This will work. But wait, do I really need to plan this thoroughly? Souta suddenly thought of something after returning to his rented apartment. In the original Campione work, Gadu Kusunagi's god-slaying process has two versions, one in the novel and one in the anime. In the novel, Varathragna died from a white stallion strike released by the Prometheus grimoire. In the anime, Varathragna withstood the white stallion and was then killed by the golden sword. In both versions, the Varathragna could easily dodge with the raptor godspeed ability. Especially in the anime version, it was even dumber. The Varathragna didn't dodge the white horse, taking it head-on. This could be explained as the Varathragna enjoying face-to-face combat, or out of pride, refusing to avoid human attacks. But after Gadu Kusunagi stole the warrior using the Prometheus grimoire, the god just stood there, stupidly watching Kusunagi and Erika kiss and talk about his mythology. That was a bit unbelievable. Even the warrior could be avoided with raptor speed. The sword wouldn't even hit, rendering it useless. How could the god be slain? The Varathragna seems pretty dumb. Maybe I've been overthinking the details of the plan. Souta suddenly felt that carefully considering every detail of his slaying plan made him look like a fool. The Godslayer was just lucky, but luck alone didn't lead to a divine intelligence sapping aura, right? It must be that the gods themselves were simply stupid. Yes, that must be it. So, just charge in with the divine spear. No need for a plan. I should go pick up Nezuko. Souta made up his mind. He glanced at the spear of Indra. The golden shaft gave off a cold, divine aura. By the way, I really shouldn't let Black Rabbit or Shiroisha know about me using this spear to kill a cockroach. It could cause some trouble. Black Rabbit would definitely freak out. As for Shiroyasha, she might use it to mock Indra, which could lead to friction between him and Indra. So, this must stay in my belly. After making up his mind, Sutta temporarily stored the spear of Indra in the system's shop and headed for the Demon Slayer world. In a wooden cabin on the halfway up MT Kiri, Sutta met the harmonious Kamadu family. Tanjiro's Nichiren blade hadn't been delivered yet, so they had been spending time with family and hadn't started the demon-slaying journey. Sutta didn't see Sakanji Urokadaki, and after asking, he learned that he had gone to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to report the situation. Tanjiro's family warmly treated him with food. Of course, their hospitality was different from how they treated ordinary people. Sutta felt like they were offering him offerings, rather than just hosting him. Even during the meal, Tanjiro's younger siblings and some of Kagaya's disciples barely dared to look at him. Only a few curious and brave ones would steal a glance. Even Tanjiro's father, upon seeing him, had an expression that was no longer calm. Sutta could clearly feel his emotional fluctuation. This plant-like man had rarely shown such surprise. Perhaps it was because his worldview was shattered by the fact that Sutta's transparent world ability couldn't see through him. Looks like they really treat me as a god. Sutta felt a little helpless about their distance. But after half a second of helplessness, he accepted it gladly. After all, free divine power, isn't it sweet? Moreover, there's no need to be close with everyone. They're just passing through life. There was one thing that made him awkward. Though Nezuko's mother had somehow found priestess robes for Nezuko and dressed her in them to serve him, and she was quite adamant about it, Sutta realized the high status of his divine form in the eyes of mortals. If he refused, it might backfire, so he didn't oppose it. After all, serving just meant taking care of food and lodging. He wouldn't really do anything to Nezuko, who was dressed as a priestess. Before leaving, Sutta used his evolved material creation ability to manifest a house for Nezuko's family. After doing this, he took Nezuko and headed for the Campione world. 2 minutes later, the two of them met Athena. 2:18, Tosakarin. I've got to quickly sell some Goodwill Sardinia, and the surrounding islands form the autonomous region of Sardinia. The capital, Cagliari, is a port city located in the southern part of the island. This city was originally built by the Phoenicians in the 8th century BC. It was in this port city that Sutta, Nezuko, and Athena met up. Athena was still dressed like a middle school girl in a school uniform. Her delicate, youthful face, paired with those cold, detached eyes, gave her both a pure innocence and an icy, queenly aloofness, a dangerous mix that almost invited the urge to challenge her. And with her being a goddess, facing her head-on would surely feel incredibly rewarding. This is Sardinia, huh? Sutta looked around the town curiously. Being near the calm Mediterranean Sea, the surroundings were made up of peaceful rural streets. It wasn't often you saw such ancient roads steeped in history. At least for someone like him who lived in a big city most of the time, this was something he hadn't seen much of. Nezuko, who wore a red and white shrine maiden outfit without showing her armpits, was also curiously taking in the scenery. Even though this town had a nostalgic style, to her, it was a place from the future, and the architecture was different too. She really wanted to explore a bit. But since they had business to take care of, she forced herself to suppress her excitement, occasionally sneaking glances at Sutta, her eyes sparkling with a child's longing to play. Even though she had the body of a 14-year-old, mentally, she was only around 12, still a little immature. Varathragna is on this island. Athena looked at Sutta and got straight to the point. According to your theory, he probably wants to awaken Melkart for a fight. Huh? Melkart hasn't descended yet? Sutta was a bit surprised. No, I can only sense the presence of one god. Athena glanced to the south and pointed, over there. Sutta looked in that direction and used his spiritual sense to probe a bit. A powerful feedback surge back. It was unmistakably Varathragna. Melkart hasn't descended. Should we wait for him or not? Sutta suddenly felt conflicted. His current goal was the war god Varathragna. He didn't need to become a god slayer himself. Given his current status, The Pandora reincarnation ritual probably wouldn't work on him. After all, who evolves into a lower-level life form? Besides, he didn't want to be a god slayer. Without the potential to develop into an authority, the power had little value to him. So, whether Melkart descended or not didn't really matter to him. But I can't just think about myself. I should ask the others in the group if anyone wants this benefit. With that thought, Souta pulled out his phone and posted in the group chat. Souta, God Slayer auction. 500 points. First come, first served. Athena. Tosaka. What do you mean? Altair. Don't tell me it's like with Nezuko, where you pay 500 points for the chance to become a god slayer. Souta. Exactly. Souta. So? Pretty sweet deal, right? Shiroyasha. I don't need it. Kiss shot Astral and Heart Under Blade. Nor do I. Tokisaki Kurumi. I probably don't need it either. Ilya. Ah, too bad. I don't have enough points. Chelsea. Is it free by any chance? Souta. Chelsea, what do you think? Chelsea. If it's not free, why not just DM Tosaka and Altair directly? Ugh. Making me drool like that. You're so mean. Tosaka. Thinking about it carefully, becoming a god slayer doesn't seem all that valuable. I think he'll pass. Tosaka. He'll go with magic instead. Altair. Not valuable? Why? I still want to try. Tosaka. Think about it. God slayer powers run on magical energy. Even if we become god slayers, once we leave that world and run out of magical energy, we won't be able to replenish it. The powers would be useless then. Souta. Altair. Magical energy, huh? I didn't consider the issue of power replenishment. Altair. True, if we have to run back to the God Slayer world every time we run dry. It's too much trouble. We wouldn't be able to handle emergencies either. Thinking it over, he'll pass too. Tokisaki Kurumi. Souta. Ah, how sad no one wants your offer, huh? Souta. Tokisaki Kurumi. If you're short on points, just say so. He'll transfer all my leftovers to you. Souta. That's too unfair to you. Forget it. Tokisaki Kurumi. Geez, why are you so uptight about everything? Tosaka. Wait a sec. I was thinking, even though replenishing energy is troublesome, if you take that flaw away, the God Slayer powers are still pretty strong. Tosaka. Souta. We'll give it a try. We'll transfer you the points. Tokisaki Kurumi. Souta. Forget it, Rin. I really didn't consider the magical energy issue earlier. Since that flaw exists, don't waste your points. You'd be better off choosing Saber's Dragon Core instead. Altair. Looks like when it comes to power systems, it's more reliable to stick to ones from our own worlds. Souta. Actually, there are some versatile power systems, but we just haven't encountered them yet. Souta. Like explosion magic, magnet release, stuff like that. Altair. How do you get those? Souta. Spend a traversal card. Go to the relevant world, and you can acquire them. But those worlds are really dangerous, so let's not think about that for now. Souta. Anyway, enough talk. I'm going to help Nezuko complete her god-slaying quest. Souta put away his phone and let out a small sigh. At that moment, Nezuko tugged on his sleeve and whispered, Lord God, I don't mind. As long as I can defeat Musen Kibutsuji, it's fine. I don't need perfect power. No, since you pay the points, I have to deliver proper service. Souta patted her head and smiled. Don't worry. My divine power can be converted into any form of energy. Once my church spreads in your world, and you become my shrine maiden, they'll grant you permission to use my power. By then, you won't need to run back and forth to replenish magical energy. Souta had a feeling that once his divine rank advanced to a minor deity, he'd be able to permanently grant others access to his power. Basically like granting divine spells to believers. That's standard for DD gods surely. He wouldn't be the only one without it. So solving the energy problem was actually pretty easy. He just needed to split off part of his divine realm and leave it in the Demon Slayer world. Believers offer faith divine realm converts faith into divine power. Nezuko uses her granted access to convert it into spell energy. No need to return to the Campione world to recharge. Still, that plan to give everyone in the group a God Slayer identity seems kind of pointless now. Souta felt a little disappointed. He had actually planned to snatch Pandora's divine tool. This world, the mortal realm, is considered the realm of the living by the gods. The divine realm, where true gods reside, is the realm of immortality. And the netherworld in between is called the boundary of life and immortality. Pandora, as a true god, resides in the realm of immortality. If Souta were to use divine power to force a cross-dimensional jump to her, it would consume a lot of energy. Plus, he wasn't sure if he'd be ganged up on by a bunch of real gods once he got there. So he planned to lure Pandora out instead through baiting. Let Nezuko become a god slayer. Then take her wandering through the netherworld. Pandora, being a true god, can't descend into the mortal world, but she can enter the netherworld. And she often visits the children who reside there. At that time, she'd probably come see Nezuko. Once she appeared, Souta was confident he could snatch the circle of usurpation. Then he could use that tool to help weaker group members reincarnate as god slayers and make a little extra on the side. But unfortunately, after Rin pointed out the flaws, Souta's enthusiasm took a hit. A system where you can't easily replenish energy, that kind of shortcoming is just too obvious. 219. Nezuko. Why aren't you playing by the rules? The replenishment of powers like a Campione's magical energy or fighting spirit basically relied on waiting for it to naturally refill. Souta figured there must be some special free-floating energy in the atmosphere that Campiones or spirits could automatically absorb. That was the so-called mana recovery method. But this only worked in their own world. After all, the mana of the Campione world couldn't possibly exist in other worlds. Souta could use mana to perform transformation spells, like turning himself into a lizard. Thus, mana here was even more unique than magic energy in the Type Moon world, and to recover it, you had to come back to this world. As for magic energy in the Type Moon world, it could be regenerated from life force, which gave it incredibly strong versatility. Unfortunately, pure magic energy was just raw energy. To actually cast magic, you needed a magic foundation supported by the ley lines of the Type Moon Earth. Simply having magic energy didn't mean you could do anything major. In short, unless you got your hands on a truly universal power system, it was best to find ways to grow stronger within your own world. You really need creativity, like Kurumi did, Souta muttered, giving up on his plan of mass-producing Campiones. His divine powers were still far more convenient. Right, Souta said, glancing at the silver-haired goddess wearing a cat-eared hood. Athena, is there a chance Verithragna will sense you? Not at all. Gods don't react to each other the way they react to Campiones. As long as I hide myself, my presence won't be exposed. Athena looked southward and continued. Verithragna got noticed because he's too high profile. He has no intention of hiding. The silver-haired girl withdrew her gaze and said to Souta, I won't be coming along with you. Otherwise, that battle-hungry war god would lock onto me too and drag me into the fight. All right, go handle your own affairs, Souta nodded. He knew Athena wasn't afraid of fighting the war god, she just didn't want to mess up their god-slaying operation. Then I shall take my leave, Athena said as she began sinking into her own shadow to teleport away. As the Queen of Darkness, slipping into shadows to move around was second nature for her. But just before she disappeared, Souta suddenly called out, Wait, HM? Athena tilted her head slightly. Souta said, You might want to check out Antioch. I remember the Gorgonean, a relic discovered by magicians, was found in ruins there. Maybe you can find your snake ahead of time. My snake in Antioch? Athena froze. Then a clear smile bloomed on her face. Thank you, Souta. I shall go retrieve my snake now. Farewell. Goodbye, Lady Athena, Nezuko said respectfully, bowing. Athena glanced at her, a little surprised. Seemingly pleased by Nezuko's manners, she floated closer and gently patted the girl's head. Good. I wish you success as well. After those words, her small figure melted into the shadow and vanished. Souta turned his gaze southward, toward the coast. A sacred aura drifted from that direction. Nezuko, are you nervous? He asked, looking at the girl beside him. I believe in you, God-sama. Nezuko, in her shrine maiden outfit, responded with determined eyes. She was about to face a god. Saying she wasn't nervous would be a lie. But she trusted Suta's plan. Relax. Even if something goes wrong, it'll keep you safe, Suta reassured her. Don't pressure yourself too much. Just think of it as facing a stronger demon. While speaking, he removed the spear of Indra from the system space. A golden trident materialized in his hand. Take this. It's your trump card to defeat the god. He handed the spear of Indra to Nezuko and explained, it'll nullify the mental suppression gods naturally impose. That way, you'll have the most basic trait of a Campione fearlessness. The war god will probably take an interest in you. When that happens, challenge him and ask if he dares face your strongest attack. He chuckled suddenly. The gods in this world are incredibly stiff. The war god will answer your challenge directly. That's when you hurl the spear at him. And then? Nezuko asked. And then the god will die. Nezuko froze, suspiciously asking, is it really that simple? Yeah, it's like riding a dragon straight into his face. How complicated could it be? Suta patted her head. Come on, let's go. Suta wasn't worried about Kusanagi Gadu showing up to steal the kill. According to the original timeline, Gadu would only arrive in Italy a few days after Verithragna and Melkart's first battle. By then, it'd be way too late. And Suta didn't feel guilty about stealing the kill. He had already decided to help Athena grow strong enough to handle both the King of the End and Bearer of Fate. Even without Gadu, the world wouldn't fall apart. If anything, fewer Campiones might actually make things more stable. God-sama, are you there? Nezuko asked while walking south along the coast. Suta had gone invisible, completely erasing his presence, so she wasn't sure if he was still nearby. Don't worry, I'm here. Suta's voice answered from behind her. Nezuko instantly felt more at ease. She had the distinct feeling that a god was silently protecting her. It made her a little giddy. It was just after 1 p.m. The Mediterranean sun blazed down from a cloudless blue sky. The vast landscape stretching endlessly, something she would never have seen in Japan. Nezuko admired the foreign scenery, chatting with Suta as she walked. Thanks to her shrine maiden outfit, she drew curious looks from passers-by. But the closer they got to the shore, the fewer people there were. By the time they reached the coastline, no one else was around. Suta's voice sounded in her mind. This is it. Right in front of you. Nezuko instinctively looked ahead. There a boy stood barefoot in the sand, letting the sea water wash over his ankles and soak his long, ash-gray robe. Suta reminded her. That's him. Stick to the plan. Follow the script. From here on, it's all on you. He'll be watching from underground. Remember, don't be afraid. Even if you fail, he'll protect you. Nezuko didn't answer, just nodded firmly. Suta's voice went silent. He must have slipped underground. Nezuko glanced down, suddenly wondering, God-sama wouldn't peep at me from underground, would he? No. How could I think such disrespectful things? God-sama is noble. He would never do something so indecent. HM, a human? The boy on the shore turned around. He had a beautiful face, shoulder-length black hair, and looked like a work of art. But the godly aura emanating from his slender body was overwhelming. The war god studied Nezuko with interest to approach me without fear. Fated one, you are truly... His words were abruptly cut off, because a flash of golden light suddenly shot straight toward him. Like a shooting star, underground, Suta watched with a stunned expression. Wait. This wasn't the plan. Where's the pre-battle banter? Why did you just throw it immediately? Even as he reeled, the spear of Indra accelerated into a time-manipulated field. In an instant, the 20-meter distance vanished. Before the war god could even react, the trident's sharp tips pierced his chest. The impact blasted the sea into a swirling vortex, scattering sand everywhere. The war god stumbled back several steps. Before he could even be shocked that a human's weapon had punctured his divine body, his entire vision exploded into blinding lightning. What dash? He'd barely had time to cry out. Then, intense burning and crushing force engulfed him. 220. Musin, your death is scheduled with the aid of his divine power. Souta appeared upward from underground, watching the war god engulfed in a dazzling flood of lightning. The golden spear unleashed hundreds of thunderbolts, then thousands, tens of thousands. The intense heat instantly vaporized the nearby seawater, turning the beach sand into glass. Waves of heat and shock waves battered the coastline, whipping up sandstorms that rolled toward the town. Nezuko lay flat on the ground, pressing herself down firmly. Being just 20 some meters away, she was scalded by the residual heat from the divine lightning. The deafening roars made the townsfolk panic, rushing out to witness the blinding radiance on the distant shore. I am the invincible warrior. I am BHRM, god of victory. The war god roared defiantly, trying to resist. But those words became his last. A burst of platinum-white lightning, radiating for several kilometers, erupted from the spear's tip. His body was dissolved in that blazing flash erased from existence. When the chaos finally settled, the glassed-over beach was silent, save for the golden spear standing proudly in the sand. Nezuko remained sprawled 20 meters away, her skin covered in red burns. Normally, with her demon healing ability, such injuries would have been healed instantly. However, Souta was deliberately suppressing her regeneration with his divine power. It was necessary to fool Pandora. After all, Campiones typically ended up on the brink of death after their first god-slaying feat if Nezuko came out completely unscathed. It would raise suspicions. At that moment, a divine presence descended. "She's here." Souta withdrew his gaze from Nezuko, erasing every trace of his presence. The circle of usurpation activated. The rebirth ritual, using a god as the sacrificial offering, officially began. Since true gods couldn't descend into the mortal realm, Souta didn't know exactly how Pandora was observing all this. All he could do was stay hidden. If the goddess sensed anything unusual and interrupted the ritual, things would get complicated. I wonder if my tricks are enough to fool her. And if I can really secure the White Stallion authority? Souta felt a twinge of nervousness. He had already used divine power to place a special buff on Nezuko, making her appear indistinguishable from a native of this world. He also enhanced the probability of her obtaining the White Stallion authority. But because wishing for something abstract consumed far more divine power, boosting the odds to 100 would have been too costly. The more abstract the wish, the greater the divine power consumed. Souta didn't have that much to waste, so he only nudged the chances slightly, meaning failure was possible. If that happened, he would have to snatch the circle of usurpation by force, which would be a massive headache. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. He could only pray silently. Roughly 10 minutes later, the sacred presence disappeared. Souta extended his spiritual senses, found no abnormalities, and teleported back to the surface. Nezuko was still lying on the ground, seemingly asleep. Souta crouched down, gently scooping her small body into his arms, and used his matter manipulation ability to restore her torn shrine maiden outfit. He also healed her burns. After about a minute, Nezuko slowly opened her eyes. "God-sama?" Seeing herself cradled in Souta's arms, she shyly avoided looking at his face. "Are you all right?" Souta asked quickly. "How's your body feeling?" "I feel like nothing's changed," Nezuko said, a little confused. "Well, you're a demon. Your base strength is already way higher than normal. Not feeling different makes sense," Souta reasoned, then rephrased. "Do you feel any strange new power inside you?" "No." Nezuko balled her tiny fists doubtfully. Had she really gotten stronger? Maybe it just takes time to adapt, Souta thought aloud, recalling how Doni and Gadu reacted when they first became Campiones. Neither of them grasped their powers immediately. It was only after being stimulated by combat that their instinct awakened. Nezuko was probably the same. Souta decided not to worry. He glanced at the spear of Indra lying nearby, summoned it back to his hand, and uploaded it again to the system trade. "Let's get out of here. Sooner or later, someone's going to investigate, and we don't want trouble." He scooped Nezuko up into a princess carry, causing her to panic. "I can walk on my own, God-sama. It's fine." Consider this a reward for your hard work." Suta smiled. "Let's go, my shrine maiden." Since Nezuko now had an abundance of mana inside her, teleporting her wasn't easy. Instead, Suta flew through the air, carrying her away. Boom! A wave of white-hot flames blasted outward, melting hills and blowing open the earth. A massive crater appeared before Suta and Nezuko's eyes. The landscape was completely transformed. Nezuko retracted her right hand, staring blankly at the scene before her. Had she really done that? Suta admired the destruction, commenting in a leisurely tone, "Not bad at all." That blaze reached about 6,000 degrees, roughly the surface temperature of the sun. But the real power came from the explosive force at the moment of impact, not the flames themselves. The flames are just the aftershock. He exhaled a breath of relief. Thankfully, the White Stallion authority was successfully usurped. Otherwise, it would have been a lot more work. It had been over 3 hours since the war god was slain. During that time, Suta used divine power to modify Nezuko's bone marrow. His understanding of matter had evolved significantly, allowing him to analyze the essence of demon blood on a cellular level. Thus, altering her bone marrow to produce demon blood didn't cost much divine power. What drained more power was boosting the speed of her blood production. Naturally, Suta also added an energy storage function to her marrow, allowing her to stockpile energy from food to rapidly regenerate blood. She could now sustain her blood demon art for hours on end. The more she ate, the longer she could fight. Afterward, Suta took Nezuko to an uninhabited island to test her authority. So this is what authority feels like. Nezuko looked at her small hand, then at the crater she had created, still in disbelief. One casual wave of her hand had melted a hill and blasted a 50-meter-wide crater. Could Muzan Kibutsuji even match that? You're surprised? Suta chuckled, ruffling her hair. The White Stallion authority has ridiculous firepower. Forget a little hill you could destroy this entire island if you really went all out. Destroy an island? Nezuko looked around, struggling to comprehend such overwhelming strength. She had no idea how much destructive force she could unleash if she used her full power. You're strong now, really strong. You need to recognize that, Suta said, gazing at the massive crater, a bit emotional himself. Back in the Demon Slayer world, Nezuko would basically be unstoppable now, thanks to her Campione-level magic resistance. Even blood arts that invaded dreams would bounce right off her. Her own exploding blood technique could burn through all blood arts, making her impervious to both magic and physical attacks. If a demon dared sneak up on her, her beast-like Campione instincts would instantly counterattack. Now, she also had the power to bombard enemies with miniature solar flares. Honestly, Muzan would be toast the moment he faced her. If she fully unleashed the White Stallion, she should be able to summon an actual manifestation, Suta thought, glancing at the stunned girl and estimating her mana consumption. Right now, casually melting hills barely used any mana at all. She'd recover quickly. "Oh right, Nezuko," Suta asked suddenly, "why did you attack the Varathragna immediately earlier?" Because he was a god, and I got nervous. And my hand slipped." Nezuko bowed her head, embarrassed. She hadn't followed the original plan at all. Had she made God-sama mad? Suta noticed her unease and gently said, "I was just curious. I'm not angry at all. Actually, you did great, very clean and decisive." He offered a silent 0. 5-second prayer for the war god. Didn't even finish his sentence before getting vaporized. Probably the most pathetic heretic god ever. "Since you've secured your new strength," Suta said, pulling out his phone to check the time, "it's about time I send you back." Nearly 4 hours had passed. It was time to wrap things up. 2:21. Devil Muscle Rin after sending Nezuko back. Suta made a trip to Little Garden. Since Black Rabbit was out hosting a gift game, he handed the Spear of Indra over to Shiroyasha, asking her to pass it to Black Rabbit when she returned. "By the way, Shiroyasha, why haven't you been nagging me to join No Name and turn those kids into my followers lately?" Suda asked curiously, sipping tea in the guest room Shiroyasha provided. I originally thought you could help No Name while gaining benefits for yourself. But now, Shiroyasha shrugged and said, you've already got plenty of ways to collect faith. Plus, 3 little brats are about to join No Name anyway, so both sides are covered. No point in pushing you anymore. She added, of course, if you want to help, I won't stop you. Forget it. I'm about to wrap up some business in the Akame GA Kill world no time. Suda thought of Chelsea, Jaegers, and his budding church. With his current strength, setting things up, there was no challenge at all. It was time to develop Path of Peace into the Akame Empire state religion and reap a harvest of faith. His church had been quietly growing for long enough, it was time to cash in. If he delayed any further, he'd feel like a total slacker. Gathering the faith of an entire world, huh? Shiroyasha mused. Think your divinity can ascend once you do? You have to possess an authority to ascend, Suda replied, a little puzzled. Why do you ask? Don't forget what you promised. Shiroyasha said seriously. I'm still waiting for you to power up so I can spend points hiring you to help Izaoi defeat Azidahaka. I was just talking casually. Don't take it so seriously. Suda looked helpless. I don't even know how powerful each divine rank actually is until I level up. Azidahaka can casually shatter stars and move faster than starlight. Just those 2 gifts are already insane. Right now, for me, that's way out of reach. If my power doesn't catch up fast enough, rushing in would just be suicide. Then he gave her a strange look. Wasn't Azidahaka defeated in the original story? Why not just stick to the script? It's not that simple. Shiroyasha shook her head. I reviewed that part of the plot, and, well, let's just say there were some serious logical inconsistencies. That was the real reason she was desperate for outside help. In the original, the main team defeated Azidahaka, but there were lots of holes. Like how Izaoi could hide right next to Azidahaka without being noticed. Or how he could react and catch a faster-than-light accelerating Vajra spear and stab into Azidahaka's heart. Sure, novels could get away with it. Reality? Not so much. Logic mattered here. Shiroyasha laid out her suspicions for Suda. Suda thought about it. He remembered another example from Volume 2. Kasakabe, why managed to react to an enemy moving at 6 cosmic velocity. That was absurd. For beings moving at light speed or faster, the outside world would seem frozen. Never mind the 6th cosmic velocity, which surpassed even starlight speeds. By normal logic, you'd be killed thousands of times before you could even blink. Shiroyasha, 6 cosmic velocity equals moving faster than starlight, right? Suda asked. Yeah, she nodded. Equivalent to stellar motion. It's an extremely powerful gift in Little Garden. And what's the speed of light? You don't even know that? Shiroyasha gave him a disdainful look. 300,000 kilometers per second. Geez, you live in a modern world. How can you not know basic stuff like this? Study more. Suda sighed without arguing. Apparently, light speed here matches knowledge too. Meaning, the original story wasn't reliable at all. After a moment's thought, Suda said, if things get messy, we'll just use invitations to call in reinforcements. Of course, he'll also focus on leveling up. Since powerful outsiders could endanger his world, he couldn't call in heavy hitters. But others were fair game, like Saitama, or magic gods from a certain magical index. As the two were talking, Suda's phone buzzed. He checked someone had posted in the group chat. Chelsea, Souta. Suda, bad news. The Revolutionary Army just showed up at my place. Suda, Revolutionary Army? Your identity got exposed? Chelsea, probably. Since I have to go out and calm believers as a saintess, it's not surprising a revolutionary spy spotted me. Date a live. Maybe they're here to propose an alliance? Chelsea, exactly. I haven't met them personally yet. I left them waiting in the VIP room. Chelsea, Souta. How should I handle this? If you're planning to reform the empire, should I just reject them? Suda, who came? Chelsea, Noyendo. With Akame and Bullet as her bodyguards. Suda, huh? The leader of an assassination group, doing negotiations? Chelsea. She's technically a high-ranking officer in the Revolutionary Army. She and I know each other, so it makes sense they'd send her. Suda, Don't reject them. We're going to win them over. Souta, hold on, don't rush. I'll come there myself and handle the negotiations. Chelsea, date alive. Rin Tosaka. Souta, what's with the reaction? Date alive. I think it's better if the leader of Path of Peace does the talking. You just stand there and look important, okay? Don't open your mouth. Souta, Kurumi, even you don't trust me? Date alive. I trust you. That's why I'm giving you advice. Souta, was this really trust? Rin Tosaka. Souta, I've decided. I'm going to use my points to comprehend the second magic and power up. For mana supply, they'll just get a dragon core like Saber's. Saber Artoria had the Dragon Factor A heart that generated magic energy through breathing and blood circulation alone, without the need for magic circuits. It was on a completely different level from regular magi. Souta wasn't surprised Rin chose that route. Way more convenient than magic circuits. Souta, what about energy storage? You magi have limited magic reserves, right? Rin Tosaka, not urgent for now. I'll deal with it after I unlock the second magic. Souta, you should also add mana burst to your skill set. Magi bodies are fragile. If enemies get close, you're screwed. Mana burst was reinforcing weapons and the body with magic energy. Artoria had a rank mana burst, which let her clash head-on with Berserker. If Rin had that, her close quarters fighting ability would massively increase. Souta, use Divine Power to boost mana burst to A or even EX rank. Then, try to develop an internal magic storage field. With that plus a Dragon Core and Bajikwa martial arts, you could even go toe-to-toe with servants. Rin Tosaka, you're right. A Magus body is a weak point. All right, I'll keep it in mind. Altair, feels like Magi have gone completely off-script. Souta, it's just self-defense. Altair, Souta, Rin Tosaka, when are you planning to do your upgrade? I need to head over to the Akame world soon. Can you wait? Rin Tosaka, no need. You go handle your stuff. I'll just buy Divine Power from the marketplace directly. Altair, that's smarter. System transactions are more fair. Data live, yeah. If Souta were doing it manually, he'd probably end up giving more Divine Power than he gets points for. Souta, why do you all think that? Data live, you know why. Souta, Fine. Buy it yourselves. At least I don't have to run back and forth. Though he said that, Souta still planned to secretly give Rin some extra help. After all, they were officially a couple now, just like him and Kurumi. It was normal for husband and wife to help each other. Come to think of it, Shinobu Rin, Ilya Miku, maybe I'm a bit of a sinner, Souta muttered to himself. What nonsense are you talking about? Shiroyasha shot him a glance. Nothing. Anive, I'm off. Tell Black Rabbit thanks for me. Souta waved and returned to his own world. 222. Chelsea's brain, Souta's mouth, and the pangolin's rap. You finally made it. In a private palace in Jaeger City. Within the Akame GA kill world. Chelsea let out a sigh of relief as Souta appeared in a flash of white light. Take it easy, Chelsea, Souta said, exasperated. You're basically a low-tier immortal now. And if you properly use your transformation ability, even Taiga users can't beat you. TCH, but Akame's got Murasame, you know? Chelsea said nervously. If she cuts me once, immortality's useless. Ever since gaining her undying body, she somehow became even more cautious about things that could actually kill her. How did gaining immortality make her more afraid of death? Murasame, huh? Souta mused. He had honestly overlooked that Taigu. Now that he thought about it, could Murasame's curse still work on the current Chelsea? In the original story, after Tatsumi transformed into a dragon and went berserk, Murasame only killed the ancient dragons Soul Tatsumi survived, which made Souta wonder maybe Murasame's curse specifically targeted the soul. If that was the case, then cellular-level immortality wouldn't help. Just don't let Akame cut you, Souta said, tapping his temple. Think bigger. Turn into mist or into darkness itself. How's she supposed to cut that? Or imagine the hardest substance you can think of, turn your skin into that, and she won't even scratch you. Wait. Souta suddenly gave her a deadpan look. Why are we assuming she's going to attack you in the first place? Chelsea, Are you developing a persecution complex? Come on. I'm a traitor to the Revolutionary Army. Chelsea sighed. If negotiations go south, they might want to get rid of me. You're my saintess. Souta patted her shoulder. You got the backing of a huge religious order now. You think the Revolutionary Army would dare make a move? He flashed a reassuring smile. And even if Murasame does chop your head off, they'll just use divine power to bring you back. With me around, you can't die even if you want to. For some reason, hearing you say that actually makes me feel at ease instead of angry. Chelsea muttered with a weird expression. Has she gotten used to it? Or was she just more scared of dying now? Enough of that, Souta said, shifting gears. Where's Najinda and the others? I had the maids escort them to the VIP room. They've been waiting for quite a while. Chelsea glanced at him curiously. By the way, you said you're planning to win them over. How exactly? Simple. Offer to kill the Prime Minister, clean out the corrupt nobility, and reform the empire in exchange for them abandoning the Revolutionary Army. Souta grinned. They're assassins, right? We just hire them to cleanse the empire. So, you want them to betray the Revolutionary Army? Chelsea blinked. Najinda and the others won't agree to that, will they? No wonder Kurumi said the Path of Peace's Lord should handle it. If Souta went alone, it might end in a fight. Maybe she should go instead. They would agree if it were just anyone, Souta said, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. But they can't say no to a god. What do you mean? Chelsea, think about it, Souta explained. If you were picking sides, and you had two options, one, a newly rich upstart, two, a spoiled heir burning through their fortune, who would you choose? The rich guy, obviously. But what if the world's richest man personally invited you to join him? Of course I'd accept. Chelsea answered without hesitation. Then she froze. Souta's analogy was actually pretty fitting. Besides, Souta continued, my strength now is basically unmatched in this world. All I have to do is show a little power, and Najinda's group will realize resisting me would be like humans trying to defeat a natural disaster. Impossible from the start. He suddenly remembered a joke from his world. Why bomb Syria? Suspected WMDs. Why not bomb Russia or China? Because they really have them. If Najinda wasn't stupid, she'd know what to do. So are we going now? Chelsea asked, eyes sparkling. With Souta backing her, she felt a lot more confident. Not yet. Let's leave them hanging a little longer. Let them realize they're not as important as they think, even though they'd already been waiting half a day. Honestly, Souta was more concerned about something else. He turned to Chelsea. By the way, did the Path of Peace's Lord finish writing up the mythology and doctrines? It's been a while since Altair handed you the source materials. Almost 2 months now. It's all done. Wait here, you'll get it. Chelsea quickly fetched a beautifully bound, high-quality book. The cover was exquisite, with intricate decorations and patterns. Only a Sanus would get a copy this fancy commoners probably got plain ones. Souta flipped through it, reading rapidly. D&D gods could read any language instinctively, so he didn't need to study anything. Way more convenient than a Campione's 1,000 languages skill. But as he read, Souta frowned. The doctrines were fine, not as user-friendly as a modern moral code, but decent enough for the era. The mythology, though, how should he put it? It was kind of dumb. If you replace the divine name with his own, it read like this. Souta created the world in 7 days. On the first day, he said, let there be light, and hack day and night apart with an axe. On the second day, he split the sky and earth with another axe swing. Souta planted a gourd seed, which grew into 7 little gourd boys who fought demons and protected humanity. Souta performed 70 transformations in a single day, sculpted Adam from clay, then made Eve from Adam's rib, and had them mate immediately. Souta's breath became the 4 winds and drifting clouds. His voice became thunder. When he shed his mortal body, his eyes turned into the sun and moon. His limbs became the 4 pillars of the world. His skin spread out into the vast lands. Even his sweat turned into nourishing rain. What the hell is this mess? Souta said, face full of disbelief. East meets West mashup. And wait a second. Didn't Altair say she didn't upload anything weird? What the hell were the Calabash brothers doing here? I think it's great, Chelsea said brightly, flipping through the tome. A lot of the stories are full of deep philosophy and moral lessons. I've reread it at least 3 times. You are so bored, Suda said deadpan. He pointed at the book. Those Calabash brothers are clearly a joke. What do they have to do with me? You made a forest once, right? It had lots of moving, walking plants. So the Calabash brothers are just a symbolic way of describing that miracle. And the story's really fun. Suda was speechless. As a modern guy, he couldn't understand Chelsea's way of thinking. In any case, he absolutely couldn't let the group members see this mythology. Most of them were from modern worlds. Even if they hadn't seen the original Calabash brothers stories, some parts of this god-myth combo would definitely make them laugh their heads off. He could not become the butt of their jokes. This mythology would be boring to modern people. Keep it within the world. Don't bring it into the group chat. Suda warned her. Then he glanced out the window. Come on, let's go poach some traitors from the Revolutionary Army. As he said that, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, could you actually ice guy into the Calabash brothers' world? Not that he wanted to, he just really wanted to know. What exactly did the pangolins say before it died? No, he needed to stop thinking about it, or had ruined his childhood memories. Hold up, let's stop by the Path of Peace Lord's place and bring him to, Chelsea said, glancing at Suda. She didn't rush off toward the VIP room, but made the suggestion first. Suda looked at her with a blank expression, didn't say anything, just nodded. Chelsea shifted her gaze, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. After all the teasing Suda had done about her head, she finally found a way to get some payback. 223, Suda. I must not laugh while Suda and Chelsea were heading to fetch the Lord of Path of Peace. In a VIP room near the audience hall, Najenda and Bullet sat facing each other, grim-faced. Boss, we've been waiting for half a day now, and still no one's come. Could it be? Bullet finally broke the heavy silence. Let's wait a little longer, Najenda said, glancing toward the door, worry etched on her face. If she doesn't meet us today, we'll sneak in her room at night. Negotiations can wait. First, we must gather intel. Najenda knew Chelsea well. As someone overseeing assassination activities for the Revolutionary Army, she was technically Chelsea's superior. Although they rarely interacted, when Najenda first heard that Chelsea had become the Saintess of Path of Peace, her first thought was, did she cozy up to the cult, the Lord, and climb the social ladder? After all, she knew Chelsea's old dream. Marry into a rich family and live a life of luxury. Given that, the possibility wasn't small. But still, Najenda couldn't afford to only think positively. Boss, if Chelsea was bought off by the minister, Bullet's face twisted with conflict. The Revolutionary Army's orders were clear. If Chelsea gained her position thanks to the Path of Peace, the Lord, then they should use her to approach and negotiate. If she was being controlled by the minister's forces, they were to rescue her. But if she had genuinely betrayed them and now served the minister, they were to eliminate her. Bullet absolutely hated the thought of killing a comrade. Even after years as an assassin, he still valued bonds. Don't jump to conclusions yet, Najenda said, casting a steady glance at the Pompadour man. Bullet, the odds of Chelsea being bought off are low. If she had been captured, her intelligence value aside, her taigu isn't exactly the kind that's useful for public appearances. Making her a saintess would be pointless. Najenda smiled faintly. Honestly, I'm more inclined to think she fell for the Path of Peace as the Lord. And if that's the case, her position could be very useful to us. But she's making us wait for so long. Bullet said, face darkening. Maybe she's not the one who can make decisions, Najenda sighed. Then a thought struck her. She quickly warned, by the way, even if negotiations fail, we must not act recklessly, especially not against the Path of Peace. The Lord. Bullet looked surprised. Boss, you're being unusually cautious. There's a reason, Najenda said, glancing at Akame, who was currently devouring the food the maids had brought in. Akame, stop eating. We're talking serious business, Najenda said. Wagadit Bashu, Akame mumbled, putting down Murasame and continuing to stuff her face. Anyway, Najinda warned in a serious tone. The god path of peace worships might actually exist, so we can't mess around. Wait, I thought that was just a rumor? Bullet said, stunned. Even Akame slowed her chewing. The intel from our spies is solid. Najinda said grimly, healing diseases, creating forests and new plants, even reversing aging. Our agents witnessed a full divine descent. Boss, Akame wiped her mouth. Could it be some kind of high-intelligence danger beast? Possible, Najinda admitted, but it's too risky to investigate. And that's not our mission this time. Najinda shook her head, warning. Akame, seriously no unnecessary actions. Akame looked disappointed, suppressing her curiosity and hunger. At that moment, the door was knocked, but no one entered. Instead, a female voice called out from outside, crisp and filled with awe and fervor. Esteemed guests, our god wishes to meet you. Please prepare yourselves. Our god? Najinda and Bullet froze. Najinda's heart instantly filled with dread. Akame, be ready to, she tried to warn Akame. But before she could finish, a sudden vertigo overwhelmed them. The feeling of free fall seized them. Akame lunged and grabbed her taigu instinctively. Just as the three scrambled to stabilize themselves, solid ground returned beneath their feet. Relief washed over them. Where are we? Najinda immediately surveyed her surroundings. They were no longer in the VIP room. They stood in an enormous hall, its polished floor reflecting their figures. The grand, lavish decor left them momentarily stunned. It felt like an audience hall, something out of a royal palace. Najinda recovered quickly, turning toward the staircase and throne at the front. There, she saw three figures. Chest, the path of peace, the Lord, and seated on the throne between them, someone she didn't recognize. Chelsea and the Lord stood respectfully at either side of the throne, meaning the one on the throne was... Najinda's heart pounded violently. She looked up at the figure seated above them, and a heavy pressure crashed down on her. It felt like a mountain had suddenly pressed down into her mind, forcing her body to bow instinctively. The figure lounging lazily atop the throne had an astonishingly beautiful face, long hair cascading over his shoulders, one hand propped against his cheek. His pose was casual, almost bored, yet his cold, indifferent gaze made it impossible to meet his eyes. It was the kind of gaze that treated all things as ants beneath notice. At that moment, Najinda was overwhelmed by two clear sensations, nobility and divinity. A wild, absurd, yet exhilarating thought flooded her mind. She was looking at a real god. The aura from a figure on the throne was too overwhelming. He wasn't something that should be walking the earth. From his seat, Souta lazily glanced at the three people he had just transported with divine power. He stayed silent, maintaining his god-tier presence. The Lord of Path of Peace stepped forward and spoke in a calm, reverent voice. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Preparing for my Path of Peace's descent took quite some time. The Lord, that person is? Najinda asked nervously, unable to meet Souta's gaze. The man's eyes made her feel like a bug, like something so lowly it wasn't even worth noticing. Of course, the Path of Peace, the Lord said, casting a look of pure worship at Souta. This is our Path of Peace, the supreme being we serve. He then turned back to Najinda and her companions. Please relax. My Path of Peace is very easygoing. There's no need to be so tense. Sweat beaded at Najinda's temples. Are you kidding me? This really is a god. Behind her, Akame and Bullet stood rigid, barely able to muster the will to resist. Both kept their heads lowered, hiding their shock. Najinda had no choice but to steel herself and speak. Path of Peace God, may I ask, for what purpose did you summon us? 224. I'm strong, but also super lazy. Souta had seriously thought about what kind of identity he should present while intervening in this world. After careful consideration, he decided that his divine persona should feel a little more human. In other words, he needed to show desire. It would make negotiations easier. Otherwise, if he gave away goodwill for no reason, people would inevitably grow suspicious of his motives. Besides, if he truly had no desires, he shouldn't have shown himself to humanity in the first place. He would have had to maintain an image like God, omniscient, omnipotent, all good, all loving, always supreme, always remaining a background force. Just descending to the mortal realm would cheapen that image. Even if he had to descend, he should have set up something like the Christian Trinity, a Son of God acting on his behalf. So he didn't want to be bound by that many rules. Thus, he didn't mind letting some of this world's higher-ups know he was an otherworldly God. The path of peace, the Lord, was one of those in the know. After all, Souta had initially tried to negotiate with him, though it failed miserably back then. Now, despite knowing Souta's identity, the path of peace, the Lord still devoted his faith. Souta could clearly feel the faith power flowing to him from the Lord. Honestly, he was a little confused. He hadn't expected such a skilled politician to actually believe in gods. Why hasn't Nezuko offered any faith, though? Was it because group members were somehow special? Souta had already coordinated with the path of peace, the Lord, about how to reshape this world. Miss Najenda, you've read our Lord's creation myth, haven't you? Yes, we have. Najenda answered, puzzled. What does the myth have to do with this? In truth, the Lord explained, the world created in the myths is not this world. Our Lord simply happened upon this land while journeying through realms. Upon seeing its people suffering and hardship, he wished to sow his will here as well and make this world just as peaceful and prosperous as his own. An otherworldly God? Najenda was surprised. But quickly, everything made sense. No wonder the path of peace God had never shown any signs before, then suddenly descended recently. Of course, he wasn't a native god at all, meaning Chelsea becoming a saintess was just good fortune chosen by the divine. Najenda breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it has nothing to do with the minister. Wait, no. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck her. The myth they recently published was real. She gulped instinctively. According to that mythology, creation was done by hacking things apart with an axe. On the first day, he split light and darkness with a single swing. On the second day, he split the sky and earth with another swing. Basically, a violent embodiment of cosmic destruction. If something displeased him, one axe swing to fix it. If all of that was real, then Najenda couldn't even imagine what kind of power this god wielded. May I ask, Lord God, what state of peace does your created world currently enjoy? Najenda asked nervously. The path of peace, the Lord, didn't seem like the type to joke about this. She was starting to believe it all might be real. She just hoped the peace the god wanted was the same as what she imagined. Souta didn't speak. Instead, he simply lifted his free hand and gave a lazy wave. Immediately, visions filled the minds of Najenda, Akame, and Bullet, cars racing down highways, towering steel cities, people living happily, children laughing, endless entertainment and prosperity, an ideal world, something that had only ever existed in their dreams. The three stood there, stunned for a long time. So this is the world of the gods? Akame whispered, her eyes shining with pure longing. The awe was so overwhelming that even her guard dropped considerably. Najenda, more composed, asked cautiously, is it truly possible for us to achieve such peace? Souta lazily glanced at her and replied, flatly, no. Najenda, ahem, allow me to explain. The path of peace, the Lord quickly interjected. What my Lord means is, due to differences in historical and societal development, the political system of his world cannot simply be transplanted here. To achieve peace here, we must stick to our current system for now. To truly evolve into a world like his, we would need multiple waves of ideological awakening and political reform, neither of which can happen overnight. I see. I understand the peace part now. Najenda nodded thoughtfully. Born into a military and political family, she had plenty of theoretical knowledge. Upon reflection, the Lord's words made perfect sense. But, she continued, what did the Lord mean by mutual benefit? Our Lord wishes for the path of peace faith to spread across this land. The faith and devotion of believers provide nourishment to his divine existence, that the Lord explained calmly. At the same time, he wishes for his followers to enjoy better lives. Thus, he plans to lend you power to purge the corrupt empire, to create a stable environment. In return, a thriving congregation will grow. That is mutual benefit. Upon hearing that explanation, Najinda actually felt a surprising sense of relief. If a god was purely acting out of compassion, it would seem too suspicious, too hollow. But if he needed peace to harvest faith, it made much more sense. It gave his actions a clear, understandable motive. And people always felt safer when they could understand motivations. Still, one question remained. If this god was so strong, why didn't he just do everything himself? Why lend his power out instead? On the throne, Souta easily read her mind. He gracefully parted his lips and uttered two words. Too troublesome. Huh? Najinda blinked in confusion. Ahem, allow me to interpret. The path of peace the Lord stepped in again. Acting as translator, there is no force in this world that could pose a true threat to our Lord. He simply disdains the idea of involving himself in such trivial matters. Handling minor, worldly issues is the duty of us, his faithful, those blessed by his protection. Najinda, calling rebuilding an empire a minor, trivial matter. Just because it was annoying. This really is a god, huh? 225. Giving you a look, you figure out yourself. Although Najinda really wanted to roast the god for being lazy, she knew better than to run her mouth. I understand. Thank you, Lord God, for your mercy toward this world. After bowing respectfully, she asked the most crucial question. Then, Lord God, what would you like us, the Revolutionary Army, to do? Surely the reason they'd been brought here wasn't just for a long-winded explanation? In response, Souta's head gave a slight shake, just too small. Lazy movements, and then silence. Najinda felt mentally exhausted. Communicating with a god was such a pain. Everywhere was this "I'll give you a look, you figured out yourself" atmosphere. Thankfully, the path of pieces, the Lord, as their designated interpreter, understood immediately. What my Lord means is, this world does not need the Revolutionary Army. What? Najinda blurted out in shock. Behind her, Akame and Bulit instinctively tensed up, going on high alert. Why? Najinda asked, confused. Since Lord God seeks peace, shouldn't our Revolutionary Army's ideals align perfectly with his? Miss Najinda, please. Don't be alarmed, the leader said gently. My Lord's goal is to reform the empire, to eliminate corruption and create a land where people can live in peace. The Revolutionary Army's goal, however, is to overthrow the empire, a much more violent approach, one that would cause endless bloodshed and chaos. My Lord believes that internal reform is the best path. Najinda found herself at a loss for words, because the other side was telling the truth. Lord God, there's something you may not know, Najinda said after thinking for a moment. Currently, the empire is completely under the minister's control. Reforming it from inside is utterly impossible. Honest Budo is death. I am aware of them all. Souta suddenly mentioned 3 names. Najinda looked at him, startled. He continued in a calm, detached voice. The ones you cannot deal with, I can easily eliminate. Any more questions? The god, normally so stingy with his words, had spoken 2 full sentences. Najinda suddenly felt nervous. Was he getting irritated? Despite a growing sense of urgency, Najinda couldn't just make a decision on the spot. Even if their goals were aligned, she had fought and bled for the Revolutionary Army for so long. Maybe it was because his divinity had strengthened his genetic optimization, but his appearance was now beyond extraordinary. No matter what angle you looked from, his form was breathtakingly beautiful, ethereal, almost painfully perfect. Chelsea sometimes caught herself fangirling over him. Thus, when Souta stood up, all eyes were unconsciously drawn to him. But because the spiritual pressure radiating from him was so overwhelming, no one dared look him in the eye. Standing atop the stairs, Souta looked down at the 3 revolutionaries. His gaze crushed down on them. Need me to prove it? Is that it? If If you really can kill the minister, Akame suddenly stepped forward, enduring the immense pressure. She met Suta's gaze directly and said, I am willing to return to the Empire and serve you. Akame, step back, Najinda shouted, warning her to remember her Revolutionary Army allegiance. Boss, Akame said firmly, I joined the Revolutionary Army to make the lives of the people better. If a god can achieve that more easily, then why would I refuse? Oh my, little Akame, you really understand what's important. Good, you chose the right side. Chelsea, standing beside the throne, suddenly stepped down, placing a hand on Akame's shoulder with a wide grin. That's right. Joining us is way more reliable than sticking with the Revolutionary Army. Ugh, let me go. Akame awkwardly pushed Chelsea's hand away. Haha, getting shy? So cute. Chelsea laughed playfully and said without filter, Our God is super strong. You know, getting rid of the minister is just a flick of his hand. Besides, a lot of folks in the Revolutionary Army want to be the next emperor. Even if you overthrow the empire, internal strife is guaranteed. Don't think too highly of the Revolutionary Army, little Akame. Chelsea, Najinda tried to stop her from speaking recklessly. But then she remembered. Chelsea was no longer her subordinate. She was now a saintess. Chelsea, Najinda said carefully. I'm not speaking nonsense. Chelsea shrugged. Revolutionary Army, even allied with the foreign tribes. Remember? You think their leaders really have the people's best interests at heart? You know exactly what those tribes have done at the Empire's borders. Najinda's brows furrowed deeply. She didn't want to admit it, but cooperating with the alien tribes had indeed been a terrible decision. She herself had opposed it at the time, but her influence was too small to change the leadership's mind. Ches! At that moment, Suta called her name. Apologies, my god. I interrupted your speech. Chelsea immediately straightened up and returned to stand respectfully behind him. Suta folded his hands behind his back, his gaze falling once again on Najinda and the others. The pressure returned in full force. You do not believe. You demand proof. His lips curved into a faint smile, cold, unreadable. Whether it was mocking or disdain, it was hard to tell. Very well, he said. I am in good spirits today. A little bit of indulgence. I will allow. He raised one hand, pointing it toward the air. I require Night Raid's cooperation to help my followers purge the Empire's corruption. I will not repeat myself. Gather them all, let them hear this. Najinda stared at Suta's gesture, a wild thought flashing through her mind. He's not seriously about to teleport the others here too, is he? Just like he did with them? While Najinda was still guessing, Suta snapped his fingers. The air rippled. Space twisted. A golden force unfolded in the void, smooth as a mirror, revealing a distant scene. It showed a house hidden deep within the forests. Najinda's eyes widened. That's our Night Raid base. Oh, so that's where you're hiding, Suta said lightly, hooking his finger. In the next instant, 4 figures appeared in the hall. Mine, Leon, Lubbock, Shiel, the remaining 4 Night Raid members. For Suta, scanning the positions of ordinary people and teleporting them was nothing. With the divine kingdom floating above him, constantly absorbing faith, the energy cost was negligible. But for Najinda and the others, this was nothing short of a miracle. Najinda's face changed dramatically. The rest of Night Raid. They were near the Imperial capital, and he just casually teleported them here, which meant if Suta wanted, he could bury them all alive just by teleporting them underground. 226. Revolutionary Army? Get lost. While Najinda, Akame, and Bulit were still frozen in shock, the 4 members of Night Raid, teleported over by Suta, finally snapped out of their daze and immediately fell into tense, battle-ready postures. You have 2 minutes to explain yourselves. Suta dropped the line coldly, then casually returned to his throne. The path of peace, the Lord and Chelsea hurried over. My God, do you intend to deal with the minister of the Empire immediately? The Lord asked respectfully. The myths, the doctrines, the groundwork for preaching is all ready. There's no need to delay. Suta glanced coolly at Najinda and the others at the foot of the steps and said, I may now begin preaching in the capital? The Lord asked, his face showing a trace of excitement. Spreading path of peace across the empire, giving comfort to the populace crushed by corrupt nobles. This was both his honor and his dream. After all, he founded Path of Peace to give the people peace. Clearly, only with the Lord's aid could the world be led to peace without bloodshed. As for the Revolutionary Army, they could go crawl away somewhere. You may, Souta said, but you yourself will not preach. Assign it to other believers. Your job is to assist the saints in governing the empire. Souta turned to Chelsea and instructed, after the minister's death, the situation must be stabilized. You will temporarily impersonate him. Work with Night Raid to cleanse his faction from within. Impersonate the minister? Chelsea's face twisted in disgust. But she didn't throw a fit. Instead, she nodded. Got it. He'll arrange his lackeys properly. But the disguise won't last long, right? Rest assured, Saintis, Souta said, once the government stabilizes, you may shed the disguise. Although Chelsea knew Souta was hamming up the whole noble god role, speaking in archaic phrases like I, Kono Dioda, and calling her Saintis, she still had to stifle a giggle every few seconds. Saintis, once you return to your true form, Souta said meaningfully, it will be the day you ascend the throne. Wait, what? Chelsea blinked, confused. Me? Ascend the throne? Naturally, Souta said lightly. The empire must be handed to someone I trust. You will take the place of the current puppet ruler, claiming to be the late emperor's illegitimate child. You shall become the first empress. Isn't that a bit too casual? Chelsea looked absolutely dumbfounded. Souta wanted her to be emperor. Was he joking? Was this revenge for all the time she looked smug? Was he just trying to mess with her? Good luck, Chelsea. The path of peace, the Lord beamed at her. You must become a fine empress. Wait, even you think I can be emperor? Chelsea moitered, feeling her brain short-circuit. Wasn't the Lord supposed to be a smart political figure? How could he fall for Souta's madness? You're our god Saintis, the Lord explained calmly. If you ascend, Path of Peace will naturally become the state religion. No need for any messy proclamations. Besides, we can't just hand over the throne to anyone else. The royal bloodline is no good. The Revolutionary Army is no good. Giving it away would be surrendering power. In the short term, maybe everyone would behave because of the Lord's overwhelming presence. But long term, it would be a disaster. After all, the Lord can't stay here forever. But I don't know how to be an empress, Chelsea said weakly. Saintis, do not worry, Souta said reassuringly. I know your capabilities. You absolutely cannot govern properly. Chelsea, I have already arranged for the Lord to assist you. You will merely be a symbolic ruler. Chelsea, out of the Lord's view, shot Souta a fierce glare. This bastard. He's just enjoying himself at my expense. She could tell from his mischievous, meaningful gaze. Moreover, Chelsea grew suspicious. Could it be? Souta had certain fantasies about her becoming an empress? Like the cliches of priestesses, princesses, and noble ladies, men always had dirty imaginations about high-status women. Could Souta be planning to do things to her while she sat on the throne? Smack cheeks that SFX, Chelsea slapped her own cheek, blushing furiously. Why am I thinking about this nonsense? But if Souta really did have such thoughts, she might not mind that much. She had to admit, Souta was getting more handsome by the day. Even she couldn't help fangirling sometimes. Souta, still seated on the throne, ignored the blushing Chelsea. Instead, his mind turned to bigger plans. Letting Night Raid purge the corrupt nobles had planned that long ago. He would even send over Miko, Cornelia, and the others Kurumi had rescued in the past, plus members like Kurome from the Empire side. He wasn't worried about chaos caused by mass purges either. He had divine power. Cleaning up turmoil was child's play. If things got really messy, he'd just hypnotize everyone like Lelouch did. Suppressing an empire? Light work for a god. Once the situation stabilized, he'd send agenda back to the Revolutionary Army to bring them into the fold. If they surrendered politely, good. If they still dreamed of seizing power, Souta wouldn't mind crushing them. No more slow guerrilla tactics. No more gradual reforms. Strike the minister like a thunderclap. Crush Budo. Depose the old ruler. Establish a new regime. As for his death, he might let her stay to suppress the unruly border tribes. After cleaning up the empire, he'd use Path of Peace to gradually pacify the foreign races, force and culture combined. One thought after another flashed through Souta's mind. His plan was brutally simple. Zero finesse. Absolute reliance on overwhelming power. Because in the end, only strength is truth. When you have enough power to crush everything, no problem remains a problem. While he was deep in thought, Chelsea leaned over and whispered, Souta, Najenda, and the others are ready. You should step up now. 227. Are you sure you're not here to trick us? While Souta, Chelsea, and the Lord were engaged in conversation, elsewhere, Najenda was swiftly explaining the current situation to Mine and the others. The usually speaking in riddles god had become unexpectedly talkative, which made her wary. Was the deity growing impatient? She dared not delay. Wait a minute. Mine puted. Boss, this sounds too far-fetched. Do you really believe it? But weren't we just transported here from the base? It must be real, right? Shield tilted her head, her mature and beautiful face showing a hint of naivety. Shield, have you forgotten about Taigu? There are all sorts of them. It's not surprising if one can teleport people. Mine remained skeptical. Her pumpkin could convert spiritual energy into concentrated shockwaves, yet no one considered her a god. I also think it's more likely a Taigu. Boss, do you think it's real? Leon asked, glancing toward the throne with curiosity. Setting aside the authenticity of the god's identity, that man's appearance was quite appealing. She felt tempted to strike up a conversation. According to Tiger records, there are indeed ones that can manipulate space. However, a Taigu shouldn't be capable of such unrestricted use. Najenda shook her head and said, You were transported directly from a base. If a space-manipulating Taigu could do that, the Empire wouldn't be troubled by Night Raid or the Revolutionary Army. They could simply teleport the leaders and eliminate them. Moreover, her eyes revealed a hint of astonishment as she continued. Rejuvenation. The miracle that occurred within Jarek surpasses the capabilities of any Taigu. If a Taigu could achieve that, the first emperor might still be alive today. Mine was a bit confused. Do gods really exist in this world? Gods are from another world. Didn't I just say that? Najenda firmly knocked Mine on the head. Listen carefully. Geez, boss, you're so stingy, Mine stuck out her tongue. You all should show some reverence. Najenda adopted a serious expression. The fact that you were transported here proves the god's immense power. Think about it. If he can teleport you, then teleporting ministers, the emperor or revolutionary leaders should be easy. With such abilities, he could kill anyone at will. Najenda still harbored deep apprehension. Human bodies are fragile. Even Taigu users rely solely on their weapons. Teleporting someone underground or into the deep sea would be fatal to any human. Najenda, Lubbock, who had been deep in thought, suddenly spoke. Are you considering abandoning the Revolutionary Army to serve under the god? Our ultimate goal is national peace and prosperity. If the god can easily achieve that, the Revolutionary Army would be unnecessary. Najenda didn't answer directly but said, Let's see if the god can prove himself first. She glanced at the gathered crowd and curiously asked, If I truly abandon the Revolutionary Army to follow the god, will you still follow me? Of course. Lubbock answered immediately. I followed you from the Empire. The Revolutionary Army doesn't matter. Bullet smiled and said, If you, boss, think it's okay, I naturally have no objections. As long as I can be with everyone, am happy, Shield interjected. If boss agrees. Mine thought for a moment and said, Working under a god doesn't sound bad. The others responded similarly. You guys, Najenda showed a helpless expression. You really have no loyalty to the Revolutionary Army. That's normal, Mine said indifferently. If the Empire truly improves, the Revolutionary Army's goal is achieved. If it doesn't disband, then someone obviously wants to become emperor. She spoke disdainfully. Who would serve such a person? Well said. Suddenly, A cold voice interrupted their conversation. Startled, they looked toward the source. Souta had unknowingly stood atop the steps, gazing down at them. "Since everything is clear, let's begin." Souta spoke in an emotionless tone. "I dislike trouble. I dislike waiting. Therefore, I will help you suppress the Empire today." Upon hearing this, mine and the others suddenly felt nervous. They had just been transported here and hadn't faced Souta directly, so they spoke freely. Now, under his gaze, they felt like insects overwhelmed by pressure. Their doubts about the god diminished. Souta glanced at Najinda, focusing on her eye patch and mechanical arm. "Since I'm recruiting, he'll give you a small gift." As he spoke, a shocking scene unfolded. Najinda's eye patch and mechanical arm suddenly turned to ash and dispersed within the hall. Everyone looked at her and saw that where her right arm had been, a smooth, human arm had appeared, no longer mechanical. Najinda looked confused and instinctively moved her new right arm. "My right hand?" She reached up to touch her right eye, shielding it from light, and slowly opened it. After adjusting to the light, she murmured in astonishment, "My right eye? I can see. Boss, are you okay?" Bullet quickly approached to examine Najinda. Seeing that her right arm and eye had been restored without other anomalies, he sighed in relief. Then his eyes widened in shock. Not only him, but the other Night Raid members were equally stunned. What kind of power was this? Surely beyond any T-Gus capabilities? Their astonishment didn't last long. The voice of the Lord of Path of Peace brought them back to the god. "My god, Minister Honest rarely leaves the palace, staying close to the Emperor. The palace is heavily guarded. If we go directly, how can mortals obstruct my power?" Souta's gaze was cold, his tone indifferent. "Today, all troubles will be resolved." Below, Najinda and the others felt their hearts leap. Were they really going to confront the minister now? Could the greatest threat be eliminated so easily? Everything felt surreal. And how would the god achieve it? As they felt both anxious and expectant, Souta clapped his hands lightly. Clap, the crisp sound reached everyone's ears. Najinda and the others looked at him in confusion, not understanding the gesture. Wait, did the god just shrink a bit? Why did it feel like their eye levels matched? At that moment, mine suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, our location has changed." Najinda immediately looked around. A palace even more magnificent than the previous audience hall came into view. The style of the columns and scrolls had subtle differences. Could this be the Imperial Palace? Najinda was stunned. Who are you?" A voice from behind immediately drew everyone's attention. Akame and Bullet turned simultaneously, alert and searching for the source. Ahead was a high platform with a luxurious throne. Seated on the throne was a young boy wearing a crown, holding a golden scepter. He was the one who had spoken. Beside the boy stood a fat man, looking at them in surprise. Najinda immediately recognized him as their primary Night Raid target, Minister Honest. The god had transported them directly to the Imperial Palace's main hall. Oh no! Najinda's nerves instantly tensed, preparing for battle. Because on the steps below the throne, she saw General Budo, still imposing despite his middle age. At the foot of the steps, a woman was kneeling on the polished floor, receiving orders. The woman had striking ice blue hair, giving off an icy, frost-like impression that made the chill around her almost palpable. In her hand, she held a white military cap, likely removed as a gesture of etiquette when paying respects to the Emperor. Isteth, Najinda's eye twitched violently. 228, do you want to dance too? TL, any returning players here in Wawa? Emma just dropped my link. R3T9 AV1351609. Budo and Isteth were both here. Najinda's pupils contracted. She was utterly shocked. Wasn't Isteth supposed to be suppressing the tribes in the frontier? Why was she in the capital? Had the minister summoned her back? Is the god toying with us? Or is it just bad luck? Najinda's heart was racing with anxiety. They weren't even starting the final battle, yet just killing the minister, so why had they been teleported right in front of the Empire's two strongest generals? Was it too late to run? Minister, Why have these people suddenly appeared? On the throne, the young emperor looked surprised, as if had stumbled upon something amusing. His interest visibly perked up. Your Majesty, this must be a spatial transfer executed with a taigu. No need to worry, General Budo will take care of the intruders. Minister Honest replied smoothly, though even he was shocked as he stared at Najenda and the others. This wasn't part of his plan either. The spatial taigu, Shangri-La, wasn't it in his son's hands? You insolent scum! A booming shout rang through the palace. Budo descended the steps, his icy gaze sweeping over Najenda and the others. You're Najenda? A traitor of the Empire, daring to return and attempt to assassinate His Majesty. They'll see you punished today. Beside him, Isteth stood up and placed her uniform cap on her head. Her eyes locked on Najenda and the others with surprising intrigue, her lips curling into an expression of genuine interest. I didn't expect you to storm the palace like this. Najenda, I really underestimated you. She stepped forward a few paces, joining Budo in encircling the rebels. She could sense several formidable opponents among those who had suddenly appeared. Today might prove entertaining. A slightly crazed smile appeared on Isteth's face. You've brought me quite the gift. Her gaze swept across Akame and Bulit. Najenda remained silent, her expression pained. She hadn't wanted this either. How could she have guessed the god would recklessly teleport them straight into the imperial palace to start the final battle? They hadn't prepared for this at all. Weren't they just supposed to kill the minister? Prepare for battle. Najenda suppressed her fear and gave the order to Akame and the others. Everyone instantly became tense and alert. At the same time, as if they had heard Budo's roar, the palace guards began flooding into the hall from outside. Weapons drawn, they surrounded the night raid team, blocking all escape routes. Seeing this, Akame and Bulit both tensed with visible anxiety. This was bad. Najenda, ever since you joined the Revolutionary Army, you've become reckless, Budo said, cracking his fists together. Lightning arced around his hands. He activated his taigu, a Dramelek, a suit-type arm that increased physical strength and allowed the user to manipulate lightning. Its power was overwhelming. Guards, arrest these rebels? Before he could finish, Budo suddenly froze. Even Isteth looked stunned. All around them, the alert guards began collapsing one after another. Eyes widening, Budo and Isteth turned their gaze behind Agenda. At the very rear stood Souta. His calm eyes observed them, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from his body like a mountain bearing down. Any enemy who sensed that pressure immediately blacked out and fell. Within 5 seconds, every guard in the palace was unconscious. Souta walked slowly to the front of the group. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes, his expression proud and detached. Mere mortals, not even worthy of making me act. He glanced at Budo and Isteth. But you too, humans who could stand before me? Interesting. His scornful tone lit a fire in Budo's eyes. Isteth, however, grew excited. What incredible presence! To think such a terrifying being was hiding among them. For the first time in ages, Isteth felt a profound sense of danger. Her body surged with adrenaline. The urge to fight, to kill, burned through her veins. Impudent, Budo marched towards Souta. His every step rumbled the ground. Lightning crackled around him. As he reached Souta, he unleashed his full power. With a single punch, he shattered the air, thunder booming with the force of his blow. But that devastating punch didn't make Souta budge an inch. He wasn't hurt in the slightest. That's it, Souta spoke calmly. Budo's eyes widened. Then he saw a palm flying toward his face. Smack! A crisp sound echoed through the palace. Budo was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into the steps beneath the throne. The ornate staircase shattered, debris flying in all directions. Budo lay unconscious, blood trailing in the air. The Empire's strongest felled in a single blow. Behind him, Najenda twitched at the corner of her eye. Akame was in awe. Budo had once trained her back when she was an Imperial assassin. She knew just how monstrous he was. And now, the monster had been swatted away like a fly. The god truly was unfathomable. Swoosh, as the group reeled. A shrill noise cut through the air. Over a dozen ice spears shot towards Souta like howling steel blades. But before they could get within a meter of him, they evaporated into droplets and splashed harmlessly to the floor. Souta, unscathed, looked at Isteth, who had launched the attack. "You want to dance too? I see how it is." Isteth drew her rapier and grinned manically. "Najinda, so this is your Revolutionary Army's trump card? You've brought me the perfect gift." "You've misunderstood me," Souta replied calmly, stepping toward her. "But it's fine. I'm starting to get excited. Let's play a bit." "Oh, you're my type." Isteth's eyes gleamed with madness. She hurled her rapier at Souta and leapt into the air. She wasn't going to fight up close knot after what had just happened to Budo. She would attack from afar. But as her rapier neared Souta, a flash of fire erupted. It melted into molten metal before touching him. That was his quirk at work. Souta had channeled power into it, producing a flash so intense it could melt steel. "You're the opposite of me, aren't you?" Isteth, still in midair, observed Souta closely. Seeing that projectiles were ineffective, she switched tactics. She snapped her fingers. Moisture in the air instantly condensed and froze. The icy force spread far beyond the palace, manifesting a towering glacier above the capital. It crashed down toward the central palace. She didn't care if it hit the Emperor's shed, crush her enemy with brute force. A massive pressure weighed on everyone in the hall. The glacier shattered the palace dome and plummeted. No one could escape in time. Then Souta snapped his fingers. With that one motion, he stripped Isteth of control over the glacier. His understanding of matter was so advanced. Manipulating mass and energy felt like instinct. The glacier sublimated into steam before it could land. Isteth stared in shock as her attack vanished. Souta teleported in front of her. Oomph! Isteth conjured an ice blade and slashed. Souta walked right through it. His divine shield shattered the blade instantly. In a blur, his finger touched her forehead. A surge of power burst forth. Isteth's expression froze, then she collapsed. Unconscious, Souta withdrew his hand. The fight was over. He could have simply wished her unconscious. But that lacked flair. Only a battle could show his strength clearly to let Najinda and the others witness it. Besides, fighting used less divine energy. Now, then, time to deal with the minister. Souta looked toward the broken throne. The young emperor trembled in fear. An honest, terrified face was pale and dripping sweat. 229, I can order you to do anything. Honest had indeed considered slipping away quietly. But the battle had ended too quickly. Just as the thought of fleeing rose in his mind, Souta had already knocked Isteth out. Budo was unconscious. The palace guard were all down. Now only he and the young emperor remained. And their enemies had multiple taiga users. Cold sweat formed at Honest's temples. He held the Antitigu Era Stone, capable of destroying other Taigasei, trump card in battle. But using it came at the cost of shattering its embedded gem. The gem needed a full week to regenerate and couldn't be used again until then. It was utterly useless in the current crisis. "And Minister, what do we do?" The young emperor was trembling. "Let's deal with you first." Ignoring the emperor, Honest activated Airstone and aimed it at Souta. It did absolutely nothing. Souta glanced at the bloated pig of a man, lifted his hand, and casually waved it through the air. Smack! A hand formed from condensed air struck Honest across his pudgy face, knocking out all his teeth. His massive body flew down the steps and crashed hard onto the floor, screaming in pain. Souta ascended the steps and walked up to the throne. With a flick of his hand, a gust of wind tossed the emperor down the steps, landing him beside the groaning minister. Souta claimed the luxurious throne for himself. "Saintus, I'm here." Chelsea hurried over, producing a fine handkerchief from her pocket and handing it to him. Souta wiped his hands and passed it back. Chelsea accepted it respectfully, but internally, she was full of complaints. Does he really need to act this over the top? She wanted to punch someone. Could she start now? Of course, that was just a thought. She'd never say it aloud. Souta had threatened her. If she didn't cooperate, had deactivate her next cellular regeneration ability. What could she do? She was utterly helpless. After cleaning his hands, Souta leaned back with one leg crossed, resting his cheek on one hand and yawning lazily. He looked at Najinda and the others below the steps, speaking in a calm tone. You can deal with the minister however you see fit. The emperor stays as a puppet for stability until a new one is crowned. The minister, Najinda walked up to the groaning Honest and stomped his face viciously. You bastard. You finally got what you deserve. Boss, can I handle him? Leon walked over, cracking her knuckles. You can't kill me. You lowly. MMPH. Before he could finish his threat, Leon stomped on his mouth, cracking his jaw. Oomph. You don't get to resist. Think of how many lives you've ruined. You monster. Her voice was full of fury. No one present felt any sympathy. This man deserved to die 100 times over. Don't be too hasty. At that moment, the path of peace, the Lord stepped in, stopping Leon. Huh? Leon looked puzzled, as if to say, even our boss agreed to kill him. Are you playing saint now? The Lord ignored her and turned to Souta, offering counsel. My God, since you've decided to keep the emperor, Honest no longer has any strategic value. Why not execute him publicly to appease the people? Do you have a plan? Souta glanced at him. He wasn't particularly skilled in political maneuvering, preferring direct approaches. If the Lord had a better idea, Souta didn't mind letting him handle it. Yes, the Lord replied respectfully. To eliminate the minister's factional poison, we need to know who's involved. Surely the minister holds that knowledge. Please grant me access to that memorial work with Night Raid to carry out the purge. Done. Souta waved his hand. A flash of golden light flickered. Immediately, the Lord's mind filled with an assassination list. Souta didn't stop there. He erased the memories of the palace guards and teleported them out. When they awoke, they would be dazed and unable to recall what had happened. Finally, Souta looked down at Budo. If possible, he didn't want to kill Budo. Not because he admired the old soldier. What was there to admire? But keeping Budo alive would help maintain order in the capital. And if the Revolutionary Army acted out, he could send Budo to suppress them. Souta thought for a moment, then tampered with Budo's memory. He didn't go overboard, just planted a few things. Chelsea is the former emperor's illegitimate daughter, and the current emperor has no royal bloodline. Naturally, he also embedded a subconscious compulsion to obey him. Since they were destined to be enemies, Souta saw no reason to be polite. While Souta was altering memories, the Lord turned to Najinda and the others, smiling warmly. Forgive me, but you won't get to execute the minister yourselves. He'll be executed publicly tomorrow at noon, cut to pieces by the citizens of the capital. That's quite a gruesome end, Leon muttered, giving the Lord a strange look. Are you really a man of the cloth? Of course. The Lord kept smiling like a spring breeze. But when it comes to devils, we needn't follow divine doctrine, don't you agree? Najinda, you'll handle the Revolutionary Army's surrender. Take charge of assassination efforts. At that moment, Souta spoke again from the throne. Night Raid now serves me. You all don't mind, do you? His fingers tapped rhythmically against the armrest, filling the room with tense silence. Najinda sighed internally. She straightened up, knelt on one knee, and answered solemnly, As you command, my God. I will carry out your orders. Boss, you. Bullet looked at her, conflicted. Among them, he was second only to Najinda in loyalty to the Revolutionary Army. Seeing their leader submit so easily, he was at a loss. Bullet, Najinda stood and looked at him. What we fought for has already been achieved. Fixing the empire now is just a matter of time. She exhaled softly. The Revolutionary Army no longer has a reason to exist. I understand. Bullet finally accepted it. As for the rest of Night Raid, they had no objections. My God, Najinda looked back at Souta, asking, what should we do about Budo and his death? Both were dangerous. In her opinion, it was best to deal with them now to avoid future trouble. But since Souta hadn't spoken, she wouldn't act without his word. Don't worry about them. They'll handle it. Souta's voice was cold and firm. Of course, he understood Nagenda's concerns, but he wouldn't let her have her way. His death was a sharp sword. She was perfect for suppressing the border tribes and for putting down any rebellious sparks from the revolutionary army. More importantly, his death was strange. As long as you defeated her, you could order her to do anything. Souta thought, as the victor commanding her to fight for him was exactly the kind of reward she'd approve of. 230 Headless Rider, Chelsea hearing Souta's words. Najenda glanced at the unconscious Isdeath. There was clear unwillingness in her heart. She very much wanted to eliminate Isdeath. But if the god didn't approve, there was nothing she could do. She could only swallow her frustration. My god! The Lord suddenly stepped forward. The Emperor likely won't cooperate in publicly executing the minister. Is there any way to control him directly? No need to control him. Just imprison him for now. For tomorrow's execution, the Saintess will impersonate the Emperor. Souta glanced at Chelsea. She needed something to do, or she'd keep getting lazier and lazier. You'll be active in the palace, so you'll need a proper identity. He looked at the Lord, and a flash of golden light burst from his eyes, wrapping the man in a shimmering illusion. Najenda and the others gasped in surprise. The Lord now looked exactly like the minister, but their shock quickly faded. After all, this was a god they were dealing with. If he couldn't do something this simple, that would be the real surprise. The Lord looked down at himself. He felt no change in his body, yet his appearance mirrored Honest's exactly. It must be an illusion technique. Thank you for your blessing, my god. I will begin making preparations at once. He bowed deeply to Souta with the utmost respect. Souta nodded, clearly pleased. A capable subordinate really did make things easier. Take Buddha with you as well. When he wakes, he'll assist you. Yes,